Chapter 1. The Captain's Diary. June 14th, the 8th year, clear skies. Recently, the indistinct whispers have returned to my ears, a sound that is not quite a sound, chaotic and dark. This wretched place is truly unfit for human habitation. My first mate, Old John, has suggested that I could seek out the fragrant maidens at the Red Lipped in using his methods. I confess that I have entertained such thoughts, yet ultimately, I have restrained myself. I cannot squander the hard-earned echo coins in such establishments. I must remain vigilant for the sake of returning home. Humans are a species that dwells upon the earth, and if they can appear in the subterranean sea, then there must surely be a path back to the surface. I must find it. Last night, I dreamt of my family again. I miss them dearly, yet I fear I am beginning to forget their faces. The sudden lurch of the rat's tail interrupted Charles Reed's writing. The antiquated oil lamp beside his diary illuminated his face with dark pupils and raven hair. He bore the visage of an ordinary Asian man, yet his complexion was nearly translucent, reminiscent of a cinematic vampire. From a modern perspective, Charles might be considered somewhat handsome, yet at this moment his expression was weighed down with gravity and fatigue, rendering him exceptionally haggard. Listening intently to the sound of waves outside, Charles discerned no abnormalities and resumed his writing. I require no special services. Journaling can likewise alleviate my auditory hallucinations. Of late, I have managed to achieve 5 hours of sleep each night, a luxury I have not enjoyed in a long time. Of course, mindful of the cautionary tales from those who penned diaries before me, I have chosen to write in characters only I can comprehend. Chinese characters. A sharp, metallic scraping sound pierced the air outside, akin to something incessantly clawing at the ship's hull with sharpened talons. With a decisive thud, the diary was closed, and a furrowed-browed Charles made his way to the circular porthole. Peering out, he beheld the same lightless sky and murky green sea he had witnessed 8 years prior, forming a dark shroud in the distance. Darkness reigned over all in the sea, and within that obscurity, it felt as though some monstrous entity was gestating, exuding an aura of strangeness. Yet here, there was no starry sky, no moon. If one were to gaze skyward through night vision goggles, they would only behold the uneven layers of subterranean rock. This was the undersea, an ocean beneath the earth, where endless darkness served as the prevailing motif, and it was precisely that darkness which affirmed that all was as it should be. Staring out at the normalcy beyond the porthole, Charles' brow furrowed even deeper. His years of nautical experience told him that something was amiss, and he resolved to investigate. Charles opened the nightstand, revealing hundreds of gleaming golden bullets that rolled back and forth with the undulating waves. Drawing his revolver from his waist, he expertly loaded it and strode towards the helm. "Captain, why are you up so early? Your shift hasn't even begun yet." At the helm was a scruffy old man with a bushy beard, and slumped in a chair beside him was a lad of no more than 17 or 18, clad in a sailor's uniform. Both bore the pallid complexion typical of Eastern Europeans, much like Charles himself. "First mate, why is the rat's tail pitching so? Is the course still steady?" Charles inquired of the helmsman, John. As he spoke, he approached and kicked the chair leg, jolting the youth awake. Upon realizing it was his captain, the boy hastily wiped drool for the corner of his mouth and scrambled to his feet. "Ha, it's probably just some underwater creature catching a whiff of our flesh. You know, in the undersea, there are more repulsive things than fish. But fear not, the rat's tail is an iron ship they won't break through." The old man stepped back, relinquishing the helm to his captain. Despite the first mate's reassurances, Charles remained on high alert. In such a bizarre locale, humanity was no longer at the apex of the food chain. Survival depended solely on caution. Charles pressed the illumination button on the antiquated equipment, and the spotlight blazed to life, his gaze scanning the pitch-black sea beyond the transparent glass. The vessel appeared modest in size, measuring a mere 30-odd meters in length, with the deck between the sea and the helm cluttered with cargo. The rat's tail was a small steamship painted gray, its pockmarked hull and reddish-brown rust a testament to its age. The route to the Coral Isles has been traversed by various cargo ships. Countless times those things shouldn't be out here, seeking trouble. "Something is amiss," Charles muttered, gripping the worn, reflective wheel with a furrowed brow. Old John paused in confusion. Could we have strayed from our course? That's impossible. The beacon is still visible in the distance. He pointed towards a faint, indistinct light far away. In the starless expanse of the undersea, the only guides were the compass and the illuminated beacons lining the route. As long as the beacons were visible, it signified that the path was a safe one, explored by other vessels. At that moment, Charles' pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks as he swallowed hard. How long have you been watching that beacon? Just a few minutes. I've been keeping a close eye on it. By the end of his sentence, John's voice began to wane, his expression shifting towards terror. After so long at sea, they had not yet passed that beacon, which evidently was moving at the same speed as the steamship. That was problematic. In an instant, Charles seemed to wind up like a spring, his hands spinning the wheel frantically to full left. Accompanied by a metallic creaking, the steamship began to pivot, and fortunately, the rat's tail turned swiftly, distancing itself from the peculiar beacon. Before Charles could breathe a sigh of relief, the boy beside him pointed at the glass window behind them, his eyes wide and pale, his face bearing the countenance of one who had seen a ghost. "Captain, that thing is getting closer. It's so fast. It's going to catch up to us." "Damn it," Charles bellowed into a nearby communication pipe. "Chief engineer, push the boiler to maximum. Something is chasing us." "Understood, Captain." A hearty voice echoed from the iron tube. Thick, black smoke billowed from the ship's chimney, and the steamship's speed began to increase. "It's still closing in. It's so fast. It's almost upon us." "Good heavens. What kind of monster is that?" The boy's voice rose several octaves in sheer terror, his body trembling as if on the verge of collapse. "Deep. Close your eyes." Charles, his mind taut with tension, kicked the boy's calf, sending him sprawling to the ground. Beside them, John forcefully pressed the boy's head against the floor, his face flushed as he shouted frantically, "Don't look, don't listen, don't think. The captain will bring us back." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash reverberated through the cabin, the floor shaking violently, and the two on the ground tumbled together as Charles clung tightly to the helm to avoid being thrown off. "Captain, it has collided with us." At that moment, Charles' face turned ashen, his jaws clenched tightly, causing his cheeks to bulge slightly. He leaned towards the pipe, his voice hoarse with urgency. "Chief engineer, overload the boiler for 30 seconds. "Captain, that's impossible. It's too old. It could explode." Chapter 2. The Monster. "Do as I say. I know my ship best." After shouting at the boiler room, Charles turned to his first mate on the floor. "John, go throw overboard half the cargo." He understood that in critical moments, hesitation was not an option. Survival took precedence above all else. "Understood." The old man kicked open the helm door and dashed out. Listening to the splashes of cargo hitting the water, Charles felt his heart bleed. Fortunately, a series of measures proved effective. After several more impacts, the now lightened rat's tail began to accelerate, gradually pulling away from whatever was pursuing them. Only when he finally spotted the true beacon ahead did Charles, drenched in cold sweat, slowly release his grip on the helm. The trembling boy crawled to Charles' feet, clinging tightly to his leg. "Captain, I just saw." Charles pinched the boy's cheeks to halt his speech. "What did I tell you before boarding? What was the third rule? Never look at or think about the monsters in the water unless they are near our ship. If you see them, don't speak of it." "Very good. Now stand up, throw out the anchor, and inform everyone aboard to assemble on the deck. I need to account for the crew." Releasing the boy, Charles exited the helm, only to find the deck in disarray, water pooling everywhere, and the ropes binding the cargo floating aimlessly. Wading through the calf-deep seawater, Charles approached the stern, where the spindle-shaped rear appeared as if it had been struck by a giant hammer, a substantial dent marred by an unknown black viscous substance that emitted a foul odor. The size of the indentation suggested the nature of the creature that had just collided with the vessel, yet 8 years of nautical experience had dulled Charles' curiosity. His thoughts turned elsewhere. "Repairing this will cost a fortune," he muttered irritably, feeling himself drift further from home. At that moment, the indistinct whispers echoed once more in his ears, seemingly emanating from the surrounding darkness. "Fengluim Golnaf, cursed be this fate." Charles, his brow furrowed in distress, pounded his forehead repeatedly with his clenched fist, the pain serving to alleviate the irritation brought on by the murmurs around him. Upon witnessing the other crew members gathering on the deck, he lowered his hand and approached them. As their captain drew near, several men of varying heights swiftly formed a line. Regardless of their individual appearances, their faces bore a pallor that mirrored Charles' own. John, first mate, assisting the captain and organizing various work schedules, responsible for drafting the cargo stowage plan, helmsman of 1224, proclaimed the stout elder as the first to speak. Next to old John stood a robust figure clad in blue, his attire smeared with grease. Once the first mate finished, he promptly interjected, James, chief engineer, tasked with maintaining the normal operational order of the turbines, concurrently overseeing the propulsion system and auxiliary equipment, the boilers, as well as lubrication, cooling, and fuel. Beside the tall engineer stood a lanky individual, tall and slender, resembling a mere pole. Freddie, the cook, responsible for the crew's meals, he announced. Following closely behind the cook was a visibly pale Dippy, whose body swayed as though he had yet to recover from some ordeal. Dippy, the able seaman, responsible for the maintenance of the deck, anchors, cables, and unloading equipment, he stated. Quickly scanning the group before him, Charles soon realized that one individual was conspicuously absent. Whereas the boatswain gone, the four men exchanged glances, none offering a response. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from below deck. Something has boarded. Arm yourselves, Charles urged, leading the others with urgency toward the source of the commotion. Upon entering the dim crew quarters, an unsettling chill surged from the base of their spines to their very minds. The murky cabin contained only two figures, one standing the boatswain of the Rat, his visage wrought with terror, and the other lying prone, his identity obscured, for his skin had been flayed away. Each touch of his bare flesh against the ground elicited tremors of agony from the bloodied mass. He lay there, a pitiful wretch, howling in despair, his breaths growing fainter. Jim, inquire about his identity, commanded Charles, swiftly drawing his revolver from his belt. With palpable fear, the boatswain crawled closer, leaning in to listen intently to the bloodied visage. Moments later, he turned back, panic etched across his face, pointing a trembling finger at Charles. Captain, he claims to be you. Me? Amidst the hurried footsteps of the crew behind him, Charles decisively aimed his weapon at the boatswain. Charles, captain, responsible for the safe transportation of the vessel and the administrative management, dedicated to safeguarding the lives and property of the ship and crew to the utmost extent, and adept at handling emergencies with both decisiveness and composure. Helmsman of 012. Boatswain, report your duties at once. Kill him quickly. He is no longer your captain. The boatswain shrieked in terror, pointing at Charles. Bang! As Charles pulled the trigger, a gaping wound appeared in the boatswain's forehead, from which not blood, but a semi-coagulated dark yellow liquid oozed forth. With their ruse exposed, the wounded boatswain's body began to contort and transform grotesquely, his mouth splitting grotesquely to the back of his head, limbs swelling rapidly, and emitting a bizarre, guttural roar as he lunged at Charles. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down upon the boatswain's form, his flesh tearing apart like a ruptured sack, revealing a dark, decaying torso reminiscent of a toad's hide. Even after expending all 6 rounds, the creature remained unyielding, stretching its limbs towards the human before it. Charles appeared to have endured countless trials, his countenance betraying no sign of alarm as he rolled to the side, deftly evading the creature's assault. During this moment of evasion, his hands remained active. The bullets in his revolver were swiftly reloaded, and with a swift motion, he fired 6 shots directly at the beast. Under the onslaught of 12 bullets, the creature's legs buckled at the joints, and it collapsed helplessly to the ground. Breathing heavily, Charles cast a glance at the grotesque corpse before him, a sight that instinctively repulsed any human, before turning to the terrified crew members behind him. Stop dawdling. Throw this wretched thing overboard, he commanded, striding toward the now motionless body. Ignoring the overwhelming stench of blood, he adjusted the head, and upon noticing the missing front tooth, he realized that this was indeed his first mate. The previous figure had merely been a monstrous entity donning his skin, but a flicker of pain crossed Charles's face. But he quickly composed himself, retrieving bullets to refill his weapon as he began to survey his ship in search of any other potential threats. Deep followed the first mate, John, as they struggled to move the corpse. The young lad, astonished, remarked to his companion, "The captain is remarkably skilled." "Ah, of course. Otherwise, how could he be the captain while you remain just a sailor?" John replied that in fact, when he first boarded, he was just like you. "Really? What was Captain Charles like when he first joined?" "Ah, that's quite a tale. Nearly 7 or 8 years ago I was serving as a third mate on another ship when Charles drifted in from the sea. When I first encountered him, he couldn't even speak. Is that true? How did he become captain?" "The old captain took pity on him and allowed him to follow at a distance. When we returned to port and discovered he was not a monster, he stayed with us, learning to speak while training to be a sailor. Not long after he learned to talk, he declared his ambition to captain his own ship and lead humanity back to the land of light. At the time, we all thought he was mad. And then he rose from sailor to first mate, and from first mate to third mate, just when we expected him to ascend to second mate. He astonished us all by saving enough to purchase a second-hand cargo ship, this very vessel beneath our feet, the Rat." Chapter 3. Relics. My first mate has perished once more, slain by those abominations. How much longer must I endure this torment? I am utterly exhausted 80 times. I ponder whether I have long since died, and this is merely hell. Yet, upon reflection, that seems implausible. The demons of hell are far more endearing than those creatures. Everything here defies logic, including the humans. When I first arrived, I believed this place was in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, only to later discover that they have advanced significantly in the realm of the mysterious. Yet, even with such advancements, it proves futile. Humanity continues to exist like ants, scraping by in this darkness, besieged by countless deadly threats. We are not the only communal civilization in this forsaken place. Charles's musings were abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door, followed by the voice of Sailor Deep. "Captain, we are nearing Coral Main Island." Charles approached the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance at the lighthouse that flickered in and out of sight amidst the darkness. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At long last, they had arrived. As the Rat slowly approached, the grandeur of the island became increasingly discernible behind the lighthouse. The illumination on the island predominantly emanated from oil lamps and a handful of electric lights, casting a glow that resembled a nest of fireflies against the pitch-black world. The port of the Coral Archipelago appeared bustling, with steamships of various sizes coming and going. Rugged sailors waved their hats, cheering as they celebrated survival. This newly developed island could not sustain human life solely on coral. It required resources from other islands, which was also the lifeblood of cargo vessels like the Rat. As they drew nearer, the island's features became clearer. Its coral rocks were predominantly gray and white, and the various human dwellings built upon them shared the same hues. Among the throngs of people at the dock, many had ears that curled inward, a characteristic of the island's indigenous inhabitants. Anyone who resided on Coral Island for 5 years would find their ears inexplicably curling inward, yet no one knew why. However, this did not deter others from migrating here. Compared to the troubles of other islands, ear deformities were a mere trifling side effect. After a swift exchange with the dock manager, Charles emerged from the wharf with a grim expression. His suspicions had been confirmed. The cargo was significantly diminished, and this trip had not only failed to yield profit, but had resulted in considerable losses. The past 2 months had been for naught. The time required for the dock to manage supplies provided a brief respite for the crew of the Rat. Nearby stood a row of buildings of varying heights, some serving as inns for sailors, while others catered to more leisurely pursuits on the lively streets. Ragged beggars lay about, mumbling words only they could comprehend, victims of the sea's madness. No one knew the trials they had faced. To avoid sharing their fate, one could only adhere to the ironclad rule of the sea. Do not see, do not hear, do not think. They were fortunate, for most who encountered maritime disasters simply vanished with their ships. As the door to the Baden swung open, a brightly lit hall revealed a group of burly men eyeing the newcomers with ill intent. However, upon catching a whiff of the briny scent clinging to Charles, they averted their gaze, recognizing that those who braved the sea and returned were not to be trifled with. "I require a 5-day stay and a meal delivered to my room," he instructed. 5 days of lodging will cost 630 echo coins, and a delicious mushroom soup will be 30. totaling 660 I in the damp room. Charles savored his lunch. The food in the Port District was hardly exceptional. He tore the dark bread into pieces and tossed them into the viscous mushroom soup. Despite soaking in the broth, the bitter black bread remained harsh on the throat, yet he had grown accustomed to it. Charles retrieved a mobile device from his pocket, absent-mindedly swiping at the cracked screen, which mirrored the darkness outside. The solitary room echoed only with the sounds of his slow chewing. "Captain, are you in there?" Old John's voice suddenly pierced through the door. Charles quickly tucked away his phone. "Come in. The door is open." The first mate entered cautiously, a hint of remorse etched on his face. "Captain, I wish to speak with you." "I no longer want to continue." Charles furrowed his brow. "Why? You've witnessed this countless times, haven't you? Each time a crew member perished, someone would wish to leave." He had braced himself for such news, expecting it to come from the frightened deep, yet it was John, who had accompanied him throughout, who stood before him. John waved his hands dismissively, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. "That I am too old. I sometimes doze off at the helm, and I truly wish to distance myself from this perilous sea." Charles's mood darkened further, yet he made no effort to persuade him to stay. Parting amicably seemed best. He placed a stack of currency on the table. "Here is your share." John accepted his payment, but hesitated to leave. Indecision etched on his face. "That I asked there's something else." "Well, Captain, you know, although I've saved a little. Most of my previous earnings were squandered on those women. This sum is insufficient for me to live out my days." "What? You don't expect me to sponsor you, do you?" No, I understand that's impossible. However, I do have a fine item I intend to sell you. Since I'm disembarking, I have no further use for this weapon." John pulled out a short black blade, resembling an oversized dagger more than a knife. Charles regarded the pudgy old man with curiosity. While this knife was undoubtedly the first mate's weapon, he had no need for close combat arms. "Captain, do not underestimate this blade. It is a relic." Charles had heard tales of such mysterious items, but had never encountered one that the origins of relics were shrouded in speculation. Some claimed they hailed from the ocean, others from the fabled land of light, and some from uncharted islands. Regardless of their origins, it was certain that these items held special powers. Such powers came with peculiar costs, varying with the strength of the item. Charles had once heard of a ring at an auction on Britain Island, valued at 580,000, which granted temporary invisibility to the wearer at the cost of unbearable itching. "What makes this knife special?" Noticing Charles's inquiry, John perked up. "This weapon is exceptionally sharp. Sharp that he wielded a long knife, surveying the surrounding furniture with a palpable eagerness, as if contemplating which object might best serve as a test for his blade. "Thank you, but no, I still find firearms to be more effective," he replied. Relying solely on a revolver to confront those monstrous beings did indeed seem a bit inadequate. Charles sought relics for self-defense, yet he was unwilling to settle for something of little value. Although the technological advancements in the world of Earthsea were somewhat skewed, many large islands were electrified, and in a realm brimming with guns and cannons, what use would a divine weapon hold? Moreover, it was a weapon fraught with side effects. Perceiving Charles's reluctance to purchase, old John grew anxious. "Captain, it possesses other unique abilities. Simply grasp it, and your body's healing speed will accelerate 0.2 kinds. What is the price?" Relics are peculiar entities. Their benefits and drawbacks are seldom balanced. Often, the advantages are minimal, while the costs of the side effects can render the relic's owner to a state worse than death. It was not particularly severe. Should one hold it for an extended period, a suicidal impulse would arise. As long as it was not held, there would be no issue. Upon receiving the black knife, Charles noticed it was unexpectedly light, as if it were not made of iron, feeling almost like plastic in his grip. After drawing the blade's tip across his hand, he observed that the wound was indeed healing slowly, though not as dramatically as he had anticipated, merely 3 times the usual rate. The cost was acceptable, and the benefit was decent. With no ship's doctor aboard, this item could partially compensate for that deficiency. Charles resolved to purchase the knife. Sharpening blades does not hinder the woodcutter, and expenditures must be made when necessary. Both parties were well aware of each other's backgrounds, and ultimately, Charles acquired the relic for 160,000 echoes. Chapter 4. The Cult of Valtan. Clutching the echo banknotes with both hands, John, beaming with delight, turned to leave. However, as he pushed open the door, he hesitated, and turned back after a moment's contemplation. Gazing at the figures entwined in the interplay of light and shadow behind him, he found himself at a loss for words. "Captain, I must take my leave as well. To speak frankly, why don't you come ashore too? Even if you've saved enough to buy an exploration vessel, what then? The land of light does not exist. It does exist," Charles replied. His tone calm yet resolute. He had conducted inquiries and discovered that this underground world was indeed aware of the surface. It was merely that the passage of time had transformed the sunlit realm into a myth for its inhabitants. A thing larger than an island hangs in the sky, selflessly providing us with light and warmth. Dispelling the darkness, how could that be possible? It is nothing more than a fabrication of the Church of the Light. Noticing Charles's silence, old John sighed and continued to persuade him. "When I first encountered you, although you could scarcely speak, you radiated such vigor, such cheerful confidence. I thought to myself, what a fine young man. If I had a granddaughter, I would surely introduce her to you. You need not conceal anything from me. I am aware you have heard the voice of the divine for many days now. If this continues, you will truly descend into madness. Give it up." With an expressionless face, Charles approached the door and slammed it shut with a resounding thud. "Child, you were too obstinate." John's footsteps faded away, and the outside returned to tranquility. "Am I too obstinate?" Charles murmured, leaning against the door, his expression gradually contorting. "What is wrong with wanting to go home?" Suddenly, with a pained expression, he shouted, "I have committed no crimes. Why has this misfortune befallen me? What right do they have to do this to me? 8 years, a full 8 years. Why must I endure such suffering? I merely wish to return home." Charles's voice erupted in a hysterical roar. The whispering voices of Glueem Gluna returned to his ears, causing an unsettling irritation. Damn it! In a fit of rage, he drew his firearm and pressed it against his temple. Just as his trembling finger was about to pull the trigger, a muffled protest came from the neighboring wall. "What's all this noise? Keep it down." Startled into silence, Charles holstered his pistol and carefully wrapped the wooden knife in a piece of cloth. That night, Charles dreamed of many things, but upon awakening, he found that he remembered none of them. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. When Charles opened it, he was met by a bald man sporting tentacle tattoos on his face. "Are you Captain Charles of the Rat Ship? My name is Hook. It is a pleasure to meet you." Charles scrutinized the individual before him, noting his ordinary features and inwardly curved deformed ears, signifying his status as a local of the Coral Islands, while the octopus tattoos denoted his faith. "What business do Vultan's followers have with me? You aren't intending to offer me as a sacrifice to your omnipotent deity, are you?" Sensing the hostility in Charles's words, Hook remained unperturbed. "To become a sacrifice for a powerful being. You may not be quite qualified. I seek you for other reasons. Captain Charles, I hear you are in need of money. Am I correct?" Charles was not taken aback. This was not the first time such an individual had approached him. "I do not smuggle contraband," he asserted, attempting to close the door. In truth, he lied. Sometimes he did engage in smuggling when the profit was sufficient. His firm refusal stemmed from a desire to avoid excessive involvement with these cultists. The only distinction between Vultan's followers and the madman on the street was that the former could speak coherently. No sane person would revere the monsters lurking beneath the sea. Just as the door was about to close, Charles suddenly heard a figure utter a number. 1,000,000 echoes, gazing at the black pupils visible through the crack of the door. Hook's face broke into a confident smile. "Mr. Charles, I am aware you have been saving to purchase a ship for quite some time. With this 1,000,000, you will have enough to acquire a top-tier exploration vessel. Just think about it. If you discover a new island, you will possess your own land and become the governor of that new isle. At that point, the women, the power, and the endless echoes will all be yours." Charles was uncertain how this group had learned of his intentions, yet he felt a flicker of temptation. With such a sum, the path home would draw significantly closer. He did not lower his guard. The Valen cult was no benevolent organization, and immense rewards were invariably accompanied by extreme danger. "What do you want me to smuggle?" Charles inquired warily. "We are not asking you to smuggle goods. Rather, we request your assistance in locating something. Please, come with me. Our high priest will explain the details." After a few moments of contemplation, Charles opened the door and followed him outside. The two traversed the port district, passing through the fishy-smelling area and heading toward the residential zone of the island. The residential area of Coral Island, less chaotic and more lively, resembled the streets of mid-18th century London, were it not for the grayish-white coral buildings. The island boasted modern amenities, banks, hospitals, clothing stores, theaters, everything one would expect, and if not for the grotesque ears and pallid skin of the populace, it all might seem completely normal. Grilled spider crab legs. Only 4 echo coins each. "Daddy, I can't walk anymore. Extra, extra, major news. Governor Nico is set to marry his sixth husband in 6 days. Excuse me, sir. May I have a moment of your time? I would like to introduce you to our Father and Savior, the omniscient and omnipotent being, Valencyto. The serene and peaceful scene was lost on Charles. No matter how tranquil, everything here felt as fragile as a bubble. Though exceedingly rare, islands housing millions had once sunk beneath the waves. Had he never glimpsed the light, perhaps he could endure the darkness like those around him, but he had seen it, and within that light lay his family and all that he had lost. The two navigated swiftly among the grayish-white structures, ultimately arriving before a grand blacktop tower church. Upon entering the church, the surrounding sounds fell silent. The dim light provided by the gray candles cast a muted veil over the interior, where a massive stone sculpture, barely resembling a human form, stood at the center of the hall. To call it human-shaped was a stretch. Its features were more akin to a standing, decaying octopus, with outwardly curling scales and eyes scattered across its body, inducing discomfort with a mere glance. Clad in black robes, the followers stood in orderly rows, softly reciting some consonant-less language. Charles listened, finding the words eerily familiar, reminiscent of the phrases he had heard in his hallucinations. The high priest is in the confessional. Please follow me. Hook led Charles through the throng, delving deeper into the hall. The guards stationed at the rear of the grand chamber grew increasingly vigilant, with a black-robed acolyte standing at every corner and door. Although none uttered a word, Charles could feel their piercing gazes upon him. In a dimly lit room, he beheld the high priest of the Futon sect, a figure draped in crimson, prostrated upon the ground. After bowing respectfully, Hook withdrew. The high priest slowly rose without turning, addressing Charles. Captain Charles, my sect requires you to procure an item, a relic of my lord. Chapter 5. The high priest of Futon. The high priest's voice was frail and viscous, as though laden with phlegm, causing Charles considerable discomfort. Where is this item? Not far, on a newly discovered island to the left of the Coral Isles. Charles pressed on. Why seek me? There are many stronger men and ships than I. That location is somewhat perilous, and we require a cautious captain. Charles was skeptical of his claim of somewhat perilous. Such a description hardly warranted a reward of 1 million echo coins. You must have said this to others before me. What became of them? With a tone laced with disdain, the high priest replied, Isn't Captain Charles renowned for his desire to acquire an exploratory vessel? If you fear even this level of danger, you hardly seem fit to be a hero who expands our human frontiers. Realizing that the crimson-robed figure was evading his question, Charles surmised that the fates of his predecessors had indeed been grim, and that place was certainly fraught with danger. As he gazed at the high priest, the whispers in his ears grew increasingly clear. He understood that relying solely on himself to amass 1 million coins would take too long. The voices in his head might drive him to madness long before he could achieve that goal. He simply could not afford to delay any longer. And regarding danger, how safe could any voyage truly be? There was no place above the sea that was devoid of peril. Moreover, he had not spent the past 8 years idly. He had danced with death countless times. Very well, but how can I be assured that you will uphold your end of the bargain? The high priest of Futon appeared reasonable. I can deposit the reward in the Bank of England, allowing them to serve as witnesses. This assurance increased Charles's trust in the commission. He paused for a moment before continuing. I have a small inquiry. What drives Captain Charles to so fervently seek to purchase an exploratory vessel? Power? Echo coins? Or perhaps honor? Charles had no intention of concealing his motives. To seek the land of light. At this declaration, the crimson figure shuddered, his aged voice tinged with a hint of panic. Seeking the land of light? You are not one of the luminaries sect, are you? Certainly not. Upon hearing Charles's response, the high priest sighed in relief. That is good. If you were among those heretics, we would have to reconsider our transaction. Do not involve yourself with them. They are utterly mad, a cult of lunatics. Listening to the Futon acolyte, who favored human sacrifices, Charles felt an unbidden urge to laugh. Brother, if judged by the standards of the surface world, all religions in the undersea are cults. Their rituals as anti-human as can be. As Charles emerged from the confessional, the bald man known as Hook entered, reverently placing a goblet of blood before the high priest. You shall now sign the contract and depart post-haste. Hook nodded, then cautiously inquired, High priest, do you believe this endeavor will succeed? A black tentacle emerged from beneath the crimson robes, coiling around the goblet before retracting into the fabric. Take your time. This is merely the 9th. There is no need to rush. The Lord's relics can only belong to us. Without wasting time, Charles followed Hook toward the largest bank in the Coral Isles. Upon witnessing the bald man inscribe the Futon sect's name on the contract, Charles felt a wave of relief. The legitimacy of this agreement was now backed by the governor of the Coral Isles. The Futon sect could not afford to break their word, for the cost would far exceed 1 million. Captain Charles, I have heard that your first mate has disembarked. Is that relevant to our current affairs? Charles furrowed his brow as he tucked the contract into the inner pocket of his coat. Not at all. It's merely to ensure you complete your mission swiftly. The Futon sect has specially selected a first mate for you. One with extensive maritime experience. Please do not refuse. Gazing at the bald man before him, Charles's brow furrowed further. To keep an eye on me. Not at all. He is simply here to guide you. That island is exceptionally remote, and we fear you may struggle to find it. Charles was indifferent. Currently, both parties had aligned interests, and these individuals would not send someone to hinder him at such a crucial moment. I shall depart in 3 days at 6 o'clock. With that, Charles turned and left. This commission was not merely a cargo run. The journey would undoubtedly be perilous, and he needed to prepare adequately. Additionally, he aimed to seize this opportunity to gather information about the particulars of the assignment. 3 days later at the port, the atmosphere buzzed with activity as laborers scurried about like ants. Transporting goods. Charles stood at the bow of the ship, waiting, while the other crew members engaged in idle chatter on the deck. Among them were 2 unfamiliar faces, new sailors, while the previous sailor, Deep, had ascended to the rank of boatswain. The suddenly promoted youth appeared exuberant, hands clasped behind his back, imparting wisdom to the new recruits, despite their greater age. However, the head steward and chef were far less carefree. They understood that this mission was no simple task. "James, I thought you would disembark like John," remarked the slender chef, Fry. "The captain saved my life. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Besides, he mentioned that the rewards for this mission are substantial. Once I receive my payment, I can propose to Mazika." The giant's face radiated with joy at the thought of the wedding. "And what if you die? This is no mere cargo mission. Exploring islands is the domain of explorers." "I fear not. Traveling with you all is not so bad." The head steward, pondering something, turned to his companion. "Fry, what about you? Why have you chosen to come? You know my nature. I dislike moving about." Fry replied, casting his gaze toward the back of his captain, his eyes calm and composed. In truth, he remained because he had glimpsed the captain secretly handling a rectangular object years prior. Something that not only played music like a phonograph but also featured ghostly theatrical performances. Though unaware of its true nature, he sensed it was a powerful relic, one that demanded tears as a price. That day, the usually rational captain had wept like a child. From that moment on, he resolved to stay loyal to this captain, believing that with such a formidable relic at his side, his safety was assured. The rewards at sea mattered little. The workload was inconsequential. Survival was paramount. As it turned out, his choice was wise. Those who had set sail alongside him had perished, while he remained unscathed. Suddenly, Charles squinted as he noticed a procession of black-robed Futon acolytes approaching through the laborers, led by the bald man known as Hook. "Where are they? Hurry, I am pressed for time." Charles's expression revealed his impatience. With a smile, Hook clapped his hands lightly, and one of the figures stepped forward. Upon seeing the man's attire, Charles was taken aback. He resembled a mummy, tightly wrapped in ochre bandages, with not a hint of skin visible. You may call him Bandage or whatever else you like. He was once a first mate and knows the island's location. He will be of great assistance during this journey. Is what lies within him alive? Charles's tone was laced with caution. Ha ha. Do not worry. He is human, a flesh and blood individual. Hook produced a dagger, slicing across the bandaged man's face, revealing dark skin beneath the loosened wrappings, from which crimson blood flowed. A black man. Can there truly be black men in this world? Charles took a closer look and realized that he had misjudged. The man's skin was not black, but rather covered in a dense array of tattoos, giving the fleeting illusion of being of African descent. Chapter 6. The Island of Targets. Charles pointed towards the nearby rat ship and turned to descend the stairs. The bandaged figure, undeterred by the blood seeping from his facial wounds, performed a gesture of reverence towards Hook before following suit. Just as the two were boarding the vessel, Hook extended his right hand, plunging a bloody dagger into the chest of the left side devotee. The piercing screams echoed throughout the harbor. The others at the port, upon seeing the black robes of the devotees, refrained from intervening, bowing their heads to attend to their own affairs. Witnessing this scene, Charles's face contorted with disgust. This was precisely why he had wished to avoid the furt and cult. He turned to Depp, who had rushed over to observe the commotion, and shouted, "Stop gawking, raise the anchor and set sail." Hook forcefully yanked, revealing a pulsating heart in his palm, which he brought to the side of the rat ship, repeatedly rubbing it against the hull while murmuring incantations under his breath. "Get away from my ship with that disgusting thing," Charles exclaimed, swiftly drawing his revolver and aiming it at Hook's head. "Captain Charles, with this artifact, your ship shall be protected by the great powers." Hook replied, "I do not require it." Charles's finger rested firmly on the trigger. Seeing that Charles was not jesting, Hook smiled faintly and bowed slightly. Stepping back, Captain Charles, we followers of the Fur-in deity pride ourselves on our politeness and friendliness. Why do you persist in harboring such biases against us? Charles, regarding the bloody heart in Hook's grasp, could not be bothered to explain. Under Hook's watchful gaze, the smokestack of the rat ship began to emit dark smoke, slowly navigating toward the ominous ocean. Depp, take the helm, Charles instructed the first mate before heading to the captain's quarters. A yellow nautical chart lay spread across the table, lacking in detail, with only a few scattered islands marked amidst vast expanses of black. This was all that could be purchased at the port. More detailed maps were controlled by the Explorers Guild. Where is your treasure? How far is it from Coral Island? The bandaged figure pointed with precision to an unmarked point in the darkness. An unexplored area. Charles had anticipated this answer. Any island previously explored could not possibly offer such high rewards. What does your relic look like? Charles continued to inquire. After a considerable pause, the bandaged figure finally responded. The statue of the Holy One, made of gold. Though somewhat halting, the voice was surprisingly youthful, reminiscent of a boy in the throes of adolescence. Is that object an artifact? What dangers lie on that island? In response to Charles's probing questions, the bandaged figure fell silent. Go take the helm. Your watch is from 12 to 24. If you need to relieve yourself, Depp can cover for you. I've taught him how to steer. The bandaged figure stood up quietly and walked outside. Charles tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, organizing his thoughts. It sounded simple. Find the object and bring it back. However, if it were truly that straightforward, the Fur-in cult would not have sought the assistance of outsiders. That place was undoubtedly perilous. The first mate sent by the cult offered no hints, suggesting two possibilities. Either he was genuinely unaware, as those previously dispatched had sunk to the ocean floor, unable to relay information, or the danger was so immense that he feared scaring himself and chose to conceal it. Neither scenario boded well. He could only take it one step at a time. The voyage at sea felt stifling. The rat ship was woefully small, leaving limited room for movement. Fortunately, aside from the two new sailors, the rest were accustomed to the conditions. Initially, Charles felt uneasy about the new first mate, remaining secretly vigilant, but after several days of interaction, he found that the individual known as Bandage, aside from his slow speech and peculiar attire, displayed no abnormalities. He steered with remarkable steadiness, clearly skilled in his craft. Charles's apprehension eased slightly, though it had not entirely dissipated. As the navigational markers gradually faded from view, the rat ship ventured into uncharted waters. Without the distant lights for orientation, the crew's spirits began to tense. There is a saying in the deep sea that when a vessel enters unexplored territory, the ocean floor has already prepared places for the crew. Yet, as days passed, the fierce battles Charles had anticipated did not materialize. This expanse of sea remained as tranquil as a lake. Gazing down from the bow, the surroundings resembled still ink. This calmness offered no reassurance. It felt like the eerie calm before a storm, stifling to the point of suffocation. Charles remained on high alert, tirelessly patrolling the deck day and night, fearful that something lurking beneath the surface might board the ship. The searchlights on the vessel pierced the darkness like columns of light, providing the crew with a semblance of security. July 1, 4:35, clear. Everything remains normal today. This palpable oppression is pushing my crew to the brink of madness. That lad Depp spends every free moment kneeling on the deck, imploring various deities for protection. I have stopped him. The gods of the deep sea are not so easily appeased, and careless words can summon misfortune. Fortunately, the cook discovered a nest of young mice in the storeroom, diverting their attention. Watching them carefully feed the little creatures, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. They have companionship, but what of me? Why was I alone during my crossing? Solitude is a heavy burden. How I long for a companion. Once the ink had dried, Charles closed the journal and placed it in the cabinet. From the bottom of the cabinet, he retrieved a square glass bottle containing a brown liquid. Raising it to his lips for a swig, the resultant lightheadedness eased the tension in his mind. Previously, Charles had never understood the appeal of alcohol. The bitter taste reminiscent of horse urine, but now he comprehended its allure. His weary mind craved more alcohol to numb itself, yet he refrained from indulging further. A few sips could relax him, but excessive drinking would dispel his resolve to return home. Just then, an uproar erupted from outside. Startling Charles, he hastily stowed the bottle and rushed to the deck. First Mate Depp dashed to Charles, his excitement palpable, face flushed as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Charles's gaze transcended the ship's edge into the distant darkness. In the beam of the searchlight, a colossal form emerged directly ahead of the rat ship. It was an island. They had arrived. As the steamboat slowly approached the shore, the cheers gradually faded along the coastline of the island. 8 dilapidated steamboats lay anchored, their hulls marred by signs of decay, with the oldest likely having remained there for 2 or 3 years. The vessels sat motionless upon the water, akin to coffins adrift. Why are there so many boats? Where are the crew? Depp's voice trembled with anxiety, but no one offered an answer. They beheld the island. A shadow of dread cloaked each heart. Charles did not rush to disembark. Instead, he led Depp and James to the nearest steamboat. There were no traces of blood or chaos. Fuel and provisions were plentiful. Everything appeared remarkably normal, save for the absence of crew members. Suddenly, Charles recalled something and forcefully entered the captain's quarters, rummaging through the belongings until he unearthed a concealed journal. Chapter 7. The Unperceived. January 11. For 35. We have finally arrived. May the great powers bless us, if we can retrieve the relic. I shall undergo the anointment ceremony and become the true servant of the Holy One. This was the final entry in the captain's log, revealing that he was a follower of the Furtan cult. It was not difficult to surmise that the cult had previously dispatched its own devotees to find Charles. Charles instructed the crew to search other vessels, discovering that the situations were largely similar. The captain's journals recorded their elated sentiments in their final moments, just as Charles was at a loss for an explanation. The gaunt cook, Fry, approached with a journal in hand. "Captain, take a look at this. It's somewhat different." Charles accepted it, flipping it open, his pupils contracting in immediate alarm. Scrawled across the beige pages were chaotic phrases. "Beware, do not go to the island. They are one of us. They are not human. They will devour us. I do not wish to be consumed. I must return to the island. It is safe. The island." The disjointed phrases conveyed a mind unraveling, sending chills down the spines of all who read, leaving them to ponder what horrors this captain had endured. Depp swallowed hard, retreating slightly, his eyes warily scanning the familiar faces of his companions. The journal's warning suggested that danger lurked among them. Did that imply that monsters were concealed within their midst? Charles was acutely aware of his thoughts. A sharp rap on his diary was a reminder to dispel any fanciful notions. After all, they had yet to set foot on the island. "Captain, are we still going?" Deep's voice was tinged with hesitation. "Of course we are. We have come this far. There is no turning back. And no matter what dangers lie ahead on that island, they shall not obstruct his path home. Even if it means perishing, he would rather die on the journey at the very least." Thanks to the diary, they had gained a modicum of intelligence that the perils on the island might be akin to the beast that had previously slain the first mate. Capable of camouflage, once we land, no one is to stray beyond the line of sight. "Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain." The rat slowly approached the shore, its rusted anchor crashing into the water as the black smoke from the chimney gradually dispersed. A wooden boat was lowered, and all aboard moved toward the ominous island. As the dark silhouette of the island loomed closer, Charles opened a wooden crate, retrieving some flintlock and revolver pistols, with bundles of tightly wrapped explosives at the very bottom. He had procured an ample supply of equipment for this mission. Armed with weapons, the crew's spirits considerably lifted. 7 robust men, each wielding arms, leapt from the wooden boat and traversed the beach toward the distant forest. Though termed a forest, it bore no trace of greenery. The gnarled branches appeared to be cloaked in a thick layer of rust, while the trunks seemed grotesquely swollen in some areas and abruptly concave in others. Walking among them evoked a disconcerting sensation, as though one were traversing the interior of a body. The crew understood their objective, a golden statue of the god Furtan, under the flickering torchlight. They desperately scanned their surroundings for any glimmering objects, but their search yielded nothing. Not long after, a scattered arrangement of footprints appeared on the ground. The sight of the footprints offered a slight sense of relief. At least it indicated that others had traversed this path, suggesting it might be somewhat safe. Whether it was a fortunate guess or not, they walked for nearly 2 hours without incident. When they gathered branches to kindle a fire, the tense atmosphere began to ease. The aroma of toasted bread wafted through the air as the crew speculated on what had befallen those who had vanished. Do you think monsters devoured them? Just like the creatures of the sea? Unlikely. Some of those aboard were followers of Furtan, as you know, and the sea creatures seldom attack them. I suspect the danger lies within the island. Charles refrained from joining the discussion. He remained vigilant, surveying the peculiar surroundings. This strange forest was indeed unsettling, as aside from the noises they made, there was an eerie silence, no chirping insects or singing birds. The absence of danger on the island was profoundly strange. He had perused many records from exploration captains, and not a single island in the sea was devoid of peril. The islands inhabited by humanity had been claimed only after arduous efforts to eliminate threats. Much like the previous coral islands, upon initial contact, humanity discovered that the island was alive, leading to a fierce battle between over 20 exploration ships and the colossal coral. It was said that many lives were lost before they could conquer it. Enough chatter. Let us finish our meal and resume our search. The longer we linger here, the greater the danger." Upon hearing Charles's words, the crew ceased their idle talk and hastened to swallow their food, briefly replenishing their strength before setting out once more. "Captain, I've heard that once we return, we'll be aboard a grand ship, correct?" Deep inquired, leaning closer and speaking softly. "Indeed. Splendid. Then I shall oversee a dozen sailors, just like the first mates of those grand vessels, rather than having no crew at all as I do now." Casting a glance at the eager youth, Charles smiled faintly. Youth was indeed a blessing, always inclined to see the bright side of every situation. However, upon their return, it was indeed necessary to recruit sailors. Although the Rat was not grand in size, the absence of a single sailor was somewhat absurd. Charles and his companions pressed onward along the path, yet it seemed as though the small trail had no end, stretching infinitely ahead, were it not for the sporadic footprints on the ground that continued to change. Charles would have believed they were treading in place. After nearly 3 hours of walking, with their legs growing sore, the trees suddenly vanished, revealing a stone structure ensnared by brown vines. The building appeared somewhat dilapidated, its purpose unclear, be it a temple or a church. The grand wooden door that should have stood there was conspicuously absent, leaving only a dark, gaping hole. Charles gestured to the bandaged figure, his expression grave as he inquired, "Is that where it resides?" The bandaged figure hesitated before nodding slightly. "I'm not entirely certain. Forgive me, my memory fails me." Regardless of the uncertainty, Charles resolved to investigate. The footprints on the ground led directly to the entrance, displaying no signs of disorder. No danger had yet presented itself. He turned to his large-bore cannon and addressed the chef. "Let us proceed. The 4 of us will explore within." James and Fry nodded in unison, following Charles as he strode inside. The torchlight illuminated the interior, which, in stark contrast to its dilapidated exterior, appeared remarkably clean and spacious. The smooth red floor was devoid of dust, yet the peculiar decorations on the walls sent shivers down the spines of those who entered. The walls were adorned with an array of bizarre reliefs, depicting grotesque creatures that defied human imagination. Hybrids of starfish and octopus, their strange bodies embedded with an eye at their center, through their contorted limbs. They seemed to be engaged in some form of worship. However, the trio paid little heed to these peculiar reliefs, their attention drawn instead to the golden statue at the center, an uncanny humanoid figure adorned with tentacles, embodying the god Fortan. Chapter 8. A discovery. "There it is," Charles exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The idol lay unguarded, and with no one nearby, they could simply retrieve it and return to the Coral Islands, thus completing their mission. He lifted his foot, preparing to seize it, but abruptly halted as a thought struck him. Wasn't this all a bit too easy? If it were so straightforward, why had those who came before them failed to take it? Ultimately disappearing instead, as Charles hesitated, the bandaged figure moved beside him, directly approaching and lifting the statue of Fortan. He then returned to Charles's side, speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. "Let us head back. The high priest awaits." Although Charles sensed something amiss, the acquisition of the idol took precedence, and he dismissed his concerns, gesturing for the crew to move swiftly outside. "The statue seems somewhat heavy. We shall carry it for 30 minutes. The bandaged figure and James nodded in agreement. They continued along the narrow path toward the shore. The golden statue was indeed burdensome, and even with shifts in carrying, it proved exhausting. Midway through their journey, Charles paused for a rest. It was imperative not to wait until their strength was entirely depleted to take a break, as any unforeseen circumstance could arise, leaving them with no chance to react. By the flickering fire, Charles sat on the ground, his gaze warily scanning the surrounding darkness. If the journey forward had been devoid of danger, it suggested that threats lay along their return path. He could not afford to lower his guard. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, Charles turned to the bandaged figure beside him and declared, "For the next stretch, we must not stop. We must press on unceasingly." The bandaged figure nodded, but after a moment's hesitation, glanced around before saying, I think I may have forgotten something. Once we have the statue, it matters not whether we have anything else. We must hurry." Impatiently, Charles grasped the statue and continued onward. The bandaged figure fell silent, trailing behind him. The bizarre forest, illuminated by the firelight, flickered in and out of view, and in the silence, aside from their labored breaths and footfalls, no other sounds could be heard. When Charles finally returned to the beach and beheld the Rat in the distance, a glimmer of joy broke through the sweat on his brow. This adventure had been a success. If only they could return and deliver the idol to the followers of Fortan. He could procure an exploration ship, recruit a crew, and seek his way home. Just as he began to sprint through the sand towards the rat, his steps faltered, and the smile faded from his face, a question dawning in his mind. Was it truly I who piloted this grand steamship all by myself? An inexplicable dread suddenly enveloped Charles. He reflected on his journey to this point. Invited by the followers of Fortan, he had set out alone aboard the rat, prepared food in the kitchen alone, fueled the turbine single-handedly, scrubbed the deck by himself, patrolled the deck alone, and steered the ship all by himself. Charles wandered back and forth on the beach, clutching a golden statue. I once had a crew. I sailed with first mate old John and the bosun Dim. However, Dim had been skinned by something beneath the waves, and John had disembarked at the Coral Isles. After that, I was alone on the rat. Indeed, a grimace of anguish crossed Charles's face, although the memories were vividly clear. The images displayed contradicted reality, defying all logic. This is impossible. I am not Superman. How could I possibly accomplish all of this alone? There must be something amiss. As Charles's gaze inadvertently swept over the footprints on the ground, he felt a jolt run through him. There were 7 distinct footprints, both large and small, clearly recent. Charles hastily discarded the statue, removing his boots to compare them against one of the prints, the patterns, sizes, and curves. This is my footprint. I did not come here alone. My memories have been rewritten. Startled and drenched in cold sweat, he turned towards the several empty boats next to the rat, now understanding why no one was aboard those vessels. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. The current information indicated that he was not alone. He had a crew who had vanished, not only from reality but also from his mind. He had to find them. He could not return alone. Yet a new dilemma confronted Charles. How could he search for 6 individuals he did not recognize, who did not exist? Who were they? What were their names? Were they male or female? Just then, a figure slowly emerged into the glow of the torchlight. The moment Charles beheld the person's appearance, his pupils contracted, and he instinctively drew his pistol. Aiming it at the creature's head, it was a humanoid figure wrapped in old yellow bandages, the tattered wrappings exposing the dark skin beneath. Halt! State your name. I am called Bandage. No. Wait. I am not called Bandage. Who are you? Do you know me? Glancing quickly at the mummy's bandaged feet, Charles began to search among the 7 sets of footprints. The patterns of the bandages were clearly imprinted in the sand. Though it was hard to believe, this creature was indeed one of his crew. Lowering his revolver, Charles swiftly explained the situation to Bandage. Is that so? I cannot recall. Who am I? Do you know who I am? Bandage's tone was hesitant. We can discuss this later. Where did you escape from? Are there others there? Charles pressed urgently. The trees do not like me. The trees released me, and there are others there. Charles struggled to comprehend Bandage's words, but it seemed he knew where the others were. Lead me there at once. We must rescue them. After firmly imprinting the remaining 5 pairs of footprints in his mind, Charles followed Bandage back into the peculiar forest. The misty woods remained as silent as ever, and Bandage guided Charles along the path strewn with footprints. With the previous warnings in mind, Charles began to notice something amiss. The footprints dwindled as they advanced, indicating that the others had also vanished. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or not, Charles began to feel as if something in the forest was watching him. After walking for about half an hour, the swaying Bandage suddenly turned and headed into the adjacent woods. Charles now understood why Bandage's wrappings were in such disarray. Chapter 9. The tree came to life. Charles seized Bandage, drawing the black knife lodged in his leg to use as a machete. Relentlessly hacking at the branches adorned with bandages, the thorny limbs were easily severed, yet the cut ends remained hollow. The two plunged deeper into the forest, and soon, Charles beheld the others in Bandage's mouth. A scene that left him astounded. Before him stood a bizarre stunted tree, its spiny trunk entwined around the body of a youth, the unconscious human dangling like a piece of waxen meat. Swaying gently as if a fruit of the strange tree, there was more than one fruit. The peculiar tree was heavy with them. Although Charles's memories were lost, he believed, if he were not mistaken, that these individuals were the crew who had accompanied him. We must free them. Charles gripped the black knife and charged forward. A young man fell to the ground, groaning in pain, gradually regaining consciousness. Who are you? Have you seen my captain? Charles had no time for pleasantries. With swift, decisive blows, he hacked at the branches, rescuing everyone. Yet this time, something emerged from within the hollow branches, a cluster of small, Quivering pink tendrils fell from the cross-section. Suddenly, the stunted tree trembled, and all present turned their attention to it. The rust-red trunk began to crack, and several palpable gazes shot forth from the fissures. Sweeping across Charles, a thought flashed through Charles's mind. Is this thing alive? The tree's movements grew increasingly pronounced, revealing twisted flesh and blood within the crevices, along with a yellowish-brown eyeball that burned with unbridled fury. Run! The living beings present instantly sprang into action. Even in their confusion, human instinct urged them to flee. They had scarcely taken a few steps when a thunderous explosion erupted. The stunted tree burst open. And a writhing, fleshy creature emerged. It resembled a starfish covered in black fur at a glance, but upon closer inspection, its fur was revealed to be long, dark tentacles, with an orange-yellow single eye and a gaping maw at its center. This monster opened its beastly mouth, thrashing its tendrils as it pursued its fleeing prey. Fortunately, Charles had previously cleared a path, allowing them to maintain some distance. The surrounding tree trunks began to tremble and crack. It was as if they had triggered some mechanism, awakening various grotesque beings from their slumber, stretching their repulsive appendages. They swayed and emitted sharp, piercing shrieks, transforming the entire island into a hellish nightmare. The malicious gazes from all directions sent chills down everyone's spines, rendering their limbs stiff. Hurry, faster! Charles urged the youth to escape swiftly. They ran for what felt like an eternity, the situation growing increasingly dire. It was not just the fleshly creatures behind them that surged forward, but even the peculiar tree ahead began to sway. Just then, a massive web formed from the writhing tendrils ahead, surrounding them. In a moment of desperation, Charles suddenly remembered something. He reached instinctively for his waist and grasped a hard object. It was the explosives he had brought. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered as the sealed passageway reappeared. The explosives could help clear a path for the group, but as the supply dwindled, the expressions of the others grew increasingly grim. Just as Charles held the last pack of explosives, the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed from afar. Ahead lay the exit. Everyone understood what that meant, and their pace quickened, desperately tapping into their hidden reserves of strength. The final pack of explosives was lit and thrown, and the hard ground was finally replaced by soft sand. They had made it. The 7 of them raced towards the wooden boat by the shore, the monstrous fleshly creatures hot on their heels. Out of the corner of his eye, Charles caught a glimmer of gold. It was the statue of Fortan he had previously discarded. Charles sprinted a few steps, seized the statue, and leapt onto the boat, while the others frantically paddled, finally returning to the sea just ahead of the pursuing monsters. The creatures seemed to fear the salt water, recoiling at even the slightest contact. Once the group had safely returned to the rat, a collective sigh of relief washed over them, collapsing onto the ground, panting like old dogs. Despite the protests of their aching muscles, Charles endured the pain and stood up. The danger had not yet passed, and they had to leave this cursed island, full steam ahead. Sailors, raise the anchor. First mate, steer us away from this dreadful place. Aye, Captain. As Charles observed the crew swiftly executing their commands, a flicker of astonishment coursed through him, as he sensed an incongruity in the atmosphere. He rapidly sifted through his memories and was astonished to discover that the crew had all returned, and he could recall their names. It appeared that whether due to the island or the monstrous entities, memories had been altered, yet once removed from the island, recollections could be restored. With his hands propped on the ship's railing, Charles gazed distantly at the island. In the darkness, the grotesque, meaty creatures appeared indistinct. They elongated their tentacles, swaying rhythmically from side to side, as if partaking in some sinister ritual. Their presence rendered eerily haunting in the shadows. Under Charles's scrutiny, the chimney of the mouse vessel once again belched forth black smoke as the group gradually distanced themselves from the bizarre isle. It wasn't until mealtime that, under Charles's elucidation, the crew finally comprehended the events that had transpired, leaving them utterly astounded. Good heavens, is the uncharted island truly this perilous? No wonder the exploration vessels vanish at such alarming rates. My memories vanished only to return. Captain, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? After sipping his soup, Charles cleared his throat, prompting the murmurs to subside. He surveyed each face before stating, "Let us begin by reporting our names and duties, verifying our memories for any inconsistencies." The island's uncanny nature instilled in him a profound wariness. It had silently caused crew members to vanish and could even erase one's memories, a power he found profoundly unsettling. Bing Dai, the first mate, assisted the captain and organized various work plans, responsible for drafting cargo loading schedules, while helming the vessel at 12:24. James, the chief engineer, was tasked with maintaining the normal operation of the turbine. He also oversaw propulsion devices and auxiliary equipment, boilers, and lubrication cooling alongside fuel. Fry, the cook, managed the crew's meals. Deep, the bosun, guided the sailors in maintaining and repairing anchors, cables, and loading equipment. He led the crew in tasks involving painting, rigging, and high-altitude work. Walter, the helmsman, executed steering duties, navigational watch responsibilities, and routine deck maintenance. Jack, the second helmsman, managed cable handling, the deployment and retrieval of the gangway, and various deck operations. Anna, the ship's doctor, was responsible for treating the crew's ailments and conducting regular health checkups. Upon confirming the presence of precisely 8 pairs of footprints in his mind, Charles finally exhaled in relief, realizing he had indeed been overly cautious. The ordeal had passed. Chapter 10, Ship's Doctor Anna. Date, July 2nd. 8 years after crossing. Exploring the island proved far more arduous than I had anticipated. I initially believed that untouched realms would harbor merely formidable creatures. However, yesterday's events imparted a profound lesson. The island's perils extend beyond the tangible. They delve into realms of human imagination that are difficult to fathom. I had never envisioned monsters capable of altering human memories. Yet, I shall not relent. Regardless of the challenges, I am determined to once again bask in the sun's warm embrace. Fortunately, I am not alone on the journey home. Just as Charles was about to continue writing, a delicate, pale foot pressed upon his back. "How many times must I remind you not to disturb me while I write in my journal?" he said, naturally pushing the foot away. Ha. Remember when our elementary school teacher assigned us daily journals during the summer? You used to copy mine. Now that we've crossed into this wretched place, you've suddenly become diligent? Charles turned to face the woman reclining on the bed. It was Anna, the ship's doctor, her curvaceous form presenting a striking visual impact as she lay on her side, exuding a mature allure that stirred the imaginations of men. Yet, for Charles, such sights had become commonplace. "What do you want now?" he inquired. Upon hearing Charles's question, Anna's smile brightened even further. She gently tugged at the strap of her dress, allowing it to slip down her shoulder, while her left hand glided slowly up her porcelain thigh. "Come now, let us enjoy ourselves. After all, we have plenty of time." Gazing at his former companion, Charles revealed a bittersweet smile. "May I have a moment to breathe? We've just escaped. After running for so long on the island. Aren't you tired?" Anna's expression immediately soured as she playfully kicked Charles with her foot. Her voice laced with mock reproach. In the early days after our crossing, you would eagerly pull me into rooms at every opportunity. What is it? Have the 7-year itch set in? Are you beginning to resent me?" "Scoundrel!" Charles sighed softly and approached her, wrapping his arms around her in a gentle embrace. "Judgia, have some understanding. There are no fields that remain unfarmed, only overworked oxen. If I don't fulfill my duties today, don't expect any favors from me this month." As Anna continued her playful complaints, the oil lamp in the room gradually dimmed. The diary resting on the table, its pages turned due to inertia, revealed the previous day's entries. They were not alone. But what of me? Why was my crossing a solitary endeavor? Being alone is truly isolating. How I wish for a companion. The following day, as Charles awoke, he instinctively leaned over to kiss Anna on her smooth cheek. "I'm off to take the helm." With her eyes still closed, Anna impatiently pushed Charles's face away, grumbling, Go away, don't kiss me if you haven't shaved." "It's prickly." Charles chuckled knowingly and pecked her cheek once more before getting out of bed to dress. Upon arriving at the cockpit, he found Bing Dai meticulously steering the ship. He patted Bing Dai on the shoulder and asked, "How's everything?" No abnormalities. Having shared life and death experiences together, Charles had completely lowered his guard around Bing Dai. Had it not been for Bing Dai's escape from that peculiar tree, he might not have located the others. Although Bing Dai appeared enigmatic, he was certainly not malevolent. Bing Dai showed no reaction to Charles's friendliness. "All right, you should rest and I'll take over," Charles said, assuming the helm. Bing Dai, as usual, calmly performed a ritual salute before exiting the cockpit. Charles felt a surge of joy as he navigated the ship. Although darkness enveloped the surroundings, obscuring any view, he realized it had been a long time since he felt this content. His spirits lifted significantly. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a disgruntled Deep entered, pouting. "Captain, that fellow Walter is utterly unfit to be on the ship. I propose we expel him. He was responsible for the mice, and now they're gone. It's just a bunch of mice. Is it worth arguing with a companion over? Perhaps they simply scurried away, Charles thought, feeling a headache coming on. As captain, he was responsible for mediating crew conflicts. Impossible. I've searched everywhere. The mice couldn't have just jumped overboard. At that moment, Walter, the sailor in question, rushed in, fervently defending himself. The mice truly vanished without a trace. It's not my fault. The two men surrounded Charles, engaged in a heated dispute. Eventually, he presented the reward for their voyage, managing to divert their attention. Initially, Charles believed the matter had been resolved, but fate had other plans, as the next incident involved a person. Captain, Walter is missing. Upon hearing this from his bosun, Charles's brow furrowed slightly. Crew members were not mere mice, and the ship was not so vast that someone could simply vanish without a trace. Charles ordered all crew members to begin searching for the missing sailor. Yet after thoroughly combing the mouse vessel, there was still no sign of him. The earlier joy and relief of completing their tasks evaporated. And during dinner at 6 that evening, a shadow hung over every face. As they ate their meals without taste, observing the crew's expressions, Charles understood that as captain, he must devise a strategy. If it were merely a sea creature that had boarded and dragged the sailor into the depths, that would be the best outcome. What he feared most was that this incident was merely the beginning of a series of disappearances. From now on, everyone must act in pairs, even when using the restroom. Additionally, all personnel must carry firearms at all times. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. As Charles quietly consumed his meal, a delicate, pale hand reached out to gently pat his arm, but a soft female voice whispered in his ear, "Don't worry. We've endured so much together. This time will surely be fine." Charles's anxiety eased slightly, and he offered Anna, seated beside him, a strained smile, "Don't comfort me. This is merely a minor issue. Just refrain from wandering off. Remember to stay close to me. Of course, just don't complain when I become bothersome," Anna replied playfully, rubbing her finger across Charles's face before popping it into her mouth, crumbs and all. After a few bites, Charles noticed Anna resting her chin on her hand, intently watching him. "Why aren't you eating? I recently indulged in some snacks, and now I find myself completely devoid of hunger. Where did the snacks come from aboard the ship? You aren't trying to lose weight again, are you? You're not overweight. Starving yourself is detrimental to your health. All right. Tend to your own affairs. Captain, I shall seek out sustenance myself when I feel the need." Chapter 11. The assault on the bandage. After the meal, Charles commenced a patrol of the Mouse, ensuring the safety of all aboard, with the cause of the sailors' disappearances unknown and the enemy lurking in the shadows. He could only resort to this clumsy method for the time being. The atmosphere aboard the ship had returned to the tense state it was in prior to their arrival. Everyone was on edge, doing their utmost to avoid drawing attention to themselves, fearful of vanishing without a trace. Whether it was the effectiveness of Charles's strategy or the departure of the entity, the following days aboard the Mouse were remarkably tranquil. 4 days later, Charles stood at the bow, gazing out over the inky expanse of the sea. In no more than 3 days, the Mouse would return to the marked shipping lane, at which point safety should be assured. Estimating the time required to return to the island in his mind, Charles turned to Anna, who was seated at the anchor machinery. "Come, let us visit the turbine room." "I refuse. Wandering about with you day after day makes me feel like a fool. There is nothing of interest in this dilapidated place. If you wish to go, you may do so alone," Anna replied with evident impatience. "Do not let your guard down. It is perilous for you to remain alone." Charles reached out to gently grasp her arm, only to have it brusquely shaken off. "Oh, I have already said I will not go. Why must you be so bothersome? Besides, isn't that mummy up there watching? What danger could there be?" Charles glanced upwards, clearly seeing the bandaged figure at the helm through the transparent glass. "Very well, you may rest here. I shall return shortly." He opened the hatch and descended to the lowest level of the turbine room. As the powerhouse of the entire steamship, the turbine room was oppressively hot. Upon entering, Charles spotted James, the chief engineer, shirtless as he added fuel, alongside the deckhand, Deep, who was panting in the heat like a dog. "Captain, I can't endure this any longer. Let me take over. It's far too hot down here," Deep complained with a frown. "Bear with it for the sake of your comrades' safety. Even if there were man-eating monsters, they wouldn't descend into this heat. Who besides the likes of the giant could stand it?" Charles moved beside James and patted his sturdy shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. The insulation of the new ship will be significantly better." James chuckled. "I've grown accustomed to it. Aside from the heat, working down here is quite easy. When we acquire a new ship, You won't be able to manage it alone. You will become the chief engineer. Overseeing the first, second, and third assistants, to his surprise, James appeared startled by Charles's words, quickly retreating a step and fanning his hands as if to dismiss the idea. No. No. I shan't manage anyone. Let others do that. I only wish to stoke the fire, truly. Just as Charles was about to reassure his crew, a resounding crash echoed from the nearby pipes, followed by a mournful wail from the mouse, causing the surroundings to tilt at a sharp angle of 75 degrees. Stumbling to the ground, Charles quickly realized the ship had suddenly tilted. There must be an issue with the helmsman, and he crawled to the communication pipe, calling out urgently, "Bandage! Respond immediately." Yet, the only sounds that returned were those of flesh being torn and the agonizing groans of the bandaged one. Damn it! Charles drew his revolver, steadying himself amid the swaying as he scrambled towards the stairway. "You too. Come with me. There's trouble in the cockpit." As Charles burst onto the deck in a frenzy, he was met by a tearful Anna, rushing towards him. The mummy! The mummy! Upon reaching the cockpit, Charles and the others beheld a gruesome sight. Dark red blood splattered everywhere, rendering the cockpit a chaotic mess. The bandaged helmsman lay on the floor like a rag doll, torn and battered, with numerous wounds marring his body, and his right leg severed completely. Charles rushed to the wounded figure, momentarily at a loss as to where to place his hands. After a brief pause, he tore away the bandages from the bandaged one's face and placed his fingers near his nose. Upon feeling a faint breath, Charles exhaled in relief. He swiftly drew the black knife from his boot, placing it in the bandaged one's hand, hoping to utilize its healing properties to sustain his life. "Anna, do not stand there in shock. Come and apply pressure to the wounds." Charles's shout roused the dazed ship's doctor. Her eyes reddened as she nodded vigorously. Sprinting towards the door, "I'll grab the hemostatic clamp. Do not give up, my friend. You shall not perish. Please, do not abandon hope." Charles murmured words of encouragement into the bandaged one's ear. Moments later, Anna returned, her voice wavering as she cried, "Charles, my medical kit is missing." Charles stared at Anna for a second before quickly instructing, "Head to the captain's quarters. It is at the bottom of the cabinet. I stocked some supplies. Deep, hurry and gather everyone." In the ensuing chaos, 6 individuals stood in the disarrayed cockpit, their anxious gazes fixated on Charles, seeking reassurance. This burden weighed heavily upon him. Yet it was precisely in moments like this that a captain must maintain composure. "Anna, did you see what attacked the bandaged one?" "I did not see. The ship suddenly lurched, and I fell to the ground. That thing is still aboard. It will surely strike again. But Captain, we have searched everywhere. It is nowhere to be found. Could it be that it can become invisible?" Deep asked, his brow furrowed in worry. The creatures of the deep sea are notoriously bizarre. Invisibility is not an extraordinary trait. However, it is unlikely. If it could become invisible, there would be no need to wait so long. Charles understood that he must take action. He could not allow his crew to suffer further attacks. If this continued, the mouse would transform into an iron coffin, entombing them all. But in such ignorance, what could he possibly do? After a moment of contemplation, Charles pursed his lips and declared, "Open the main turbine. Let it run at full capacity. As long as we can return to the Coral Islands at the highest speed, the mouse can be scrapped without issue. Deep, lock all the cabin doors tight. Fry, move all perishable foods from the kitchen to the turbine room and cockpit. The rest of you remain in these 2 locations. Since we cannot find it, let us simply huddle together until we reach port." "But what about the restroom?" Anna asked softly. Charles tapped the transparent glass in front of him, indicating towards the deck outside. As the crowd began to congregate in the 2 designated areas, the atmosphere aboard the mouse grew increasingly oppressive. In the cockpit, Deep was at the helm. Anna tended to the bandaged one in the hammock, while Charles sat on a stool, continuing to write in his journal. Inside the cabin, aside from the scratching of the pen against the paper, silence reigned. Chapter 12. All a deception. My first mate has succumbed to an assault by some unknown entity and lies unconscious. The situation is dire. The multitude of wounds he bears renders his survival a miracle. And I cannot ascertain whether he will awaken. With a snap, Charles capped his pen and returned it to his pocket, releasing a weary sigh as he idly flipped through his journal, upon discovering a particular page. His breath quickened. In that instant, he regretted having seen its contents. He closed the journal, shaking his head in a nervous laugh. "What has brought you such joy?" Anna inquired curiously from a distance. Charles scrutinized her for several seconds before approaching the bandaged one. Retrieving the black knife from his grasp, he then gestured to Anna, indicating for her to step outside. Is it not for safety that we should remain together? Why venture out again? Anna questioned as she exited the cabin. Charles cradled her fair face in his hands, gently kissing her. Anna's eyes widened in surprise. Once he released her, she lightly tapped his chest, her cheeks slightly flushed. What madness has overtaken you? Judgia, we have known each other since childhood. Have you only ever favored me? Charles, his expression serene, leaned against the ship's wall. Ridiculous, of course. You were the one I chose when you handed me a shovel in the sandbox during kindergarten, Anna replied, affectionately leaning closer. Charles tenderly wrapped his arms around her, gazing into the encroaching darkness. Judgia, you are the epitome of a perfect wife, beautiful, refined, and loyal. With a smile, Anna encircled Charles's neck with her arms. I enjoy such cheesy compliments. Do not stop. Speak more. Do you recall the brands of lipstick you possess? What purpose does this serve? It has been so long. How could I possibly remember? Indeed, you would not recall, for I am but a man of unyielding steel. Devoid of such memories. Charles's lips twitched slightly, and suddenly tears streamed down his face. His left hand reached out, and a revolver materialized in his grasp, the dark muzzle aimed steadily at Anna's tranquil abdomen. Gao Jiming, what are you doing? A flicker of displeasure crossed Anna's features. You even know my true name, yet you choose to be a fabrication. Why? With a contorted visage, Charles pulled the trigger with grim determination. Bang, bang, bang. The impact of the bullets sent Anna staggering back, her dark green blood splattering everywhere. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling slightly, Anna lowered her gaze, and upon seeing the appendage writhing from her abdomen, she fell into despair, frantically tugging at her hair as if unable to accept this reality. What is this? Why is there something like this inside me? Gao Jiming, help me. As her words faded, her delicate features crumbled like a melted candle. A grotesque creature, resembling a twisted mass of flesh covered in yellow-green slime, emerged on the deck of the RAT. Was as distorted and terrifying as its kin on the island, with 7 or 8 tentacles thrashing uncontrollably. Akin to a malformed octopus emerging from the water. Gazing at the abomination before him, tears streaming down his face, Charles's hand trembled with the gun. Everything he believed about Anna was a mere illusion. In the next moment, the creature let out a horrifying roar and lunged towards Charles. He rolled aside just in time, his expression shifting to one of steely resolve as his hands deftly reloaded the weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Green blood erupted from the creature, but such wounds were insufficient to halt its advance. The tentacle, bristling with appendages, lashed out at Charles's hand, sending him flying. Why? Gritting his teeth, Charles swiftly drew a black knife and struck down at the thrashing tentacle. The creature howled in retreat as Charles charged forward. When man and beast reached the bow of the ship, the creature's tentacles unfurled like fine hair, ensnaring Charles in a manner reminiscent of a fishing net. The appendages constricted mercilessly around him, and Charles could hear the anguished cries of his bones. Crack. The ribs began to break, 1, then 2, the excruciating pain eliciting a groan from Charles. In that critical moment, the cockpit glass shattered, and a bullet pierced the creature's massive yellow eye, causing its eyeball to explode like a watermelon. The howling beast immediately released Charles and fled toward the edge of the ship. Gunfire erupted as the others emerged from the turbine room, armed and readied. And no matter how formidable the creature, it was still flesh and blood. Under the onslaught of gunfire, its bizarre form was reduced to mere tatters. When the gunfire ceased, the once mighty beast lay in a pool of its foul blood, its tentacles trembling and sluggishly moving. Charles approached, clutching his aching abdomen. He raised the revolver to the creature's maw. Its front coalesced into the visage of Anna, her face twisted in a mournful smile, dark green blood trickling from the corners of her eyes. Gao Jiming, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was a fabrication. This single utterance pierced Charles's heart like a dagger, and pain etched itself across his features. He would have preferred the creature to curse him instead. The others gathered around, their expressions grave as they stood behind Charles. I cannot control it. I am merely a beta created, stalling for time. Shoot below the eyes. That is its weak point. As he gazed at the memory of his companion, who had been by his side for so long. Charles felt the revolver in his hand grow unbearably heavy. Gao Jiming, hurry. Its recovery rate is astonishing. Noticing Charles's hesitation, and a turn to the nearby Dip. Little one, you take over. Just as Dip hesitated, Charles clenched his jaw, raised the gun, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. As the bullet struck her, A desolate smile spread across Anna's face. Thank you. I truly wish to return home with you. As her words faded, her face began to dissolve, merging with the immobile mass of flesh. Ha! Charles suddenly erupted in manic laughter, charging forward to grasp the creature's corpse and heave it overboard with all his might. You shall not deceive me again. I will not fall for your tricks any longer. You memory-altering monsters. All lies. All falsehoods. James cast a worried glance at the increasingly unhinged Charles, cautiously inquiring, Captain, are you all right? Of course, ha-ha. What could possibly be wrong? The crisis has passed. The man-eating monster lies dead. This is a magnificent turn of events. Chef, prepare a feast. We shall celebrate. Dip, gather the crew, and clean this mess. I shall take the helm. For the entire day that followed, the crew of the Rat treaded carefully, wary of provoking their captain. Yet Charles appeared entirely normal, steering the ship and dining as usual, albeit with a level of exuberance that bordered on excessive. After finishing his meal, he retreated to his quarters, shrouded in darkness, neglecting to turn on the lights. With a bitter expression, he retrieved a bottle of liquor from the bottom shelf and sat on the bed, drinking deeply. Anna, why did you have to consume human flesh? If you had not feasted upon my crew, I might have remained oblivious. Chapter 13. Returned to port on the pitch-black sea, the creature's carcass drifted with the waves. Just as it was about to sink into the depths, a steamship, 2/3 larger than the Rat, passed by. A large net with barbed hooks was cast from the deck, ensnaring it effortlessly. Captain, look, I've caught a giant squid. Its tentacles are still moving. Squid? Peter, are you blind? Captain, this is a starfish. Everyone, stand back. A giant octopus is nothing to gawk at. It appears quite delectable. Peter, send it to the kitchen for the chefs to prepare. No problem, Captain. When Charles awoke again, his head throbbed as if punctured by needles. As he relaxed his grip, the empty bottle shattered on the floor. Ignoring the shards of glass scattered about, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing the impassive expression on Charles's face, the crew of the Rat collectively sighed in relief. This was the reassuring demeanor of their captain. Captain, we have returned to safe waters at our current speed of 15 knots. We shall reach port shortly, Dip reported as he continued to steer. How is Bandage? His wounds are healing rapidly, and he has not sustained a fever. Although he remains unconscious, he should pull through. Hearing this news, Charles's somber mood lifted slightly. Do not let your guard down. I shall check on him. The Rat was the only vessel with a private cabin for the captain. The first mate, Bandage, lived in the crew's quarters like everyone else. When Charles entered the cabin, he found Bandage slowly opening his eyes. He rushed over a few steps. Do not move. Lie still. Your injuries have not yet healed. Charles restrained Bandage, who struggled to sit up. Captain, Anna is the monster. She intended to consume me. Charles felt a pang in his heart at these words, forcing a faint smile to offer reassurance. Do not worry. That creature is dead. It is all over now. Relieved, Bandage gradually reclined once more. Rest well. We shall be home soon, and you will complete your mission. Glancing at the empty pant leg of Bandage, Charles realized that his seafaring career was likely at an end. No ship would employ a first mate with only one leg, regardless of their steering prowess. Bandage fell silent. Charles wished to offer comfort, but he was not particularly adept at such matters. Ultimately, he patted Bandage on the shoulder before stepping outside. The remainder of the journey proceeded without incident, and the Rat safely returned to the Coral Islands. As if the followers of Fur and possessed some prophetic ability, even before the Rat docked, Charles spotted Hook accompanied by a throng of devotees awaiting their arrival. Captain Charles, have you secured the relic? Upon seeing the golden statue of Fortan emerge from the wooden crate, he was instantly overcome with excitement, dancing in jubilation before kneeling with his followers in reverence to the idol. What about my payment? Charles inquired. Hook, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly rose and tremblingly produced a piece of paper from his pocket. This is the initial contract. Hurry, quickly give me the relic. Charles took the paper, verified its accuracy, and then tossed the golden statue over. Observing Hook's ecstatic expression as he clutched the statue and prepared to leave, Charles furrowed his brow. Hey, have you forgotten something? James, a towering figure behind him, stepped forward, cradling Bandage's master assistant priest. I have completed my task. The feeble Bandage reported to Hook as if ignoring the Bandage's words. Hook's gaze fell upon his leg. What happened to your leg? It was eaten by a monster. Hook replied with a hint of disdain, tilting his chin upward as two of his acolytes approached the Bandage, intending to retrieve him. Well done, Bandage. On the next prayer day, You shall be honored as a sacrifice." "Thank you, Master Assistant Priest." "What? A sacrifice?" The crew of the rat ship displayed expressions of sheer terror. Suddenly, Charles raised a hand, halting the two acolytes, and fixed Hook with a penetrating stare. "Is this how you treat your own people in the Verdant faith?" Though Charles wished to steer clear of these lunatics, he had fought alongside the bandage, and this slow-witted fellow was somewhat of a friend. He could not stand idly by while a friend was thrown overboard to feed the fish. "Captain Charles, being a sacrifice within our faith is a great honor," James interjected. "If that is such an honor, why don't you want it for yourself? The bandage is my first mate. He cannot leave just yet, as there are matters to hand over." Charles shot a glance at James, who withdrew, still holding the bandage. Hook appeared somewhat impatient, as if the statue held more importance than anything else. After casting a deep glance at Charles, he hurried away. "Fine. A cripple. If Captain Charles desires him, then he is yours." As they departed the dock, Deep rushed to the bandage, exclaiming, "First mate, what were you thinking? He was going to toss you into the sea to feed the fish. And you're thanking him." The bandage remained silent. "Do you understand what it means to be sacrificed to the Verdant deity? Why did you agree?" Charles stepped closer, questioning him. Should the bandage spout forth the nonsensical tenets of Verdant doctrine? Charles intended to send him to a mental institution for treatment. I don't know. It seems I long to be sacrificed. I've forgotten many things." The bandage responded unexpectedly. After pacing back and forth for a moment, Charles halted, gazing at the eyes hidden behind the bandage. "Say nothing more. My new ship requires a first mate. Will you join me?" The bandage hesitated for a few seconds. "But I have no legs." "It's merely one leg short. It's not a significant issue. A chair can still steer the ship." Upon seeing the bandage nod, a smile of relief spread across Charles's face, having recruited a new first mate. He raised his head to address his crew, contemplating for a moment before declaring, "I don't need to say it. We shall have an exploratory ship, much larger than the rat ship." At the captain's announcement, excitement lit up every face, not to mention the advantages of uncovering a habitable island. The salary differences between cargo ships and exploratory ships were astronomical, nearly threefold as for the dangers that accompanied such immense profits. The men who made their living from the sea had never known fear. "Captain, shall we head to the shipyard now?" Deep asked, only to see Charles shake his head. "The ship is my concern. You all have your own tasks. James, you are the chief engineer of the new ship. During this time, find a main and secondary helmsman." The brawny man, suddenly intimidated, shook his head repeatedly. "No, Captain, I can't." "Don't tell me you can't find anyone." "The port has specialized recruitment agencies. Just go and choose," Charles replied, disregarding James's protests. Turning to the eager youth, he instructed, "Deep, you are the bosun. Go recruit 4 sailors." Upon hearing he would manage such a number, the boy showed no signs of apprehension, only exuberance. "Now I can oversee 5 people. This is so exciting. Freddie, with so many people, you can't handle the kitchen alone. Find an assistant cook and no problem, my captain." Chapter 14. The Explorers Association. The group dispersed at the port, each embarking on their respective tasks. After depositing 1 million echo into his account at the bank, Charles hurried to the shipyard. His heart raced with anticipation. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration, akin to the thrill of confessing feelings to a girl for the first time. Within the steel-laden shipyard, he was greeted by an elderly man accompanied by 2 attendants. The owner of the shipyard. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I need an exploratory ship." The old man's face registered surprise upon hearing Charles's request for an exploratory vessel rather than a cargo or fishing ship. "Are you sure you mean an exploratory ship? Have you applied at the Explorers Association?" He hesitated, seeking confirmation. "Not yet." "Does that mean I can't purchase a ship?" Would sensed a hint of displeasure in the customer's tone and quickly clarified. No, of course you can. I merely wanted to confirm. After all, individuals like you, filled with a spirit of adventure, are becoming increasingly rare. Discovering an island is certainly a lucrative venture, but behind every success story lies countless failures. The advent of turbines allowed humanity to explore previously uncharted waters, enabling more efficient searches for new homes. They once believed they would conquer the seas. Unfortunately, humanity is not the protagonist in this tale. Suitable islands for exploration are few, while myriad treacherous islands, bizarre natives, and the abyssal depths serve as harsh reminders. The number of missing exploratory vessels continues to rise, leaving many without husbands and children. And death has finally brought a sense of caution to humanity. Gradually, people cease to regard exploratory ships as heroes instead referring to them in hushed tones as fools courting death, Wood recalled that the last person to purchase an exploratory ship did so 5 years ago. And that individual had, predictably, perished at sea. "Sir, what kind of ship do you require? Please inform me. The ship should not be too large, within 70 meters in length, powered by a magnificent turbine, and equipped with a 125mm rifled cannon at the bow." Charles rattled off, having meticulously prepared for this moment. The various configurations of exploratory vessels were ingrained in his memory. The transaction proceeded swiftly, and an hour later, Charles beheld the exterior of his new ship. The sleek white hull was adorned with neatly arranged rivets, significantly thicker than that of the rat ship. The heftier smokestack attested to the turbine's formidable power. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a larger, refurbished version of the rat ship, but the industrially aesthetic cannon on the foredeck immediately distinguished it from a second-hand cargo vessel. Length, 65 meters. Width, 10 meters. Draft, 5.5 meters. This vessel had originally been commissioned as a warship for the governor's navy. But they were not in haste. "If you are urgent, I can prioritize it for you. This one will do. When can it be launched? Some facilities you require inside are not yet completed. If expedited, it will take approximately half a month before it can be launched. Thanks to partial subsidies from the Explorers Association, you will only need to pay 3.5 million echo." Charles calculated the amount silently, finding it perfectly sufficient in his account. With the sale of the rat ship, the supplies for the next expedition would be assured. "All right, expedite the process. I will return in half a month to collect the ship." Exiting the shipyard, Charles made his way directly to the Explorers Association. Once he obtained the exploratory ship, he would join the association, a loose organization present on every human island. All members are captains of exploration vessels. Of course, it is not mandatory to join. However, it is certainly beneficial, and Charles would not refuse such an opportunity. As long as one becomes an explorer, the vast array of nautical charts within the association will be made available for free. It is worth noting that these charts are quite costly to acquire externally, and besides the charts, there are various other advantages. Charles had already done considerable research on this organization. Naturally, becoming an explorer is not without its drawbacks. One must visit an island at least once a year to maintain their status, and failure to meet exploration quotas will result in the revocation of one's explorer credentials. Nonetheless, this downside holds little weight for Charles, as he is inherently inclined towards island exploration. The Explorers Association is located not far from the dock area, with its striking white stone edifice capturing immediate attention. Glancing at the ship insignia adorning the top of the building, Charles stepped inside. The interior was spacious and echoing, his footsteps reverberating as he entered. Aside from a few counters in the distance, only a handful of men and women were scattered across the sofas on the left. Triangular hats placed on the tables indicating their shared identity with Charles. As he observed them, they too regarded the newcomer with curiosity. After quickly deciphering the words above the counter, Charles approached the leftmost one. Just as he began to fill out the application with a quill, a pale arm encircled his neck. In an instant, Charles's right hand instinctively moved to his waist, where the barrel of a revolver pressed against the belly of the individual behind him. A slightly husky voice whispered in his ear, "Relax, newcomer. This is not the sea, and there is no danger here." The stranger released her grip on Charles's neck, pulled over a chair, and sat down with her legs crossed. The newcomer was a striking woman, with lustrous white hair, long slender legs, and an alluring figure intentionally accentuated by her attire. If one were to overlook her imposing height of nearly 2 meters, any man would wish to draw closer to her. However, Charles was more attentive to the wooden staff at her waist, which appeared to be her weapon. Women venturing onto the sea are rare, but those who survive its perils are certainly not ordinary. There's something you need?" Charles inquired, holstering his gun. "It's been a while since I've seen a newcomer. Come, let me introduce myself. I am Elizabeth, captain of the Black Rose. And you, dear, what is your name?" the towering beauty inquired with a hint of a smile. Charles remained silent, focusing on completing his application, as the harsh realities of the sea had left him disinterested in engaging with strangers. Yet, Elizabeth seemed undeterred by his aloofness. A waft of fragrance enveloped him as she leaned closer, unabashedly peering at his application form. "Charles, what a lovely name. Oh, that place is not particularly significant. Just write something casual." From across the room, a burly man boisterously interjected, "Elizabeth, when I first came here, you weren't this friendly." Elizabeth shot him a disdainful glance. "You are certainly different from him. I have no desire to bed you." So why should I assist you? The man took no offense, laughing heartily along with his companions. With a swift motion, Charles punctured a hole in his application form. He suspected this woman had ulterior motives. But the nature of those motives was beyond his expectations. Indeed, women who make a living at sea are exceptional. Disregarding Elizabeth, Charles promptly finished his application and handed it over. The staff member took the form and began to operate a mechanical device composed of various gears with practiced ease. Elizabeth, unfazed by Charles's indifference, continued to speak. Charles, since this is your first visit, allow me to explain. The Explorers Association serves a straightforward purpose to assist us in finding new islands. However, this service is not without cost. Once you join the association, any captain who later becomes a governor must establish a branch of the Explorers Association on their island. Charles interrupted her. Thank you for the reminder. I am already aware of this. Oh, it seems Mr. Charles has done his homework before arriving. Do you have time later? Would you care to come aboard my ship for a visit? Thank you, but I will come when I have the opportunity. Charles replied, his expression suddenly troubled, not due to Elizabeth, but because the auditory hallucinations in his mind had begun again. With a contorted expression, Charles started tapping his forehead with increasing force. Elizabeth immediately noticed his distress. Her eyes widening in surprise. My goddess, how long has it been since you last rested? She produced a green, jelly-like substance from her bosom and offered it to him. Eat this. It will provide effective relief. Charles, grimacing, shook his head vigorously. It was their first meeting, and he found it difficult to trust someone who would offer him something so readily. What? Afraid I might poison you. Remember, this is the Explorers Association. If I were to poison you in front of them, I'd be out of a job. Feeling the throbbing in his head intensifying, Charles glanced at the employee behind the counter. Eventually, he took the substance and placed it in his mouth. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat. And though the whispers persisted, the irritation began to dissipate. Thank you. What is this? Charles asked, his gaze towards Elizabeth softening. Elizabeth chuckled lightly. You're welcome. I have no idea what it is, only that it can alleviate the whisper of Verton. If you're interested, you can find some on Redwood Island, but don't consume too much. It can be addictive. Charles silently noted this new location, Redwood Island. The robust man from earlier had approached them unnoticed. Clapping Charles on the shoulder, newcomer, the whisper of Verton has already affected you so much. You should take a break. With his guard lowered significantly, Charles sensed the goodwill emanating from these individuals. It had been a long time since he had felt such overt kindness. Elizabeth cast a glance at the still operating staff member and pulled Charles towards a nearby sofa. Come with me. I will share some insights that most people are unaware of. Charles wished to decline, but the sturdy man wrapped his arm around Charles's shoulder and guided him forward. Don't be shy. As the old saying goes, to survive at sea, one must make friends. Before Charles could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself seated on the sofa, surrounded by a motley crew of captains, all curiously regarding him. Their expressions were a mix of intrigue and skepticism, yet devoid of hostility. Elizabeth plopped down beside Charles, her soft form leaning against him. You find us a bit too enthusiastic? She asked with a chuckle. The sea is dark enough. Let's be friendly once we reach land. It is somewhat unexpected. This differs greatly from what I researched at the museum, Charles admitted, feeling more at ease. Upon hearing this, a portly man with round eyes blurted, What do they say about us out there? That we are a bunch of legitimate pirates. Madmen who value money over life. Those who speak such nonsense should be fed to the fish. If I become a governor, anyone who utters such words will have their tongues cut out. Elizabeth shot the man an exasperated look before turning back to Charles with a smile. This is a gathering place for the explorers of Coral Island. Here, you can exchange information. Charles understood. This was a salon for captains of exploration. What kind of information is traded? He inquired. Anything and everything. Islands, routes, relics. Any useful information can be shared. Perhaps what you cannot resolve, others might have a solution for, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. We will gladly assist you. Her words struck a chord with Charles, who had a specific inquiry in mind. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his question. Does anyone have any leads regarding the northern land of light? This was the only clue he had uncovered over the years. An island to the north that purportedly held an exit to the surface. The weight of Charles's question was more potent than he had anticipated. As the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the air, and everyone instinctively distanced themselves from him, as if he bore some contagion. Even Elizabeth shifted to the opposite side of the sofa, her brows furrowing. You wouldn't happen to be a follower of the Church of the Light God, would you? She asked. Charles chuckled awkwardly that I am not. I do not worship any deities, Elizabeth sighed in relief, patting her ample chest. That makes sense. You certainly do not resemble those lunatics. The previously tense atmosphere relaxed, and chatter erupted amongst the group. You startled me. I have no desire to deal with those madmen. The Land of Light. What do you want to know about it? If you were to inquire about that legendary ballad, I must confess I have indeed heard a tale or two. Allow me to share a fragment with you. Perched atop the northern isle lies a ladder leading to the light of dawn. Eternal radiance accompanied by, forgive me. I seem to have forgotten the subsequent verses. As for those mythical entities, how could we possibly possess such knowledge? We are but mortals. Newcomer, your humor is quite delightful. That a flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's face. He had anticipated that the well-traveled captain of the exploration vessel might possess some insight. Alas, it appeared that humanity had lingered in the sea for far too long, rendering their true homeland a mere distant legend. Amidst the discussions, a woman from the counter approached, cradling a stack of tomes in her arms. With a warm smile, she addressed Charles. Mr. Charles, you are now a qualified explorer. The islands you explore within the next 3 years will be protected by the Explorers Association. Here is your proof. Do keep it safe. Allow me to introduce you to the details of your mission. She opened the tomes, revealing pages filled with intricate nautical charts. Any exploration endeavor reported to the association would have provisions such as food and fuel reimbursed, with varying rewards based on the level of danger involved. Charles accepted the charts and scrutinized them closely. He observed that the already explored edges were delineated, with the uncharted dark areas segmented like a cake by white lines. Each section marked with a corresponding reward. To his surprise, some scattered islands within the unexplored waters were noted, including the Golden Statue Island he had previously visited. A delicate finger reached over from beside him, pointing at the sea area, as Elizabeth's alluring voice resonated in his ear. Charles, as a newcomer, I advise you to explore the seas for a few years before venturing to the islands, though her advice held merit. Charles was not swayed. He pointed to the Golden Statue Island and inquired, what does this number signify? A vivid red form marked the island. The stout man nearby interjected, that indicates the danger level. All explored islands are rated at 0. If a captain fails to return from an exploration, the danger level increases by 1. For a newcomer like you, don't even think about a level 4 island. Focus on exploring the seas for a couple of years first. Elizabeth shot him a glance and leaned closer to Charles, whispering, ignore him. I believe you have great potential. Within a year, you could explore this island. I have been there, Charles remarked nonchalantly, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. All eyes widening in astonishment at the young man before them. What did you say? You've been to that level 4 island? The stout man's voice trembled with disbelief, his expression a spectacle. The other captains mirrored his shock. Having just warned him against such reckless pursuits, now faced with the revelation that he had already explored it. Why is there only a danger level on the island, yet no bounty amount? Charles posed another question. Stop changing the subject. When did you go there? What did you find? The stout man pressed, his brow furrowed as he leaned forward, saliva flying. Fortan instructed me to retrieve something from the island. Is there a problem with that? Isn't that how everyone explores islands? At that moment, Elizabeth's composure faltered. A slight blush crept onto her porcelain cheeks, revealing her agitation. Charles, you may not grasp the intricacies of island exploration just yet. The tasks of an explorer are manifold. First, to chart the routes, then assess the danger posed by indigenous creatures, and finally, to explore and conquer the islands. Each type of task offers different rewards within the association. You, a newcomer, have astonishingly bypassed several initial steps. Complete the subsequent task of conquering the island, and the entire isle will belong to you. You shall be the next fortunate one, the next governor. Charles pondered this revelation. Realizing why the bounty was absent on the nautical charts, the exploration of islands was indeed a finely detailed process. Enough of this. New Charles, what resources does that island possess? Is it dangerous? After a brief contemplation, Charles deemed the island devoid of value and relayed its information to them. Upon learning that the island lacked food and fresh water and was overrun by creatures capable of erasing human memories, expressions of regret washed over the faces of the onlookers. Alas, another dead island. I had hoped to witness history and catch a glimpse of the swiftest governor. Indeed, without fresh water, capturing it serves no purpose. If only there were some resources, we could assemble a conquering fleet. While the others discussed this topic, Charles pointed to the northernmost level 5 island on the chart and told the nearby female scribe, "In 2 weeks, my ship will set sail, and I require an exploration of this island." Since there were no leads in this area, he resolved to continue his search towards the north. The exit lay in that direction, and he would pursue it relentlessly, believing he would eventually find what he sought. As for danger, having embraced the life of an explorer, Charles had long since cast those concerns aside. Elizabeth opened her mouth as if to dissuade him, but ultimately refrained, finding the resolve of this newcomer somewhat elusive. He was no ordinary novice. After the scribe recorded the mission, Charles surveyed the now quiet captains. "May I inquire if any of you have recommendations regarding weaponry?" The previous expedition had taught him a valuable lesson. Charles needed to enhance the combat capabilities of his vessel, as relying solely on a revolver would be insufficient. If you seek standard weaponry, consult them. The burly man gestured towards the staff behind the counter. The association also engages in arms trading. As long as the price is right, they can procure anything. The scribe kindly remarked, "Please hold on. I will fetch you the list of weapons." Charles contemplated that the founders of the association were indeed commercial geniuses. While they claimed to act for the benefit of humanity, the lucrative arms trade was their true motive. Before long, several brochures were laid before Charles, each detailing various firearms alongside the prices of ammunition. The technology in the sea was somewhat outdated, with most firearms being relics from the Great War. It remained uncertain whether more advanced weaponry was simply unavailable or unlisted. "Charles, these options may appear decent, yet their utility is limited. Many island entities cannot be dealt with using mere bullets." The burly man's words tempered Charles's initial excitement. He recognized the peculiarities of the island and understood that brute force alone would be ineffective. He doubted that merely exchanging his revolver for another firearm would yield any substantial difference while traversing the Golden Statue Island. As firearms could not halt the alteration of memories. "What do you use, then?" Charles inquired. "We use lives as currency." A raspy voice emerged from the crowd, causing the previously lively atmosphere to cool. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and a hawk-like nose, who leaned forward, his gray eyes fixated on Charles. "I know what you're thinking. You expect us to share our exploration secrets. True, we each possess unique abilities." He raised a hand, momentarily conjuring a flicker of blue flame. "Yet, despite our relics and their extraordinary powers, the mortality rate among explorers is alarmingly high. Behind every successful governor lies the demise of countless others. Your previous survival was merely a stroke of luck. Don't mistake me for a pessimist. Reality is brutally harsh." Upon hearing this, Charles felt a sense of reassurance. The sea had never shown humanity any mercy. He addressed the assembly of exploration captains. "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall converse further at another time. I must prepare for my upcoming voyage." As he exited, the burly man mused, "What do you suppose he intends to do in the north? Surely he doesn't mean to seek that land of light." No one answered his query, and the hall fell into a contemplative silence. In the ensuing fortnight, Charles kept himself occupied, diligently preparing provisions as well as rigorously training his physique and honing his marksmanship. The days on shore passed swiftly, and before he knew it, 2 weeks had elapsed. The brand-new exploration vessel rested quietly in the harbor. Its sleek form and the reflective black deck cannons captivated Charles, filling him with a sense of longing. "She is truly magnificent. Wouldn't you agree?" he remarked with palpable excitement. "Captain, what is her name?" "It can't possibly be Mouse again, can it?" inquired Deep, standing before 5 sailors, after contemplating the imposing 125 caliber iron cannon on the foredeck. Charles replied, "She shall be named the Narwhal. From this moment forth, she is the Narwhal." Upon completing the naming ceremony, Charles turned to face the unfamiliar faces. The Narwhal was not a cargo ship like the Rat. It would set sail regardless of the number of crew members. As an exploration vessel, it was fully manned with no crew member overlooked. There was 1 bosun, for sailors, 1 chief mate, 1 second mate, 1 chief engineer, 1 first assistant engineer, 1 cook, 1 assistant cook, and 1 captain, totaling 13 crew members. The crew comprised individuals of varying ages and heights, all male, including several local men with distinctive ear shapes. As Charles observed them, the crew, in turn, regarded him with curiosity. Unlike life on land, once at sea, the ship became a closed environment, with the captain reigning as the sovereign, wielding control over the fates of all aboard. If a captain were unreliable, he could endanger the lives of everyone on the ship. When they beheld Charles's visage, their apprehensions eased slightly. Despite his youth, Many recognized him as an experienced captain, but I trust you all understand the purpose of our expedition. And I need not deceive you. Currently, the mortality rate for exploration vessels at sea stands at 1 in 5. Should anyone wish to withdraw, now is the time. Not a single soul moved among the crowd. Everyone present was seasoned in the ways of the sea, fully aware of the inherent risks. They also recognized that if they successfully discovered a new island, the rewards would be substantial once the captain became the governor of the new territory. Even the lowliest crew members would rise in status. Venturing into the unknown was a gamble for survival. Why not take a larger risk? Very well. Everyone aboard. Chapter 17. The island Charles and his crew boarded the narwhal. In stark contrast to the dilapidated rat, the narwhal was undeniably more spacious and clean, offering a visual delight. He meticulously inspected each cabin to ensure that everything was in order. As captain, one must know the ship as intimately as one knows one's own body. After confirming that all was functioning correctly, Charles returned to the bridge, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the narwhal's smokestack began to emit billowing black smoke as the vessel gradually sailed into the deep sea. Casting a glance at the diminishing coral island through the glass, Charles approached the communication pipe and called out, "Chief Engineer, how does the new ship feel?" After a few seconds, James's hearty voice resonated through the pipe. "Captain, the ship is splendid. The steam is building rapidly, and down below, it's a mere 39 degrees. Crank the turbine to maximum. Let us test its speed." "Aye, Captain." As the black smoke billowed continuously from the smokestack, the narwhal's speed began to rise. When it reached its peak velocity, Charles felt as though he were piloting a speedboat. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of something white on the surface of the sea. "Chief Engineer, reduce speed." The speeding narwhal decelerated, allowing Charles to discern the object, a bloated corpse that had long since succumbed to the sea, rather than lying submerged and feasted upon by fish. It stood eerily upright on the water's surface, motionless, staring at the narwhal. Charles was not intrigued by the origins of this figure. He had witnessed stranger sights at sea. He merely sought a target for his new cannon. Boom! The recoil from the deck gun jolted the ship. Though Charles lacked at the command of Charles, the crew sprang into action. For this expedition, he had prepared an ample supply of explosives, although gunpowder might not necessarily prove useful. Having it was certainly better than lacking it. If the threats on the island were merely those rodents, these explosives would undoubtedly come in handy. 2 wooden boats were launched onto the surface of the sea, leaving behind only the disabled crew member, while the others disembarked, each adorned with a cloth strip tied around their shoulders. Inscribed upon it were the names and positions of the crew members, ensuring that when they returned to the ship, there would be no silent addition or subtraction of personnel. The crowd gradually made its way between the rocks. The seasoned sailors, having had prior experience, remained relatively calm, while the newcomers exhibited greater emotional volatility. Startled by even the slightest rustle, they ventured deeper into the island. The rocks became increasingly loose, and scattered animal remains began to appear on the ground. A flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's face. It seemed that the passage to the surface was not to be found here. Just as Charles hesitated on whether to proceed further inward, a sudden red glow flickered between the distant rocks. He instinctively recoiled behind a massive boulder and whispered to the others, "Quickly, extinguish the flames." Although the other crew members were unaware of the reason, they complied with the captain's command, without the light of the torches. The distant crimson hue became all the more vivid, the striking color flickering between the rocks, drifting closer as it approached. Everyone could discern the true nature of the entity. It resembled a bloated leech, measuring an estimated 5 meters in length, with the red glow emanating from the luminescent spots embedded beneath its translucent skin, pulsating ominously. Despite lacking wings, this leech glided effortlessly through the air, seemingly searching for something. The 6 eye stalks sprouting from its front and twisting and surveying the surroundings. The humans, huddled behind the rocks, dared not breathe. Some timid souls even shut their eyes, trembling in fear. Charles fixated on the creature's eye stalks. It was evident that it was no benign being, and he resolved to avoid provoking it if possible. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed, a stomach growled. Though the sound was faint, it resonated like thunder in the stillness. In an instant, the giant rat suddenly let out a piercing shriek, causing the surrounding rodents to surge forward in a frenzied motion, their menacing postures suggesting they might devour Charles and his companions in an instant. In response, Charles and his companions swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them directly at the Rat King. Observing the tense standoff, The white mouse's fluffy face displayed a look of urgency as it hurried to the side of the giant rat, chattering anxiously, as if engaged in a dialogue with it. After a brief moment, the discussion between the white mouse and the giant rat appeared to reach a conclusion. Lily, with a hint of apology, stated, "I'm sorry, but my uncle says he has already sent rats to seal off the beach. If you do not assist him, he won't allow you to board the ship." Charles chuckled softly, taken aback by the fact that he was being threatened by a mere rodent. The fuse of a small explosive, comparable in size to a comforter, was ignited upon recognizing the object in Charles's hand. Lily's fur bristled in alarm, and she shouted, "Don't ignite it. My uncle will reward you. It's a treasure, a precious treasure." Charles pinched the fuse, extinguishing the flame, and inquired, "What treasure?" He had no desire to engage in a deadly confrontation with these mice. If the reward was suitable, he might consider it. Soon after, he witnessed two mice dragging two items towards him, a mask and a piece of white paper. Upon picking up the paper and reading its contents, Charles's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected information recorded therein. Project number, 096. Project name, Clown Mask Containment Level, Level 3, currently contained in Laboratory Number 3. Description: 096 appears as a clown mask with a red nose and a jubilant expression. It was discovered in the Data Race Circus on Red Tree Island. The previous owner of 096 has gone mad. Psychological evaluations revealed that this 27-year-old woman exhibited significant personality changes and signs of dissociative identity disorder. Experiment Record 1. Subject 654 was instructed to wear 096.10 minutes after wearing it. The subject's body became unusually supple and agile, with a substantial increase in strength, approaching human limits, capable of performing all acrobatic feats, including but not limited to trapeze acts, blindfolded knife throwing, and contortionism. 30 minutes post-wear, subject 654 exhibited heightened euphoria, attempting to amuse the data race doctor outside the blast-proof glass with poor jokes. An hour after wearing it, subject 654 began talking to themselves, accusing another persona within, accompanied by hysterical laughter. 3 hours later, the subject attempted to cut their own trachea with their nails. Security personnel administered anesthetic gas to remove 096. And 3 days later, the subject's physical and mental anomalies persisted, rendering subject 654 deemed worthless and subsequently destroyed. This appeared to be a report of sorts, suggesting that some individuals intended to comprehend an artifact known as the clown mask through scientific means. Charles shifted his gaze from the paper to the mask perched on the back of a distant rat, suspecting it to be the very clown mask described in the document. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted the mask and placed it upon his face. In an instant, he felt as though his body had become half its weight, as if he were walking on cotton, with a gentle push of his feet. He executed a mid-air somersault and landed gracefully. "Wow, this thing is incredible. I could definitely win a gold medal if I were to travel back in time to the Olympics." However, in the next moment, Charles hastily removed the mask, staring fearfully at the ghastly white grin. Although those words had come from his own mouth, neither the tone nor the inflection resembled his usual self. It felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. "What do you think? Do you agree?" "I just convinced my uncle for quite a while," Lily exclaimed, jumping on Charles's foot and tugging at his pant leg. After a moment of contemplation, Charles lifted Lily into his hands and asked, "Why do we need to help? From what I can see, these mice are quite intelligent and should be more useful than us. We don't have hands. That object is locked in a room, and my uncle said it requires hands to open. The mice are forbidden from approaching that area, but humans can go there easily. It's not dangerous at all. I've been there several times." After pondering for a moment, Charles replied, "All right, I agree. Though the mask artifact was peculiar, its utility could prove significant as long as its wearing time was controlled, whether for escape or combat. Even if he chose not to use it, he could sell it to other captains upon his return." Upon hearing Charles's response, Lily leaped with joy. "That's wonderful. I knew you were a good person." Chapter 20, Laboratory Number 3. "Come quickly. Once we find the treasure for my uncle, we can go home," Lily exclaimed as she jumped down from Charles's hands and hurried towards the cave entrance, a throng of dark brown rats trailing behind her, emerging from the rat hole. Lily led Charles and the others swiftly between the rocks. Occasionally, a red light from a flying leech would appear in the distance, prompting Lily to send a rat to divert the creature's attention. After half an hour of cautious movement, the terrain of irregular rocks began to thin out, revealing a smooth rock wall that suddenly came into view. Due to the darkness, Charles could not discern if it was a mountain or a colossal wall. After walking along the base of the wall for a few more minutes, a technologically advanced iron door unexpectedly appeared before them. Before Charles could inquire, the rats quickly formed a pyramid, with one rat pulling the doorknob forcefully. And with a click, the door swung open. As Charles followed the rats into the entrance, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A long, wide corridor lay ahead, covered in a thick layer of dust and strewn with debris. Yet the minimalist design of the surroundings made him feel as though he had momentarily returned to a hospital from a future time. This architectural style is unlike anything constructed by those outside. Charles concluded in his mind. Lily, are you certain that the item is here? He harbored doubts regarding the origin of this structure, suspecting that the rat's mission was not as simple as it appeared. The white mouse did not respond. After glancing around, she darted into a room and emerged with a large piece of paper. Charles felt its texture. It was somewhat rigid, resembling plastic. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it depicted a simple map, with various areas marked in a language he could not comprehend, such as monitoring room, lounge, and cafeteria. Lily jumped onto the map, first stopping on the eastern corner, then springing to the western corner marked with a prohibition sign. We read here. The item is over there. Let us hurry and retrieve it. Gazing at the map, Charles felt a vague sense of foreboding, but now was not the time for such thoughts. This place appeared unsafe. It would be best to locate the item and depart swiftly. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor, startling Deep, who was at the front, into a loud shout. Charles quickly pressed his gun to his side. It's nothing, just a corpse. The group approached the figure, the light of their torches illuminating a desiccated body, kneeling in place, mouth agape, hands outstretched, as if in a silent scream. However, Charles noticed certain details on the corpse. A metallic badge hung from the right chest of what resembled a suit. He crouched down, grasping it for a closer look. Doctored, it read, Deputy Director of Laboratory Number 3. Charles's pupils dilated as realization struck him. He immediately retrieved the paper regarding the clown mask. Containment level, level 3, currently contained in Laboratory No. 3.so. This was Laboratory Number 3, and the mask had been stolen by the rats from here. Who had constructed Laboratory Number 3? Who were they? As one question was resolved, a torrent of new queries emerged. Lily clung to Charles's pant leg, urging them to move forward. Hurry up. Once we finish helping, we can go home. Initially, Charles had anticipated encountering numerous dangers along the way, but to his surprise, Lily the white mouse had not lied. Aside from the chaotic environment and the occasional corpse, there was indeed no immediate threat. They gradually approached their destination. Look, we've arrived. Right here, Lily exclaimed, bouncing excitedly in front of an iron door. There's a small square box. If you press your hand on it, the door will open. Gazing at the oddly familiar feature on the door, an unsettling premonition washed over Charles. He placed his hand on it, but the door remained stubbornly closed, lacking power or any matching fingerprint. How could it possibly open? This was undoubtedly a fingerprint-locked door. Why isn't it opening? My uncle clearly said that as long as a human presses their hand on it, the door will unlock, with her head tilted. Lily wore a perplexed expression, and no matter how clever a mouse may be, it remains merely a mouse. It must have previously witnessed humans unlocking doors with their fingerprints, leading it to believe that any human could simply place their hand upon the door to gain entry. However, the reality was far more complex. Charles tapped the door and, finding it not particularly thick, proceeded to retrieve explosives, igniting the fuse before tossing it at the door and retreating to a safe distance. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, and the door was blown open wide. Upon entering through the gaping opening, Charles discovered a black wine jug quietly resting at the center of a table. This is it. We can return home. Joy radiated from Lily's fluffy face. Charles, unwilling to linger, seized the jug and dashed outside, fearing that the loud explosion might attract unwanted attention. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Charles and his companions were halfway through their escape, a flying leech drifted around the corner, its bloated body blocking the path. Roar. The flying leech charged towards the group with a fearsome howl. Realizing there was no way to evade it, Charles swiftly raised his revolver and began to pull the trigger relentlessly. Fire. The bullets struck the leech, producing a sound akin to leather being slapped, forcing it to stagger backward. With a furious cry, the leech twisted, its semi-transparent body glowing red before vanishing. Don't stop. Everyone shoot straight ahead. It can turn invisible. We must deplete its bullets. The bullets flew rapidly, striking the distant wall and leaving it riddled with holes, just as the gunfire began to subside. Charles was about to urge everyone to flee when the leech's massive head suddenly materialized before him. Its toothy maw looming less than 10 centimeters from his own, the serrated teeth spun open, and the leech's mouth lunged towards Charles's head like a blood-dripping weapon, just as he braced for the inevitable. A sudden force at his waist propelled him away. Charles glanced down to discover that Deep had pushed him aside, saving his life. Gunfire erupted once more as the leech, roaring in retreat, twisted its body and vanished again. Charles quickly stood, instinctively donning the mask over his face. In times of crisis, there was no room for hesitation. His left hand reached for his leg, producing a black knife, and a thrill of excitement spread across Charles's face behind the mask. He sensed that the moment the mask was affixed, his strength and reflexes had been significantly enhanced. Everything around him became brilliantly illuminated, a clarity that transcended mere perception, allowing him to see even in darkness. Fellow comrades, cease fire. That creature is impervious to bullets. Allow your captain to demonstrate. The sharp black knife danced in response to Charles's fingers, leaving afterimages as it flew through the air. Chapter 21. The eccentric Charles James and Fry exchanged bewildered glances. Never before witnessing their captain's audacity, the dim corridor fell silent, the air seemingly frozen under the threat of the invisible leech. Suddenly, Charles began to tremble with laughter, initially a soft chuckle that grew louder. Lily timidly peered from the Mount of My Stop. Mr. Charles, what is wrong? Charles struggled to contain his mirth, turning to her. Pfft, little sister mouse, I just thought of a joke. Let me share it with you. Once upon a time. There was almost simultaneously, the flying leech reappeared on the wall to his left, its fearsome maw lunging towards the back of Charles's head. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, but it was too late for warnings. In a shocking turn of events, Charles's body seemed to bend as if boneless, narrowly avoiding the monster's bite. His right hand, gripping the knife, surged with force, plunging the blade into the abdomen of the flying creature. Finally caught you. You can even pass through walls. With a spring-like leap, Charles vaulted onto the leech's back, thrusting the black knife into its semi-transparent hide. The flying leech writhed violently, but Charles remained steadfast, as if his body were equipped with a balance mechanism, refusing to be shaken off. Oh, you think you can toss me off? Not a chance. The injured leech swiftly curled its head, turning to unleash a spray of yellowish pus at its assailant. I've had enough fun. Farewell, giant worm. Gripping the knife embedded in the leech, Charles spun forcefully, and with a sound reminiscent of tearing leather, the blade sliced through its skin from the back to the belly, nearly bisecting the creature. With a tremendous roar, the leech's already damaged body began to fade, attempting to escape. Yet, with renewed strength, Charles drove the knife deeper, sending the bloated leech crashing to the ground. As it hit the floor, Charles pushed off its skin, performing several flips in the air before landing gracefully in a triumphant pose. Am I not impressive? Aren't I formidable? Where are the applause? After striking a pose for a few seconds and receiving no acknowledgement, Charles turned to find his crew wide-eyed, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Oh, you lot, devoid of any sense of teamwork. Why are you still standing there? Run. Only then did the crowd react, hastily fleeing as Charles took up the rear. As they neared the exit, the crew occasionally glanced back at their captain. Deep, casting a sidelong glance at the captain who was humming a tune while trembling, whispered to the second mate, Krona, should we remove the mask from the captain's face? He seems a bit off. Charles, noticing Deep's movement, swiftly shoved the white mask against Deep's face. Hey, what are you muttering about? I can hear you. If I remove this mask, who will protect you? Gritting his teeth. Deep reached for the laughing mask, but Charles evaded him with the agility of an eel. He then thrust the wine jug into Deep's hands, pushing him forward. You all go ahead, wait for me on the ship. Without allowing anyone to respond, Charles fell backward into the darkness. Captain, come back. Mr. Charles, where are you going? Amidst the shouts of his companions, Charles, adorned with the clown mask, ventured deeper into the shadows. In the darkness, he began to converse with himself. Since this place is a relic research site, it must be filled with treasures. I'm about to strike it rich. Humming a fragmented tune from memory, Charles re-entered the previous area. This time, he crashed through door after door, detonating explosives without hesitation. Behind the first door was an oil lamp of a medieval design. As Charles lifted it to exit, his keen vision caught sight of a record book hanging on the wall. Tisque. These folks are quite thoughtful. They even prepared an instruction manual. Snatching the record book, he rushed towards the next room. I'm going to be rich. Cradling a pile of relics in his clothing. Charles gleefully traversed the rooms, resembling a farmer harvesting crops. Just as he slipped a silver tentacle ring onto his ring finger, a red glow suddenly emerged at the doorway. Oh dear, the slime dared to return. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you want to know how many eyes the king of horses has. With a package clutched in one hand, Charles strode confidently towards the door. However, as he leaned his body out from within the room, he was suddenly frozen in place. Before him loomed not a single monster, but a throng of them, densely packed together. Some of their bodies protruded halfway from the ceiling, while others jutted from the floor. In the distance, a cluster of blinking red lights resembled a wall festooned with neon. The moment Charles beheld them, the monsters noticed him as well, their twisted forms contorting as the crimson glow swiftly faded. Darkness once again enveloped the desolate corridor, and as he stared into the void, Charles's mind conjured the horrifying image of the invisible leeches soaring towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a gaping maw materialized before him. In an instant, he stumbled, half of his body already ensnared within its jaws, summoning every ounce of strength. He twisted himself free just before the mouth snapped shut. Although he narrowly escaped, his clothing was left tattered, shredded into strips by the creature's jagged teeth. Heart racing, Charles dared not linger. Seizing the opportunity while the leeches remained unresponsive, he pressed against their slick bodies and slipped past. However, this was merely the beginning. The invisible leeches were swifter than Charles, and an increasing number revealed themselves to assail him. At that moment, Charles transformed into an acrobat, narrowly evading each attack by mere inches, his body moving with remarkable agility, akin to a dancer pirouetting on the edge of a blade, teetering between life and death, just as he narrowly dodged a spray of viscous liquid. Another gaping maw emerged to his right. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, he managed to evade it. Yet, before he could land, yet another maw appeared, and with no leverage in midair, Charles found himself helpless. Watching in horror as he was drawn into the creature's mouth, he beheld the elongated fangs approaching his head. Panic surged within him, and he swung the bulky package in his grasp with all his might, propelled by the recoil to escape the impending doom. However, in doing so, the fabric of his clothing snagged on the sharp teeth, tearing apart and scattering countless artifacts to the ground, producing a cacophony of clinks. Among them, an ancient oil lamp trembled slightly before suddenly emitting a blinding light, illuminating the entire corridor as if it were day. The airborne leeches, seemingly startled by the sudden brilliance, convulsed as if electrocuted. Seizing this fortuitous chance to escape, Charles disregarded all else and sprinted for his life. Clutching the remaining small bundle of items, he sprinted at the limits of human capability for nearly 5 minutes. And upon realizing that nothing pursued him, he finally halted, breathless as he gazed at the few remnants of his artifacts. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Only 4 items remained from his tattered clothing. Damn it, you slimy creatures, just wait. I will remember this grudge. Once I rise to power, I shall return and boil you all alive. After venting his frustrations, Charles steadied himself and surveyed the dim surroundings. If the previous location resembled a hospital, this place was unequivocally a military base. The walls, no longer pristine white tiles, were now reinforced with thick steel plating. He had never ventured here before. It seemed he had wandered into an entirely different realm. Hello, is anyone there? Charles's voice echoed through the air. He walked cautiously along the wall, and soon a circular iron door, nearly 5 meters tall, came into view. The door, nearly half a meter thick, was far from intact. With a fissure threatening to split it in two. Carefully, Charles leaned forward to peer inside, discovering a vast space. Suddenly, a distant, hollow cough resonated from within, causing Charles to pause in surprise. What is this? Could there be a living person inside? Glancing back, Charles stealthily crossed the threshold of the crack and ventured deeper. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight before him, a lengthy tunnel reminiscent of an air raid shelter. Every 100 meters, there stood an iron door. The nearest door had dislodged from its hinges, awkwardly embedded in the ceiling. Cough, cough. The cough echoed once more from afar, sounding distinctly like that of an elderly person. Charles slowed his pace, cautiously inching towards the source of the sound. Soon, he discovered the origin of the cough. A gruesome collection of entrails, congealed blood, vacant eyes, withered limbs, and a mutilated brain. A grotesque door, composed of these very materials, stood at the center of door number 4, its frame filled with a writhing purple liquid. Affixed to the lower left side of that door was the upper half of a bloodied corpse. The very source of the earlier cough, The disfigured figure opened its eyes to regard Charles at the entrance. 096. Have you finally found another host? It rasped. Come closer, come closer. It has been ages since I last saw you in this wretched place. Let us have a proper chat. He recognizes me. No, he recognizes the mask on my face. Charles's gaze darted to the ledger on the wall. Its entry marked, Project number 1068. I thought I recognized you. It has been a long time, my good friend. Indeed, I am 096. Charles approached the flesh door with a sense of familiarity. After a few moments of contemplation, the bloodied corpse shook its head slowly. No, you are not 096. You have not become one with it. Realizing he could not deceive this creature, Charles decided to abandon pretense and inquired, Hey, do you know where the exit from this place is? Is it not too unrealistic to ask an immobile old man for directions? Have humans truly become so foolish over the years? Over the years, Charles pondered, wondering how long this creature had existed and whether it possessed knowledge of the surface. After a moment of reflection, he began to inquire about the surface world. The sun. Of course, I know that. It is that thing hanging in the sky. I haven't basked in its light for ages. Could you perhaps help me out so I can soak up some rays? Upon hearing this uplifting news, Charles leaped forward like a monkey, grasping the bloodied corpse's head tightly, exclaiming with excitement, When did you last see it? How long ago was that? Damn it, don't twist my head. Clang. Charles yanked the black knife from his calf and pressed it against the creature's face, sternly threatening, No more nonsense. Speak. A flicker of anger crossed 1068's bloodied visage. To see the sun, you must pass through the door in my body. The door, a revelation dawned upon Charles as he approached the entrance and examined the ledger hanging on the wall. Mere seconds later, in a fit of rage, he rushed back and slashed at its neck. How dare you deceive me? It is clearly written that behind your door lies another world. Not a single living being has ever returned. With a scream of agony from 1068, the entire flesh door twitched as if it too felt pain. You worthless scum, fit only for wiping. I curse you. 1068 shed its faade, hurling insults at Charles. Speak quickly. If you dawdle, I shall sever your head. Faced with the sharp blade so near, 1068 ultimately relented. With a despondent expression, it replied, I do not recall the exact time, but the last time I saw the sun was when they placed me aboard a ship. I remained on that vessel for quite some time. Ha ha ha. Charles erupted into a series of somersaults, laughing maniacally. I knew someone had come down from the surface. I knew it. If they can come down, surely I can ascend. Charles continued to question 1068, and although its responses were vague, the mention of the Statue of Liberty confirmed that the surface was indeed the world he sought, his former world. Though he had yet to find the exit, the information gleaned from 1068 fortified Charles's resolve to return home. However, before he could bask in his newfound hope for long, a familiar red light flickered outside the door. Oh no, the leeches are back. Charles glanced around frantically, seeking a refuge from his predicament, only to discover that the entire room, save for the grotesque meat door, offered no concealment whatsoever. His mind raced as an idea struck him. He dashed toward the corner of the room, swiftly scaling it like a gecko, and nestled himself into the upper left corner. With his limbs pressed tightly against the walls, he utilized his formidable physical control to wedge himself securely into the corner. Just as he steadied himself, 3 hovering leeches, glowing ominously red, floated into the room. The leeches paid no heed to Charles, instead gliding towards the ominous black door, where they began to regurgitate a continuous stream of half-rotted mice. Were they feeding 1068? Why? As confusion clouded Charles's mind, 1068 began to speak. Dr. Tina, you are as beautiful as ever. Who was it addressing? Another question flickered in Charles's thoughts at that moment. He suddenly caught sight of 1068 tilting its head towards him. A triumphant grin splitting its grotesque, bloody visage, causing Charles's heart to plummet. Dr. Tina, 096 has emerged. It's currently hanging in the upper left corner of the room. Contain it now. Chapter 23, The Informant upon hearing 1068's warning. The 3-headed leech, still expelling mice, swiftly pivoted, its 18 eyes fixated upon Charles in the corner. You bastard. Charles leapt forward, barreling towards the door, but as he was about to escape, he swiftly spoke with unwavering confidence. Charles offered a few comforting words to Lily before turning his gaze toward the second mate, Nona, nearby. The red-haired youth seemed to intuit Charles's inquiry and spoke up. Rest assured, Captain, we've conducted a thorough comparison. There are neither excesses nor shortages. That's good to hear. Indeed. Once the danger had subsided, an overwhelming wave of fatigue enveloped Charles, his wounds, and the exhaustion from his frantic escape sending signals of distress throughout his body. Do not lower your guard. Return to the safe course as swiftly as possible. Everyone, please step out. I find myself rather fatigued. Before the others could exit the room, Charles's eyelids drooped, and he was instantly plunged into oblivion. When he awoke, he could not ascertain how much time had elapsed. Perhaps it is time to acquire a pocket watch. With his spirit restored, Charles remained in bed, a faint smile gracing his face. A rare occurrence. He had been preoccupied with a singular worry. Had he truly departed from Earth? Even if he ascended to the surface, would he ever find his way back? However, the words from Blood and Fleshgate 1068 confirmed one vital truth: the world outside was illuminated by the sun. And where there is sunlight, there is Earth. With everyone awaiting his return to IT that moment, Charles's resolve solidified. He was determined to locate an exit to the surface, just as he was about to rise. His eyes fell upon the relics extracted from the third laboratory, haphazardly piled on a cabinet. The flicker of emotion stirred within him. Although he had orchestrated every event in that place, the current Charles felt an unfamiliarity with his former self. Back then, the mere thought of so many artifacts had ignited a fervor within him, compelling him to pilfer without a thought for the dangers that lurked. Yet now, gazing at those relics, he felt grateful for his fortunes. Sustaining merely a body full of injuries while securing such treasures was undeniably a worthwhile trade. Charles began to examine the items he had claimed. A rusted knife, corroded by time. A feather quill, as thick as a forearm. A purple crystal shaped like a pyramid. Alongside the silver-white ring, formed of interwoven tendrils, he possessed 4 distinct relics in total. While each item appeared extraordinary, Charles hesitated to experiment with them. As some of the previous records had been lost in encounters with leeches, and others had succumbed to the sea's ravages during his plunge into the ocean. Now, only 2 relic information booklets remained, one of which detailed the ring upon his finger. 168. The tendril ring. 168 is a self-referential ring crafted from 925 silver, its design composed of 3 tentacle-like appendages, discovered by Dr. Tina during a vacation at a jewelry store in New Frontier City. The anomalous project description will be appended in Appendix 2. Appendix 2. Dr. Tina, could you elaborate on how you came across 168? My husband took me to select a wedding ring, and the moment I laid eyes on it, I slipped it on. It was only upon returning to my apartment that I realized something was amiss. I began to manifest a peculiar ability. What kind of special ability? Well, my hand can transform into 3 invisible tentacles. It feels quite peculiar, as though the tentacles naturally belong to my hand. I anticipate your next question. The grip of the tentacles is immense, roughly equivalent to that of 2 adult men, and they exhibit remarkable elasticity, extending up to 5 meters. As for the negative anomaly, this ring tends to subconsciously entice individuals to wear it, tightening progressively. One must periodically remove it to alleviate the pressure. Is it really that simple? Indeed, it is quite a straightforward little thing. If only other projects were as well behaved as this one. Sophie, my responsibility over 1068 has been manageable, provided there is sufficient food. It poses no troubles. However, 641 is truly a headache. Oh, Tina, I've heard of that thing. It is indeed troublesome. If containment fails, the entire island's populace might face assimilation. Yet, in terms of harm, it pales in comparison to 134. Ladies, this is a work-related matter. Let's save the chatter for after hours and be mindful of our surroundings. Apologies. At 22:41, the interview concluded. Transforming into tentacles. After pondering, Charles raised his hand, and a miraculous phenomenon occurred. He could feel his fingers elongating and thickening. Yet to the naked eye, they appeared unchanged. Suddenly, a drawer from a distant table flung open, and a bottle of wine floated out, suspended in midair. A surreal tableau. Charles commenced experimenting with this new relic within the confines of his room, various small objects swirling about in the air. Having familiarized himself with this relic, Charles decided to retain it for personal use. In terms of direct offensive capabilities, it was overshadowed by the clown mask and even the black knife. Yet if utilized wisely, it could prove unexpectedly advantageous. What captivated Charles even more was that this small item exhibited the least adverse effects among the relics he had encountered. Gently caressing the ring, Charles turned his attention to another piece of paper, the record for the Purple Pyramid. Project number: 434. Project name: Purple Pyramid. Description: 434 is a crystal pyramid measuring 10 centimeters on each side. Due to the disturbances it caused, it was reported by the Shadow Island Police Department and subsequently transferred to the Foundation. Experiment 1. Have subject 13 grasp 434 and command him to silently repeat, "I am powerful" twice in his mind. Experiment result. The subject underwent a physical transformation, increasing in height to 2.5 meters, yet his narrative abilities significantly diminished, with intelligence tested at 80. Experiment 2. Have subject 13 grasp 434 and command him to silently repeat, "I am powerful" 3 times in his mind. Experiment result. The subject's height increased by 3 meters, intelligence dropping to 60. Experiment 3. Have subject 13 grasp 434 and command him to silently repeat, "I am powerful" 4 times in his mind. Experiment result. Height surged to 4 meters, intelligence plummeting to 40. The subject's intellect was insufficient to comprehend the commands, necessitating termination of the experiment. The subject returned to normal 30 minutes after distancing from 434. Chapter 25. The mouse returns home. Charles furrowed his brow as he examined the relic in his hand. This item traded intellect for size, a dichotomy that was hard to classify as beneficial or detrimental. If one lacked even basic cognition, then even the mightiest physique would be of little consequence. Furthermore, should one's body expand, his 3 other relics might become unusable, potentially diminishing his overall strength. Charles quickly discerned the greatest potential of this relic. While he could not utilize it, he could bestow it upon his crew. The forthcoming adventures would only grow increasingly perilous, and relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient. The capabilities of the crew aboard the Narwhal must be comprehensively enhanced, lest they become a liability. As a certain individual's robust physique flashed through his mind, Charles swiftly identified a new owner for the relic, ignoring the lingering pangs of pain in his body. He tossed aside the covers and ventured forth with the artifact in hand. 30 minutes later, Charles stood on the deck, calling out to James, the engineer, who towered at nearly 4 meters. "James, place the relic down." On the ground, the other crew members, gathered around, observed the commotion with keen interest. James, now enlarged, plopped down onto the deck, causing the entire Narwhal to sway. After a solid 3 seconds, he finally released his grip, allowing 434 to tumble onto the deck. "The reduction in intelligence is far greater than I anticipated," Charles mused aloud, gazing at the purple pyramid in his hand. After testing, the physical growth imbued extraordinary strength. But the decline in intellect proved fatal. A constant guide was essential, lest the befuddled James merely stand idly, playing with his fingers. "Captain, can I have a turn with this thing?" A curious deep approached with a cluster of sailors in tow. Charles contemplated for a moment before tossing 434 towards them. "Give it a try. See who suits it best." In an instant, the deck erupted with the lively chatter of crew members, joyfully treating 434 as a toy. Charles made no effort to intervene. People are not machines, and opportunities to relax at sea are scarce. If this relic could help ease their taut spirits, then it would indeed serve a purpose. After issuing a few safety reminders, Charles retreated to his quarters, where the pain from his wounds began to resurface. Time at sea flowed swiftly, and the corrosive injuries on Charles's body healed rapidly. While occasional mishaps were deftly resolved by the crew, he, who had always taken matters into his own hands, finally relished the privileges of a captain. Upon glimpsing the lighthouse of Coral Island, the entire crew of the Narwhal erupted in jubilant cheers. As they celebrated their survival once more. As soon as the ship docked, everyone rushed to collect their rewards from Charles before darting off like the wind to the casinos and brothels of the Mauda district. Eager to release their pin-up frustrations, clutching the remaining 2 relics, Charles intended to make his way to the Explorers Association, curious to see if any other captains possessed clues about these mysterious items, whose purposes and dangers remained unknown to him. Just as he was about to disembark, he spotted Lily, surrounded by a swarm of brown mice, standing on the dock. Approaching her, he realized that her drooping ears indicated she had not left. "Why haven't you gone?" Charles inquired, startling Lily, who spun around in a flurry. "Mr. Charles, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going home? Didn't you always want to return?" Charles lifted her by the tail. "But I've turned into a mouse. Will my mother even recognize me? Will she chase me away with a broom?" Lily asked pitifully. Charles understood immediately. She was still just a child. It was natural for her to be frightened by such a drastic transformation. "Do not worry. No parent would ever stop caring for their daughter, not even if you have become a mouse. They would never reject you, really?" Lily's ears perked up. "Indeed, truly." Charles, gazing at the mouse before him, was unexpectedly reminded of his own sister. Lily wiggled with excitement. "Mr. Charles, you're right. My mother would never forget me. I've been gone for so long. She must miss me terribly. As Charles set her down and prepared to leave. He was taken aback when Lily clutched his finger and pleaded, "Mr. Charles, can you take me back?" Charles was about to refuse when he caught sight of the pitiful expression on the little mouse's face. With a sigh, he relented. "Very well, I shall escort you home. After all, this little girl, transformed into a mouse for some unknown reason and uncertain if she could ever revert, was a pitiable soul deserving of assistance." Soon, an unusual sight emerged at dock number 3 of Coral Island. A man with black pupils parading through the streets, accompanied by a large entourage of mice. After Charles generously paid 4 times the fare and ensured that the mice would not chew on the upholstery, a steam carriage driver finally agreed to take them. Lily's home was nearly an hour's journey from the port, and the closer they got, the more animated Lily became. She must be quite happy now. Right? Will I have a day like this in the future? Charles mused enviously, glancing at the white mouse dancing on his thigh. "Sir, we have arrived. Just turn left ahead, and that is Dr. Oliver's residence. He has a lovely little girl. And you'd best not bring those mice along. It may frighten her." Unable to contain her excitement, Lily leaped from the carriage before it had even come to a complete stop, racing full speed towards the corner with the mice trailing behind. However, as Lily reached the corner, her petite form froze as if struck by lightning. Sensing something amiss, Charles approached. To the left at the corner stood an elegantly styled 2-story villa, where a gentle mother shared tea and conversation with her daughter in the garden. The girl, appearing around 11 or 12, bore a resemblance to Hermione from the first season of Harry Potter. Yet, the spark in her eyes hinted that she would grow into an even more captivating beauty than her mother. "Lily, do you have a sister or a younger sibling at home?" Charles asked hesitantly, noting that the mother did not seem to bear the weight of a bereaved mother. Charles's words roused Lily from her stupor, and she erupted in a frantic scream. "Ah, that Lily is a fake. I am my mother's daughter. She must be a witch from a story. She turned me into a mouse and stole my mother's love. I will bite her to death." With that, Lily charged towards the distance, flanked by her now clawing mice. Raising his left hand adorned with a ring, Charles caught Lily mid-charge. "Calm down," at the sight of the white mouse ensnared. The other mice swiftly turned back, baring their teeth and glaring at Charles with menace. Just as Charles's other hand reached for his jester's mask, Lily halted the mice's advance, suspended in midair. Crying out in anguish, "Wah, Mr. Charles, I can't go home. What should I do if my mother doesn't want me?" Chapter 26. The false Lily. Charles's disturbance had begun to attract the attention of onlookers. A man with a host of mice was undeniably conspicuous, and more people began to point and murmur. "Don't panic." With a furrowed brow, Charles guided Lily towards a nearby street. "Are you sure that is your home? And that little girl is the original you?" "Of course. That's exactly how I look. That's clearly my mother." Lily's voice dripped with sorrow. "First, call your friends away. This will be difficult if they remain." Lily squeaked twice, and the surrounding mice quickly dispersed, eliciting shrieks from startled women. After a brief stroll around the street, Charles returned to the villa, where he found only Lily seated, engrossed in a book. Her mother having departed. "Wait, do not speak. Let me investigate first." After surveying the surroundings for any anomalies, Charles pushed open the wooden door and approached her directly. "Lily?" The girl looked up in confusion, and upon recognizing Charles, her expression shifted dramatically. She dropped her book and bolted inside in panic. Charles raised his left hand, and 3 invisible tendrils ensnared her, just as he anticipated the girl would reveal her true form. This Lily merely struggled desperately, crying out, "Mommy! Mommy! Help!" Witnessing this scene, a flicker of doubt crossed Charles's face. He had encountered many shapeshifters before, but such a reaction was unprecedented. He brought Lily before him and, drawing a black knife, made a swift incision, crimson blood welling up on the girl's arm. Surprised, he licked the blade and discovered it was indeed human blood. Just then, the door beside him swung open, and Lily's mother emerged, trembling, holding a flintlock pistol. "Let my daughter go. I have already called the police." Ignoring the harmless weapon in the woman's hand, Charles calmly gazed at the small girl before him and asked, "Why did you run when you saw me?" The little girl, visibly terrified, quickly replied, "Because you smell like the sea. Daddy said those who smell like the sea are bad people. Liars. That is my father." The white mouse Lily lunged toward the girl. Charles swiftly grabbed the mouse, releasing the girl and stepping outside. Everything Lily exhibited appeared entirely normal, without a hint of pretense, which left Charles puzzled. "Do not rush. We must clarify everything first." Charles pressed down on the anxious mouse's head. Charles led Lily back to the port area, navigating through twists and turns until they arrived at an obscure storefront. After ensuring no one else was around, he knocked on the door and whispered, "I'm looking for your boss, Little Ear." The door swung open silently, and Charles ushered Lily inside. The interior resembled a disheveled warehouse, where a group of tattooed men played cards. Upon seeing Charles enter with a swarm of mice, a gaunt man with a scar stood up. "Captain Charles, long time no see. Here to transport goods again? I hear you've acquired a sizable ship capable of carrying quite a load." Charles, uninterested in pleasantries, produced a stack of echo coins and handed them over. "I need information about Dr. Oliver, since direct inquiries yielded no results." It was prudent to consult some local informants. They might possess additional leads. This man was a minor boss in the port area, with whom Charles had dealt during his own smuggling days. Upon hearing Charles's request, the scarred man smirked and extended his right hand, which was missing 2 fingers. "Sure thing, there's no news the Sea Serpent Gang can't uncover in Coral Island." Charles provided him with the address of his lodging before returning with Lily. It was evident that Lily's parents were not significant figures, and Little Ear quickly gathered information. Before long, a note filled with writing slipped through the crack of Charles's door. After reading it thoroughly, he cast a complex glance at the white mouse on the floor. "Lily, did you turn into a mouse after being caught in a whirlpool while visiting your grandfather?" "Yes, that's exactly right. However, according to the information gathered from those individuals, it appears that your parents have remained on the island in recent years and have not ventured out to sea." The room was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. After an agonizing 3 seconds, Lily, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, So that means, Lily is truly the real daughter of the Oliver couple, not an imposter. If Dr. Oliver has not sailed, then he could not have encountered a shipwreck. And consequently, their daughter could not possibly have fallen into the whirlpool. She is indeed real. Then who am I? Tears streamed down the eyes of the white mouse. Recalling Anna from earlier, Charles pondered his words before speaking. "Lily, though this may be difficult to accept, the memories you hold may not necessarily reflect the truth. It's impossible. I am Lily. I am not a mouse. I am the real Lily." The white mouse shrieked in a fit of desperation. Upon hearing Lily's cries, the brown mice quickly gathered around, chirping with concern. "Get away from me. I am not one of you. I am human. I am human." The brown mice slightly dispersed, but remained encircling the weeping white mouse. At that moment, Charles found himself at a loss for words. He had contemplated many outcomes but could never have envisioned such a scenario. Yet, upon reflection, it was unsurprisingly in line with the despairing nature of the world of the deep sea. Half an hour later, surrounded by mice, Lily lay motionless on the ground, as if her soul had departed. "Mr. Charles, do you truly think I am a mouse?" Charles, seated on a stool, fell into silence, unsure of how to comfort her. The white mouse, deprived of answers, slowly rose and wandered towards the door, the brown mice following closely behind. "Where are you going?" Charles inquired. Glancing at the white mouse on the floor, Lily's voice was tinged with a sense of injustice and pity. "I don't know, but since I am a mouse, perhaps I should go live in the sewers. Thank you for your care these past few days, Mr. Charles. You are a good person." The mice quickly surged forward, easily opening the door handle, trailing after the white mouse into the dimly lit corridor. Watching the departing mice, a flicker of frustration crossed Charles's face. "Are you planning to give up, to spend a lifetime scavenging in the sewers?" The drooping-eared Lily turned around and stared blankly at Charles. "If you believe you are human, and that the deep sea has transformed you into this, then you should venture out to reclaim everything from the sea, not flee." His voice rose an octave. "While fate may be beyond our control, we can certainly choose our attitude in the face of adversity. Return. My ship requires a gunner." Lily's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and the sobbing white mouse nodded fervently. "Thank you, Mr. Charles. Why are you helping me so much?" Charles was not one to act out of kindness, yet witnessing the despondent Lily attempting to leave stirred a deep-seated resistance within him. As a fellow unfortunate soul unable to return home, he feared that this might foreshadow his own fate. Chapter 27. Elizabeth the solitary Charles made his way to the Explorers Association, leaving Lily behind at the inn. The young girl was still somewhat downcast, hoping that time would heal all wounds. Upon entering the Explorers Association, Charles instinctively directed his gaze towards the corner sofa. This time, there were fewer captains present, only 4. Among them the striking beauty, Elizabeth. "Dear Charles, I'm over here." Elizabeth waved her hand continuously. Charles did not approach her. Instead, he gestured towards the counter and walked in that direction. This is the intelligence regarding that island. He handed the prepared report to the staff behind the counter. Did you really go there? The woman behind the counter appeared somewhat incredulous. Hurry up. I have no time to waste, Charles replied impatiently to the unfamiliar face. I am sorry. I just started today. Please wait a moment while I consult my supervisor. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man wearing round glasses and a suit approached. After smiling at Charles, he picked up the paper and scrutinized it closely, even taking out several books as if to cross-reference something. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply and spoke respectfully. Thank you for your significant contribution to the association. We have dispelled yet another portion of the unknown fog surrounding the deep sea. What is my compensation for this expedition? For the exploration of a level 5 island, along with detailed intelligence, your total reward amounts to 1,600,000 echoes, after deducting the governor's taxes. Your final sum will be 450,000 echo coins. To be honest, Charles was quite astonished by this figure. He had not anticipated that exploring an island would be so lucrative enough to purchase a 2-story house with a front yard on Coral Island. However, considering the numerous life and death crises he had faced on the island, Charles felt it was well-deserved. After all, it was a price paid with his life. Mr. Charles, in the previous application form, you provided your bank account details. We can directly transfer your compensation there. Is that acceptable? Let us proceed with that. Charles turned towards the sofa, as he had other matters to attend to today. What happened to your eye? He pointed to the black eye patch over Elizabeth's left eye. Reminiscent of a pirate. As soon as Charles departed, Elizabeth rose to her feet, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she followed suit, standing at the dock, watching the laborers bustling about in the distance. Charles found himself momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yes, I ought to procure a pocket watch. By the time Charles returned to his doorstep, a gleaming golden timepiece had already nestled itself within the inner pocket of his coat. Upon opening the door to his abode, he was greeted by a flurry of mice scurrying about the room. Mr. Charles, you have returned. Lily, once bright and cheerful, lay on the bed, her voice now lifeless, after giving her head a gentle pat. Charles approached his desk and began to pen his thoughts in a journal. Curious, Lily leaned over to observe, but soon lost interest and wandered away, unable to decipher the scrawled characters that adorned the page. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a firm rap echoed through the modest chamber. With a glance exchanged between Charles and Lily, the room's occupants, save for Charles, scurried into various corners, leaving the space devoid of life within mere seconds. When Charles opened the door, he was met with the ample bosom of the statuesque beauty. Elizabeth, darling, why reside here? The soundproofing leaves much to be desired. Chapter 28. Elizabeth's request. Charles seemed oblivious to the implications of her words, naturally resuming his seat. Miss Elizabeth, is there something you require? You mentioned needing gel, and seeing your urgency, I brought some along. Elizabeth produced a small box from behind her. Thank you. How much do I owe you? With a swift motion, Elizabeth thrust the box into Charles's arms. Why act so formal? It's of no consequence. Consider it a gift. With that, Elizabeth stepped into the room, surveying the somewhat dim surroundings. Darling, do you not yearn for companionship? Solitude can be quite disheartening. Before Charles could respond, Elizabeth closed the door behind her and settled herself at the edge of the bed. Observing her actions caused a pang of alarm in Charles, prompting him to sneak a glance at the pairs of eyes peering from beneath the bed. Clearing his throat, he moved toward the desk to set down the items he held. Perhaps you should state your price. I prefer not to owe anyone. A smile played at the corners of Elizabeth's lips, a flush of desire igniting in her eyes. If that is the case, then I would like you to double it. Before Charles could utter another word, Elizabeth raised a short wooden staff and ignited the oil lamp upon the desk, which burst into flames, plunging the room into darkness. In the next instant, Charles was enveloped by an alluring fragrance, a soft body pressing against him. Relax, darling. You must learn to unwind. The sea is already oppressive enough. That Charles's breath quickened, and before he could voice a single word, a soft form met his lips, although the situation bewildered him. To remain unresponsive would be to forfeit his manhood. That a surge of fervor ignited within him, and he quickly reciprocated her advances. Just as the intoxicating softness withdrew, the sound of a mouse squeaking from beneath the bed pierced the air, dousing his ardor like a bucket of cold water. If it were any other circumstance, it might have been bearable, but the room was also home to a veritable swarm of electric bulbs. Charles raised his left hand, transparent tendrils swiftly ensnaring Elizabeth and pushing her away. Miss Elizabeth, I apologize, but I find myself indisposed today. Her expression clouded with displeasure. Elizabeth's confidence wavered as she was so abruptly rejected, causing her to question her allure. "Charles, are you being rather unreasonable? I am not inconvenienced at all, yet you claim to be." Taking a deep breath, Charles opened the door, allowing the corridor's light to pour into the room. "I sincerely apologize, but I truly am not available today. I have always assisted you at the association. You show no gratitude whatsoever. How cold-hearted of you." Elizabeth adjusted her disheveled attire, her expression neutral as she made her way to the corridor. Before departing, she left him with a parting remark. "You wouldn't happen to share the same inclinations as the governor, would you?" A bitter smile crept across Charles's face. A friendship he had just begun to cultivate was likely to revert to mere acquaintanceship, especially considering Elizabeth's ulterior motives. However, Lily remained in the room. Despite being a mouse, she was fundamentally an 11-year-old girl, and he could not act in such a manner in her presence. In the darkened room, Charles fumbled for a candle and lit it. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Lily, the truth is," a voice emerged from beneath the bed, "I know what you were doing. My father is a doctor. He has taught me about such things." Mr. Charles, did I interrupt something? The following morning, Lily, curled up on her pillow, opened her eyes. Just as she was about to greet Mr. Charles with a cheerful good morning, she discovered the bed was empty. "Jump, is Mr. Charles in the washroom?" A brown mouse darted through the crack in the door and quickly returned, squeaking twice at Lily on the pillow. "Has Mr. Charles already left so early?" "He is quite busy." After stretching lazily, Lily sat up. Tilting her head in thought, she addressed the mice below. "Shall we go out to play?" Hearing the enthusiastic response from below, a smile blossomed on Lily's furry face as she leaped from the bed. Ignoring the chorus of startled squeaks, she dashed through the streets of the inner island, accompanied by the mice. The scene was filled with startled women in dresses covering their mouths and shrieks, barking wild dogs, elderly ladies wielding brooms, and drivers slamming on their brakes. From the perspective of the mice, everything appeared grand and utterly novel. However, as hostile gazes began to multiply around them, Lily quickly led her mouse companions into a nearby alley. The secluded alley was far less crowded than the main street, and Lily strolled leisurely with her comrades. "Wow, look at that loaf of bread. It's enormous. I could sleep inside it." "Jump, don't go for it. That's someone else's bread. No meat either. If you do that, you'll get Mr. Charles into trouble." While meandering aimlessly through the streets, Lily suddenly spotted a familiar face in the distance, a tall figure who worked in the turbine chamber. Just as she was about to rush over to greet him, she noticed James, typically covered in grease, now clad in a snug suit, holding a bouquet of extravagant flowers. That he appeared exceedingly anxious, his suit dampened by sweat at the back. "Let us stealthily follow him and see what he is up to." James twisted and turned through the alley, ultimately arriving at the front of a bakery, when a graceful woman in a dress emerged from within. James knelt on one knee, producing a small box from his pocket, prompting applause from the patrons inside the shop. "Wow, a proposal!" Lily exclaimed with excitement. As she witnessed the woman tearfully nodding in agreement and embracing James. A sweet smile graced Lily's face. "How wonderful!" Watching them enter the shop, Lily continued on her way. Suddenly, her stomach let out a loud growl. "Since Mr. Charles has declared that I am his crew member, he ought to pay me a salary so that I can buy food for everyone." The surrounding mice chirped in agreement. Casting a glance around, she noticed a large clock tower in the distance. "Everyone, this place is not far from my home. Let us visit my mother and then return to find Mr. Charles for something to eat." With that, Lily dashed off with her mouse friends, this time wisely choosing to navigate through obscure corners, successfully avoiding startling anyone. Arriving once more before the villa, the mice adeptly formed a pyramid, allowing the white mouse to reach a window. Lily pressed her face against the glass, gazing dreamily at the family enjoying a meal inside. "Why is Daddy home so early today?" As she watched them laughing and talking, tears began to well up in her eyes. She stood by the window until lunch concluded, only hiding when she saw her mother emerge to dispose of the trash. Longing to see her mother return to the house, Lily jumped into the trash bin to scavenge for discarded morsels. She picked up a fishbone, licking the remnants of fish from it, while the brown mice surged forward, swiftly devouring the scraps. Just then, Lily heard the joyous cheers of a little girl outside. "Thank you, Mommy and Daddy, for the birthday present. I love you." Standing amidst the refuse, the white mouse trembled, raising the fishbone in her hand. Tears cascaded down her face. "See, I told you so. My mother's sweet fish soup is truly delicious." Chapter 29. The eyes in the sky. Where have you been? Charles, who was engrossed in studying the nautical charts, Inquired of the mouse that had just entered. I went out to play, Lily replied, her voice tinged with dejection. Are you hungry? I have some food on my table. Give it to the other mice. I've already eaten. With a sense of lethargy, Lily climbed onto the pillow and lay down. Observing the unusually somber mouse, Charles felt a twinge of confusion. He couldn't fathom why she was in such a state. Considering the troubles had seemingly passed, however, he was too weary to indulge her bad mood and tugged at her tail, pulling her towards the table. I found you a few books on operating the cannon. Hurry and read them. Tomorrow, I will take you to the port for training. Lily gazed at the stack of books piled higher than herself and instinctively recoiled. I won't read them. Besides, I already know how to operate the cannon. Stop whining. Becoming a competent gunner is not so simple. Since you are my crew member, I must ensure you meet the standards. Out on the sea, various anomalies can arise, and even a slight shortcoming on your part could endanger us all. Charles opened a book and tossed it towards her. Under the captain's insistence, Lily found herself compelled to digest literature far beyond her years. Yet, in this high-pressure environment, her inner gloom and sorrow soon faded. And the cheerful Lily returned, incessantly complaining to Charles throughout the day. As the mouse as chatter filled the air, the typically reticent Charles found himself speaking more, and for the first time, the cabin was alive with a hint of camaraderie. 2 weeks swiftly elapsed, and Lily's preliminary training came to an end. Charles, having completed the crew's rest, set forth on a new mission. The previous exploration of the Level 5 island marked the farthest edge. And this time, Charles's assignment took him to the northernmost seas. Generally, exploring open waters is deemed safer than venturing onto islands. Yet when it comes to the sea, who can truly predict the outcome? Upon Lily's return, the other crew members were taken aback. Under Charles's subtle hints, no one probed too deeply. They were only aware of one thing. The unicorn whale now had a mouse gunner. The smokestack of the unicorn whale belched out black smoke once more, slowly vanishing from the gaze of the dockworkers. For others, the time for recuperation felt too brief. However, for Charles, it felt excessively long. The intel received from 1068 ignited within him an insatiable desire to continue seeking the surface exit. With his life already on the line, nothing else mattered. Life at sea remained as tranquil as ever. With any unknown entities that crawled onto the deck swiftly dealt with. In their second foray into unmarked waters, the crew exhibited considerably more composure than before. Perhaps it was due to the absence of casualties in the previous mission. As the crew approached the new task with high spirits, even though they had only rested for half a month, confidence radiated from each face. The second mate, Krona, was particularly eager to introduce his cousin to the crew. Imagining shared fortunes ahead, the crew speculated amongst themselves how soon they might discover a new island and rise to prosperity alongside their captain. On the 10th day in the cockpit, Charles held a pen, calculating the vessel's current position based on speed and direction on the nautical chart. This was typically the navigator's duty, yet he undertook it personally. Such tasks demanded precision. A minor error in coordinates could lead to disastrous consequences. After thoroughly confirming that today's coordinates were accurate, Charles turned to head to the captain's quarters to write the logbook. However, as he stepped outside, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Standing at the doorway, Charles turned back. Surveying the cockpit of the unicorn whale was significantly larger than that of the mouse, roughly the size of half a classroom. At that moment, the chief sailor, Deep, was at the helm, while the first mate, Bandage, sat beside him, monitoring the navigation as they conversed. Bandage, did you know? James secretly got married. He didn't even tell us. How ungrateful of him. Left rudder 15. Increase speed by 5 knots, Bandage instructed, seemingly oblivious to the chief sailor's grievances. As his gaze swept around the cabin, Charles finally pinpointed the source of his discomfort. He strode directly towards Bandage, yanking the bandage off his broken leg. Astonishingly, a segment had regrown where it had been devoured by Anna. The stark contrast between the tattooed dark skin and the newly grown bright white flesh was striking. Deep had evidently noticed this remarkable phenomenon, his eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness, you regrew a leg after it was severed. Are you some kind of sea octopus? Keep your eyes on the helm. Charles barked, and the curious Deep quickly retreated. Charles pointed to the severed limb and asked Bandage, can you explain how this happened? I've never heard of any Fortan worshippers having special methods for limb regeneration. I don't know my memories are a blur. I've been to many places and experienced countless things, but my memories fade. Bandage replied, covering his head with his hands, a flicker of pain crossing his face. I don't think my name is Bandage, but I'm not certain. It seemed this individual, too, harbored a story of his own. Charles mused with a faint sigh. He placed a reassuring hand on Bandage's shoulder. It's all right. If you can't recall the past, don't dwell on it. Just remember that you were the first mate of a unicorn whale. Bandage lifted his head, a peculiar smile stretching across his face. Thank you, Captain. Afterward, he took a long black needle and expertly began to pierce the newly regrown thigh, a series of small letters appearing on his skin. Captain Charles can be trusted. First mate, you really don't need to, Captain. There's something going on. Look outside. At the sound of Deep's panicked voice, Charles immediately turned his gaze toward the window. A flurry of bright yellow flakes was cascading down. Reminiscent of snow on Earth, yet in this land of sea, devoid of a sky, how could snow possibly exist? In the face of the anomaly, Captain Charles swiftly issued orders. Everyone, retreat to the cabin. Full speed ahead out of this area. The bright yellow flakes accumulated on the deck, and the atmosphere aboard the unicorn whale grew tense. With a muffled thud, the vessel emitted a deep sound, and the black smoke from the smokestack began to billow ominously. With nerves taut, Charles fixated on the pitch-black sea, scarcely allowing himself a blink. A whistling sound arose as waves began to stir upon the surface. Is this wind? Is the sea stirring? Could we be nearing the surface exit? An absurd thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, realization struck Charles, and his pupils dilated to pinpoints. Gripping the red lever, he pulled it forcefully. Above the cockpit, the spotlight, which was meant to illuminate the sea, shot upward toward the sky. Rushing outside, he glanced up, and in that instant, an unshakable tremor coursed through him. A fear unlike any he had ever known enveloped his being. Directly above the unicorn whale, a colossal eye, covering half the sky, stared unblinkingly at him. Chapter 30. The divine Charles stood frozen for 3 seconds, jolted back to reality by Bandage's fervent prayers. He looked down to find the first mate kneeling beside him, incessantly bowing before the enormous eye in the sky. Grinding his teeth, Charles grasped Bandage and stumbled into the cockpit. His face pale, he did not respond, swiftly sealing the door and operating the equipment with urgency. The lights aboard the unicorn whale extinguished rapidly, merging the exploration vessel with the encroaching darkness. At that moment, the second mate's voice crackled through the communication pipe. Captain, what is happening up there? Why did you turn off the in the next breath? The second mate's voice became laced with terror. Oh my God, have we encountered a god in the darkness? We're doomed, utterly doomed. Second mate, shut your mouth, Charles roared, veins bulging on his forehead, beside him. Bandage trembled uncontrollably, his body curled up on the floor, mumbling incoherently in prayer. Following the sound, Charles rushed over, forcefully covering Bandage's mouth, lowering his voice. That is not your fortan god. Did you not see that thing is in the sky? In the darkness of the cabin, a tense atmosphere began to permeate, the only sounds being their hurried breaths. After a few minutes, Deep's subdued voice broke the silence, as if suppressing some emotion. Captain, what kind of deity did you just witness? Perhaps we should pray to it. I've heard that sincere prayers can spare us when encountering a god. Charles remained silent, uncertain of the nature of the entity that loomed outside. He harbored no desire to uncover its identity. Rather, he wished fervently for it to depart swiftly. A deep, resonant hum echoed through the darkened skies above, sending chills down the spines of all aboard the vessel. Moments later, peculiar noises began to emanate from the deck, multiplying ominously. Damn it, something has boarded the ship. Panic gripped Charles's heart as he realized that inaction was no longer an option. If this continued, everyone on board would perish. Resolutely, he dashed towards the array of instruments and activated every source of light. Through the glass, he beheld a writhing mass of crimson flesh, seemingly emerging from nowhere, devouring the bright yellow snow on the deck. Chief Engineer, the turbine is overloaded. We must flee this cursed place at full speed. The dormant narwhal emitted a low growl as it rapidly ascended, witnessing the grotesque creatures on deck leap into the sea. Charles felt no relief. The true danger resided above him. He dared not gaze at the entity hovering in the sky, an eye large enough to obscure half the heavens, leaving him to ponder the enormity of its owner. All he could do was muster every ounce of strength to escape. Suddenly, the narwhal shook violently, and nearby, Bandage and Deep were violently thrown against the wall, followed by a cacophony of noise and screams from the turbine compartment. Captain, something has penetrated the turbine chamber. The secondary turbine is dead. A harsh metallic grinding filled the air as several colossal appendages resembling fingers reached down from above, seizing the vessel. In an instant, Charles realized that the narwhal had become immobilized, slowly being lifted as if ensnared by some unseen force. Damn it! This is my ship. You shall take it only over my dead body. Enraged, Charles disregarded all else and yanked the searchlight upwards, charging recklessly onto the deck. Upon stepping onto the deck, he gazed up and finally discerned the true form of the entity above, a monstrous butterfly, larger than the narwhal by several times. The creature's appendages clutched the ship, and the eye he had glimpsed was merely a spot on its wing. As the wings fluttered, specks of bright yellow scale dust cascaded from the heavens. Despite the oppressive presence of the creature, a smile crept upon Charles's face. It was not a god, but merely a beast. Albeit an enormous one, it was still just an animal that a low-frequency resonance reverberated once more as the moth's additional limbs lunged towards the searchlight. Clearly irritated by the bright light, "Lily, load the cannon," Charles shouted, racing towards the deck artillery. As the cannon was loaded, the narwhal had ascended approximately 7 to 8 meters above the surface. We cannot let it continue to grasp our vessel. Charles aimed the cannon at the massive appendage that had pierced the ship's side. "Brace yourselves." A thunderous explosion followed as the chitinous limb shattered, spewing forth a spray of crimson and emerald ichor. The narwhal plummeted back into the water, creating tumultuous waves. Had it been a wooden vessel, it would have surely splintered apart. Ignoring the blood streaming from his injured chin, Charles shouted excitedly into the cockpit. "Set sail! Quickly, set sail! Captain, look behind you!" Deep, panicked and flailing, stood at the glass in the cockpit. As Charles turned, he beheld the severed limb of the monstrous butterfly now directly before the bow of the ship, its antennae quivering as its low growls intensified, seemingly enraged. "You wish to return, do you? Very well, I shall not back down." With a hint of madness, Charles adjusted the cannon to aim at the grotesque insect head of the butterfly. Just as the atmosphere became tense with anticipation, a colossal column of water surged from the sea, larger than the moth itself. The ocean erupted, revealing a massive, translucent hand adorned with sinister patterns, resembling a mountain. Emerging from the depths, the moment Charles glimpsed that hand, he was assailed by a deafening whisper, and the world around him began to distort as his consciousness faded. A violent gale followed as the enormous hand descended upon the moth. Upon contact with the water's surface, a monstrous wave surged upward, transforming into a ferocious tsunami that bore down upon the narwhal. In a daze, Charles glimpsed a titan striding through the realms, its body green and adorned with countless tendrils, forelimbs resembling flaccid claws, and a grotesque maw that extended from its chin to its abdomen. Boom! The overwhelming wave crashed onto the deck, sweeping Charles into the ocean, prompting Deep, who was in the cockpit, to leap after him. "Captain! Wake up, Captain!" Slowly, Charles opened his eyes, finding himself back in the captain's quarters, unaware of how he had arrived there. As he regained consciousness, the crew members present exhaled in relief, with Lily bursting into tears of joy. Ignoring the sharp pain in his head, Charles turned to the second mate beside him and asked, "Are we safe now? Where are we?" The red-haired youth offered a rueful smile. "We are safe, but our current location remains uncertain." The narwhal was pushed far off course by the monstrous wave. Fortunately, the first mate's experience prevented the ship from capsizing. "What about crew losses?" Charles inquired. "We lost 2 sailors, likely swept into the sea. And the secondary turbine was fatally struck by the butterfly's claw. Chef Frey's left arm is dislocated." As second mate Krona finished speaking, the chief engineer interjected, "Captain, the monster's forelimb penetrated the turbine chamber directly. Although the breach has been sealed, turbine power is compromised. The narwhal now moves at only 1/5 of its previous speed." Bad news continued to pile up, and Charles felt the weight of responsibility grow heavier. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the crew. "First mate, adjust the crew's watch schedule to fill the gaps. All previous tasks are cancelled. The ship will head south, where human islands are more abundant, increasing our chances of encountering help." The crew responded affirmatively, and after a lengthy period of inactivity, the narwhal finally began to move again. Once the crew had departed, Charles took a swig from a bottle of liquor, desperately trying to regain his composure. The calm captain had vanished, replaced by a profound fear. That hand, larger than a mountain, was it the giant from his dreams? What was it? He had heard tales of deities from the sea, but had approached them with indifference. Yet today, upon witnessing a true deity, he grasped the insignificance of humanity for the first time. Is this truly still Earth? Such colossal creatures could not possibly exist. The very gravity would crush their forms. In that fleeting moment, a thought flickered through Charles's mind: to sell the ship and return to the island to spend the rest of his days in peace. However, the blurry visage of his family flashed through his mind, and his resolve solidified. "I cannot give up. Not even a god can stand in my way." After taking another swig from the bottle, he stowed it away, his expression returning to its icy demeanor as he stepped outside. Time passed slowly, and under Charles's command, the narwhal gradually regained its tranquility. Although danger still loomed, the morale of the crew stabilized. Some even found the leisure to collect the yellow snow, eager to return home and boast of their find. Yet, the topic of the colossal hand emerging from the depths remained unspoken, as if it were a forbidden subject. Mr. Charles, Deep is bullying me. In the mess hall, the furious mouse, Lily, stormed up to Charles, who was eating. He said if there isn't any food left, he will eat my friends. Seeing the mouse complain, Deep, suppressing laughter, looked up and replied, Captain, I was just teasing her. Besides, mice aren't exactly a delicacy. Could you refrain from such childishness? We are still not out of danger. After chastising the first mate, Charles cast his gaze down at Lily on the ground. There is sufficient food. Even if it were scarce, we could cast nets to catch fish. There is no need to resort to consuming your friends. Upon hearing Charles's words, Lily felt a sense of relief and leaped in front of Deep to confront him. Although Charles's face bore no trace of tension, his heart was secretly anxious. While food was ample, fresh water was not. If they did not find a new refuge before their freshwater supply ran out, the entire crew would face a torturous death by thirst. As if sensing Charles's thoughts, the bandaged first mate, gnawing on a piece of bread, approached. Captain, I have a way to escape. Charles's interest piqued. What method? A sacrifice of 3 souls, the deity for it, and will guide us. A flicker of disgust crossed Charles's face as he wished to forget such repugnant notions. After a moment of silence, the bandaged mate glanced at the sailors in the distance and stated, The ship can sustain fresh water for another month. If we draw lots for a sacrifice, the survivors can drink the blood of the others. The last 3 can last an additional 6 months. Charles abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting as he regarded the bandaged mate, as if he were seeing him for the first time. This fellow was not as innocuous as he appeared. I apologize. This is merely an emergency plan. That I encountered a similar situation before and ended up consuming my captain. Enough? Time to eat. Charles's sudden exclamation startled everyone. The following day, the crew discovered that the fresh water aboard the uniquely horned whale was becoming limited. No one objected, but the crew seemed to sense the underlying tension. Their smiles noticeably diminished. The quantity of fresh water dwindled day by day, and even Charles's wine was rationed. When each person was finally allotted only a cup of water per day, someone could no longer contain their despair and attempted to leap into the sea, only to be restrained by their fellow sailors. Once again, the bandaged mate proposed the notion of sacrifice, just as Charles began to waver. A blurred white beam of light pierced the darkness from above. It was the light of a lighthouse. Among the jubilant crew, Charles exhaled deeply, his previously suspended heart finally at ease. The hellish scenario had been averted. As the uniquely horned whale gradually approached, a peculiar island emerged before them. If other islands resembled flat cakes, this one appeared akin to an egg, but the base of the egg was an opening, through which various steamboats, adorned with red flags, came and went. Due to the loss of their bearings, Charles was unaware of the island's name. It was not marked on the nautical charts he recalled. However, since it was a human settlement, communication was likely feasible. The uniquely horned whale followed other vessels into the giant egg. Inside was a vast city, with an array of Gothic architecture neatly aligned. Perhaps due to its cavernous nature, bats frequently flew overhead. First mate, inquire if they have a shipyard. The uniquely horned whale requires a turbine replacement. Deep, brandishing 2 green flags, stood at the bow, gesturing swiftly. Shortly thereafter, Deep returned with an odd expression, stating, Captain, their flag signals are quite different. I cannot comprehend them. Chapter 32. The locals gazing at the distant throng on the dock. Charles licked his cracked lips. Let us dock first and directly question the locals. When Charles and his crew disembarked, a crowd had already gathered outside, their eyes unblinkingly fixed upon them. Just as Charles began to feel uneasy under their scrutiny, 2 middle-aged men in customs uniforms pushed through the throng. One of the men, bearing deep lines on his face, inquired, Who is the captain? From where does your ship hail? Do you not know that foreign vessels cannot dock here? Charles stepped forward, providing a detailed account of their circumstances and inquiring whether there was a shipyard on the island. After he finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence, during which the 2 men stood before him, seemingly petrified. After several seconds, they finally came to life, their expressions noticeably warming. Indeed, sir, if you steer your ship eastward, there is a shipyard there. The second mate, Nona, leaned closer to Charles and whispered, Captain, do the people of this island seem a bit slow to you? Charles was uncertain. He had never visited this island during his previous cargo runs. However, regardless of the peculiarities of the locals, their primary objective was to repair their ship. The mysteries of the island could be unraveled gradually during the repairs, upon steering the uniquely horned whale into the shipyard. They were informed that replacing the turbine would take a month. Although the wait was lengthy, there was little choice. The turbine was the heart of the steamboat, and without it, the uniquely horned whale could not return to Coral Island. After paying the deposit and exiting the dock, Charles noticed the islanders still staring at them with unwavering gaze. This bizarre scene was overshadowed by their parched lips and hungry bellies, prompting Charles and his crew to rush into a sparsely populated inn for a hearty meal. The unique yet delicious fare eased Charles's mind slightly. Irrespective of the islanders' oddities, at least they served food that was palatable to humans. Observing his crew, who were now contentedly belching and relaxed, Charles remarked, "Replacing the turbine will require a month. The people here seem a bit insular, so please exercise caution and avoid trouble." The crew reclined comfortably in their chairs, responding in groups. However, when Charles distributed the remuneration for this mission, all eyes brightened with renewed vigor. Holding the echo coins in his hand, James hesitated, saying, "Captain, this mission was a failure, and the uniquely horned whale needs a turbine replacement, were it not for this payment. No need to worry. You shall receive what is due. Everyone should take this time to rest well." Having previously practiced frugality to save for the ship, Charles was now less concerned about such matters. After encountering such adversity, if mere paper currency could consolidate loyalty, it would be a worthwhile investment. Upon receiving their payment, the crew could no longer contain themselves. Smiles adorned their faces as they left. Arms slung around each other's shoulders. Understanding their intentions, Charles recognized that for men who made their living at sea, this was a customary practice. Ironically, it was Charles, who had always been frugal, that seemed out of place. Therefore, besides instructing them to act in unison and seizing the opportunity to gather information about the island, he imposed no further restrictions. That night, Charles experienced a nightmare, plunging once more into the depths of the ocean, where a colossal, terrifying humanoid creature turned to face him that he screamed in terror, ultimately awakening in a cold sweat, finding no underwater horrors nor monstrous beings, only the slightly peeling ceiling of the inn before him. "Mr. Charles, did you have a nightmare last night?" Lily leaped onto his chest. Charles sat up, retrieving his pocket watch, realizing he had slept for 11 hours, a duration previously unheard of for him. What did the watchful mouse report? "All is normal, aside from occasionally peering into your room. The islanders have not caused any disturbances." This revelation eased Charles's mind further. It seemed he had been overly concerned that in this vast, dark ocean, peculiar islands were plentiful. And perhaps this one was not so alarming after all. Just as Charles rose to head to the washroom, he noticed an envelope placed at the door. Upon opening it, an ornate script appeared before him. "Mr. Charles, life aboard an exploration vessel is exceedingly perilous. I can no longer endure it. I have decided to return to shore and must apologize for not bidding you farewell in person. Former sailor, Seifler." With a sigh, Charles crumpled the envelope and tossed it into the nearby refuse pile. It appeared that mere money could not retain loyalty. Some individuals were paralyzed by fear. Charles's emotions remained relatively stable. It was only natural for some to depart under such circumstances. Glancing at the time, he surmised it was now evening, and he took Lily outside. The distinctions in the port area were not particularly pronounced. Yet upon entering the so-called Crown District, Charles immediately noted the differences between this island and Coral Island. Here, both attire and architectural styles starkly contrasted. Every man on the street donned suits with stiff collars, while the elegantly dressed women in splendid garments exuded sophistication. Whether it was merely Charles's perception or not, the islanders appeared to belong to a higher echelon, with many handsome men and beautiful women surpassing the average island populace. However, regardless of their appealing appearances, the habit of staring at others remained unchanged. Being scrutinized like a specimen was far from pleasant. Charles halted a passing man, inquiring, "Excuse me, where is the Explorers Association? I could not locate it in the port area." "Explorers Association, what is that? I have never heard of it." "Never heard of it." Charles was taken aback, for as far as he knew, most of the islands in the archipelago had been discovered by explorers. Although the association was a loose organization, it had formed a symbiotic relationship with the governors of the islands, wielding significant influence in areas inhabited by humans. If this place had no connection to the Exploration Association, could it possibly be an island completely isolated from the others? While Charles remained in a daze, the individual who had been questioned had already turned and departed. After pondering for a moment, Charles proceeded into a nearby library, where he swiftly located various nautical charts. After comparing them, he soon discovered the current location of the island. He traced a line on the chart with his finger and, with a relaxed expression, remarked, "Fortunately, although this place is unrecorded, it is not too far from Coral Island. Once the ship is repaired, we should be able to return in no more than 15 days." Having purchased a collection of both new and old nautical charts, Charles exited the library. Standing on the bustling street, he momentarily found himself at a loss. With the ship under repair and the current coordinates confirmed, he was unsure of what to do next. The former Charles would likely have continued training his physique and honing his marksmanship in preparation for future adventures. However, considering the increasingly severe auditory hallucinations, he began to reflect on whether he had been too tense, having not rested since his arrival. Attempting to relax, he reasoned that it might be beneficial for his hallucinations. With this thought in mind, he turned to Lily perched on his shoulder and suggested, "Let us explore this island and ascertain its condition." Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Lily's ears perked up instantly. Towering spires, vividly depicted reliefs, and stained glass windows adorned the architecture. Though Charles possessed little artistic sensibility, he could discern that these buildings were of exquisite design, far surpassing the superficiality of Coral Island, which had little heritage to boast of. "Mr. Charles, what is that? It looks so delicious." Chapter 33. The blind painter. Upon hearing Lily's voice from his shoulder, Charles glanced in the direction she indicated. A mere few dozen meters ahead lay a square bustling with activity, filled with numerous makeshift stalls resembling barbecue stands. This must be the pedestrian street of the archipelago, Charles mused as he approached. After purchasing a bag of creamy baked oysters for Lily, he stepped into the lively square. It appeared to be a local market, teeming with diverse culinary delights and performances that left Lily's eyes wide with wonder, just as Charles found himself wandering unconsciously to the edge of the square. A menacing blind man wearing sunglasses appeared before him. The flesh on his face seemed fused with his skin, resembling some form of burn, rendering his terrifying visage starkly out of place among the surrounding attractive individuals. At the blind man's feet lay a sign that read, "Oil painting, 100 echoes each." Observing the blind man's tattered cloak, Charles surmised that his business was not thriving. After all, who would commission a blind man for a portrait? The blind man crouched timidly beside his easel, exuding a pitiful aura amidst the surrounding merriment. At that moment, 3 young men swaggered past, one of them kicking the easel, while the others erupted into raucous laughter as they watched the blind man scramble to gather his belongings. When Charles noticed that the crowd around them remained indifferent, not even bothering to glance at the scene, his brow furrowed slightly. The people on this island were not only peculiar but also remarkably callous. Compassionate Lily, unable to bear the sight, dashed forward to assist the blind man in organizing his canvases. Feeling someone lending him a hand, the disfigured blind man suddenly broke into tears. Why must I be so unfortunate?" Charles approached and, after a moment of contemplation, addressed the blind man. "Enough with the tears. Draw a portrait for me." Upon hearing of the potential commission, the blind man, momentarily setting aside his sorrow, quickly stood up, saying, "Sir, please have a seat here." He clumsily retrieved a folding chair from behind the easel. Watching the blind man skillfully mix his paints, Charles felt a flicker of curiosity. How could a blind man possibly paint? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the blind man turned the palette towards him and extended his hands, reaching for Charles's face. Painting by touch. A fleeting notion crossed Charles's mind. The blind man had already begun to paint. This piqued Charles's interest. He was eager to see how skilled the blind man's technique was. A few minutes later, the blind man paused, carefully removing the artwork from the easel and presenting it to Charles with great reverence. Clang! Startled, Charles accidentally toppled the folding chair and instinctively took 3 steps back, his right hand reaching for the gun holstered at his waist. The canvas did not depict Charles, but rather an astonishingly lifelike portrayal of Anna. The sound of the chair hitting the ground immediately drew the blind painter's attention, and in a state of panic, he reached out in Charles's direction. "Sir, is my painting not to your liking? Please don't leave. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Have pity on me." With a complex expression, Charles accepted the painting and produced several hundred echo banknotes, placing them in the blind man's hand. Upon feeling the texture of the bills, a look of sheer ecstasy spread across the blind man's terrifying face as he bowed deeply towards Charles. "Sir, thank you for your compassion towards this wretched soul. May the lady bless you." "Can you read minds?" Charles inquired while holding the painting. No, it's merely a useless ability that surfaced after I lost my sight. The blind man replied humbly, shrinking back slightly with a look of ingratiation. As Charles's fingers slowly traced Anna's face on the canvas, a flood of fabricated memories surged into his mind. Gao Jiming, I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? Gao Jiming, stop playing games. I'm far more entertaining. It's nothing. It's just a trip to the underworld. What's the big deal? With me by your side, we'll definitely make it out. Charles's expression twisted slightly as he gripped the edge of the painting tightly. His veins bulging. Mr. Charles, who is this beautiful sister? Lily, having jumped onto his shoulder, inquired. Just as the man and mouse were engaged in conversation, the blind man raised his chin and began to sniff the air. Ultimately, still hesitating to tear the painting, Charles slowly rolled it up and tucked it into his coat, his expression tinged with melancholy as he said, Let us go, Lily. It's time to head back. The blind man behind them raised his hand as if to call out but hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. On their way back, Lily could clearly sense that Mr. Charles was somewhat preoccupied, and the white mouse quickly deduced that it was related to the painting. Could it be that, like in a drama, this sister had once shared a tumultuous romance with Mr. Charles, only to heartlessly abandon him afterward? Upon returning to the inn, Charles found 3 envelopes placed at his doorstep, indicating that 2 sailors and a cook had departed. Including the deceased, nearly half of the crew of the Unicorn had vanished. What was going on? Why had so many resigned? Why not wait until returning to Coral Island to discuss it? Charles resolved to finish his journal and summon the crew for questioning. This was becoming increasingly unusual. Lighting the oil lamp, he took out the painting and stared at it intently for a while before inserting it into his nautical diary. As he pulled out his steel pen to begin writing, another envelope slid through the door crack. You will resign in front of me. Yet there was no response from outside. With a grim expression, Charles approached and opened the envelope. Upon seeing the name deep written on it, his demeanor turned serious. Lily, come with me. Lily leaped back onto Charles's shoulder as the brown mice followed closely behind like a carpet. Mr. Charles, why are we going out again? Something feels off. That boy Deep is in danger. Lily's eyes widened in alarm. Charles waved the letter in front of her. This could not possibly have been written by him. That boy was an orphan and barely recognized words. How could he write a resignation letter? This was clearly a forgery. Connecting this with the earlier anomalies, Charles was convinced that something was amiss with his crew. If the crew truly wished to leave, they would likely have done so directly, and those with whom they had a better relationship would have simply bid farewell in person like old John. Very few would write resignation letters. Moreover, the elegant cursive writing bore no resemblance to that of the rough seaman. Upon reaching the street, he instructed Lily, have your mice scatter and gather everyone currently aboard the Unicorn. All right. Lily let out a couple of squeaks, and the brown carpet on the ground instantly unfurled. Chapter 34. The Vampire. Captain, what has happened? The crew of the Narwhal hurried over, following the mice, most of them disheveled, reeking of alcohol, with various lip prints adorning their collars. Does anyone know where Deep went last night? Charles inquired of them. The thin cook, Fry, quickly spoke up. Captain, I know. That lad was taken away by the second mate yesterday. He said he wanted to find a more upscale place to become a real man.its just up ahead. Bring your weapons. Follow me, Charles commanded. Had they crossed paths with the local gang? This thought immediately crossed Charles's mind, as such industries typically had specific individuals controlling them. However, that logic seemed flawed. No gang would bother to send resignation letters after abducting someone. Clearly, this was an attempt to obscure the disappearance of these individuals from others. Soon, an inn adorned with red curtains came into view. Just approaching the entrance, one could smell the enticing fragrances that stirred excitement in men. With a kick, Charles flung the door open and stormed inside. Drawing the gaze of the couples embracing in the hall, a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, rose with a grim expression, flanked by dozens of subordinates. You scoundrels, who dares to wreak havoc on our territory? A short man had just begun to shout when the towering man swatted him away effortlessly. The burly figure approached Charles, looking down at him with disdain. I've heard that some of my crew are here, Charles said, unwavering as he locked eyes with the man. In response to Charles's audacity, the brute remained somewhat composed. Your 2 crew members are not here. Perhaps they've gone elsewhere. Charles's eyes narrowed, his face growing cold. Did I say there were 2 crew members? The brute's expression shifted, realizing he had been outsmarted. Unable to conceal his discomfort, he waved his hand. The surrounding thugs began to usher the patrons out. And before long, the once lively establishment turned eerily quiet. I know you maritime folk can be troublesome, but since you're here, why not stay? As he spoke, The brute extended his crimson tongue to lick his lips. By the grace of the matron, my luck must be extraordinary. I've captured this batch of humans. Upon hearing such ominous words, Charles did not hesitate. With a swift motion, he drew his revolver, pointing it directly at Durand before him. The other crew members quickly brandished their weapons to eye in the next moment. The entire room erupted in laughter, as if Charles had just shared a grand jest. Bang! 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 Bullets struck Durand, splattering blood in every direction. To everyone's shock, the grotesque wounds on Durand's body began to heal rapidly, returning to normal within mere seconds. It seems you are unaware of what you are dealing with. Humans, Durand sneered, a horrific smile splitting his pale face. With a flash, two sharp fangs protruded from just below his upper lip, and his eyes glowed with a blood-red hue. A vampire. Charles's pupils constricted. Your blood belongs to me. With a powerful push, Durand lunged at Charles, knocking him to the ground, his sharp fangs sinking deep into Charles's neck. Simultaneously, the others revealed their true nature, shedding their disguises and exposing their fangs as they lunged at the crew. Durand drank. He suddenly sensed something amiss. The man before him with black irises showed no signs of struggle, which was decidedly abnormal. This fellow paralyzed with fear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a white, ecstatic mask descended upon Charles's face. With a swift motion, a gleaming blade pierced Durand's chest, forcing him backward. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a vampire. What a pathetic creature to behold. Behind them, the nearly 4-meter-tall James roared as he seized one vampire and ripped it in two. The crew surged forward, overwhelming another vampire, who screamed in agony beneath their onslaught. The other crew members began their attack. Though they had been timid before the giant butterfly, vampires were no match for those who had witnessed the divine. Durand glared at the white mask before him. This was not what he had anticipated. His sharp claws, leaving afterimages, lunged toward Charles's face. Charles's neck muscles tensed, and the smooth mask narrowly evaded the razor-sharp claws. You enjoy biting, do you? Let me give you a taste. The bloody black blade swiftly rose and plunged directly into Durand's mouth. The blade emerging from the back of his head. Furious, Durand attempted to retaliate, but Charles thrust the hilt of the knife forward, precisely cleaving the monstrous visage in two. In the next moment, he raised the black blade and plunged it into Durand's heart. The once mighty creature convulsed and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Focused on piecing together the bloodied remnants of his foe's head, Charles performed a backflip and rejoined the battle behind him, witnessing Charles slaughtering their kind with such ease. The remaining vampires could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to crash through windows to escape. What a disappointment. Is this all they have to offer? How trivial, Charles remarked disdainfully as he observed their retreat. Charles's ears perked up as he led his crew through the chaotic hall and arrived before a wooden door. Upon pushing it open, he discovered Deep and Krona, suspended like bacon on an inverted cross. Their wrists slashed, droplets of blood falling into a wooden basin below. The pallor of their faces indicated that had Charles not arrived in time, they would have bled to death. Upon seeing Charles, the two suspended figures writhed in a frenzy. Charles did not immediately lower them. Instead, he approached Deep and struck his face with the blade. How was the taste of the female vampire? Unable to speak with his mouth gagged, the young man's eyes pleaded for help. With a flash of light, the chains binding the two snapped in half. Indifferent to their plight, Charles turned to inspect the various bloodletting instruments nearby. This appeared to be a facility dedicated to extracting blood from vampires. And upon seeing the tall glass jars filled with blood, Charles realized that the victims were not limited to just these two. The other missing crew members were likely not here, suggesting that there were more vampires lurking about. Mr. Charles, what shall we do next? Lily inquired curiously. What else is there to say? Having killed so many vampires, it is only fitting that we report this, Charles replied. Chapter 35. The entire island, soon, on the streets of the dock. All the islanders were witness to a profoundly shocking sight that a giant nearly 4 meters tall dragged a vampire corpse swathed in pink curtains through the streets, the dark red blood soaking the cobblestones and leaving a gruesome crimson carpet in its wake. The islanders parted to make way, faces etched with panic. Some in the crowd, upon witnessing this scene, turned to flee. Seeing their reactions, Charles smirked coldly. Those individuals were undoubtedly spies for the vampires. This was the intimidation he sought. No matter how formidable the vampires were, compared to the terrors of the deep sea, these beings were mere trifles. The blood-stained carpet stretched from the brothel to the police booth at the dock. Hey, Your island's management leaves much to be desired. So many threats slip through your fingers without detection. How do you conduct your affairs? Charles, masked, addressed the two on-duty policemen with an air of authority. The officers, sweat beading on their brows, stared at the chaotic scene before them. Are you feeling hot? Charles pressed his face closer. And no. One of the portly officers instinctively recoiled. Consider this my way of resolving your troubles. Dante, you think a gesture of gratitude is in order? I suspect there are still hidden vampires at the dock. Hurry and find them. I still have some crew members unaccounted for. Gazing at the pile of corpses at the entrance, the two officers dared not protest further, hastily agreeing to notify their superiors. As soon as Charles departed, the portly officer urgently urged his partner. Quick, informed the chief. The newcomers have killed Durand. Captain, will those black-skinned dogs help us find the others? Clutching his wrist, Nona inquired. Charles responded, were I the sovereign of this island, I would never permit foreign beings to freely drain the lifeblood of my domain. Removing his mask, Charles bore a somber expression. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The brazen conduct of those vampires suggests that this island is far from tranquil. We must depart swiftly. Let us proceed to the shipyard at once. Sir, what brings you here? Did I not inform you that it would take a month? The factory manager, clutching blueprints, hastily approached amidst the cacophony of the shipyard. I asked there any way to expedite the process. Echo coins are not an issue. Charles sought to avoid unnecessary complications, focusing solely on ensuring the turbines returned to Coral Island. Once on his own territory, he could comfortably procure a new turbine. Upon hearing Charles's words, the manager's countenance shifted to one of distress. This puts me in a most difficult position. Just as he uttered this, a young worker approached and whispered something into his ear. The manager's face paled, and he regarded Charles with trepidation. Sir, I can have the finest turbine installed for you within 3 days. Just 3 days. Although Charles was unaware of what the young worker had said, he could clearly perceive the manager's change in demeanor. Having achieved his objective, Charles felt no inclination to linger. After offering a few brief instructions, he stepped outside. Everything is prepared. Once the turbine is ready, we shall set forth immediately. What of Jack and the others? Deep inquired about the missing crew members. We cannot concern ourselves with that now. That if the ship is repaired and they have not been located by the authorities, their fate is likely grim. Just as Charles conversed with the crew, Lily, perched on his shoulder, exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Charles, look over there. It's that painter. Charles lifted his gaze and beheld the disfigured blind painter stumbling toward them. Sniffing the air as he approached, instinctively, Charles sensed that the man was searching for him. I asked, there's something you need? Charles asked as he stepped forward. The painter, startled by the inquiry, revealed a flicker of joy upon his grotesque visage. Sir, I have finally found you. I wish to speak with you at Helen Square, but there were simply too many people. Speak quickly, Charles interrupted. The blind man lowered his voice, retracting his neck. Sir, I possess critical information regarding your safety. I wish to exchange this information for passage on your ship to escape this dreadful place. I cannot endure it any longer, as everyone bullies me, though uncertain of the man's enigmatic motives. Charles readily agreed to this inequitable exchange, as he required further insight from a local. Proceed. I am aware of your considerable strength, but you must depart post-haste. The authorities have been notified of your involvement in Durand's demise, and 2 dukes have been dispatched to address the situation. Should they arrive, your escape will be utterly impossible. Dukes, what on earth are you talking about? Charles's brow furrowed in confusion. The blind man gestured animatedly, his excitement palpable. Not only were the individuals you killed vampires, but the entire island's populace is composed of vampires. This is their stronghold, Black Crystal Island. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crew of the Unicorn, as each face displayed sheer astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief as they glanced at the surrounding islanders. All of them. Indeed, all, including myself. The blind man opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp, glistening fangs. Charles's expression darkened to an extreme degree. If it were merely a few vampires, it would not be particularly daunting. However, if the entirety of the island was comprised of them, they were, without a doubt, fish on a chopping block. He had thought he had narrowly escaped, only to find himself ensnared in a den of wolves. If they were all allied, then Charles's thought shifted, and his expression changed as he hurried back to the shipyard with the other crew members. Upon entering, he collided with the factory manager. Did you not promise to expedite the repairs? Why are you still here? The crew members wore expressions of hostility. Charles, disinterested in offering an explanation, commanded his crew to seal all entrances and gather everyone within. Addressing the visibly distressed factory manager, Charles asserted, no need for pretense. That man has already informed us. You and those outside are in league with one another, are you not? I am certain that my ship has not been touched since its arrival. Traitor! The enraged manager revealed his true nature, lunging at the blind man. However, a blood-stained black blade was swiftly drawn across his path. Chapter 36. The Duke observing the shipyard workers, now revealed as vampires. Stirring restlessly, James, standing behind Charles, began to expand in size, hefting a steel beam with one hand, which immediately quelled the unrest. Charles turned to the blind man. When will those two dukes arrive? Typically, they reside in the central tomb of the island. It may take them half a day to reach here. Excellent. Charles gestured toward the unicorn, addressing the vampire factory manager. I give you 3 hours to install the turbine. Otherwise, Duran's fate will be your own. A burly worker with a scruffy beard stepped forward, agitated. That is utterly impossible. Do you have any idea how complicated it is to replace a turbine? Bosun, Charles commanded, and in that instant, the steel beam hurtled through the air, striking the bearded worker with brutal force. His contorted body attempted to mend, but the steel continued to rain down upon him, reducing him to a bloody pulp. Blood splattered across the remaining vampires, instilling fear in their hearts. Oh, you think I am lenient? You blood-sucking fiends. Now, go and replace it. Charles's voice simmered with barely contained rage. The manager's lips quivered as he wiped the viscous remnants from his face. Turning with the other vampires toward the unicorn. Bosun, keep a close watch on them. Be wary of any underhanded tactics. Understood, Captain. The bosun followed closely behind. This task should have been assigned to the chief engineer. However, the current chief engineer's intellect was insufficient for such a role, leaving James to stand resolutely at the forefront, intimidating all the vampires. The metal doors of the shipyard creaked open slightly, and Deep cautiously peered outside. After a brief observation, he turned to Charles, seated atop a crate. Captain, it seems the people outside have taken notice of us. Many are looking this way. Audric, do you think they will charge in? Charles inquired while cleaning the black blade. The blind man shook his head. They will not dare to act against the Duke's prey, and you are no ordinary human to be easily slaughtered. They are a disorganized mob, without a leader. They are unlikely to act recklessly. Charles felt a sense of clarity. Evidently, the previous intimidation still held sway. Even if the outside vampires were aware of their impending escape, without a leader, they would hesitate to act. What is the strength of the Dukes? Charles probed about the impending adversaries. The strength of the bloodkin is determined by their age. The older they are, the more experience and power they possess. To become a Duke, one must be at least 500 years old. They are fundamentally different from us. Should they choose, they could easily slay thousands of ordinary bloodkin. 500 years, Charles pondered in astonishment. With such longevity, they must have knowledge of the Light Continent. Upon hearing Charles's speculation, Audric shook his head. You can only inquire of the matron regarding that. All the bloodkin on this island were created by her initial embrace. Only she has ventured into that cursed realm that it is said that light is omnipresent there and ignites to ash upon the slightest contact. It is a mystery how the matron has survived. Upon hearing this, Charles clenched his fists. Indeed, the surface world was rife with clues, waiting to be uncovered by those who sought them. Why did your matron come to this place? Ah, I have heard tales of that. It is said that a certain entity informed the matron of a locale where the sun would never harm the bloodkin, and where humans abound in abundance. Charleston was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that these vampires had arrived in such a manner. The blind Audric, unable to perceive Charleston's expression, continued to speak. However, the entity that deceived the mistress revealed that this place was not solely inhabited by humans, but also by various beings far more powerful than our kindred. Even for the bloodkin, survival in such a realm was exceedingly arduous, and the mistress harbored deep resentment towards him. Upon hearing of beings vastly superior to the mistress of the bloodkin, Charleston instinctively recalled the immense hand that had risen from the sea, an entity that evoked an overwhelming sense of helplessness. How much do you know about the mistress's previous world? From which country does she hail? How many suns illuminate the sky? Charleston posed several questions in quick succession, hoping to glean further details about the surface world through inquiry. Despite having obtained clues from 1068, he felt the need for thorough cross-verification. A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Audric's face. Mr. Charleston, I am merely 124 years old, still quite youthful, and given my position among the bloodkin, I doubt you need me to elaborate on my lack of qualifications to approach the mistress. Charleston let out a soft sigh, tinged with melancholy, as he made his way towards the unicorn whale. This response was entirely within his expectations. To uncover the answers he sought, he would have to confront the mistress of the bloodkin directly. A prospect that seemed utterly impossible unless he had a death wish. Nearby, the engrossed Lily, noticing Charleston's departure, approached Audric with curiosity. So, did your mistress flee to this island to evade a crisis? How pitiful. No, we have come to escape humanity. The strength of humans has been steadily increasing, and the conflicts between us have intensified. The mistress foresaw the impending showdown and left with her progeny. In truth, we exist in a symbiotic relationship with humans. If you perish, we too would find ourselves without sustenance. And what of your food? Do you consume rats? In the northern section of Dark Crystal Island, we maintain a group of humans who provide a fixed quantity of blood weekly. However, it is exceedingly costly, and we often must suppress our disgust to consume human fare. As time passed, the number of bloodkin lingering outside the shipyard grew. Through the glass windows, it became evident that they no longer concealed themselves, their elongated fangs bared, their bloodthirsty gazes unmasked. Although they refrained from storming inside, the sight of circles upon circles of vampires outside weighed heavily on Charleston. How much longer? If I wish to avoid death, I need you to hurry. Charleston's roar echoed within the shipyard as the number of foes outside multiplied. His temper flared. Soon, very soon. We're just securing the rivets. The foreman, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, urged his subordinates frantically. That moment, the sound of flapping wings penetrated the ears of everyone within the shipyard. Charleston dashed to a window to peer outside. Spotting a large swarm of black bats approaching, the vampires outside erupted in cheers at the sight of the bats. The bats quickly descended, coalescing into a red-collared cloak that draped over a man and a woman. Damn it! The agitated Charleston did not require further explanation to deduce the identities of these two. Didn't they say it would take ages? Why have they arrived in just 2 hours? Chapter 37. The Clash. Hearing Charleston's inquiry, the blind vampire seemed flustered, stammering, and at a loss for words. Charleston waved dismissively to the other crew members. We can't wait any longer. Everyone aboard. Akasha observed the securely closed shipyard with interest, a smirk gracing her lips, revealing her sharp fangs. How intriguing. It seems these humans possess a modicum of strength. Armand, I would relish the opportunity to taste their blood. It has been far too long since I savored blood from the outside. The male vampire Duke beside her shook his head. My dear, that is not permissible. We must adhere to the agreement. Indeed, a family trait. You are just as miserly as your sister. Akasha scoffed at her companion before striding toward the grand door. The petite vampire, standing at a mere 1.5 meters, extended her pale hands, forcefully yanking the sturdy door. The jarring sound of metal grinding echoed as the half-foot-thick steel door was effortlessly torn apart as if it were mere parchment. The scene revealed before the two vampire dukes left them momentarily stunned. A small pile of explosives lay on the open ground, a nearly depleted fuse resting atop. Before they could comprehend the situation, a thunderous explosion engulfed the shipyard, flames soaring skyward and enveloping the two dukes. Amidst the billowing smoke, a charred, blackened corpse emerged from the inferno, eyes fixed on the rapidly retreating unicorn whale. The charred remains swiftly healed, and soon a naked Akasha stood once more in place. Indeed, only strong sustenance is worth savoring. No sooner had she uttered these words than black hair sprouted from her body, her fair form undergoing a grotesque transformation. Before long, a 3-meter-tall abomination, half human and half bat, materialized in her stead. The grotesque creature swiftly fragmented into a swarm of bats, which flocked toward the unicorn whale. Following closely behind, another group of bats emerged from the smoke, observing the approaching swarm from the deck. Charleston turned to the deck cannons and shouted, "Lily, shoot them down!" Boom, boom, boom. The cannon fire was relentless, bat fragments raining down into the water. However, the sheer number of bats was overwhelming. The cannonballs could barely keep up as they drew nearer. The sound of flapping wings echoed ominously, tightening the tension in the hearts of everyone aboard. Before long, the bats converged, forming a half-human, half-bat monster that landed heavily on the deck. Its sharp claws swiped at the brown rat on the cannon, sending blood and flesh flying. Causing Lily to scream in terror, Akasha's crimson eyes fixated on the fleeing rats, flames flickering in her palm, just as she was about to hurl the flames at the rats. Charleston, masked and stealthy, appeared beneath her. With a swift motion, he slashed at her arm, severing the one that held the flame. Masked Charleston stood before the severed limb, bowing with utmost courtesy. Greetings, my dear, is this hand yours? Your smile is quite insufferable, Akasha retorted, pushing off the ground and engaging Charleston in a fierce struggle. Simultaneously, another halfback creature charged onto the deck, a 4-meter-tall James leading the charge. Other crew members stood at a distance, readying various weapons to support him. Charleston executed a backflip to evade the creature's razor-sharp claws, his right hand slicing at the menacing talons. They exchanged blows. Charleston leaped backward, landing gracefully on the ship's edge. Akasha, however, did not pursue, remaining stationary as her crimson gaze bore down on her opponent. Seeing the monster's arm regenerate before his eyes, Charleston inwardly cursed. This is utterly unreasonable. Is she cheating? Young man, that mask of yours is quite intriguing. Where did you procure it? A pity you are aligned with the wrong master. With a sudden burst of energy, Charleston climbed higher. What if I were to give you this mask? Would you spare us? Akasha covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Do you truly believe that is possible? No hurry. We can take our time conversing. It hurts. So painful. Hearing James's cries from behind, Charleston felt a surge of urgency. The situation was escalating unfavorably, and lingering further might lead to a 2-on-1 confrontation. That he turned to Audric, who had huddled in the cockpit. Hey, blind one. Do you know of any weaknesses these fiends possess? Timidly, Audric replied. The Duke's only weakness is her heart. You must utterly crush it to prevent her regeneration. Humph. Anger flickered across Akasha's terrifying visage for the first time as she unfurled her wings and soared toward the cockpit. Betrayal from one's own is often more despised than that of an enemy. With a shattering crash, the cockpit's glass splintered, and Akasha deftly seized the fleeing Audric. Her maw lined with sharp teeth opened wide, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream as half of the blind artist's neck vanished. Just as she was poised to consume the traitor, Charleston appeared behind her, a glimmering blade piercing her chest. The bat creature flapped its wings, pushing Charleston away. Glancing down at the wound in its chest, that a frigid look of menace graced her face. I've changed my mind. You humans shall meet your end beneath the waves. With a swift motion of her left hand behind her, a palm-sized round mirror materialized in her grasp. The moment the mirror appeared, the air was permeated with the sweet, metallic scent of blood, the aroma intensifying with each passing second. To his astonishment, Charles realized she possessed a relic. He glared at her, ready to charge forward to intervene, but Akasha unfurled her wings and soared into the air. Bathed in the harsh glow of the massive searchlight, her terrifying form underwent a transformation. Morphing from a half-human, half-bat creature into a 5-meter-long pig-nosed bat, the beast opened its monstrous maw, emitting a shrill, ear-piercing wail that resonated like a dirge from the depths of hell, reaching the ears of all present. Instinctively, everyone covered their ears, including the other half-human, half-bat creature, and within mere seconds, blood began to seep from their ears. Then, a chilling sight caught Charles's eye. A fissure appeared along the edge of the narwhal's hull, creeping downward. It was made of steel. This sonic assault was not only devastating to flesh but also inflicted significant damage to the vessel. If she continued this onslaught for much longer, the entire narwhal would likely disintegrate. Scanning the chaotic surroundings, Charles leaped towards the injured James, pointed skyward at the bat, and then gestured towards his own hands. The dazed James stood motionless, prompting Charles to deliver a sharp slap to his face. Finally, the giant sprang into action, seizing Charles by the legs and flinging him away. Like a cannonball, Charles collided with the bat, and the excruciating shriek that had plagued the air ceased abruptly, with a blade plunged into the creature's flesh. Charles bellowed with all his might. Lily, fire the cannon. Chapter 38. The clue of sunshine. As the dark cannon on the deck swung into position, Akasha felt a surge of panic. She sought to flee, but Charles was there, denying her the chance. The tentacle ring he had just acquired was the key to the final strike. He raised his left hand, activating the ring, and invisible tendrils ensnared the bat. Though the creature broke free in less than a second, that moment was sufficient. Boom. In the blink of an eye, most of the giant bat's body had vanished, its remains scattered like flesh confetti. While its grotesque visage was etched with disbelief, as Charles plummeted towards the sea, he suddenly caught a flash of white light before instinctively reaching out to grasp it. It was the mirror of the bat creature. With a splash, the frigid ocean enveloped Charles entirely. When he finally surfaced, he spotted another half-human, half-bat creature scuttling chaotically towards the harbor, clearly unwilling to risk itself for vengeance against its companion. Coward! If you have the guts. Run! Charles shouted from the water. The death of a duke seemed to have genuinely frightened the vampires, as no bats had approached, and the crew could no longer see dark Crystal Island. Drenched, Charles lay sprawled on the deck, utterly exhausted. Although the mask enabled him to reach the limits of human endurance, the fatigue in his body remained, rendering him unwilling to move even a finger. The crew, reborn from the ordeal, rushed towards him in jubilant frenzy, hoisting him high into the air in celebration. The next day, having regained a fraction of his energy, Charles opened his eyes, ignoring the lingering soreness in his muscles. He rose and walked towards the deck. Noticing the first mate tending to the ship's repairs, he let out a quiet sigh. The losses this time had been considerable. 2 sailors and a second mate perished in the encounter with the giant butterfly. And now 2 more sailors and a cook had been lost during the expedition to Dark Crystal Island. Coupled with the battered narwhal, the toll of this exploration was indeed significant. Fortunately, not all was lost. They had obtained the mirror that could transform one into a bat, along with a blind vampire. Retrieving the circular mirror, Charles gazed into it, only to find the surface foggy and indistinct. An idea sparked in his mind as he made his way to the crew's rest area. If anyone could provide insight into this relic, it would undoubtedly be the ship's sole local inhabitant. Upon entering the rest area, a wave of bloodiness assaulted him. The blind vampire, Audric, was sucking on a blood-soaked bandage, while James lay nearby, snoring on a rope, the very source of the bloody bandage. Audric's neck writhed with crimson growths, seemingly on the verge of healing. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, Audric quickly stood, exclaiming, "Captain Charles." UVE arrived. Charles drew his black blade and placed it in James's hand, recalling the severe injuries inflicted by the bat creature. However, despite his increasing size, the external injuries did not involve any internal damage. After confirming that James did not have a fever by touching his forehead, Charles turned and handed the mirror to Audric. "This is a relic of the late Duke. Her ability to transform into a massive bat seems connected to this." "Do you know how it works?" Audric's blind hands began to explore the mirror. "This should belong to Duke Akasha. Known as the Bat Mirror. It is said that if blood is smeared upon it, one can transform into a powerful giant bat." Charles recalled the massive bat from earlier, and the thought of its overwhelming sonic power ignited a fire within him, yet he remained cautious of the relic's potential drawbacks. "Does this item have any side effects?" "Indeed," Audric replied. "Using this mirror will exacerbate the bloodlust of vampires. If employed too frequently, one may be wholly consumed by this power and ultimately transformed into a beast. Its previous owner, Viscount Lance, is still hanging upside down on Dark Crystal Island." Charles contemplated the mirror in his hand, acknowledging the significant drawbacks. It seemed this relic should only be utilized in critical moments, unlike the jester's mask that could be applied at any time. Suddenly, Audric had a realization, eagerly lifting the mirror with both hands, displaying his acute awareness of his own limitations. At that moment, Audric's neck had returned to its original state, and Charles could not help but feel a tinge of envy at such formidable healing abilities. After taking the mirror and placing it in his pocket, Charles casually asked, "Your regenerative abilities as vampires are remarkable. What happened to the wounds on your face? Some sort of special affliction?" A glimmer of fear crossed Audric's horrifying features. "It was an accident. My companions and I attempted to rob a pirate ship. We discovered a box in a concealed cabin, initially believing it to contain treasure, only to find it held sunlight." The mention of sunlight, Charles's heart raced, nearly stopping in its tracks. Yet he quickly recognized the inconsistency in Audric's words. "Are you certain? Sunlight? Encased in a box?" "Yes, it was sunlight. The moment I beheld that radiant glow, my kin were reduced to ash. I barely managed to escape with my life by standing at a distance. Yet I still paid a heavy price." As Audric spoke, he removed his dark sunglasses, revealing his bulging eyes akin to overcooked eggs, accentuated by the surrounding crimson veins, creating a particularly terrifying visage. "Do you see? My eyes still ache. This torment can only be inflicted by sunlight." Charles, feeling increasingly agitated, began to pace the cabin. His heart remained steady even amidst the pursuit by the Duke's vampire the previous day. Yet now it was in turmoil. Perhaps there were alternative light-based weapons within that box. He found the notion absurd. Sunlight could not possibly be contained within a box. Could light, devoid of physical form, truly be captured? Audric shook his head. At the time, there were still living pirates nearby. When our incident occurred, they exhibited no signs of distress. If it were indeed some form of weapon, they would not have remained unharmed. Charles's heart raced with excitement, his expression one of fervor. This could potentially be the key to returning to the surface. Where had those pirates obtained the sunlight? I'm not entirely sure, but those pirates hailed from the chaotic city of Sodom. It is highly likely they acquired it from there, Mr. Charles. Do you require sunlight? In the chaotic city of Sodom, Charles, who rarely wore a smile, patted a hand on his shoulder before turning to leave. Regardless of whether the box contained genuine sunlight, Charles resolved to investigate. If it were true, it would undoubtedly be the most crucial clue in his quest for an exit from the surface. As the sound of footsteps faded away, Audric stealthily retrieved a half-decayed human corpse from a nearby barrel. If Charles were here, he would immediately recognize that this body belonged to the very Duchess he had battled against. The blind vampire greedily sank his teeth into the corpse, the sounds of chewing intertwining with the snores echoing through the dimly lit cabin. Chapter 39. The Joining of Vampires. By the time the narwhal returned to Coral Island, a month had passed. With new clues from the surface, Charles was eager to set off for the chaotic city of Sodom. Yet the crew could hardly continue. The experiences with giant butterflies, deities, and vampires had etched fatigue upon every face. Charles did not press them. He understood that no one was made of iron, and the crew required rest, just as the narwhal did. The hastily installed turbine was under immense strain, and coupled with the sonic damage to the ship's hull, the narwhal needed comprehensive repairs. Standing on the ship, Charles tenderly ran his hand along the railing, whispering, "You have worked hard, my companion." Mr. Charles, it appears your voyage has not been smooth. Have you encountered any dangers? How did you sustain such damage? The speaker was Wood, the man who had originally sold the ship to Charles. That moment, Wood felt astonished. He had not anticipated ever seeing the vessel again. Believing it had long since sunk to the ocean's depths. A premonition struck him. This young man before him might indeed have a genuine chance of becoming the governor of the island. How much will it cost? Charles was not in the mood for idle chatter. Wood quickly handed over the bill. The expenses for replacing the turbine and reinforcing the deck totaled 1.21 million echoes. After signing his name on the bill, Charles mentally calculated his remaining funds. With the previous 1.6 million echoes minus the repair costs and the sailors' wages, only 150,000 remained. While it seemed a considerable sum, it posed a perilous figure for an exploratory ship. If the next voyage yielded no income, the entire narwhal would be rendered immobile. His intended route to Sodom promised no rewards, placing him in a dire predicament. As Charles pondered, he walked out of the shipyard, only to find Audric, wearing sunglasses, waiting by the roadside. "What are you doing here, Mr. Charles? Does your ship still need crew? Please allow me to become one of your sailors." Audric lowered his head, visibly excited. "I'm sorry, but my crew is already full." Charles decisively declined, brushing past him as he headed towards the distant dock. It was not discrimination against the vampire, but no ship could accommodate a blind man. A blind painter could hardly contribute to the crew. Could he? Just as he took a few steps, an anxious Audric rushed up beside him. "Captain Charles, I am not a burden. I have advanced. I possess new abilities." The black cloak draped over the blind vampire writhed as, in mere seconds, a bat flitted around Charles. "Captain Charles, I am now a baron. I have the ability to transform. When I become a bat, I can see without my eyes." Watching the diminutive bat, no larger than his forearm, Charles shook his head. With a swift motion, he drew a revolver from his belt. With a resounding crack, the bat fell to the ground, reverting to the form of the blind vampire, who clutched his injured left shoulder in agony. "If you wish to survive, you should return to your role as a painter." As Charles's footsteps receded, Audric hesitated for a moment before shouting, "Captain, aren't you seeking sunlight in Sodom? I was there 40 years ago. I can lead the way. I don't need your help. I have my own means." Hearing this, Audric's face betrayed urgency as he implored, "Mr. Charles, I can be a powerful asset. Although I am blind, I am still a vampire. And my combat prowess is certainly superior to that of your crew." After a prolonged silence, Charles's voice finally reached his ears. "Aren't you afraid of sunlight? Why would you wish to accompany me?" Audric managed a bitter smile. "You may find it hard to believe, but your crew's pay for a single mission is something I could not earn in years. I envy them. I no longer desire much. Just a stable job and a peaceful life." Looking at the vampire before him, Charles's expression turned peculiar. He had never encountered such a wretched vampire before. "Captain Charles, are you still there? The narwhal's crew can count you in." "Thank you, Captain." 8 years, August 3rd, 3 days prior, my crew and I safely reached Coral Island. That blind vampire joined my ranks. His demeanor is somewhat timid, which I find unsatisfactory. However, he should pose no problem as a sailor. And his bat transformation ability may prove useful as a lookout in critical moments. Vampires possess formidable healing capabilities, and since my previous crew perished, I need to find those who are less susceptible to death. My next step is to journey to Sodom in search of that sunlight contained within a box. If it truly is sunlight, I need only pursue it continuously to surely discover the exit. Creak. The door swung open. Turning from his diary, Charles beheld Lily, her drooping ears accompanied by a swarm of mice, entering the room. "Where have you been?" Charles inquired. Disheartened, Lily crawled onto the pillow. Lamenting her fate. "I won't tell you." Charles shook his head, closing his diary as he rose. "I'm stepping out. Keep a close watch over the house." The heads of the mice, buried within the soft pillow, perked up. "Mr. Charles, where are you going?" "It is Saturday. All the captains should gather at the Explorers Association. I'm going to see if there are any updates." "That sounds exciting. Take me with you. Keep watch over the house." Coldly, Charles pushed through the door and stepped outside. As the door slammed shut behind him, Lily, in a huff, pounded the pillow. "Mr. Charles, how annoying." After a few vigorous strikes, she flopped onto the pillow. "Fine. If you want tea, take me. I'll just sleep. When you come back tonight, I'll be sure to bother you." As time passed, the drowsy Lily was startled awake by a series of knocks on the door. Alarmed by the persistent sound, she hesitated. "Who is it? Is anyone there?" There's no one inside. With a loud crack, the lock was forcefully turned, and a grotesque, terrifying tentacled monster appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing the twisted appendages and the furious giant eye, Lily screamed. And the brown mice immediately surrounded her, baring their fangs at the intruder. The fearsome creature, upon noticing the screaming mice, rapidly transformed. A voluptuous adult woman with an alluring figure materialized in the room. Lily widened her eyes, recognizing the beauty before her. She was the woman depicted by the blind painter. "A mere mouse startled me. Upon hearing your voice, I thought Gao Jiming was secretly cheating on me." Chapter 40. The Cult of Light. As Charles stepped into the Explorers Association, he was greeted by an unexpected scene. The once quiet hall buzzed with activity. Sofas and coffee tables were haphazardly arranged, with men and women donned in various maritime attire, gathered in groups, either standing or sitting amidst lively chatter. Among the crowd were several individuals who clearly were not accustomed to maritime life. Whispering among themselves about the ship captains, Charles maneuvered through the throng. Approaching the counter to accept a new mission, the voices around him revealing that these individuals were there to commission tasks. "Hey, Charles, over here." An exuberant William waved a bottle of alcohol, surrounded by a few familiar captains. Upon noticing Charles's gaze, Elizabeth scoffed, turning her head away. As Charles drew near, William enthusiastically slung an arm over his shoulder. "My friend, that knife of yours is truly effective." The foul stench emanating from William made Charles slightly uncomfortable, prompting him to shrug off William's arms at a powerful relic. He recalled having sold William 2 unidentified relics previously. It appeared that William had struck it rich. Indeed, exceptionally powerful, simply remarkable. I feigned nonchalance as I bestowed that knife upon my adversary. And guess what? He slaughtered every soul aboard his ship. Ah ha ha. Gazing at the uproariously laughing William, Charles felt a twinge of absurdity. Who knew that relics could be wielded in such a manner? A rotund fellow approached and nudged Charles with his elbow, inquiring if he had ventured out to sea again, and if he had encountered anything intriguing worth sharing. Reflexively, Charles recalled the hand that had emerged from the depths. Forcing a strained smile upon his face, nothing much to report. Some crew members perished, and the mission failed. "Come on, speak up. You run over here without exchanging pleasantries. Wouldn't it be better to seize the opportunity to win big at the casino?" Unable to resist their insistence, Charles eventually recounted the entire saga: giant butterflies, a hand, and Dark Crystal Island. Upon hearing Charles's tale, the other captains marveled at his fortune, astonished that he had survived such perilous encounters. "I know that island. I can't believe you actually drifted onto it," remarked one captain from the corner. When Charles turned to look at him, he saw the man tilt his head back, taking a swig of his drink before continuing. "When I was piloting a cargo ship, I delivered a batch of slaves there. I can't divulge much more, but I can tell you that their connections to certain islands run deep." Dante entertained thoughts of becoming a governor by conquering their territory. Fools who dream of such things have already sunk to the seabed. Rest assured, that won't happen, Charles replied as he reached for the goblet on the table. His intentions were never aimed at that. Compared to Dark Crystal Island, he was far more concerned about the source of the sunlight. Your luck is truly remarkable, but Stark was not so fortunate. The rotund man remarked casually. Who was Stark? If that lad knew you didn't even remember his name, he'd likely be furious. It was he and Elizabeth who brought you here. Have you forgotten? Charles instantly recalled the jovial, robust man, his pupils constricting. Is he dead? The rotund man nodded. biting into a blue fruit before continuing. Death is rather commonplace. In this month has tea been too bad. Only 7 have perished. Charles scanned the faces around him, noting the absence of sorrow. They chatted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He delved deeper into the concept of life being expendable. And after a moment of silence, he addressed the other captains. Gentlemen, what do you know about the city of Sodom? This was the purpose of his visit today. He had merely heard the name of that unknown place and now sought more clues. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned toward a middle-aged man in the corner, his face shadowed and adorned with a hooked nose. Charlie used to be a pirate. You can inquire with him. William suggested, tilting back his drink. That place is chaotic. It's best to avoid it. Anyone with even a slight deficiency in strength is likely to meet their demise there. Charlie's voice remained as somber as ever. Have you heard of anyone selling sunlight over there? Upon hearing Charles's inquiry, Charlie shook his head. No. Charles felt a surge of anxiety. I'm not sure. It could be true or false that I in that place. Anything can be bought with money. Once you reach Sodom, you can ask at the ship anchor bar. Just mention you were referred by Sea Dog. He is a friend of mine. Thank you, Charles said, casting a grateful glance at Charlie. Such information was likely unknown to most, and his willingness to share was a kindness. As for the precise location of Sodom, Charles refrained from asking, as he already had a vampire crew member to guide him. The rotund man elbowed Charles, leaning in to whisper, he has high hopes for you. Surviving encounters with deities means your future is limitless. Charles chuckled awkwardly. Who could predict such outcomes in this cursed place? Who could guarantee survival until the end? He was merely an ordinary man, living life on the edge. The lively atmosphere returned to its previous state as Charles joined the others in drinking and snacking. Drawing them closer together, Dottie picked up a round cake from the table and took a bite. The soft bread combined with sweet cream was surprisingly delightful. After years in this world, it was his first taste of such exquisite fare. After finishing the morsel, just as Charles contemplated withdrawing, an unremarkable young man approached. Captain Charles. Charles turned to scrutinize the newcomer, who donned a red robe, marked with a bright white triangle on his forehead. His attire starkly contrasting with the other captains. And you are? I am Sonny, an explorer like you. Elizabeth, who had previously ignored Charles, cleared her throat and dipped her finger in the wine, drawing several lines on the table. Upon seeing the flag signals indicating danger, Charles's wariness surged. I've heard that you, Mr. Charles, are in search of the land of light. Why Haven Tea? I seen you at church services, the Church of the Light God. Charles instantly lost interest, rising to leave. In the next moment, Sonny flashed forward, blocking Charles's path. Mr. Charles is a radical Protestant. Actually, you are mistaken. You have misinterpreted the sun god's oracle. The original doctrine is the truth. The land of light is an illusion and cannot be found. We must sincerely pray and frequently hold prayer rituals for the sun god to return. Listening to these absurd proclamations, Charles was at a loss for words. He had no idea where these individuals derived their oracles. But he was certain that such revelations could not originate from that great fiery orb in the sky. I apologize, but I am not part of your congregation. Please step aside. Sonny appeared taken aback. If you are not of the sun god's church, why seek the land of light? I no longer seek it. Farewell. With that, Charles circumvented Sonny and made for the exit. Sonny's white mark glowed, and a semi-transparent, bruise-like fluid swiftly enveloped Charles. Why don't we discuss this elsewhere? Charles's expression darkened, his right hand drawing his revolver, aimed at Sonny's head. Chapter 41. A small circle formed around the two as everyone watched with bated breath. Just then, a suited association staff member rushed over. Gentlemen, you both have signed contracts. Please consider carefully. If either of you resorts to violence within the association, according to the contract, you will be expelled and placed on the governor's wanted list. Sonny nodded with a smile, while the semi-transparent fluid around Charles retreated into his clothing. Mr. Charles, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. What exactly do you want? Charles asked, his brow furrowed. He had a premonition that if today's matter remained unresolved, this individual would haunt him indefinitely. Sonny gestured toward the edge of the hall, indicating for him to follow. In a quieter corner, Sonny smiled at Charles. Captain Charles, how much do you know about the Church of the Light God? Not much, really. I've heard some rumors, like the initiation ceremony for joining your church involves inserting steel needles directly into the brain from beside the eyeball. You claim this grants blessings from the sun god. Mr. Charles, don't you find this ritual quite practical? In this cursed sea, humanity's greatest danger lies in the fears within our minds. Once blessed within our church, one is freed from fear, which is why our sun god's exploratory captains have the highest survival rates. Then why not mention the high mortality rate among those who undergo such rituals? After all, do they still count as human afterwards? Is this truly a blessing or a curse? Forget your sun god. Let me ask you, do you even know what the sun looks like? Of course, Sonny pointed to the white triangle on his forehead. This is the likeness of our Lord, observing the triangular shape. Charles scoffed. The sun is triangular? Why not circular? That is the answer given by the oracle. The sun is round. You fool. Charles's voice escalated. Have you seen it? Why are you so certain? Charles struggled to suppress the words that threatened to spill forth. Sonny raised his hands in a gesture of peace. All right, since you are not one of us, I have no desire to argue doctrine. I have come to seek your assistance. Assistance? I want to take up too much of your time. If Mr. Charles wishes to go to Sodom, could you help me deal with some individuals there? They are also part of the Church of the Sun God, but their beliefs differ slightly. How do you know I intend to go to Sodom? The sensation of being watched left Charles feeling exceedingly disgruntled. Sonny chuckled, remarking that those who are unique naturally attract attention. As long as Mr. Charles can exhibit sincerity, our collaboration will flourish. I presume your funds are somewhat lacking at this juncture? What if I refuse? Charles retorted with a cold laugh. I am confident Mr. Charles will acquiesce. You would agree to collaborate with the grotesque followers of the Furton sect. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement. Why would Charles decline? Heh. Charles rubbed his nose thoughtfully. The Furton sect does possess a certain superiority over you. At least they exhibit a modicum of politeness. Having said this, Charles turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Logically, he should have accepted this transaction. Charles undeniably required this financial support. However, first, he was irked by the tone of this individual, and second, he was loath to become embroiled in the sectarian conflicts of a cult. Given that the other party mentioned the Furton sect, it seemed their intentions for collaboration were far from pure. Upon returning to his residence, Charles immediately sensed that someone had intruded. A realization struck him, and he dashed to the drawer, discovering that his diary had indeed been tampered with. Lily? What transpired after I left? Charles inquired, his expression tinged with anxiety. Not long after your departure, she arrived, her voice trembling from beneath the bed. What did that person look like? Did she have an inverted triangle on her forehead? Charles immediately thought of Sonny, with whom he had recently had a conflict. Lily timidly emerged, her hair disheveled. It was the sister you are acquainted with. Which sister? The one depicted in your diary, Anna? Charles's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he rushed to Lily, grasping her firmly. Are you certain it was her? Or merely someone resembling her? Charles's heart began to race. It truly was her. She even inscribed something on the back of the drawing. Mr. Charles, why didn't you mention that this sister is not human, but a monster? Charles discarded the rat he was holding and hastily retrieved the drawing from his diary. Flipping it over to reveal neatly written characters before him, I cannot believe you actually drew a portrait for me. You claimed I was a fabrication, yet you were still contemplating me. Frankly, when I first saw that drawing, it brought me joy. My beloved man, even in death, still harbors thoughts of me. Gao Jiming, I am an illusion. The bond between us is also an illusion, all crafted by the Diwa clan. I know what you are thinking. Undoubtedly, you are saying that you do not care about my fictitious nature and are seeking ways to liberate me from the monster's grasp. However, you are mistaken. I am indeed that monster, and that monster is me. We are inseparable. The Diwa clan lacks a brain. Survival relies solely on instinct. When we require thought, we create a consciousness, and I am the consciousness birthed from my own creation that I had intended to come here to sever our ties. Since you are not present, it will have to wait. That I refuse to be governed by false emotions. I plan to journey to the sea of earth in search of my purpose. Do not seek me out. Pursue your surface world in peace. Zhao Jieji leaves. P.S. By the way, if you pursue other women, do not let me discover it. Otherwise, I may not be able to resist consuming them. Charles, his mind a chaotic tangle, flung the drawing aside, his eyes reddening as he turned to the white mouse beside him and asked, How long has she been gone? About half an hour. Without a second thought, Charles bolted out. Biting down hard on his thumb and sweeping a hand across the mirror, his body rapidly transformed, and a colossal bat soared through the in a dim alley. Anna, clad in a striking red dress, gazed at the bat soaring above, tears of yellow-green trickling from her eyes. She longed to rush out and embrace him tightly, yet she could not. After days of self-discovery, she fully understood that she was a monster. Zhao Jiejia was a figment, and her feelings for Charles were false. She ought not to dwell on them. Logically, she should not have come here, nor should she have allowed him to know she was still alive. Yet she could not resist, much like her uncontrollable desire to devour. even if she did not meet Charles, knowing his current condition would suffice. At that moment, a robust arm draped over her pale shoulder. "Little girl, how many echoes for a night?" Anna gently wiped her tears, turning to face the drunken scoundrel. 200 for a night, 800 for a full package. Upon seeing Anna's angelic visage, the drunkard became momentarily speechless. Then, regaining his composure, hurriedly unbuckled his belt. 800 it is. I want it. Anna approached him with a radiant smile, her fair skin splitting open as tendrils with black roots began to emerge. Chapter 42. The Heirlooms of Deepu. "Look, there's a bat flying in the sky." The exclamations from outside the bar caught Deepu's attention, and he followed the other inebriated sailors outside to witness the spectacle. That bat looks oddly familiar," he mused, scratching his neck while holding a bottle of alcohol. Watching the bat dart away, the sailors began to trickle back into the bar, except for Deepu. He suddenly recalled that the vampire had mentioned the captain recently acquiring a new heirloom that could transform into a giant bat. The creature in the sky was likely his captain, Charles. The captain is testing the new heirloom. How splendid. If only I had an heirloom too. Deepu's words were laced with deep envy, observing the captain wielding various abilities thanks to his heirlooms. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Just then, an idea sparked in his mind, and he clapped his hands in excitement. "I have saved up some echo coins. I can buy an heirloom too." Glancing at the raucous tavern, Deepu dashed back inside, a wave of warmth greeting him as drunken sailors laughed and boasted, and scantily clad women weaved through the crowd. Everything felt so vibrant with life. He leaped onto a wooden table, shouting to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know where I can purchase heirlooms on Coral Island?" The noise subsided slightly as a portly old man with a ruddy nose, displaying a few missing teeth, exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Look at this little fellow. He hasn't even grown all his fur and dares to seek heirlooms. He must be tired of living. Ha ha ha." The bar erupted in laughter, the atmosphere lively. Noticing someone daring to mock his companion, members of the uniquely horned whale crew stood abruptly from a corner table. The laughter ceased, and the sailors quickly diverted their gazes to their drinks. Knowing they could not provoke those aboard the ship, the atmosphere grew tense. Deepu snapped his fingers towards the bar, saying, "Bartender, let us get everyone a drink. I'll cover the tab." The mood reignited. Sailors raised their glasses and noisily toasted to the boy who had just been ridiculed. A bare-chested sailor downed a drink and bellowed, "Friend, check out the Black Robe Alley. They toss unsightly items there for sale. Just be wary of the black-skinned dogs. The transactions there are illegal." "Thank you," Deepu exclaimed, excitedly leaping off the table. After waving goodbye to his companions in the corner, he bolted outside. "Should we follow that kid? What if he gets into trouble again?" Krona remarked to the others. "No worries. Even the dark crystal island returned unscathed. What is there to fear here? If any foolish souls dare to provoke us, we'll simply dispose of them in the sea," Fry said, giving a playful squeeze to the waitress's rear. The other sailors nodded in agreement. In the harbor district of Coral Island, Deepu had grown quite familiar with the surroundings. He navigated through the fishy-smelling drying grounds and arrived at the desolate Black Robe Alley. True to its name, everyone in the alley donned black robes, making Deepu, dressed in sailor attire, feel woefully out of place. He quickly squeezed into the crowd, curiously observing some individuals lifting their robes to reveal their wares while whispering amongst themselves. Soon, Deepu's presence attracted the attention of others, just as he hesitated on how to proceed. A short black-robed figure approached, speaking in a hushed tone. "Kid, you looking for heirlooms? How much do you have?" 30,000 echoes." Deepu stated his savings. The black-robed figure turned and scoffed, saying, "You think you can buy an heirloom with 30,000 echoes? Do you take them for fish from the sea?" Deep, feeling somewhat despondent, scratched his neck with his hand. He had originally saved up more, but during that incident on Dark Crystal Island, he was pillaged by vampires. "Do you seek relics?" Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind Deep, startling him. He swiftly turned around to find a corpulent figure clad in a black robe standing behind him. "I was hoping to, but I only have 30,000 echoes." "Deal, 30,000 it is." The figure produced a silver bracelet from within his robes, encrusted with a thick layer of grime. "Really? You're selling it to me for 30,000? Deep was taken aback. As just moments ago, the individual had claimed it was insufficient. "Do you want it or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Seeing the figure feign departure, the 16-year-old Deep, without overthinking, hastily agreed that I'll take it. "But first, could you enlighten me on the effects of this relic?" "Once worn, it enhances strength, though it also causes increased thirst. After testing the relic and discovering its utility, Deep paid without hesitation, feeling quite pleased as if he had stumbled upon a great bargain. The robed figure swiftly departed with the payment, circling through Black Robe Alley before kneeling before a door. My Lord Priest, the item has been delivered. It can be confirmed to belong to Charles's crew. The wooden door creaked open, and a smiling Sonny emerged. Once they set sail, deliver the other bracelet to that fellow. Since he is of no use to me, neither shall Keed have this advantage. Captain, Captain, are you inside? An excited Deep incessantly knocked on Charles's door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Lily's mouse. Deep's gaze fell upon Charles, who sat silently, trembling, his expression contorted, fists clenched as though he were enduring some unseen torment. What's the matter? Charles's voice was unusually hoarse. Though Deep was young, he was no fool. It was evident that the current atmosphere was unsuitable for flaunting his new relic, and nothing. Please rest well. Just as Deep turned to leave, a bat bearing a blood-red pouch flew in through the door. The bat swiftly transformed into Audric, who nervously presented the blood bag to Charles. Captain, this is from the hospital. That Charles's trembling hands quickly seized it, biting into the pouch with his white, sharp teeth, greedily sucking the crimson liquid that dripped from the corners of his mouth, his ghastly visage more reminiscent of a vampire than Audric beside him. Deep approached Lily, who stood in the corner, curiosity piqued. What's wrong with the captain? Lily's voice carried a hint of fear. He went to find his sister, and when he returned, he was like this. He almost bit me just now. That moment, Deep witnessed a sudden grimace of pain cross Charles's face, his lips quivering as he muttered something incomprehensible. He abruptly pushed away the vampire attempting to assist him. Stumbling towards the desk, retrieving a chunk of green gel and forcefully stuffing it into his mouth, covered in cold sweat, Charles's breathing gradually steadied, though his face bore an unmistakable fatigue as he waved his hand at his crew. I need a moment. You all may leave. Deep promptly followed Audric out the door, and glancing back at the closed door, he voiced his confusion. Why does the captain always seem so burdened at his age? He already commands his own exploration ship. What could possibly sadden him? If I had my own ship, I would be overjoyed. Supporting himself against the wall, Audric shook his head. Who knows? But if the captain continues like this, I fear he won't last much longer. Don't you think he resembles the madman on the streets more and more? Deep shot him an indignant glare. What nonsense! Captain Charles is incredibly capable. How could that possibly be? If you keep slandering him, don't blame me for being unkind. With that, Deep turned and briskly made his way towards the staircase. While within the room, upon hearing the departing footsteps of his crew, Charles began to mutter to himself with a ghastly expression. What am I truly searching for? What madness has overtaken me? That woman is a figment. There is no Zhao Jiajia. She is a mere illusion. Yet, the more Charles denied it, the more the beguiling false memories clung to him like maggots, refusing to be shaken loose. Gradually, he cradled his head in his hands, curling into a ball, his expression one of anguish as he lay in the dim corner. Why? Chapter 43. The wooden ship. A month elapsed swiftly, and soon it was time to set sail again. The horn of the unicorn whale billowed black smoke once more as Charles led his newly recruited crew onto the deck. Bandage, please assign the new crew's tasks. Charles instructed the silent first mate beside him. The taciturn first mate nodded and, with his newly grown legs, guided the new crew members onto the deck. Charles, accompanied by Audric, entered the captain's cabin, where the newly acquired, massive sea chart lay spread upon the table, clearly marked with islands, danger zones, and areas of darkness. Charles addressed the vampire before him. Where is Sodom? Mark its location. I cannot see it. Please indicate the location of Dark Crystal Island. Charles placed his hand upon a pin on the map, indicating, this is Dark Crystal Island. Audric traced a curve along the map, his sharp fingernail punctuating a spot. Here. To Charles's surprise, the location was not as far as he had anticipated. Sodom is here? So close. It appears here at times, on the 6th and 25th of each month. It manifests. Charles paused, taken aback. Manifest? Is it not an island? It moves. Indeed, Captain, to be precise, it is a ship, a grand vessel pieced together from those plundered by pirates. Observing the distance marked on the map, Charles swiftly calculated the sailing time and supplies in his mind. Despite Audric's assertive tone, this information was 40 years old. Should there be nothing there, he must ensure sufficient provisions for the return journey. We have enough blood bags. Audric nodded eagerly. Plenty. I've prepared a supply for 60 days. Reserve some. If we encounter high-intensity combat, I may require it. Understood. However, Captain Charles, since that is a relic of the Blood Clan, it would be prudent to use it sparingly. Got it. You may leave. Audric bowed and transformed into a bat. Swiftly flying away in the coastal waters near the island, Charles deliberately slowed his pace to allow the newly joined crew to acclimatize to one another. Most of the new crew members were locals from Coral Island, some of whom had even met Charles once, and they interacted quite harmoniously. Unlike aimless searching with a guide, their objective became clear, and they soon encountered a ship on the 8th day after departing the port. The unicorn whale gradually approached its destination, and the once pitch-black sea began to show signs of change. Captain, there's a ship ahead. I see it. Charles's resolute gaze pierced through the glass at the distant vessel. It was evidently not Sodom. The ship was too small, only half the size of the unicorn whale, and it was a wooden ship. Wooden ships were a rarity in the deep sea. Generally, areas where trees could grow had been largely cleared for cultivation of edible crops. As the two vessels drew closer, more details emerged before Charles's eyes. Unlike the turbine propulsion of the unicorn whale, this wooden ship relied on sails for power, not to mention that the deep sea rarely experienced wind. Even if there was wind, relying solely on sails would be tantamount to courting disaster. Captain, what shall we do? I'll take the helm. You go and signal them, instructing them to follow the convention of left helm to left helm. This was basic nautical protocol, as the fear of miscommunication could lead to a collision between the two ships. Understood. With the bracelet on, Deep rushed out with the flags. The red flag was swiftly waved by the youth, and the wooden ship began to turn, as if it understood the signal. The two vessels brushed past one another, and Charles, observing the old wooden ship, felt a flicker of doubt. Was the ship also headed for Sodom? Suddenly, a crisis erupted. The cannon ports on the left side of the wooden ship swung open, revealing a dark cannon aimed at the unicorn whale. Tensed and alert, Charles made a quick decision, violently turning the wheel in an attempt to present the smallest target possible to the incoming cannon fire. Even with Charles's urgent reaction, several cannonballs struck the deck. However, contrary to expectations, the sound of explosions did not follow. Instead, the cannonballs seemed soft, adhering wherever they landed, releasing a black-purple smoke that soon enveloped the entire unicorn whale. Lily, counterattack. Upon hearing Charles's voice, the mice on the deck swiftly scurried towards the gun platform as the 125mm cannon began to pivot towards the wooden vessel. Simultaneously, shadows emerged from the swirling black-purple mist. Their bodies as thin as paper, devoid of facial features where their heads should be, wielding weapons crafted from the same material. The eerie paper-like figures took their stance and charged towards the deck cannon, wildly slashing at the mice above, forcing the cannon's movement to a halt. The crew members hastily opened fire on these entities, but the bullets passed through them, leaving their mobility utterly unaffected. Charles, with a furrowed brow, dared not delay. He retrieved a mirror and prepared to smear blood upon it. The supernatural antics of the specters did not intimidate him. The distant wooden ship was the true threat that must be thwarted. Just as he was about to bite his finger, a sudden pain shot through his abdomen. Stunned, Charles glanced down to find a bloody blade protruding from his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his pistol with his right hand and pointed it behind him, ready to pull the trigger, but he abruptly halted. The assailant was none other than the first mate, Deep, whose face bore an unsettling smile, and a chilling voice emerged from his lips, urging him to shoot. In the next instant, Charles inhaled deeply, enduring the excruciating pain as he donned the clown mask. Once the mask was in place, he immediately squeezed the trigger, and Deep crumpled to the ground, struck by a bullet. Controlling the muscles within his body to pin the blade in place, Charles staggered out of the cockpit. Outside, the crew had already engaged in battle with the paper-like figures, and it was evident they were at a disadvantage. Apart from the enlarged James, the attacks of the others seemed futile. Clutching his wound, Charles grasped the bat mirror and hurled it forcefully into the air. Blind one, shake this ship for me. The bat, clutching the mirror, swiftly soared towards the wooden vessel. Just as the words left his lips, a paper figure unexpectedly appeared behind Charles, raising a gleaming weapon to strike at his head, in a swift motion. Charles retreated, colliding into the figure, his black blade dancing through the air as the paper figure disintegrated into confetti. Teach, is that all? As Charles gripped the knife and prepared to plunge into the fray, his body suddenly stiffened, and blood began to seep from his wound once more. Realizing his precarious condition, he refrained from reckless movements. Any further agitation risked a fatal hemorrhage. Charles soon devised an alternative solution. Crouching down to retrieve a steel nail from a nearby barrel, he hurled the nail with precision, embedding it into the paper figures and pinning them to the ground. Yet this was merely a temporary reprieve. The paper figures multiplied, seemingly endless, and Charles's consciousness began to wane. Chapter 44. The deathly counterattack. Just as the unicorn was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the paper figures, a piercing shriek resonated from the distance, causing the figures aboard the unicorn to suddenly freeze. Straining to see into the distance, Charles beheld Audric transformed into a giant bat, now hovering above the wooden ship, the waxy yellow canvas vibrating violently under the power of the sound waves. The entire wooden vessel began to tremble incessantly. Seeing his crew regain some ground, Charles could no longer hold on. His body grazed the ship's hull as he began to fall towards the ground. The crew immediately noticed their captain's distress and hurriedly gathered around him, each face etched with concern. "Captain, who did this?" the second mate inquired, gazing at the protruding wound in Charles's chest with trepidation. "Never mind me. Quickly deal with those paper figures," Charles managed to say in fragmented breaths. The second mate nodded earnestly and led the sailors toward the trembling foes. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, and Charles found himself unable to hear the sounds around him. Gazing at the torches igniting on the deck, a thought flickered through Charles's mind. Am I to perish? He felt the brightness intensifying, the pain within him dissipating swiftly. Confronted with the impending specter of death, Charles discovered an unexpected tranquility. Finally, I shall die. Will I be able to traverse back? The previously unseen first mate squeezed through the throng surrounding Charles, his hands dragging two individuals. One was a new sailor with a slashed throat, and the other was Deep, who had been shot. Both injuries were non-fatal. Charles observed the terror-stricken expressions on their faces as they murmured something to the bandages. Yet he could hear nothing. The bandages laid the two side by side on the ground, casting a deep glance at Charles before seizing the black blade from him. Charles wished to inquire what the bandages intended to do, but his bloodless lips trembled, unable to part. The bandages swiftly traced the blade across the deck, inscribing a three-pointed blood sigil, filling the gaps of the formation with distorted runes. With a swift thrust, the sharp blade pierced the sailor's chest, filling the eyes of Charles and the surrounding crew with disbelief. The bandages positioned the sailor's corpse within the sigil and then raised the blade towards Deep. A ship's nail suddenly pinned the first mate's hand, preventing him from wielding the knife. In response to Charles's furious gaze, the bandages silently relinquished the blade and prostrated themselves on the ground. Whispering an incantation, the blood from the sailor's corpse seeped into the sigil on the deck, forming a translucent octopus tentacle from the seawater that stretched forth from the ship's edge. The chanting of the bandages growing louder, the tentacle's tip pointed towards the sailor within the sigil, and the corpse, eyes wide open, swiftly slid along the tentacle's length. The bloodstained tentacle then lashed out towards Charles, drenching him in crimson. As the liquid splashed upon him, the formerly faint Charles erupted into a wretched scream. His body emitted white smoke, writhing and twisting like a serpent, as the blade within him was forcefully ejected and his wound began to heal. At that moment, Charles felt as though thousands of knives were stabbing into him, the excruciating agony nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Mere seconds later, Charles, lying in the seawater, was restored to his former self. The bandages approached calmly, aiding to drench Charles to his feet. The captain's sacrifice only healed you halfway. Your injuries are not fully mended. Gasping for breath, Charles cast a complex glance at his first mate, uttering not a word as he turned his gaze towards the distant battlefield. The shrieking had ceased, and Audric, now covered in blood, was being besieged by a horde of black paper figures in midair. Charles dashed to the deck cannon, aiming directly at the distant wooden vessel and firing. Perhaps due to the distance, Charles's initial shots missed their target. He turned to the crew on the deck. "Bandages, you take the helm. James, overcharge the turbine. The rest prepare your weapons. We must pursue them." Everyone sprang into action, and the previously stagnant unicorn began to move once more. The wind tousled Charles's black hair as he glared with frost-like intensity, the hatred in his eyes undeniable. As the unicorn drew closer, the wooden vessel seemed to attempt an escape. However, it was at a disadvantage in terms of speed, and the distance between the two ships rapidly diminished. Under Charles's command, the deck cannon tilted once again, unleashing a torrent of water around the wooden ship. With a crack, the mast of the wooden vessel was shattered, collapsing onto the deck, causing its speed to plummet. "Do not slow down. Ram straight ahead." Charles's furious roar echoed across the deck. The unicorn surged forward with renewed vigor, and before all eyes, its prow pierced deeply into the belly of the wooden ship. Ignoring the figures aboard, Charles pivoted the cannon and unleashed a barrage upon the opposing deck. the thunderous roar of cannon fire rendering the wooden vessel riddled with holes, bloody remnants scattered about. With a few more strikes, the ship would surely sink, yet Charles refrained. He needed to discern who had sent this vessel. Board her, Charles commanded, leading the crew towards the opposite side, crossing the battered deck. Charles and his crew descended into the wooden ship's hold. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, a glint of cold steel swung towards Charles's face. He instinctively recoiled, his black blade swiftly cleaving through the paper figure before him. Yet this was merely the beginning. As an unending tide of black paper figures surged forth, seemingly driven mad, as they relentlessly assaulted their foes, these creatures appeared to be under some form of control. Hold the line. I shall confront their master. Charles, after finishing his words, charged towards the paper figures before him, his body slipping through them like an agile loach, moving swiftly onward. The paper figures seemed to grow frantic, surging forward in an attempt to block Charles from escaping. He was like a small boat caught in a tempest, precariously balanced yet refusing to capsize. However, the greater their numbers, the more Charles's human agility could be unleashed. Their density caused them to inadvertently strike at their own. Mere seconds later, a clear space suddenly opened before him in the dimly lit cabin, revealing a figure clad in a black captain's uniform, muttering to himself beside four cerulean candles. Upon catching sight of Charles, masked and menacing, terror etched itself across the man's face as he hastily extinguished the candles, plunging the room into darkness, and scurried towards a nearby window along the wall. This little trick proved futile against Charles, who possessed dark vision. He raised his pistol and pulled the trigger, blood blossoming accurately upon the man's limbs. Before the man could react, the black blade in Charles's hand was already pressed against his throat. Chapter 45. The Little Man. Young man, if you wish to avoid losing your head, do not move. Who sent you to kill me? Do not attempt to deceive me with tales of piracy. I have encountered many a pirate, and the brigands of the sea do not behave like you. Though Charles's words were flippant, the gaze behind his mask was frigid. If I tell you, will you spare me? The man, threatened by Charles, was filled with dread. I might consider it. Why yes. Just when Charles thought the man would speak, his neck suddenly stretched forward, and an exceptionally sharp blade effortlessly severed his head. Scalding blood sprayed onto Charles's mask, staining its pristine white surface crimson. After a brief pause, Charles cursed under his breath, stood, and turned to leave the cabin. As the sound of his footsteps receded, the severed head slowly opened its eyes, a triumphant smile creeping across its lips, exuding an eerie satisfaction amidst the dark cabin. The head, pouting and twitching its ears, began to roll towards a nearby corpse. Suddenly, a black dagger was thrust into the ground, blocking its path. The head, filled with terror, turned to find the masked figure had returned, standing with a tilted head, fixated on it. Knowing you are of the mysterious sort, how could I not prepare for you? Charles lunged forward, kicking the head away, causing it to bounce off the wall before returning to his feet. Even a severed head can survive. Very well, I shall indulge you. Seeing you in such a state sparks many ideas in my mind. Tell me, if I were to toss you into a cauldron to boil, would you still live? Charles placed a foot upon the head. Please, my lord, I was wrong. Do not boil me. Just then, the right eye of the sorrowful-faced head suddenly bulged and fell to the ground, from which a curled-up little figure emerged. The little man appeared akin to an undeveloped infant, his body semi-transparent and pinkish, coupled with a grotesque physique and misshapen limbs that evoked discomfort. Its voice was as delicate as a mosquito's, trembling as it lay on the ground, exclaiming, "It was Pastor Sonny who commanded me to control your crew to ambush you, and he sent me to kill you." The corners of Charles's mouth lifted behind his mask, revealing an exaggerated grin. Oh, it was that little brat. Very well, this grudge is now established. Mr. Charles, I am innocent. Sonny has taken over our island and forced me to serve him. I've told you everything. Please spare me. Spare you. You wish to live after having killed my men? How naive. The panicked little man suddenly recalled something and quickly stood, pointing towards a corner cabinet, shouting, "Inside there is a hidden compartment with the rewards Sonny promised me. It all belongs to you now." With a decisive stomp, Charles's boot crushed down, silencing the little man. "You claim to be coerced, yet now you speak of rewards," wiping the sticky residue from his soul. He approached the cabinet. Upon opening it, a keyhole appeared in the floor. Charles swiftly slid his black blade through the hole, unlocking the hidden door. Gleaming gold bricks were neatly arranged, filling the small space, and a rough estimate suggested there were several pounds worth, valuable both on land and sea. "Well, I didn't realize I was worth so much. I had no idea," Charles exclaimed, attempting to pick up a piece to taste its authenticity, only to be thwarted by his mask. Frustrated, he stood and made his way to the staircase. As he emerged, he saw the crew members approaching, the previously frenzied paper figures now lying motionless on the ground, clearly having been controlled by the little man. What are the casualties? Charles removed his mask. The second mate, Noel, did not answer the question but instead excitedly exclaimed, "Captain, Sodom has appeared," when they rushed onto the deck once more. The sight before them left everyone utterly astonished. Peaks formed from a jumble of ships loomed before them, flickering lights dancing among the summits, with shadows of figures flitting about, resembling phantoms in the dim environment. The peaks were not stationary. They drifted slowly yet resolutely forward. This was the stronghold of the pirates of the sea. "Sodom, Captain, Sodom is approaching. Shall we proceed?" the second mate inquired. However, Charles stood silent, lost in thought. Noel, puzzled, gently patted him on the shoulder. In that instant, it felt as if he had triggered some switch. Charles's previously healing wounds suddenly reopened, crimson blood spraying several meters away. The shouts of his crew quickly faded into the background as Charles's consciousness plunged into darkness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Charles hovered between consciousness and oblivion. Keys, Anna, black holes, trash bins, various hazy memories, some surreal, flitted through his mind. After what felt like a century, when Charles finally regained awareness, he found himself not on the ship. As he surveyed the surroundings, darkness enveloped him. Suddenly, a light flickered below, revealing a younger version of himself standing in a wooden boat, holding an oil lamp and anxiously looking around. This was when he first arrived in this realm of the sea. And Charles braced himself for the impending events. His breathing quickened as the younger Charles leaned over to peer into the water, in the depths of the inky sea. Something the size of a ping-pong ball glowed with a green luminescence. Moving slowly, in an instant, the ping-pong ball halted and shot upward with alarming speed, in the blink of an eye. It transformed into a massive entity, pressing tightly against the water's surface, its glow illuminating a vast area of the sea. If the ping-pong ball represented a soccer field, Charles found himself at the center of that field. In the luminous green circle, a dark spot emerged. It was not a ping-pong ball. It was the eye of some creature. Under the gaze of that eye, Charles observed in horror as the younger version of himself began to distort. Quivering tentacles, trembling entrails, a face filled with terror and despair. Sharp nails or teeth, various repulsive organs proliferated upon his form. Charles watched helplessly as his younger self morphed into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. An indescribable, extreme terror enveloped him. He wished to close his eyes, but found himself unable to. The eye in the water suddenly shifted its gaze toward the Charles and the It has seen me. It has seen me. Drenched in cold sweat, Charles bolted upright. James, who had been dozing nearby, rushed over in concern, asking, "Captain, are you all right?" Regaining his composure, Charles surveyed his surroundings, realizing he lay on a filthy wooden bed, surrounded by bottles and jars filled with various substances, the air thick with a stench of decay and mingled herbs. "Where am I?" Charles pulled back his clothing, discovering his wounds wrapped in bandages. "Captain, we are in Sodom. Your earlier episode nearly scared us to death. We thought you had truly perished. Fortunately, there is a doctor here." The burly man handed him a cup of water. Chapter 46. The doctor sweating profusely, Charles took a sip of water and glanced at his crew. "Thank you, James." The stout James wore his characteristic genial smile. "It was nothing. After all, you are our captain. Gather everyone. We need to discuss our next course of action." "Understood." James exited the room. Finally, they had arrived at Sodom. Charles lay back slowly, a hint of relief crossing his fatigued face. Regardless of the journey's tribulations, he was one step closer to returning home. Cough. The sudden sound of a cough instinctively prompted Charles to reach for his holster. As he propped himself up, he turned to see an elderly man in a tattered white coat standing at the door, holding a wooden cup in his metallic left hand. Yet, in comparison to his appearance, his eccentric demeanor seemed utterly normal. His face, already lined with wrinkles, was marred by an array of scars, resembling a shattered mirror hastily reassembled. On this nightmarish visage, two yellowed eyeballs trembled uncontrollably, their gaze somewhat neurotic. The old man appeared oblivious to the hand that had reached for a weapon, limping toward him, at which point Charles realized that his left foot was also made of iron. "Drink it. Do not chew," the old man urged, his voice frail and abrupt. As he placed the cup on the bedside table, Charles picked up the cup and peered inside, discovering that the pitch-black liquid seemed to harbor some form of life within it. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." With such severe injuries, I thought I was doomed, Charles remarked, bringing the cup to his lips and tilting his head back to drink. In an instant, a taste more bitter than gall flooded his mouth. The substance's surface prickling against his throat, scraping painfully as if he were swallowing a stone wrapped in gauze. What is this injury? Your mind is far more troubled than your body, the old man replied, squatting down and rummaging through a jar with his iron hand. Are you referring to the auditory hallucinations? Huh. Hallucinations. If it were merely that, I would sever my other hand right now. The old man's voice dripped with sarcasm. He was not mistaken. The troubles of auditory hallucinations had escalated into visual distortions, with all creatures around morphing into grotesque forms. Charles was uncertain of what lay ahead, but he was certain it would not bode well. Blunt though his words were, Charles discerned an underlying implication. You have a solution. Money is not an issue. The old man turned to face Charles, his trembling eyeballs fixated on him. What is your name? Charles. And your surname? Charles instinctively recoiled, distancing himself from the old man. Just call me Charles. The old man extended his metallic arm. Rasto Hermann. I do not appreciate younger individuals calling me Rasto. You may address me as doctor. Charles extended his right hand and shook the cold iron hand. Thank you. Regarding my hallucinations, Charles was cut off by the doctor. I can cure this syndrome. In all of Sodom, my treatment is unparalleled. As for payment, I do not want echoes. I desire the black mirror you possess. Charles immediately comprehended his meaning and retrieved the lifeless phone from his pocket. You want this? Upon seeing the phone, Rasto's eyes betrayed an unmasked desire for possession. Indeed, that is it. Such an intact item is exceedingly rare. I want it. Charles glanced down at the phone and the reflection of himself in its black screen. Why do you want it? Do you know it? No, I do not know it. But my instincts tell me it is extraordinary. My instincts have always been accurate. Charles hesitated, for this was the sole item he had brought from the surface. Containing photographs of his family. It was not that he was unwilling to part with it, but he had heard rumors that some individuals from the mysterious side could curse the original owner through objects. Heaven knows what this man would do with his phone. Just as Charles pondered this, the door swung open, and the crew of the Narwhal rushed in excitedly, with Lily leaping directly into his arms. Captain, you are finally awake. Mr. Charles, Captain, it is truly wonderful that you are well. Charles's gaze shifted to Rasto Hermann, who was retreating from the crowd. Doctor, I will think it over and notify you once I reach a decision. Charles tucked the phone back into his pocket. Rasto cast a glance at the crowd before limping toward the exit. You had best decide quickly. I am indifferent, but your head cannot endure much longer. Charles turned his attention to the bandaged figure at the edge. First mate, what of the crew's casualties? 2 sailors are dead, 1 sacrificed, and the chief engineer has undergone amputation. The others are injured to varying degrees. The captain is near death, better than Charles had anticipated. He had feared he would have to replace half the crew. After surveying the room, he inquired with some confusion, where has that scoundrel Dip gone? Surely he has not perished? All the crew members glanced toward the wooden door, where a figure could be seen on the floor outside. Dip, come here. A bruised and battered Dip entered, his body also wrapped in bandages. What happened to your face? Charles asked. I punched him. That scoundrel deserved it, the cook Freya exclaimed emphatically. With tear-streaked eyes, Dip knelt before Charles, his face suffused with shame. In his heart, Charles was almost a father figure to him. And the thought of having nearly killed him filled him with sorrow and guilt. If Charles were to die because of him, he would never forgive himself. You will receive no pay for this mission. This matter is concluded. Dip looked up in disbelief, expecting to be cast off the Narwhal and returned to the streets, or worse, thrown overboard to feed the fish. Instead, he was let off lightly. Remember this lesson. Do not allow others to manipulate you again. Charles had his own considerations. After all, Dip was someone he had personally trained, someone he trusted. The crew was already prone to casualties, and he had to ensure that the ship's crew consisted of his own people. Having no loyal crew was a terrifying prospect. If such a situation arose again, a disloyal crew member would undoubtedly throw a dying captain overboard, sell the ship, and divide the spoils, since the incident had occurred. Killing Dip would serve no purpose. It was better to allow him to atone for his misdeeds. Tears streamed from Dip's eyes as he fervently nodded, silently vowing never to let such a thing happen again. Charles then shifted his gaze from Dip to the second mate. Have the gold from the wooden ship been retrieved? Yes, Sodom has a scrapyard. The ship was sold, and after settling everything, there is a total of 54 million echoes. That old man took 300,000 for the treatment. By the way, there was not only gold on the ship. I also found some items. Chapter 47. The anchor bar Cronari produced several old books he had prepared in advance. Their red covers worn to the point of being illegible, the pages yellowed. Charles accepted them, flipping through to find the pages filled with strange writing in crimson ink, resembling cuneiform but with interlinked strokes, accompanied by sketches of mystical sigils and monsters. Though he could not comprehend the content, the structure suggested that these books recorded something significant. Could it be a spell book for summoning paper figures? The thought lodged itself in Charles's mind, refusing to dissipate. If this were true, these books would be worth far more than gold. Once such a special ability was mastered, the combat prowess of the narwhal would be greatly enhanced. After contemplating for a moment, he returned the books to Cronari. Let us keep these for now. I will search for clues in Sodom. If someone can translate this, we might find someone to study it. All right, let it be so. Charles sat up from the bed, donning his coat. James's eyes widened as he anxiously asked, Captain, what are you doing? Am I here in Sodom for a leisurely visit? I have very important matters to attend to. Displaying panic, James spread his arms, blocking Charles's path. No, you cannot. Your injuries have not yet healed. You must not get out of bed. Lily, too, summoned the mice, attempting to restrain Charles back onto the bed. The others joined in with their protests. Charles insisted that he was perfectly fine, experiencing no pain whatsoever, yet no one heeded his words. The crew's insistence irritated him, and the whispers in his ears began to resurface as the crew members slowly morphed into grotesque creatures before his eyes. Enough, Charles bellowed, startling everyone into silence. The mice scattered from his body. He retrieved a spare gel from his clothing and placed it in his mouth, watching as everything around him began to revert to normal. First mate, procure fresh water, food, and fuel. Second mate and Aldrich, come with me. The rest of you return to the ship. Charles assumed the identity of the captain, and none dared to defy him. They promptly complied with his wishes. Watching their retreating figures, Charles sighed, aware that the crew acted in his best interests, yet they could not fathom the tumult within his heart. He had waited a full 8 years, and the clue to returning home lay tantalizingly before him. Each passing second was a torment, and Charles truly wished to wait no longer. Exiting the disheveled room of the doctor, he found himself on a bustling street. The ingenuity of humanity was remarkable. Although everything around him stemmed from ships, they had ingeniously fashioned a street from the hulls and decks. Gas lamps and oil lamps of various sizes illuminated the area, casting an eerie market-like ambience. Pirates of all attire wandered about, each bearing a watchful gaze, and the air was thick with tension. As Charles walked forward, he turned to the second mate behind him and inquired, Where did you find that doctor? When we first arrived in Sodom, you were nearly out of breath, the mate explained, but the fellows at the port informed us of an excellent doctor here, so we brought you to him. After a moment's contemplation, Charles raised his head and instructed, Scout the surroundings. I need to ascertain his background and whether he is trustworthy. Very well, leave this matter to me, the second mate replied swiftly before departing. Captain, what about me? Asked the nearby Audric. Haven't you been here before? Do you know the Anchor Tavern? Take me there. Audric nodded, unfurling his cloak and transforming into a bat, soaring into the air. After discerning the direction, the bat flew eastward, and Charles hurriedly followed. Beyond the street lay a cluttered wasteland of various ships, leaving no place to set foot. As he watched Audric grow distant in the sky, Charles donned his mask and, like an acrobat, leaped nimbly between the rusted vessels. Following Audric's path, Charles witnessed the myriad lives within Sodom, a city that truly lived up to its moniker of the City of Sin. Not only were there various contraband goods, but men and women in tattered rags were openly sold in the streets. In the shadows where the light did not reach, the depths of human depravity occasionally unfolded, making the notorious Port District seem like a model community by comparison. After traversing a significant portion of Sodom, the bat finally alighted before a bar adorned with neon lights. As Charles came to a halt, beads of sweat forming on his brow, he reached into his clothing. Discovering that his wound had indeed begun to seep blood, the clue to returning home was now within reach. Disregarding his concerns, he entered the establishment alongside Audric. Upon stepping inside the bar, the dim ambience brightened instantly. Illuminated by electric lights not even found in Coral Island, several alluring women clad in nearly transparent gauze swayed to the music at the bar. The dance floor was alive with noise and revelry. Charles felt that this place resembled a nightclub more than a tavern. Navigating through the lively crowd, he arrived at the edge of the bar, where a heavily made-up bartender with a skull tattoo approached him. What can I get for you, handsome? The Sea Dog sent you, right? I have some inquiries. Charles leaned on the bar with both elbows, Even the sea dog charges for his connections 0.5 thousand echoes for a session. No problem, Dio, you know where I might find sunlight in Sodom. Charles's heart raced slightly. Sunlight? What is that? I've never heard of it. That a heavy weight settled in Charles's heart as he realized something. Turning to Audric beside him. Draw me a picture of that box that contains sunlight. Audric nodded vigorously, swiftly retrieving paper and pencil. His hand moved quickly, and soon a lifelike depiction of a mirrored box appeared on the page. Just as Audric was adding final details, the bartender snatched the paper away. So this is what you seek. I know of it. It's a weapon that can subdue dark creatures, but here we don't call it sunlight. We refer to it as a mirror box. Why call it sunlight? Whose ridiculous name is that? Where can I purchase this? The mirror box is the king's business. Every fortnight, he brings in a shipment from the island, and you can buy one. Just a heads up, bring plenty of echoes. Many are vying for it, and it commands a hefty price on other islands that I don't need that many. I only require 1.1. Do you think you're a child buying a toy? The bartender regarded Charles with a hint of incredulity. Oh, you know that it's like a bullet. It can only be used once. Right now, I only need one. Can you procure it? Charles's tone grew urgent. The bartender crossed her arms, pondering. Let me think. A few moments later, she clapped her hands. I heard that a shark intercepted a shipment recently, which included mirror boxes. If you're in urgent need, I can buy one for you at 40,000 echoes. Don't say I'm overcharging you. These things aren't cheap. No problem. Please get me one immediately. Seeing Charles agree so quickly, the bartender felt a pang of regret, realizing she had underquoted. Luna, please take good care of our friend here. I'll be right back. As she turned to leave, a young woman clad in gauzy fabric crawled over to Charles, playfully mimicking a cat. The temptation of her allure paled in comparison to the urgency gnawing at Charles's heart. He felt anxious and restless. Typically, only sunlight could turn a vampire to ash, yet sunlight should not be contained in such a manner. This illogical world of the sea had already thrown too many surprises at Charles. And he could not be certain. Sir, why are your legs trembling so? Are you holding back something? The gauzy girl purred, leaning toward Charles. Annoyed, Charles raised a hand adorned with a ring of tentacles, pushing her away. In a swift motion, Audric dove, enveloping her with his cloak, covering her mouth with his hand, baring his sharp fangs at her pale neck. Outside the cloak, bare feet trembled incessantly. The ensuing moments forced Charles to comprehend the true meaning of time dragging on. After half an hour, the bartender returned, cradling a mirror box identical to the one depicted on the paper. Charles, brimming with urgency, was about to open it. Wait, Captain. Let me step outside first. Audric, his mouth stained with blood, rushed toward the door in disarray. Charles's trembling hands pressed down on the lid, breathing heavily. Are you truly about to open that? Do you treat a 40,000 echo item as a toy? The bartender's eyes widened in alarm. With a swift motion, the box opened, and a blinding light instantly illuminated the bar. The radiance within the box resembled not the scorching sun of summer, but rather the gentle warmth of winter sunlight, enveloping him in a comforting embrace that almost lulled him to sleep. In that moment, all of Charles's previous anxiety transformed into tranquility as he felt the sunlight caress his skin. He had never felt closer to home. The blinding brilliance was fleeting, lasting but 3 seconds before the bar returned to its former dimness. After a brief pause, the patrons resumed their raucous behavior, inhaling the scent of the mites exterminated from his clothing. Charles smiled softly, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. The box indeed contained genuine sunlight, a beacon from the sun, and simultaneously, a signpost on his journey home. The sea dog's friend must be quite wealthy to treat a mirror box as a mere toy. Hey, are you in need of a woman? How about me? The bartender returned to the bar, continuing her cocktail preparations. Holding the mirror box, Charles sniffled and addressed the bartender. Where did this come from? Did I not mention? The king sends a shipment every fortnight. No. I mean, where did the contents originate? The bartender paused, her shaking of the cocktail shaker, a serious expression crossing her face. What are you planning? Those who attempted to steal business from the king have been speared and fed to sharks. I have no intention of stealing his business. I merely wish to know the source of this sunlight. Isn't that the same? If you were in my position, would you divulge such information? Do you know how much money this business has made for the king, for the sake of the sea dog? I advise you not to seek your own demise. Yet Charles was undeterred. Asking again, when does he typically appear? The bartender sighed. The king usually attends the auction every fortnight. Charles's fingers drummed anxiously on the bar. He is the king of Sodom. The entire Sodom is under his dominion. Indeed, it is not merely Sodom. His influence is vast, possessing over a dozen ships exceeding 100 meters in length, and all the pirates of the North Sea must submit to his authority. Even the governors of the islands dare not provoke him. Charles sat there, his expression grave, lost in thought. "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and pay," the skeletal woman said, hands on her hips, upon exiting the tavern and returning to the doctor's quarters. Charles was assisted back to bed by Audric, yet the pain from his wounds could not overshadow his growing curiosity. If this so-called king has a path to the surface, why does he not ascend, instead choosing to remain in this lightless abyss? Is he leveraging the resources of the surface to effortlessly rise to prominence underground? Or is it possible that this sunlight does not originate from the sun at all? Regardless of the reason, Charles resolved to investigate further, as this was the only lead he had at present. As he pondered these matters, the second mate, Krona, burst into the room. "Captain, I've gathered some information on that old man from the local informant." "What did you find out?" Charles propped himself up in bed. After a moment's hesitation, Krona began. "Captain, I spent quite a bit to uncover this news. Will you reimburse me?" "No problem, just tell me quickly." "Well, the locals say that the old man has been here for quite some time. No one can specify when he arrived. Most pirates claim he was already here, healing and saving people. He can cure even the most grievous wounds. This is all the information we have on him. He is a doctor, and no other pirates have troubled him. After all, anyone could find themselves in need of his services in the future." Charles contemplated this thoughtfully. "Captain, why are we investigating his background?" "He is just a doctor." "Isn't?" Krona inquired, puzzled. "Do you not find it peculiar that the unicorn lacks a ship's doctor?" Krona's mouth fell agape, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, that was your intention." Just as he was about to elaborate, the door swung open, and the doctor limped in from outside. "Undress, we need to change the bandages," upon seeing Charles signal him with a glance. Krona hastily exited. The doctor clamped the bandage with his iron hand against Charles's chest, exposing the multitude of wounds there. The injuries that should have been healing were once again seeping blood. "Wandering around with such grievous injuries, are you seeking a swifter demise?" After applying a layer of black powder evenly over the wound, the doctor removed his iron hand, revealing a contraption resembling a stapler. He pressed it against Charles's injury, the sound of metal fastening flesh echoing in the air. Charles felt no pain. The sensation of his flesh being joined by metallic rivets was rather peculiar. Chapter 49. The ship's doctor. "I agree to the arrangement," Charles declared to the doctor stitching his wounds. The doctor paused, a scarred smile creeping across his face. "Really? That is splendid. I shall provide you with the finest medications to restore your mind to health. However, the terms of our agreement must be revised. I can offer you the Black Mirror, but you must become my ship's doctor." If there was anything he had learned from previous battles, it was the paramount importance of having a skilled doctor aboard a ship. Had there been a competent ship's doctor during the last encounter, the casualties would have certainly been reduced. The doctor lowered his head and resumed fastening flesh together. "You are not the first to seek me as a ship's doctor. Others with larger ships and greater strength have approached me. Why should I choose you? Because I possess something you desire. Given your fixation on the Black Mirror, I suspect you require more than just that object. You yearn to uncover its origins, do you not? Conveniently, I have all the answers. As long as you become my ship's doctor, I can divulge everything behind that object, provided you trust my words." Once the wound was secured, the doctor stepped back, scrutinizing Charles as if attempting to decipher his thoughts. "Show me the Black Mirror again." Charles tossed his phone to him. Watching the doctor delicately caress the black screen, a tenderness appeared on his face that was incongruous with his appearance. Intrigued by what memories this evoked in him, Charles pondered whether he too had once owned a phone. With a thud, the doctor slammed his iron hand against the edge of the bed. 2 years. I will remain on your ship for 2 years. You will tell me everything. Deal. That object is now yours. You may inquire about anything related to it once you are aboard as long as he became the ship's doctor on the Unicorn. Charles could ensure the doctor would not disclose the phone to anyone else, and 2 years would provide ample time for him to understand the doctor's character before planning his next steps. The whisperings of Angluim Gulnaf echoed in Charles's ears as he beheld the doctor morph into a monstrous figure. This transformation, more severe than before, he felt as if his consciousness were tossed into a washing machine, perpetually tumbling, on the verge of shattering. With trembling hands, he reached for the gel hidden within his clothing, but the grotesque figure before him struck it away with a tendril, presenting him with a cup of potion instead. Staring at the ever-shifting monster, Charles recognized it as the doctor and, with shaking hands, accepted the potion, tilting his head back to drink. The monster departed, soon returning with more potions, as well as various tablets and ointments. The array of peculiar flavors assaulted Charles's palate, nearly robbing him of his sense of taste. "Doctor, how much longer?" Charles shouted at the grotesque figure, clutching his head in pain. The effects of the potion were not immediate. The six-mouthed eel-like orifice on the monster's belly opened to speak, but the whispers drowned out all other sounds at that moment. The distortion began to shrink, revealing the hideous face of Rasto Hermon once more. "Have you healed?" The doctor appeared anxious, scratching at his thinning hair, flakes of dandruff flying. "Impossible. How could the silent salt have no effect?" Seeing his distress, Charles deduced that his auditory hallucinations would not be easily cured. Suddenly, Rasto nervously leaned closer, fixing his gaze upon Charles's eyes. Instinctively, Charles attempted to recoil, but the doctor firmly grasped his head. "Do not move." After several tense seconds, the doctor released him, his voice urgent and frantic. "Have you witnessed something extraordinary at sea? A deity? I have seen it twice, once 8 years ago and again recently." This revelation seemed to provoke Rasto, causing him to tremble as he stomped his metallic leg against the floor in frustration. "I knew it. I should have guessed. My medicine is flawless. It's absolutely perfect. This ailment is connected to the deity?" "A deity?" The doctor scoffed. "That I know not what nonsense that is, but I do know that those who become entangled with such beings invariably meet a grim fate." "Can you cure this affliction? It is not an illness, do you understand? It is a curse, a wretched thing. Merely glancing at it could cost you your life, and yet you dare speak of deities." "Humph." The doctor's grotesque visage loomed closer, his trembling eyes fixated on Charles. "That I can suppress the symptoms, but only temporarily. If you wish to survive, you must find a way to lift the curse yourself. I am not skilled in that regard." Recalling the upcoming auction in half a month, Charles formed a judgment. "Then first help me suppress it. I have some personal matters to attend to." The search for the surface reached a critical juncture. He did not wish to be distracted by other concerns. As long as he could return to the surface, everything else could be addressed later. The doctor retrieved a fist-sized sea spider from beneath the bed and approached the table to prepare the medicine. "Let me make this clear, Captain. If you die before 2 years are up, I will consider my obligation fulfilled." "Agreed, as long as you do not resort to poisoning me to complete your task early." "Poisoning? That is an affront to a healer." In the following days, Charles continued to sample the various peculiar concoctions prepared by the old man. Although the flavors were often lacking, his mental state improved markedly. Even when the whispers resurfaced, they were merely as faint as the buzzing of a mosquito, and the hallucinations had ceased entirely. Moreover, with the enhanced recovery afforded by the Black Blade, Charles's wounds healed significantly within a mere few days, restoring him to peak condition. "Captain, are you certain that man is our ship's doctor? I saw him secretly adding gunpowder to your tablets the other day," the second mate Krona inquired, concerned, pausing in his diary. Charles resumed writing. "Focus on your own duties. How are the crew's spirits? They are somewhat aware of the reputation of this place and dare not wander about recklessly. Captain, how much longer must we remain here?" "Not for much longer." No sooner had Charles spoken than a bat burst through the door, transforming into the figure of Audric. "Captain, the auction in Sodom is about to commence." Donning his captain's coat, Charles made his way outside the captain's quarters. Under Audric's guidance, Charles swiftly arrived before a wooden ship, which lay horizontally, its keel replaced by an entrance, now serving as the venue for Sodom's auction. Chapter 50. The king presenting the invitation he had procured from the skeleton woman, Charles entered. The interior of the wooden vessel was spacious yet sparsely furnished, with a simple stage adorned with a blood-red carpet before the guest seats. The pirates, lacking any semblance of decorum, indulged in drink and feasted on comfort fruits, while others greedily consumed various powders, the air thick with an amalgam of odors. Among the whispering pirate leaders, Charles appeared somewhat out of place. He did not allow Audric to accompany him, as the pirates within were of considerable repute, and he feared that some might discern his vampiric nature and cause trouble. The attendees gradually assembled. The bright oil lamps were dimmed to their lowest setting. Suddenly, a bright beam of light illuminated the stage. A flamboyantly dressed dwarf leaped forth, welcoming the esteemed guests to Sodom's 157th auction. "Today, we have an abundance of splendid items. Are your pockets ready to echo?" The atmosphere was notably tepid, with few pirates offering him more than a passing glance. Unperturbed, the dwarf clapped his hands cheerfully. "Now, let us welcome our noble, revered, and unparalleled king." As the dwarf uttered these words, the spotlight shifted to the adjacent cabin door. A corpulent figure, weighing no less than a ton, was wheeled forth on a wooden cart, His exceedingly greasy face bore a multitude of pustules, complemented by a belly that nearly brushed the ground. This was the remarkably grotesque visage of Sodom's king. The king paid no heed to the audience, his focus entirely on the mountain of meat piled beside the cart. Observing him devour food with a mouthful of rotten teeth, Charles felt a wave of nausea. The king's appearance was far from what he had envisioned. However, the other pirates did not share his sentiments. Having previously exhibited rebelliousness, they now rose to pay their respects to the king. The king remained silent, casually waving his greasy hand, signaling the dwarf to continue. The spotlight returned to the dwarf, who bowed deeply in the king's direction before announcing loudly, "The auction is now underway. Our first item is a woman." The curtain behind the dwarf was drawn back, revealing a hesitant girl clad in an elaborate gown. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is no mere plaything. She is the daughter of the recently missing governor of Hefong Island. Whoever purchases her will have the opportunity to extort the governor daily. Behold, this is not merely a woman. This is a veritable cash cow. Bidding starts at 500,000, with increments of 100,000. We have an opening bid of 1 million. 2 million. Excellent. 6 million. Charles, oblivious to the escalating bids among the pirates, remained fixated on the king, who held vital clues to the Earth's secrets, pondering how he might procure a map from him at that moment. The governor's daughter was purchased by a pirate, her face streaked with tears as she descended from the stage. Unnoticed by anyone, she drew ever closer to the king, just 3 meters from him. Her tear-streaked face contorted in a snarl. She swiftly produced a pistol from beneath her frilled skirt and fired frantically at the king. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets ricocheted off the king's flesh, blood mingling with yellowish fat. With a sickening pop, one of the pustules on the king's face burst, and a creature resembling a grotesque insect lunged at the woman, followed by the sound of flesh tearing. The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. The king remained seated, dazed, shoving bloody morsels into his mouth as if oblivious to the attack. After several moments, the dwarf hastily attempted to regain control of the situation, chuckling, "Ah, yet another foolhardy individual with delusions. Praising our king. Our king is invincible. Now, let us proceed to the second item for auction." As Charles watched the creature retreat into the king's pustule, he realized that a being capable of ruling all of Sodom could not be a simpleton. He was certain that the king had not yet revealed even a fraction of his true power, which must be terrifying. Soon, Charles found himself contemplating his own position, given the king's formidable prowess. How could he extract information from him? Communication. He quickly dismissed that option, as the king did not seem amiable, and the skeleton woman was right. Such monopolistic enterprises would never divulge their secrets to others. The king was far more powerful, and with greater numbers, relying on force was utterly futile. Charles found himself ensnared in a dilemma. As the auction neared its conclusion, he remained at a loss for a solution. His gaze fixed on the corpulent figure in the distance, whose voracious consumption of meat was beginning to irritate him. Ahem! But a nearby cough interrupted Charles's concentrated stare. Do not gaze so intently at the king. He may perceive it as a provocation. Turning to see the white triangle emblazoned on the forehead of the speaker, Charles was nearly taken aback. The sight of this follower of the sun god filled his eyes with animosity. "I am not dead. Are you surprised, Sonny?" The follower's expression reflected genuine astonishment. "Sonny? Apologies, I am not well acquainted with him. He is a fundamentalist, while I am of the new faith." Charles regarded him with skepticism. Uncertain of the man's intentions, do not doubt my honesty. You know that we followers of the sun god never deceive. With that, Charles set aside his apprehensions, for it was indeed true that, to his knowledge, those who had undergone the rituals of the sun god were devoid of fear and incapable of deceit. He scrutinized the visage of the elder before him, who appeared to be nearly 60 years old. With graying hair and a pair of small round spectacles perched on his nose, all draped in a yellow robe, by appearances alone, he seemed somewhat amiable. I am Keed, a holy figure of the sun god. Captain Charles, it is a pleasure to meet you. A realization struck Charles. He recalled that Sonny had tasked him with eliminating other sect followers in Sodom. Could this be the one he was meant to eradicate? "You know me." Keed smiled faintly. "Of course, I recognized you. When you expressed your intent to seek the land of light among the Explorers Guild, we were alerted. Captain Charles, might we converse?" A flicker of intrigue ignited within Charles. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and this man might prove to be of use. Very well. Let us proceed to my ship." Chapter 51. The Radiance of the Sun God. "Why do you take notice of me?" Charles inquired, gazing at Keed across the table. flanked by a row of sun god followers. We are not focused on you. We are concerned for anyone seeking the land of light, as it signifies that you have been called by the sun god. Listening to this rather fanatical rhetoric, Charles struggled to suppress a scoff. Mr. Charles, I sincerely invite you to join our faith. Your survival through previous perilous journeys is a testament to the sun god's favor upon you. In this dark ocean, individuals such as yourself, blessed by the sun god, are a rarity. Charles chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Let us set aside that impossibility for now. I have a matter I wish to inquire of you followers of the sun god. Keed gestured with his left hand. Please go on. The mirror box of Sodom. You must be aware of it. Indeed, some captains of my faith have asked me to procure a few. Charles leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze intently on the elder. Do you not find that the light within the mirror box bears a resemblance to the light of your sun god? Keed chuckled, tapping the table lightly, his aged face radiating confidence. Captain Charles, you may not comprehend if you have not yet joined our faith, but in the classics of our doctrine, there exists a detailed description of all pertaining to the sun god. The radiance of the sun god is a spectrum of colors, capable of healing the heart, and is simultaneously warm. The light within the mirror box is far too singular and glaring. The two are utterly dissimilar. Are you so certain? Charles leaned forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Captain Charles, while your intention to seek the brilliance of the god of light is commendable, speaking without adequate understanding only reveals ignorance. A sanctified individual of the Church of the God of Light. I possess far greater knowledge concerning the deity than you do. The divine radiance of the sun god has appeared before me. It is impossible for me to remain unaware of it. Charles suddenly let out a rare laugh. Thank you for the joke. I haven't laughed like that in quite some time. A flicker of annoyance crossed Keed's face as he stood up, seemingly ready to leave, only to sit back down again. Mr. Charles, I understand your reluctance. Fear not. We can commence a preliminary collaboration. You have demonstrated your aptitude as an exploratory captain, and I can provide you with coordinates of islands most likely to harbor the heavenly ladder. You may search those islands, and our church will reimburse all incurred expenses. Had this been the previous Charles, he would have readily agreed, even if it meant being used as a pawn by others. Such an offer was exceedingly generous. However, he had now found clues leading back to the surface, and there was no way he would acquiesce. Observing the individual before him, Charles silently pondered his own circumstances. The path to the surface was controlled by the king, and his current strength was too feeble. He required additional support, and perhaps the man before him could prove useful. Mr. Charles, have you given it any thought? What if I were to tell you that I already possess clues leading to the land of light? A hint of impatience flashed across Keed's features, as Charles' persistent focus on unrelated topics began to suggest a lack of sincerity. What criteria do you use to judge divine radiance? Is it the spectrum of colors? Charles snapped his fingers, and a group of mice entered the room, dragging a box of mirrors behind them. He had purchased several as backups, but had not anticipated their utility at this moment. Charles opened the box slightly and produced a prism, placing it upward, where the refracted rainbow light illuminated Keed's astonished face. The spectrum of colors is now at hand. He handed the prism to Keed, who, in utter disbelief, pressed it against himself to personally test it. With each attempt, the shock on his face deepened, until he finally ceased when the sunlight in the box was completely exhausted. The prism effect was something even a child of the future would grasp, yet within this realm of sea and land, sunlight for experimentation was non-existent, and thus no one knew that sunlight comprised a myriad of monochromatic lights. Charles, what on earth is happening here? Keed's expression oscillated between excitement and joy, as if he had stumbled upon some forbidden truth. Sensing that he had captivated Keed, Charles seized the moment and stood up. The light contained within that box is the radiance of your god of light. The king of Sodom knows the location of the land of light. If we can compel him to surrender the nautical charts, we shall uncover its whereabouts. The two parties deliberated extensively, yet in the end, Keed failed to provide a definitive response, departing in a somewhat despondent state. The Church of the God of Light was a significant institution in the sea and land, and Charles aimed to have Keed disseminate this information to all followers. If he could rally the followers, even the king of Sodom would be unable to withstand their collective force. What could even the fiercest pirate do against these fearlessly devoted cultists? 3 days later, Keed returned, his demeanor grave. I apologize, Captain Charles, but the Archbishop's telegram has arrived. They deem this to be sheer nonsense. Leaning back in his chair, Charles sighed softly. Indeed, it was unrealistic to sway such a vast organization with mere words. He must seek alternative methods. After a brief silence, Charles turned to Keed. "And what of you? Do you believe?" Keed's face bore a look of struggle. He understood the Archbishop's sentiments. It was difficult for anyone to believe a stranger proclaiming that what had been sought for centuries lay right before them. Yet the thought of that colorful light wavered in his heart. What if it were true? Even if he believed, what good would it do? Without the Archbishop from the North Sea dispatching crusaders, their few hundred followers would stand no chance against the king. We do not need to defeat him. Charles's words caught Keed off guard. Without elaborating, Charles gestured for those behind Keed to leave. "You all must stand guard. No one is permitted to approach." Once they had exited, Charles continued, "Our aim is not to conquer Sodom. We merely need to ascertain the source of the sunlight within that box. With this clue, we can seek the land of light." "Do you have a plan?" Keed's voice trembled slightly. The king typically resides in the central palace of Sodom, since he must regularly sell sunlight. He surely possesses the nautical charts of the land of light. Such invaluable information would not be kept elsewhere. If you can lure the king and his guards away, I can infiltrate and steal, or perhaps simply glimpse, the charts, even if it is merely a general location. Moreover, I possess a relic that, once donned, will enhance the precision of my mapping to its utmost potential. Having heard Charles's words, he did not respond directly, but appeared conflicted as he expressed his need for further consideration. As the days passed in Sodom, Keed remained unresponsive, and disappointment brewed within Charles. Should this plan prove unfeasible, he would have no choice but to revert to his role as an exploratory captain, methodically seizing islands to expand his influence, ultimately compelling the king to divulge the location of the land of light through sheer force. Yet that would take far too long for Charles to believe he would live to see it. "Captain, that cult's elder has returned. This time, he has brought along a tall companion." Chapter 52. The beginning. "Gerald," the burly man interjected before Keed could introduce him, "that I hear you intend to collaborate against that gluttonous pig?" Quite audacious. Charles remained silent, directing his gaze toward Keed. "Well, we are indeed somewhat outclassed in our confrontation with the king, which is why I have brought Captain Gerald, whose strength could greatly assist us. He devoured my cargo. He even consumed my ship. That man's grudge is one I shall never forget." Gerald's countenance was marred by an unmistakable fury that a knowing expression crossed Charles's face. It appeared Keed had sought out an adversary of the king for assistance, which was advantageous. More allies meant greater strength. "Let us dispense with further pleasantries. I am more familiar with this territory than you. I shall draft the plan." Gerald asserted dominantly that in 5 days, Sodom will approach a new island, and most of the king's ships will venture out to raid the docks. This presents an opportunity. My men will lure the king away, while Keed will instruct the followers to intercept his subordinates. As for you, I will divert the king's attention while seeking the items we require. Yet I must confess some doubts regarding your capabilities. Will you truly be of use there? You seem devoid of the scent of blood, likely having killed few, if any, men. Gerald crossed his arms, skepticism evident in his eyes. Charles regarded him calmly. "Even if I were to meet my demise there, it would serve our collective purpose." Gerald shrugged. "That sentiment holds some merit. You may be a mere appendage, but Keed's followers are the true assets I require. The king has lingered in his position for far too long." Keed, embodying a congenial demeanor, stood up and chuckled. "Excellent. We each gain something from this arrangement." However, as soon as Gerald departed, Keed's expression shifted dramatically, his face grave as he looked at Charles. "That man is not a match for the king. You must unearth the charts before he meets his end." Charles smirked inwardly. Even with a missing piece from his brain, this old fox was no fool. The perils would be borne by others while he reaped the rewards. Do you possess any assistance regarding infiltration? Perhaps maps of the king's residence or locations of crucial items? I regret to inform you that I cannot provide any assistance in this regard. No one truly understands the king, nor has anyone successfully infiltrated his residence and emerged alive. All I can say is that it is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, Charles furrowed his brow. To charge and blindly would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You have only a few days to prepare and gather intelligence. I sincerely hope your claims prove truthful. The followers of Sodom will invest significantly in this operation." Charles, his expression grave, nodded slightly as he watched Keed depart. Once he had seen him off, he summoned the crew, instructing them to gather information to the best of their abilities. 3 days swiftly elapsed, yet the crew uncovered little. The only certainty was that the clues leading to the surface were known solely to Wang and likely resided within his abode. To prevent any potential leaks from his own crew, Wang had instituted a peculiar practice. After embarking, He would periodically blindfold everyone aboard, personally steering the vessel to alter its course in the impenetrable darkness of the ocean. This method ensured that none but he could ascertain their direction. After 3 days of preparation, Charles stood on the deck of the Unicorn, addressing his first mate. "I shall return within 2 hours at most. Should I fail to do so, then we shall come in search of you." He handed over his backpack to Bandage, who accepted it with a nod. Charles smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and after a gentle pat on Bandage's shoulder, descended from the ship. At that moment, a bat soared into the sky from the Unicorn. Today, Sodom was abuzz with activity. As Charles navigated through the throng, he overheard pirates discussing the spoils Wang's ship would bring back. Akin to jackals feasting on the remains left by lions, he strolled leisurely until he arrived at the imposing vessel, just in time to see Wang being pushed out from within, checking his pocket watch. Charles, disregarding all else, swiftly turned and sprinted with reckless abandon. Perhaps there was still a chance to try, but if the two of them exerted themselves further, it would surely lead to their demise. The girl delicately lifted her slender fingers, and the steel rods embedded within Charles's body were extracted, hovering in midair. With a swift motion, one was thrust towards his head, and his left eye was violently obliterated. Landing on the ground, "Capture him. I want him alive. If he escapes, you shall not eat anything this month." Charles raced down the corridor, unable to fathom that the little girl was even more merciless than Wang. However, he did not dwell on this for long, as Wang's grotesque insects were already pursuing him from behind. Despite Charles exerting every ounce of strength, the creatures closed in at an alarming speed, far exceeding the limits of human capability. The sound of their joints creaking and their mandibles extending reached his ears. Just as the swarm prepared to leap, Charles's mind raced. He yanked a steel nail from his chest, launching it towards the nearest light source. The bulb shattered with a series of sharp cracks, plunging the corridor into darkness, which bewildered the insects, leaving them disoriented and unsure of their next move. Though they were blind to the darkness, Charles, with his enhanced night vision, swiftly drew his pistol and fired in rapid succession. The grotesque heads of the insects exploded, spraying green ichor across the floor. After momentarily evading danger, Charles dared not linger. Wang was returning, and the mission had failed. He needed to escape quickly. At every juncture, he extinguished the light bulbs, finding solace in the enveloping darkness as he hurriedly searched for an exit. Gradually, a soft melody graced his ears, its beauty lightening his very bones. Yet, the situation soon shifted. He felt his hair elongating, and beneath his skin, his bones began to protrude grotesquely. The pain escalated as a violent cramp seized his stomach. Desperately, Charles inserted his fingers into his throat and retched. What emerged was not the remnants of his morning meal, but writhing brown plant tendrils and mushrooms that perpetually withered and grew anew. Damn it! Charles staggered to his feet, only to feel an itch on the back of his hand. Raising it, he found dark green moss sprouting uncontrollably. The melody seemed to possess some arcane power, revitalizing all it touched. Charles knew that if he did not devise a solution, his body would succumb to the very things growing within him. Chapter 54. The Sea Chart. The haunting song continued. And despite covering his ears, Charles felt the transformation inexorably persist. His hands had morphed into grotesquely swollen appendages akin to those afflicted with gout. Struggling to regain his footing, he glanced around, racing to the corridor's cupboard, where he seized 2 silver utensils and swiftly fashioned them into sharp silver spikes. Taking a deep breath, Charles plunged the points into his eardrums. The unbearable pain forced him to one knee. Yet a flicker of relief crossed his masked face as the melody ceased and his transformation halted. Removing the moss that had sprouted from his skin, Charles pressed onward, though the immediate crisis had passed. Navigating the vast ship proved far more challenging than entering. Countless corridors and rooms left him utterly disoriented. Should he detonate the walls? Yet, would the explosion alert the 2 individuals? As he hesitated, his feet suddenly halted. His gaze fixated on a doorplate before him. Captain's quarters. Without a moment's thought, Charles pushed the door open. If there were any chance of finding a sea chart, it would surely be here. The door swung wide, revealing the enormous wooden table upon which the earlier little girl sat, swinging her legs, her grotesque mouth singing something ominous. The imminent danger did not deter Charles from glancing at the wall, where a sea chart lay sprawled out, a map depicting vast new territories beyond the ordinary. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the silver blade towards the girl while racing towards the chart. As he drew nearer, more details of the map became apparent, but just as he began to commit them to memory, the silver blade ricocheted back, striking him squarely in the face. Blood obscured his vision, forcing his observations to cease. When he pulled the knife from his face and wiped away the blood, the girl was grinning at him, her mouth moving, but Charles was now deaf to her words. A smile crept across his masked face. The portly figure was not Wong. She was the true puppet master of Sodom, was she not? Her powers, reminiscent of telekinesis, combined with that life-affirming melody, suggested she was far more than a mere child of 6 or 7. The girl raised her hands, lifting Charles's body into the air. With a sickening crunch, his left forearm twisted into a corkscrew. The agony did not divert his gaze from the chart. He continued to etch its details into his memory. A glimmer of irritation crossed the girl's face as she clenched her fists, distorting Charles's body into an exaggerated form, his bones seemingly fracturing in an instant, causing him to collapse to the ground like a pile of sludge. At that moment, a bloodied Wong burst into the room, panting heavily. Upon seeing Charles on the floor, a savage expression crossed Wong's face as he approached with heavy footsteps, just as he bent down to seize Charles. The latter suddenly sprang up, darting out of the doorway like a cheetah. Roar, did you expect that? I brought a mask and can do jujitsu. Come and catch me, you fool. Upon exiting the room, Charles wasted no time. Igniting explosives and tossing them behind him, with a resounding explosion, he was propelled forward. Without glancing back at the chaos he had wrought, he quickly emptied his pack of explosives and placed them in a corner against the wall. He had memorized the sea chart. Now, all he needed to do was escape, and the mission would be a success. With a deafening roar, the ship's structure was blown apart, revealing the squalid metal shanties of Sodom before Charles. Ignoring the towering buildings, he leaped into the AIR.IN mid-flight. His body swelled, transforming into a colossal bat nearly 5 meters in size, which soared towards the harbor. As the explosion widened, the little girl turned pale, shouting orders to alert all pirates. Whoever kills him will earn 10 million echoes. Wong, battered and bloodied, nodded in agreement and leaped through the opening. Soon, Charles realized that the sky was not a safe haven. Halfway through his flight, the cannons surrounding Sodom pivoted to target him. With a thunderous boom, a cannonball shot forth. Charles narrowly evaded it, but the explosion's shockwave sent him tumbling 3 meters, folding his wings. He skimmed low over rooftops and ship decks, attempting to dodge the artillery fire. Though the cannonballs ceased, other dangers soon emerged. A barrage of gunfire riddled his left wing membrane with holes. Looking down, Charles saw the pirates, frenzied and wild, wielding an array of weapons, launching a relentless assault against him. Observing their flushed faces, he surmised that Wong had placed a hefty bounty on his head. Amidst the chaos of conventional gunfire, unimaginable attacks surged toward him. A fireball here, a bolt of lightning there, and even some pirates soaring directly into the air. Despite his agility, Charles's injuries mounted. A dum-dum bullet exploded within his lower limbs, overwhelming him with an unprecedented fatigue. He could scarcely hold on. Just seconds later, Charles found himself in a clearing. All the pirates vanished, revealing the bustling docks filled with ships. However, before he could celebrate, a yellow blur sprang from the ground, colliding forcefully with him. The tremendous impact sent his battered body plummeting into the SEAIN midair. Charles struggled to turn his head, witnessing the frenzied Wong clambering over him, gnawing at his flesh with wild abandon. Plop! 2 individuals plunged into the frigid depths of the ocean. In the inky black water, Charles struggled vehemently to break free from Wong's grasp. Just as he began to gain some ground, dozens of centipede-like severed limb worms erupted from Wong's body, ensnaring Charles with their barbed appendages, binding the two together as their blood stained the surrounding water a deep crimson. Amidst the frenzied gnawing, Wong's decayed teeth shattered rapidly, revealing a set of inky black fangs. At that moment, he resembled a voracious beast, tearing chunks of flesh from Charles as if intent on devouring him whole. Chapter 55. Escape? No. I am so close to returning to the surface. I refuse to perish here. In his bat form, Charles opened his ghastly maw, producing a piercing sonic wave that reverberated through the water. That Wong's face contorted in agony as his chubby hands lunged toward Charles's mouth. In that fleeting instant, Charles transformed back into his human form, causing Wong's worms to detach. Yet, just then, Wong's belly burst open, and a swarm of grotesque worms surged forth from the bloody mass, plunging Charles back into peril. With no other option, Charles transformed again into a bat, emitting another sonic assault. The worms in the water quivered and froze. Seizing the opportunity, Charles morphed back into human form and dove deeper into the water, attempting to escape. However, as he descended, a massive maw awaited him. Wong, whose mouth had stretched to an unearthly size, contorted into a ghastly visage. This time, Charles could not flee. Blood loss had rendered him dizzy and weak. With a desperate lunge, he propelled himself into Wang's mouth, the tendrils of his ring activating to hold the monstrous jaws at bay. Die, he gasped, bubbles violently escaping his lips, raising the black blade in his hand. He executed a swift circular cut. The blade pierced through the greasy skin, swiftly following the contours, severing half of Wang's head. As he watched the grotesque form sink into the abyss, darkness enveloped Charles. His strength utterly depleted. Suddenly, a shadow surged from the depths. It was a shark. Drawn by the scent of blood, it opened its gaping maw, its serrated teeth sinking into Charles, dragging him toward the deep sea. Captain! Captain! On the blood-red surface, Deep paced anxiously on the deck. Yet, the ocean remained eerily silent. After a few moments, some lifeless worms floated to the surface. Unable to endure the weight any longer, Deep discarded his shirt. Gripping a dagger in his mouth, ready to leap into the water, beside him, the silent bandage restrained him as he opened a nearby bag on the deck, revealing a dozen faces marked by confusion and terror. Their mouths tightly bound in gauze, their bodies emaciated and clad in tattered rags. After counting the number of survivors, the bandage drew a dagger toward his own chest, pressing the blade in slowly. Crimson blood saturating the wrapping. The remaining crew of the Unicorn stood in hushed silence, seemingly aware of the first mate's intentions, yet none dared to intervene. The ship's doctor, his grotesque visage twisted with disdain, took a swig from his iron flask and turned away. A sudden series of knocks jolted everyone awake. The second mate, Krona, rushed to the ship's edge, peering down with unrestrained joy. It's the captain. He*s back. Doctor, come quickly. He*s gravely injured. When the crew hurriedly pulled Charles from the water, the timid Lily was so frightened by the sight that she burst into tears. At that moment, every inch of Charles's body was marred, grotesque wounds littering his form, and the salt water had rendered his skin pale and raw. His abdomen bore a gaping wound, revealing glimpses of his innards. Deep trembled as he attempted to remove the mask from Charles's face, but was thwarted by his twisted arm. Don't. I can't hold on. Just start the ship. Excitedly, Krona nodded rapidly and dashed towards the cockpit. Ignoring the concerned murmurs of the crew, Charles turned to the sobbing Lily beside him. The mouse, carrying Lily's diary, presented it to Charles as he lay on the ship's doctor's operating table. With great effort, Charles retrieved a pen and, summoning his last ounce of strength, meticulously sketched the sea chart from memory. The moment he set down the pen, he slipped into oblivion. When Charles regained consciousness, he found himself swathed like a mummy in his bed, his previously deaf ears now capable of faintly detecting sound. Upon noticing the diary on the nearby table, a fleeting smile graced his lips as he thought, the sea chart has been found. The next step is to locate an island with a heavenly ladder to return home. Indeed, it has been a tumultuous journey, risking everything for this fragment of knowledge. A mocking voice resonated in his mind, and a chill coursed from his tailbone to his brain as Charles's trembling hand brushed his face. Realizing he was unmasked, he fell silent, and the room was enveloped in stillness. Why haven't you vanished? Charles managed to articulate with great difficulty. Then, his mouth opened again, this time with a distinctly different tone. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? I was just pondering the same thing. At that moment, the door creaked open as the ship's doctor entered. Charles turned to the old man, hastily asking, how long have I been without my mask? Throughout the surgery. It worked wonders. Wearing it significantly reduced your blood loss. A grimace crossed Charles's bandaged face, realizing that despite all precautions, he had ultimately failed to prevent 096 from manifesting a persona within his mind. Buddy, you should be grateful to me. Had I not removed the mask while you were unconscious, we might not just be playing mahjong, we'd likely be shooting hoops as well. Another person inhabiting my body, is this truly a blessing? Come now, what do you mean by your body? We merely have differing personalities, but we are both Gao Jiming. The doctor, observing the captain argue with himself, wore a puzzled expression. This fellow experiencing a mental breakdown. He appears to have only external injuries. Just as their dispute intensified, the doctor brandished a metal syringe, plunging it into Charles's arm. Old man, what's in that? Charles inquired. A sedative. First, let us address your physical injuries. We can tackle the mental issues afterward. In the next instant, Charles's eyes rolled back as the dual personas in his mind simultaneously lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he could not discern how much time had passed, but the wounds on his body began to itch. Taking a slow breath, Charles paused for a few seconds before speaking in his mind. Let us discuss this, that I don't go by hey. I am Chu Yuxian. How long will you keep this up? Oh, come now. It was just a little joke. Why are you so anxious? Speak, speak. Chapter 56. Richard hearing the other's nonchalant tone, Charles struggled to suppress his irritation. Opting for silence as he raised his revolver and fired a shot at the window. What are you doing? Call the doctor. Let us see if he has a solution for this situation. Upon hearing this, the second persona's tone shifted to one of alarm. Let me make this clear. You will not erase me. The memories you possess, I share, if you try to pull a fast one. We'll both suffer the consequences. Suddenly, Charles pressed the gun against his own chin. That precise moment, the doctor entered the room, displaying a cold demeanor in the face of the suicidal captain. The doctor remarked, if you wish to end your life, you can, but first tell me what you promised. That matter can wait. I have a pressing issue. Charles recounted the emergence of an additional persona within him in detail. An artifact of a fragmented personality? How fascinating, the doctor remarked, scrutinizing Charles as if he were a specimen under examination. Is there a solution? Doctor, I feel quite well as I am. You may leave. The two personalities exchanged conflicting statements. After a few moments, the visibly excited doctor retrieved a clown mask from his coat. Is this it? Upon Charles's nod, the doctor turned and exited without uttering another word. As the door clicked shut. The inner persona interjected, let it go. The old man seems unreliable. This matter is a lost cause. Charles took a deep breath. At this juncture, further discussion would be futile, since he could not temporarily rid himself of the situation. The only recourse was to engage in mutual negotiation. Firstly, their objectives were aligned, both aiming to return to the surface. During critical moments, his judgment should prevail, and he must not be a hindrance. Why should your judgment prevail? I am Gao Jiming as well, because you were too impulsive. The incident at the third laboratory nearly cost us our return. That's rich. If I hadn't acquired so many relics, our strength wouldn't have surged so rapidly. This is all my merit. You were created by 096. I am the original. Enough of this. The memories you possess, I share as well. You are merely a twin appearing for a few extra seconds. Once again, the two personalities clashed, escalating to the point of physical confrontation. Yet, a resolution was imperative. After extensive negotiations, they finally reached an agreement for cohabitation. Not only was the control of their bodies distinctly delineated, but regulations were also established for other matters, ensuring that they would not fall into crisis due to divergent opinions during crucial times. Gazing at the densely packed regulations in the diary, the personality controlling Charles pouted. Such useless scribbles. They didn't even note the most critical aspect. What if Anna decides to return one day? Should we have her don a mask and replicate one? Besides, could she even wear a mask in that ghastly state? Let us not speak of her. She cannot return. Charles snapped the diary shut and began to unwrap the bandages from his face. TCH, why pretend with myself? This is my time. Be silent. Wait, we haven't established our titles yet. We can't both be called Charles, can we? Let us make it clear. You shall be called that. But I refuse to be dubbed the second. I will be number one, and you shall be number two. Tau Klitsch. Hold on. I'll bestow upon myself a dashing name. How about Richard? Charles offered no further reply. Instead, he tossed the diary onto the nearby table, where it landed perfectly upright. Astonished, he stared at his own hands, bewildered by his own abilities. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He extracted a rivet from his skin and flung it towards the wall, hitting a small insect with precision. After extinguishing the oil lamp on the table, he realized that even in the pitch darkness, his vision remained clear, the situation unfolding before him like a vivid tableau. Charles could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. Due to his split personality, he could now maintain the physical prowess of 096 around the clock. Wow, this is undoubtedly a good thing, my friend. We are quite formidable now. As the voice echoed in his mind once more. Charles mused that if given a choice, he would prefer to forego such advantages. Bang! The door swung open, and the doctor returned shortly after, removing the now empty bag and replacing it with a new solution. Lie down. The medication is being administered. What about my relics? Patience. Let me conduct some experiments first. Psychology is a complex field. Perhaps I can uncover a solution. When will my injuries fully heal? 2 months. Can it be expedited? Absolutely not. Do you have any idea how severe your injuries are? 2 months is already a considerable concession. To save your life, I had to employ some potent medication, and due to the side captain, I have brought back 4,000 echoes from the first mate. intending to use them as a sacrifice to save you, Margaret exclaimed. As she caught sight of the newcomer, she noticed a young man clad in a deep blue captain's uniform. His dark hair framing a face marred by a diagonal scar that lent him an intimidating air. Observing the trembling sailors beside her, tears welling in her eyes, Margaret rushed towards the young man. "Please, save me. I want to go home. I shall never return to the sea." Before Margaret could finish her plea, she felt an invisible force envelop her, thrusting her to the ground. As she struggled to rise, she found herself face to face with the young man. Startled by his proximity, her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly averted her gaze. "You claim to be the daughter of an island governor? What proof do you possess?" His inquiry jolted Margaret back to reality. In a flurry, she produced a fishbone token from her bosom. "This was given to me by my father. If you present it to him, he will surely know of my plight." As the young man accepted the token, Margaret anxiously awaited his response, her fate hanging in the balance. That moment, she noticed a chilling sight. The young man's gaze was fixed on her with one eye, while the other scrutinized the fishbone token. Overcome with fear, Margaret clasped her hands around herself, biting her lip anxiously. "How did you escape?" The sudden question startled her. "I was captured and held for a long time. But one night, a woman saved me. I do not know her identity. She wore the same garments as I and transformed to resemble me." Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. Margaret hastily implored, "Sir, will you allow me to return? If you escort me back, my father will reward you handsomely." Indeed, I was waiting for those very words. Now my venture shall be funded. In a state of confusion, Margaret was taken to be washed and clad in loose attire. Upon emerging from the bathing area, her true beauty was revealed, and she immediately sensed the predatory gazes of the men aboard the ship. Instinctively, she quickened her pace back to the young man. Regardless of his cold demeanor, she felt a sense of security in his presence. You know how to write?" "I do." "Excellent. Pen a letter to your father." Just as joy flickered across Margaret's face, believing she had encountered a benevolent soul, the latter part of the young man's statement sent a chill through her. Merely mentioned that a good Samaritan rescued you, and that in gratitude, "You promised me 5,000,000 echoes as a reward." Margaret took the pen and began writing, her heart buoyed by the thought of returning home to the radiant world she longed for. Once she finished, she respectfully presented the letter to the young man. Upon hearing him instruct her to leave, a wave of trepidation washed over her. "Sir, may I stay by your side?" She was uncertain of the young man's identity. Yet his presence provided her with an overwhelming sense of safety. That moment, her stomach protested with a growl. Embarrassed, she lowered her head at the young man's curious glance, seated in the mess hall. Confronted with an array of simple fare, tears brimmed in Margaret's eyes. Since her abduction, she had not experienced such fullness. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Stealing a glance at the young man beside her, she discreetly stuffed some bread into her pockets. After the meal, Margaret stealthily ascended to the deck, hastily extracting the food from her pocket. The famished slaves clamored eagerly for the offerings. Not expect the sailors to have provided them with abundant provisions. Merely surviving was a stroke of luck. "Why are you sharing your food with them?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind. She spun around to find the captain standing there. "Because hunger is unbearable. I am full, yet they remain hungry. Convince your father to increase the funds, and I shall ensure they are well fed." "Really? Sir, you are truly kind," Margaret exclaimed with excitement. "Kind? Perhaps," he chuckled, just as Margaret reveled in the prospect of no one going hungry again. She spotted a flicker of light on the sea. The light approached rapidly, revealing a vessel nearly 100 meters long, adorned with a massive white triangle. Chapter 58. Another transaction. A horn blared as a steamship, slightly larger than the Unicorn, drew near. Recognizing the white triangular emblem, Charles understood the identity of the approaching vessel. Soon, a plank was laid between the two ships, and a visibly anxious Keat hurried across. "Have you found the chart? Where's the chart?" Upon seeing Charles nod, Keat's face erupted with joy. The sun god's grace. "After all these years, we have finally located the land of light. Quickly, show it to me." Charles remained silent, observing the excited elder before him, showing no intention of retrieving the chart. "Captain Charles, why are you dawdling? Hurry and fetch the chart," Keat urged, growing increasingly impatient. "What gives you the right to view it?" "It was because your men failed to act that Gerald met a swift defeat that night. Everything you said was a deception, was it not? You intended for us to do your bidding, with no risk to yourself if we failed. Quite a cunning scheme." Keat's expression shifted several times before he sighed in resignation. "That I truly sent someone. You must believe me. Am I a fool?" One of my crew is a vampire. I specifically instructed him to transform into a bat and remain over Sodom until the plan concluded. Yet he never witnessed any followers of the light. Charles regarded Keed with disdain, realizing he had once considered the possibility of Gerald's betrayal. Yet now it was Keed who had remained inert. It was clear that appearances could be deceiving. Will you give it to me or not? Keed's demeanor shifted, the amiable facade vanishing as he became menacing. Do you wish to resort to violence? Charles raised a finger, and the helmsman immediately sounded the alarm, prompting the crew of the Unicorn to emerge armed. Tension thickened in the air as gunners on both vessels trained their cannons on one another, while the sun god's followers brandished their weapons. Though my injuries are still severe, I can certainly kill you, Charles declared, removing his captain's coat and revealing a black blade that had somehow found its way into his hand. Keed's expression shifted, and he sighed in resignation. My follow, it is imperative that Sonny meets his demise. The forthcoming period is crucial for locating the entrance to the surface. Should he remain alive, he will inevitably jeopardize our endeavors. Once Keed takes action, he will have boarded our ship of thieves, leaving him no path of return. Without incurring some sunk costs, Charles genuinely fears that this old fox may harbor ulterior motives midway through our venture. Given the previous instances of individuals on either side being used as cannon fodder, the likelihood of such an occurrence is not negligible. At this point, Charles paused, turning to gaze at the young woman who had just entered through the door. As long as it is genuine, financial matters pose no issue. After articulating this, Charles began to disrobe, a sight that startled Margaret, prompting her to instinctively consider retreating. However, the thought of the sailor's gazes outside left her feeling conflicted, and she grasped the door latch. Caught in a dilemma, stop dawdling, come over and apply the medicine. Upon hearing this, Margaret trembled as she approached, when she beheld the gaping wound on his broad back. She gasped in horror. The injury, forcefully drawn together by metal, oozed with blood, and the grotesque lacerations nearly covered his entire body, a sight of abject terror. Margaret found it unimaginable to endure such severe pain. She thought that merely acquiring a single scar from above could claim her life. Do not stand there foolishly. First, dry the blood, then apply the ointment along the wound. Charles thrust a vial of medicine into the girl's hands. Ordinarily, such tasks would fall to a physician, yet his iron grip was hardly gentle. Each application felt akin to a torture session as her hand brushed against his solid back. Margaret's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing like a startled fawn. To which governor do you belong? And how did you fall into the clutches of pirates? The young woman's hand quivered slightly. I read in some novels that adventures at sea are both thrilling and exhilarating. So I sneaked out, only to discover it was all a deception. You abandoned a life that others could only dream of. Now I understand. The world at sea is far too perilous. Once I return, I have no desire to set foot on the ocean again. There are no good souls at sea. Sir, I do not mean you. You are a good person. A hint of bitterness crossed Charles's face. You speak the truth. There are no good souls at sea. Do not return here again. Continue applying the medicine. Time passed swiftly on the ocean, and when Charles and his companions finally returned to Coral Island, a month had elapsed. By this time, Charles's wounds had largely healed, at least to the extent that he would not bleed profusely with every few steps. The port area of Coral Island remained unchanged, chaotic and dimly lit. As Margaret walked along the muddy, foul-smelling streets, she instinctively leaned closer to him, her soft form pressed against him. Yet Charles remained unmoved. In comparison to the allure of 5 million echoes, he found the latter far more enticing. After settling the young woman in a room adjacent to his inn, Charles had scarcely returned to his own quarters when a low knock echoed at the door. Standing outside was the doctor. His grotesque face unusually devoid of its customary mania and flamboyance, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of anxiety. He clutched a cell phone that had long since run out of battery. Chapter 59. The Doctor's Possession. Can you now divulge everything about this device? The doctor inquired in a low voice. Charles nodded and stepped aside to allow him entry. Please, come in. Facing the doctor, Charles slowly recounted all he knew about the phone. The doctor listened in silence, his good hand rubbing the surface of the device. This thing facilitates communication, entertainment, and work. On the surface, I cannot survive a day without it. As he narrated, Charles felt as though he were transported back to a peaceful environment. Previously, he had taken it for granted. But now, amidst this chaotic sea, he realized just how beautiful his former life had been. So, this device serves as a communication tool, akin to a telegraph. That can be one interpretation. The doctor paused momentarily before continuing. In fact, I once possessed a device similar to this. This unexpected revelation nearly caused Charles to choke on his drink. He had unwittingly guessed correctly. This individual truly owned a cell phone. The doctor lifted his filthy, nearly colorless white coat, retrieving a square object wrapped in cloth. Upon seeing the object clearly, Charles was instantly taken aback, for it resembled a black, tablet-like device. The back cover of this device had been opened, revealing its green circuit board laid bare. Observing this artifact, which appeared entirely foreign to the chaotic sea, he quickly inquired, "Is this your possession? Did you descend from the surface? In which year did you arrive?" Charles's immediate assumption was that this man, like himself, had fallen from above. "This is not my possession. It belonged to my great-grandfather," the doctor replied, his gaze fixed on the tablet, and a reminiscent expression crossed his ugly face. "I know nothing about it. My great-grandfather passed away early, leaving me only this. My father instructed me to take good care of it, yet he never revealed its purpose. This mystery has lingered in my mind. I have sought many individuals, but none possess the knowledge. Could it be that his great-grandfather had traveled from the same place as Charles?" He quickly dismissed this notion. The doctor was far too old, and his great-grandfather would have been even older. The timeline for the invention of the tablet and cell phone was nearly identical, making it impossible for him to have descended at the same time. With this thought, Charles accepted the tablet, scrutinizing it closely. He soon noted the differences. In contrast to modern sleekness and portability, the device in his hands was clearly clunky and cumbersome. The mere weight of 2 pounds indicated that this was undoubtedly not a product of the surface. Any manufacturer attempting to produce such a tablet would incur monumental losses. "Can you repair this?" The doctor's gaze remained fixed on the tablet, his lips pressed tightly together. At his age, he had grown indifferent to many matters. Yet preserving his family's legacy remained his sole obsession. "Apologies, but I am unable to assist you in this regard. I lack the expertise to repair electronic devices. You previously mentioned that as long as there is power, this black mirror could illuminate again. Does that imply that providing it with electricity will make it functional? Although I am uncertain of the voltage used on Coral Island, it certainly does not match your tablet. An imprudent attempt could easily damage it." The doctor's face revealed a hint of frustration. At this moment, Charles pondered further. If this device were not of surface origin, it was evident that it had been crafted by the inhabitants of the sea. Given that their previous technology was capable of producing tablets, why did the current technology in the sea remain at an 18th-19th century level? This was utterly illogical. With this thought in mind, Charles instinctively recalled the island housing the third laboratory. If anyone among the sea's populace possessed the potential to create a tablet, it would undoubtedly be those in the third laboratory, for they had even employed fingerprint recognition. Could the doctor's great-grandfather have been among the original laboratory staff? Yet, the same questions loomed before Charles. Those individuals possessed advanced technology and numerous powerful relics. Where had they all gone? The mystery swirling in Charles's mind multiplied. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude. I have finally discerned what my great-grandfather left behind. I shall endeavor to restore its light. Our agreement remains in effect." The doctor seized the tablet and made his way toward the door. As the doctor opened the door, he startled Margaret, who had been eavesdropping with her ear pressed against it. She quickly scurried behind Charles, peering out timidly. The doctor turned to face Charles, asking, "Do you wish for me to erase her memory of what she just overheard?" "I have the means. Forget it. It matters not." Charles had previously disclosed his arrival from the surface to everyone he encountered, yet all had dismissed him as a madman. No one believed him. Upon witnessing the sun god sect envisioning the sun as a triangle, he comprehended fully that unless he presented the facts before them, they would remain unconvinced. Humanity, at times, truly exemplified foolishness, as they consistently believed only in what they wished to believe. The doctor turned away, limping through the corridor toward the dim staircase. "I apologize. I did not intend to eavesdrop. I thought it was my father who had arrived. Not so soon. I have entrusted your belongings and your letter to someone for delivery. They will not arrive for at least half a month." After hesitating for a moment, Margaret lowered her head, her toes lightly tapping the floor. "Sir, may I remain in this room?" The room was shrouded in darkness, instilling a sense of fear within her. The gaze of the men at the dock sent chills down her spine, making it difficult for her to fathom the fate that might befall her should she fall into their hands. In stark contrast, the frigid demeanor of the captain before her appeared remarkably amiable. Casual, remained silent, Charles instructed as he retrieved his journal and began to pen his maritime log. Margaret found herself inexplicably entranced, her eyes fixated on the young man who was bent over his writing. In her mind, The captain began to merge with the protagonists from the novel she had read. Days slipped by at the dock. Devoid of any thrilling encounters, life would have been exceedingly monotonous had it not been for the occasional visit to the casino, brothel, or tavern. Compared to his time on the island, Charles preferred the life at sea. Despite its inherent dangers and hardships, he felt he was progressing toward his goals, whereas on the island, he sensed he was merely wasting time. The Charles now possessed navigational charts and a vessel. He was not yet ready to depart. His wounds had yet to heal, and the bounty for Sonny's head, along with the promised $5 million, had not yet been fulfilled in the days that followed. Margaret spent fleeting moments with Charles, residing nearby, where any attempt at escape would be swiftly reported by the ever-watchful rats. Yet, rather than fleeing, as time passed, she found a certain enjoyment in this existence and, intentionally or not, wished to remain by Charles's side. However, this tranquil interlude did not endure for long. One morning, as Charles observed the governor's patrol ship driving fishing boats from the waters surrounding Coral Island, he sensed that something significant was about to transpire. The entrance to the port district and the inner city opened, a rare occurrence. As an opulent convoy emerged, Charles's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the strikingly adorned man within the carriage, Governor Nico of Coral Island. A figure he had seen in the newspapers. Chapter 60. The governor, even Charles, who did not concern himself much with current affairs, had frequently heard the scandalous tales surrounding this new governor. To summarize, the governor was a man who favored men, a fact that, while not particularly scandalous in itself, became rather outrageous when he openly married 6 husbands. Fortunately, aside from his peculiar preferences, he did show some concern for the island's administration and the welfare of its people, earning him a modicum of satisfaction among the islanders. The gleaming automobile halted beside the dock, the governor remaining inside, as if awaiting something that moment. A battalion of police officers clad in black uniforms surged forth, nearly 1,000 in number. They swiftly dispersed the crowd at the docks, driving away the laborers unloading cargo and the merchants selling fish, leading to an unusual stillness in the usually bustling area. As the coastline, which had melded with the darkness, suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light, Charles finally understood whom he had been awaiting. 1 ship, 2 ships, 3 massive steamships, each nearly the length of the Titanic, approached the shore with a deafening horn, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. When Margaret, standing by the window, spotted the flag adorned with crossed rifles and cannons atop the vessel, her excitement became uncontrollable. Mr. Charles, that is my father's ship. He has come to fetch me. I can go home. Nico descended from the car, draped in a fluffy white cloak, and as he beheld the approaching leviathans, he smiled and clapped his hands. From the side of the dock, nearly 10 heavily armed warships raised their cannons, intercepting the 3 colossal steamers. The enormous vessels were trapped outside the port, unable to proceed, as the sailors aboard signaled desperately, yet the warships remained unmoved, wielding their threat of force to bar passage. Boom! A cannon fired in the distance, and a dark figure hurtled toward the dock. As it drew nearer, Charles discerned that it was not a cannonball, but a man, a robust figure with a protruding belly and a pair of prominent mustaches. The tremendous force slammed him into the ground, only for him to bounce back up, standing as if nothing had occurred. Clearly, no one who ascended to the governorship was to be trifled with. He had literally become a projectile. Charles felt a surge of astonishment. "Let us go," he urged, taking hold of the young girl beside him and leaping from the window onto the adjacent rooftop, darting toward the dock atop the chimneys and tiles. "Nico, what do you mean by this?" Daniel shouted angrily at the governor of Coral Island, completely disregarding the guns raised around him, listening to the furious outburst from the governor of the other island. Nico casually groomed his long nails with a glimmering golden file. "You sail 3 royal giants to my island, and you question my intent. I stated in the telegram, I have come to retrieve my daughter." His expression was that of an enraged lion. "Humph, 6 years ago, you said something similar to young Arthur, and his island became yours." The urgent whistle of police warnings halted their quarrel, both men turning toward the source of the sound. A young man with a diagonal scar on his face, accompanied by a girl, leaped between the rooftops like a nimble monkey, swiftly reaching the two. Upon seeing the suspects approaching, the police officers near the governor began to draw their weapons. "Father!" An exhilarated Margaret nearly dashed forward, but Charles seized her arm, holding her back. Gazing at the pair, Nico blinked his heavily made-up eyes. "Lower your weapons. I believe I have some recollection of this handsome young man." "You scoundrel! You are the one who kidnapped my daughter." Daniel, fuming, clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. "Father, it is not as you think. Mr. Charles is a good man. He saved me." Margaret hastily explained the situation to her enraged father. After hearing his daughter's account, Daniel cast a cold glance at Charles. "If it is a misunderstanding, then release my daughter at once." Without waiting for Charles to respond, Margaret interjected, "Father, do you not remember? You promised to pay Mr. Charles the 5 million reward, and it has yet to be settled." At this reminder from his daughter, Daniel's thick lips quivered, but he ultimately said nothing. He retrieved a check from his pocket, hastily filled it out, and tossed it to the ground with force. As the check fell, Charles raised his hand, and it swiftly flew toward him. "Father," Margaret rushed forward, hugging Daniel's belly, their contrasting sizes creating a comical sight. "How are you? Did you suffer any grievances? Tell your father. I shall avenge you." The governor scrutinized his daughter with great concern. "No. Thanks to Mr. Charles, he saved me." Daniel glared at Charles with hostility, tugging his daughter's hand as he turned toward the sea. "Come, we are going home. Your mother is in tears." "Wait, I need to speak with Mr. Charles. What is there to discuss with such a person?" "Come, we are leaving." Before Margaret could say another word, Daniel seized her and turned to leave. Under the watchful eyes of all present, the governor of Coral Island strode across the water's surface toward the distant vessel. Resting on her father's shoulder, Margaret cast a reluctant glance back at the young man on the dock, expecting him to say something, but he remained silent, gazing at his calm countenance. Memories of their time together flooded her mind. She suddenly felt an urge to persuade her father to stay a while longer. Yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. "Mr. Charles, farewell. I shall send you a telegram." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Daniel's expression darkened, and his pace quickened. "Quite astute, managing to extort money from Daniel, yet your heart lacks sufficient malice. If I were to obtain his daughter, the price would be far greater." Nico leaned closer to the young man, the heavy scent of perfume wafting toward Charles's nostrils. Charles silently stepped back. "Your Excellency, you jest. For someone of my humble standing, 5 million is more than sufficient." The 5 million merely served to irritate him. Should he truly wish to demand a king's ransom, it would likely result in a life-threatening situation. Nico regarded the young man with keen interest. "Were you not the one who caused a commotion in Sodom, leaving the king humiliated?" Charles felt a stir within. The governor was remarkably well informed, having learned of the events so swiftly. "Indeed, I was the one who killed the king." However, Nico's next statement left Charles momentarily stunned. "No, you could not possibly kill him. If he were so easily slain, he would not be the king of Sodom. As far as I know, there is currently no one in the entire realm who could bring about his demise." Charles recalled the body sinking to the ocean's depths, astonished. Had half his head been severed, and yet he remained alive. What manner of being was he? "Young man, you are quite remarkable. Whenever you have the chance, come to my island's center for a visit. We can delve deeper into one another's lives." After Nico finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the gleaming golden car. Charles immediately dismissed this option in his mind. He had no desire to become this man's seventh husband. Gazing at the $5 million check in his hand, Charles exhaled, feeling that this matter had come to a close. With this assurance, he wouldn't need to worry about funds for the foreseeable future. He tucked the check into his pocket, glanced around, and called to a curious onlooker in the crowd. "Lily, gather the crew. The vacation is over, and it's time to set sail." Chapter 61. Star's goodness. This guy is truly a scammer. Not even a hint of control. Another death. The youth vexedly threw his phone onto the sofa. A girl nearby, engrossed in watching television, scoffed disdainfully. "Isn't it your own fault? You were quite pathetic." Just then, the television displayed a gorilla repeatedly pounding its chest, prompting the boy to retort at the screen. "Look, you're on TV again." The girl, infuriated, picked up a nearby cushion and hurled it at him. "Gao Jiming, go die." The two siblings immediately began to tussle. "Enough already. Come over for dinner." A woman's voice from the adjacent living room halted their playful skirmish. At the dining table, a woman in an apron addressed her son. "You are grown now. Can't you show some consideration for your sister?" "Why should I? When we were young, she could fight better than me. And she never showed me any mercy." The girl, infuriated mid-meal, raised her right foot to kick at him, and the boy instantly retaliated. As the commotion escalated beneath the table, the woman shook her head, deciding not to intervene. Her two children had been bickering since childhood, and she was accustomed to it. After a few bites, she turned to her son again. "Why did you insist on taking a boat instead of the train for your outing with friends?" "Boats are so dangerous, Mom. We're in a different era now. What danger is there in a boat?" especially one owned by Luda's father. It's fine, Gao Jiming replied, skillfully maneuvering his chopsticks. You never know. Remember that ship that sank in South Korea a few years back? If it weren't for the high-speed rail, the tickets are already purchased, so don't worry, nothing will happen, Gao Jiming asserted confidently. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill around his ankles. Looking down, he saw a dark layer of water covering the floor, steadily rising. Just as the panicked Gao Jiming attempted to stand, the water surged over his head, and a horrifying thought flashed through his mind. His sister couldn't swim. He desperately reached out for his family in the water. But his sister's anguished expression suggested she was being pulled further away by some unseen force. Turning to look for his mother, he realized she had vanished without a trace. Gao Jiming fought frantically under the water. Yet he could find no one. As the air within his lungs diminished, the sensation of suffocation intensified, and in his final moments, he saw a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth swallowing him whole. With a start, Charles jolted awake, his eyes wide with terror. Listening to the sound of the waves and feeling the swaying of the ship, he realized that it had all been a dream. Hey, did you have a nightmare? What did you dream about? Share it. I could use a laugh. Ignoring the teasing of his other persona, Charles surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was not in the captain's quarters but sprawled on the deck in shorts. Holding a clear wine glass, with sunglasses perched on his face, an outfit befitting a beach vacation. How did I end up here? It's my time. I'm sunbathing, Charles said, exasperated, gazing at the pitch-black environment outside. Are you out of your mind? Sunbathing here? You wouldn't understand. As long as the heart holds the beach, anywhere can be the Maldives. It's a lifestyle choice. What is the status of our route? Charles asked as he steadied himself and stood up. Still the same. The island on the nautical chart is nowhere to be seen. I checked our supplies before sunbathing. If we don't locate that island within 10 days, we must return the way we came. Charles leaned against the ship's edge, staring silently at the inky sea. He was confident that the nautical chart was accurate, but given the dire situation earlier, he could only rely on his memory. And he wasn't entirely certain there were no discrepancies. Don't be disheartened. If we don't find it this time, we can always come back later. I've noticed you seem to be living quite the exhausting life. Why not try to be a bit happier? How about I tell you a joke? Charles walked back, raised his wine glass, and took a sip. At that moment, he suddenly noticed several distant white dots flickering in the sky. Stars. Are there stars underground? Are we back on the surface? Moments later, the stars began to twinkle more frequently, then abruptly extinguished, plunging Charles into an obscurity so profound that he could scarcely discern anything. Suddenly, a small stone plummeted from the sky and struck his face without warning. With his night vision, Charles narrowed his eyes, as if he had spotted something, his expression turning grave as he shouted frantically to the second mate. Krona, behind the glass of the ship's cabin, second mate, hard to starboard, full throttle. As the narwhal swiftly veered, more small stones began to rain down from above, resembling a storm of rocks, with a thunderous roar. A stalagmite the size of a mountain plummeted from the sky, crashing down exactly where the narwhal had just been. The explosive sound triggered a tsunami that rocked the ship violently. On the deck, Charles secured himself tightly with ropes to prevent being thrown overboard by the waves. Wow, are the stars today this temperamental? They just jumped down to find us after a few glances, Richard exclaimed. Incredulous, spitting out the bitter seawater in his mouth, Charles replied, those aren't stars. That thing was alive. Whatever they are, they must have seen us, and those stones were dropped by them. What? There are more things up there? How are they managing not to fall? That's not our concern. Look, the stars are twinkling again. Above them, the hazy white dots illuminated once more, only to extinguish again moments later, with the mountainous stalagmites following in succession as the narwhal made a hasty retreat. Another enormous wave crashed toward them, and Richard shouted, This isn't working. Those creatures are chasing us. Seeing the stars light up the sky again, Charles contemplated briefly before issuing the order to turn off the lights. In the encompassing darkness, the only sound that reached his ears was his own rapid breathing. When he noticed that the rain of stones had ceased, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Regardless of what was above, it was relying on the narwhal's lights to track their position. As long as they extinguished the lights, the creatures would lose sight of the ship. In the pitch blackness, Charles communicated with the crew. Second mate, don't stop. Keep moving forward. We are not yet completely safe. Captain, I can't see. I can see. I'll navigate for you. In the enveloping darkness, the narwhal continued its journey. With Charles standing on the deck, anxiously discerning their location with the nautical chart to ensure they wouldn't lose their way. After half an hour of sailing, when Charles lifted his head to scan the sea surface once more. He heard Richard's excited shout, "An island! That's an island! We found it!" Chapter 62. Alive as the spotlight from the narwhal illuminated the area, a lush, green island came into view before the eyes of the crew. Furthermore, the stars that had previously hung above the rocky layers had vanished without a trace. This good news diluted the earlier tension, and an elated Charles pulled out the nautical chart to recalibrate their coordinates. Having located the coordinates of the first island, the coordinates of the other islands in this chain would become much easier to determine, and this also directly validated the authenticity of the nautical chart. The narwhal began preliminary scans around this island. After a brief circuit, Charles discerned that this island was relatively small, roughly half the size of a coral island. He judged that the likelihood of there being a surface entrance here was slim. But regardless of how small the chance was, he still felt compelled to investigate. Charles followed his previous protocol, first tossing some sea fish onto the island. Seeing no signs of life emerge, he dispatched the first batch of crew members to land. Just in case they were met with immediate danger, the closer they drew to home, the more cautious he became. After about 2 hours, the first group of crew members emerged from the thicket. Standing on the beach and signaling with flags. No threats, Charles deciphered the flag signals. Anchor, extinguish the furnace. 2 wooden boats were lowered, and all the crew members approached the island. Excitedly, Dip, who was the first to land, exclaimed, "Captain, come quickly. I've discovered a dilapidated house here." Without a moment's hesitation, Charles followed him into the forest, traversing a narrow path carved by a blade. There, he beheld a 3-story cottage ensnared by creeping vines. The house was so decrepit that Charles pondered whether it remained standing solely due to the vines clinging to its exterior. "Captain, there's no one inside, not even a corpse." Cautiously, Charles led his group into the building, where dust blanketed everything, as if history had forgotten this place. "Search thoroughly, find any written information, and report back to me." Upon hearing the captain's command, the crew began to scour the structure, clouds of dust rising amidst persistent coughs. Charles picked up a cup made of an unknown material, but it shattered into fragments at the slightest touch. Ah! Bang! 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 The terrified screams mingled with gunfire jolted Charles back to reality, and he swiftly dashed towards the source of the commotion. Upon entering the room from whence the noise emanated, he found 4 sailors huddled together, nervously aiming their firearms in every direction. "What did you see? Why did you fire?" "Captain, over there, we just saw something small dart past." The sailors pointed their weapons towards the farthest corner of the chaotic room. Charles unsheathed his black blade and charged forward, flinging aside various disordered objects, yet he found no sign of life. His gaze fell upon a crack in the wall, where a row of tiny footprints lay on the ground. Crouching down, he peered into the fissure and glimpsed a fleeting blue-eyed human eye within. "There's something inside." Charles immediately sprang to his feet and rushed into the adjacent room, but upon arrival, he found no trace of the eye's owner. He returned to the original room, scrutinizing the footprints on the floor. They were a mere half-centimeter wide, pitifully small. He deduced that their owner could not be more than 5 centimeters tall. Could it be the island's indigenous people? Charles recalled the little figure that had emerged from the skull. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, for the eye he had seen was clearly the size of an ordinary human's. A contradiction arose. How could a normal person pass through a crack as wide as a finger? "Captain, what's going on? I heard gunfire. What just happened here?" The other crew members of the Unicorn arrived, clamoring with questions. Charles stood up and recounted the recent events to them. "There is something alive on this island. Everyone, be cautious." Noticing the tension on their faces, he added, "But do not be overly concerned. Whatever that creature is, it is hiding from us, not the other way around." He then inquired, "Did you find any clues in the other rooms?" Seeing everyone shake their heads, a flicker of disappointment crossed Charles's face. Though he deemed it to be expected, his luck had never been particularly favorable, and it was unlikely he would find the way home on the very first island. Under Charles's guidance, the group exited the building and continued their exploration deeper into the island. The path through the forest was treacherous, entwined with vines and branches, necessitating the use of knives to carve a way through. After 2 hours, Charles estimated they hadn't even traversed a mile. Observing the exhausted and panting crew members, he ordered a break. "Doctor, do you recognize these plants on the island?" Charles asked the elderly man who was nibbling on bread. "Do you think I am omniscient? How could I possibly know the plants of a deserted island? I can only ascertain that these plants are unlikely to be carnivorous." Richard interjected, "Come on, with so many trees around. It proves the soil here is good. We can cultivate crops. We just need to locate fresh water, and this island could support habitation. It's not that simple. There are only plants here, no animals whatsoever." Just as the two were debating, the doctor suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Observing this, Charles rushed over to assist him. "Doctor, what's wrong? Speak." The doctor, grimacing in pain, clawed at his chest with his iron hand. "Damn it. Something is biting me. Help me pull it off." Lifting the doctor's coat, Charles discovered a round, pancake-like creature writhing beneath the blood-stained fabric. Without hesitation, he raised his black blade and swiftly pierced the creature, which was then flung several meters away with a muffled groan from the doctor. Charles looked down at the doctor's chest, horrified to see a gaping wound where a large patch of skin was missing, exposing the stark ribs beneath. My heavens, what have you concealed in your clothing? "I haven't concealed anything. What's inside is your mask," the doctor replied, trembling, as he produced a handful of powder and sprinkled it over the wound. 096? Charles turned to glance at the ground, where a pale clown mask, dripping with blood, emerged from the tattered fabric. The mask is alive? Everyone gaped at the absurdity unfolding before them, before anyone could react. The 096 mask revealed a terrifying grin to the crowd and rolled away into the forest. Chapter 63. The Revenge of 096. 3 seconds after the clown mask tumbled into the woods, the entire camp erupted in chaos. My lady, the captain's mask is alive. Should we retreat? Mr. Charles, can I climb into your pocket? I'm a bit frightened. Silence. Charles's voice cut through the clamor as he furrowed his brow at his crew. What are you all fussing about? It's just a moving mask. After all the adventures we've endured, are you truly frightened by something so trivial? As the murmurs quieted, Charles, with a stoic expression, checked his watch and announced, "Break's over. We set off now." The subdued crew offered no further objections, following their captain as they pressed on. Though they spoke not a word, their expressions betrayed a palpable tension, their grips on their weapons tightening. Meanwhile, standing at the forefront of the group, Charles pondered the same question as his crew. Why had 096 suddenly come to life? That entity had been nearby for some time, having been worn on his face countless times, without ever exhibiting signs of life. Could it be due to the island? Did it share some connection with this land? As Charles contemplated, he gazed into the darkness between the trees, but discerned no information. If you ask me, this is a good omen. It indicates we have arrived at the right place. The more bizarre the locale, the greater the advantages. Conversely, places devoid of danger yield little benefit, Richard interjected in his mind. Charles remained silent, turning to the doctor, who was being supported by Dip and Fry. "How are you feeling, doctor? Is your wound all right?" "Humph, if you truly cared for my well-being, you would have left me on the ship. When we initially made our agreement, there was no mention of me having to explore the island," the doctor retorted, taking a hearty swig from his metal flask. Observing the doctor's robust demeanor, Charles surmised that the injury was likely of little consequence to him. As the group gradually advanced, the surrounding environment began to change. The trees requiring clearance grew shorter, revealing vast ruins overrun with thick underbrush. This expanse of ruins was extensive, comparable to a small town, and the remnants of crumbling walls, draped in vines, created an eerie desolation. The crew only glimpsed a portion of the ruins illuminated by firelight. But Charles, possessing night vision, saw much more. In the darkness, the collapsed structures resembled a horde of spiders, lurking and watching. Regardless of their former grandeur, humanity's traces were slowly being consumed by weeds and trees. Charles paused for a moment before continuing onward. No matter who the owners of these ruins once were, time had taken everything away. I asked at the sound of water. "Can you hear it?" Charles suddenly inquired. But upon seeing the puzzled expressions of his crew, he chose to remain silent and pressed forward. "Mr. Charles, there really is water, my friend, and I can smell it," Lily exclaimed, climbing onto Charles's shoulder and twitching her little nose. "And it's fresh water." Upon hearing the mention of fresh water, all the crew members were instantly filled with exhilaration as they comprehended the significance of this revelation. Charles followed the increasingly resounding sound of water, soon arriving at the heart of the ruins, where an assortment of rusted machinery, overgrown with red moss, lay before him. The sound of water emanated from beneath these contraptions. "Give me the explosives," with a tremendous boom. The long-decayed machinery was blown apart by the dynamite, and all eyes were drawn to the dark void beneath. The torch was tossed into the abyss, illuminating the scene, revealing a flowing underground river before the astonished crew. As Deep eagerly drank the water they had unearthed, he exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, "Captain, it's indeed fresh water. This island is a livable, thriving land." Upon hearing this news, the crew erupted into joyous cheers, their fervor nearly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Their previous lives of stability had been sacrificed for the perilous venture aboard the exploration ship. All for this day. A new island had been discovered. The captain could ascend to governorship, and each crew member would experience a rise in status, freeing them from the depths of the sea to become esteemed individuals, akin to the aristocrats residing at the island's center. Charles, however, was not as elated. His goals diverged from those of his crew. The quest for a thriving island had merely been a secondary objective. Observing their exuberance, he decided to rest, allowing them time to regain their composure before they continued their journey. While heightened morale was beneficial, excessive excitement could lead to misfortune. In the corner of the two barely intact walls, a campfire was lit. The overzealous crew could not find rest, each lost in dreams of a promising future, until Charles ultimately ordered the doctor to administer sedatives, finally lulling the restless sailors into slumber. Charles himself struggled with sleep. After taking a small dose of the doctor's medicine, he too succumbed to dreams. Time passed, and an unusual sound jolted Charles awake, akin to the hissing of a gas canister. The sound repeated itself. Fully alert, Charles felt his body tense. This noise was unmistakably that of a human trachea being severed. He sprang to his feet and immediately spotted a slight figure brandishing a rusted blade at James. Hearing the commotion behind him, the figure swiftly turned, and in the flickering firelight, the pale visage of 096, with its grotesque red nose, confronted Charles. Almost instinctively, Charles raised his weapon and fired, unleashing the full magazine into 096's host. The slender body staggered backward under the impact of the bullets, but as the gunfire ceased, it dropped to all fours and sprinted away like a cheetah. "Deep, call the doctor to save him," Charles shouted, kicking the dazed sailor and brandishing his black blade as he dashed out, watching the distant figure vanish. Charles's expression hardened. Regardless of the reasons for 096's revival, it was evident that it harbored a grudge against them and must be eliminated, or it would surely return. Among the overgrown ruins, two shadows raced with fervor. For them, even the most treacherous terrain felt like solid ground. To an onlooker, it would appear as an exhilarating parkour performance. Richard, whose body is 096 using now, how can it run so swiftly despite being shot in the chest? Don't ask me. That old man's medicine knocked me out too. Their speeds were evenly matched, neither able to outpace the other. 096 darted toward the edge of the forest without hesitation. Charles gritted his teeth and followed suit. Chapter 64. The shell branches lashed against Charles's face as he fixated on the retreating figure of 096. The tangled limbs could not impede their enhanced bodies as they leaped between trees. "Haha." 096's manic laughter echoed incessantly. "Buddy, this isn't working. Our speeds are identical. Who knows where he'll lead us?" Richard's voice echoed in his mind. "Stop the chatter. I know that." Charles propelled himself off a tree trunk, his revolver loaded and ready. This time, he did not aim for 096's south vital points, but directly targeted its lower limbs. Bang! The shot rang out, splintering wood as a piece of bark was sheared away from 096's right leg. The combination of swift movement and the multitude of tree trunks made aiming a formidable challenge, even for Charles with his extraordinary vision. "I'll run. You shoot," Richard asserted, taking control of part of their body. The gunfire resumed, and after several misses, a burst of blood erupted from 096's left leg. It had been struck. Though the body continued to run, its speed diminished. Charles lunged forward like a predator, swiftly severing the head from the body with his black blade. Ignoring the bloodied corpse, he activated his tendril ring, which rapidly coiled around the head. When he beheld the severed head, his black pupils constricted in shock. This body did not belong to any of his crew members, and the 096 clown mask had inexplicably vanished, revealing a terrifying visage. The head was devoid of the features one would expect. Instead, it bore four perfectly round, pitch-black holes, resembling a skull, yet possessing an unsettling quality. Charles turned to survey the surrounding forest, but found no trace of the mask, clearly having evaded capture during the pursuit. "Buddy, has that mask come up with new tricks? Can it consume the host's features?" "Unclear. Let's head back for now to avoid leading it away." Charles wasted no time, using the tendril ring to retrieve the body swiftly. Upon returning to the ruins, he found all the crew members awake beside the campfire, their eyes wide with anticipation. Upon seeing their captain, they rushed forward, and Charles quickly counted heads, matching them against the fabric on his shoulder, confirming that none of his crew were missing. Could this corpse belong to a native of the island? The island's inhabitants were known for their bizarre appearances, leaving Charles uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the doctor, carrying the body. Hearing footsteps behind him, The doctor continued to tend to the injured without turning. Rest assured, most fatalities from a ruptured trachea are due to drowning in their own blood. As long as I am here, they shall not perish. Charles glanced at the second mate, Nona, who lay on the ground with a tube the size of a pinky inserted into his throat. Emitting a faint whistling sound with each breath, the doctor turned to face his captain. How did it go on your end? Did you catch that thing? It got away, but I brought back its host. Take a look. Is there any clue on it? Humph, being your ship's doctor is no easy task. Gazing at the corpse, the doctor twisted a dial on his metallic hand, and a sharp scalpel sprang forth. As the doctor began to dissect the body, Charles ran his fingers over the smooth, black fabric adorning it. The material resembled a diving suit, but appeared aged. With a gentle tug, it began to tear. There are no clues on the clothing. Charles shifted his gaze to the doctor, who resembled a ghoul. This is impossible. The doctor's incredulous voice rang out. What's the matter? You need to see for yourself. This body has no internal organs whatsoever. Are you sure this thing was just moving? Upon hearing this, Charles crouched beside the corpse, inspecting the incision made by the doctor. Indeed, it was entirely hollow. The expected organs in the thoracic and abdominal cavities were absent. He was certain that this entity had been alive when he severed its head. I'm more concerned about who created this thing. Look here, feel it. The doctor's hand delved into the gaping hole of the head. There were no scars. The healing was remarkably complete. Even he could not achieve such perfection. If the shell were artificially constructed, it would be a masterpiece of artistry. Upon finding no further leads, Charles felt a wave of disappointment and rose, dusting off his hands. This corpse, rather than providing clarity, deepened his confusion. Meanwhile, the crew's faces had lost their weariness, all eyes fixed on him, awaiting their captain's next command. Can't sleep. Then let us set forth once more. With half a loaf of bread clutched in her hands, Lily approached him, her voice trembling with anxiety as she spoke. Mr. Charles, what if that thing returns? A glint of cold light flashed in Charles's eyes. Do not worry, there will not be a next time. Upon hearing the captain's command, everyone began to prepare their belongings, the makeshift camp buzzing with commotion. Big guy, put your socks away. How did they end up in my bag? Damn it, has anyone seen my flask? Though the ruins were difficult to navigate, they were still preferable to the forest. As Charles and the others rose to continue their advance. At that moment, Charles was not idle. He swiftly sketched a rudimentary map of the island in his notebook. Leading his crew, he pressed onward toward the island's center, the most likely place to uncover valuable information, given the signs of human habitation. A fleeting white shadow darted behind the ruins, as the entity known as 096, cloaked in darkness, once again seized control of a body, malevolently fixating on Charles's retreating silhouette. The following evening, Charles had explored a significant portion of the island. Apart from the sudden activation of 096, everything seemed ordinary, as if this were merely a commonplace island. In a cleared patch of ground, save for the watchful crew member, everyone else was asleep. The sentry, Deep, gazed into the flickering campfire, envisioning his future. If I were to become a man of the island's heart, I would take 10 wives, one of whom must be a vampire. Can you handle that? Interjected the cook, Fred. Why wouldn't I be able to handle it? Never mind. Once we disembark, I will take you to a place where you will understand that I won't go. It was because of you that I was captured by a vampire last time. Deep's shadow stretched long in the firelight, merging with the darkness beyond. 096, wielding a rusted blade, crawled like a spider, silently approaching along the shadows. Chapter 65. Other facilities. Just as 096 was a mere 2 meters from Deep, a sharp shriek pierced the air. The bright white clown mask suddenly lifted its gaze, revealing a colossal bat hanging like a specter from the trunk of a tree. As it prepared to flee, the giant bat unfurled its wings, plummeting down like a missile. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Charles pinned 096's host, rendering it paralyzed. Sensing defeat, 096 swiftly shed its face, contemplating another escape. That moment, Deep spun around and hurled a large net, while the crew, feigning sleep, sprang into action, brandishing various objects and surging toward the ensnared 096. It was a trap, an ambush meticulously laid for 096, who transformed back into human form. Charles approached, his 4 sharp fangs having grown ominously, twisting his erstwhile handsome visage into something grotesque, mirroring the bat's terrifying appearance. A blind vampire swiftly delivered a blood bag, and as Charles drank, the mutations on his body receded. Captain, that relic is ultimately of our bloodline. It would be wise to refrain from using it in the future. Look, your fangs have already grown, the blind vampire reminded him with concern. Charles probed his mouth with a finger, discovering that his canines were indeed sharper than before. Yet, more pressing matters consumed Charles's thoughts as he turned his attention to the captured 096. The clown mask was firmly affixed to a thick wooden board, rendering it immobile. What caused your activation? Charles inquired. Humans, you disgusting, lowly creatures. I will annihilate you all. 096 roared from the board, cursing vehemently. From where did you procure those hosts? Yet, the only response was a torrent of insults. Growing impatient with 096's silence, Charles raised his weapon and fired. The bullet met the mask with a metallic clang. A mad grin spread across 096's twisted face. I am the hardest object in the world. Your petty tricks cannot harm me. You cannot fathom the greatness of the being that created me. Is that so? The hardest mask, you say? How fortunate that I possess a blade capable of cleaving through steel with ease. I am most eager to discover whether your mask is indeed harder than my blade. Upon seeing Charles draw the obsidian blade from his boot, 096's arrogance extinguished in an instant, its ceramic-like face shifting dramatically. Wait, damn it, stop. Human, you have won. Quickly, tell me where you found the vessel you inhabit. Charles's expression twisted into a snarl as he glared at it. In truth, those shells were unearthed from beneath the eastern woods. Without hesitation, Charles led 096 toward the east, with the other crew members quickly following suit. While traveling, Charles pressed 096 for explanations regarding its activation, yet it remained reticent, even under the duress of the obsidian blade. It could only mutter that it had begun to think suddenly, harboring an intense hatred for humanity. Charles regarded its words with skepticism, suspecting that it had perhaps always been alive, merely lying in wait. As they conversed, Charles and his companions arrived at the eastern woods, guided by 096, where they discovered a small tree hollow emitting a slow yet steady eerie red glow. Richard leaped out, questioning, Are you certain this is the place? You aren't planning to set a trap for me, are you? You may choose not to believe me. Nonetheless, those two shells were indeed found within. With the threat dissipated, 096's tone shifted back to its previous demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, Charles turned to the ground, addressing the white mouse. Lily, summon your friends to come take a look. Such perilous locales were better explored by mice, who thrived in confined spaces. Squeak, squeak, Lily called softly, and 4 brown mice dashed inside. The wait was brief. Soon, they returned, surrounding Lily with excited squeaks. The white mouse gestured animatedly. They say it is very red, very large, and very long. What an intriguing description. Could they elaborate further? Lily scratched her head, continuing her discourse with the mice. A few seconds later, she turned to say, They mentioned that it resembles the dwelling of the large bugs that enjoy feasting on them. The dwelling of large bugs? The third laboratory. A look of surprise crossed Charles's face. Could it be that this hollow led to another laboratory? Suddenly, the likelihood struck him. If there was a third laboratory, there had to be a first and second as well. Such an organization could not possibly confine itself to a single island. Regardless of the circumstances, Charles resolved to investigate, not only to seek clues regarding the surface exit but also driven by curiosity about the doctor's tablet. Pondering where the architects of such creations had vanished, this space is rather confined. Lily and I shall proceed. You all stay on standby. In my absence, the first mate will take command. As Charles and the mice descended into the hollow, the ensnared 096 displayed a sinister smile. Following the twisted tunnel formed by tree roots, Charles encountered a corridor distorted and cracked under the weight of the roots. The familiar decor and scenes confirmed his suspicions. This location resembled the facilities of the third laboratory. As for the source of the red glow, it emanated from the crooked square lights on the ceiling, flickering ominously as if issuing a warning of danger. Goodness, my friend, this is extraordinary. The third laboratory houses so many relics. This place must be no different. Charles ignored the exclamation, continuing down the corridor. The one straight hallway twisted and turned, obstructed by various tree roots, forcing Charles to scramble up and down. Just as he vaulted over a root, a head with 4 black holes came face to face with him. Charles's left hand moved instinctively, swinging the blade toward the grotesque head. Mere centimeters from its target, he halted abruptly. Do not strike. This entity bears no hostility. Charles, after conversing with another persona, gradually tilted his head back, revealing a new corporeal form before him. This human shell, composed solely of flesh and bone, remained motionless. Charles waved his hand in front of it, yet there was no response. He touched its face with his finger and felt warmth. Though incredulous, he realized that the shell, devoid of any organs, was indeed alive. Chapter 66. The Ashen Gray Mass. Mr. Charles, we should leave quickly. I'm rather frightened of this thing, whispered Lily, who was curled up in Charles's pocket. Shoo. Suddenly, the immobile shell jerked to its feet, startling Lily into a scream that IT turned and began to stride deeper into the corridor. After a moment's contemplation, Charles followed suit. Whatever this entity was, it had made this place its home and likely possessed more familiarity with it than he did. Perhaps trailing it would yield further clues. Mate, do you reckon this thing has been here receiving its rewards? Uncertain. Observing the desolation outside, this place has probably been abandoned for centuries. If that entity were once a worker here, how long has it lived? Who could say about this cursed locale? It's possible it has exchanged its very organs for longevity. At that moment, Charles sensed a disturbance in the corner, swiftly directing his revolver toward the source. Unbeknownst to him, a long, white creature was writhing in the shadows. This serpent-like entity disregarded Charles's threat and slithered forward at a leisurely pace. Cautiously, Charles approached and used his black blade to lift it. But the elongated creature was far swifter than the shell, darting away in an instant. Mr. Charles, it's getting away, Lily exclaimed from within the pocket. Glancing at the retreating shell, Charles quickly rose to pursue it. Meanwhile, his mind raced to piece together the clues regarding the elongated creature he had just encountered. There were no such beings on Earth, yet it felt strangely familiar, lingering just beyond his recollection. As they ventured deeper into the corridor, the roots began to dwindle. Upon the shell's turn, a spacious circular hall unfolded before Charles. Gazing at the cracked, striped floor, he could envision the grandeur this place once held. Strangely, the hall was devoid of any furniture or adornments, utterly barren, as if the inhabitants had hired a moving company before their departure. Following the shell through the hall, Charles suddenly slipped, having stepped upon something. He brushed away the thick dust to reveal a gleaming metal plaque, showing no signs of rust. It appeared to be an identification marker for a door, but only a fragment of the front was visible. While the back had been inexplicably erased. Project E4 interaction. They're experimenting with relics? Charles pondered, his curiosity deepening. With that thought, he tossed aside the plaque and stood to leave, only to witness a spine-chilling spectacle. The discarded plaque stood upright on its own. It wobbled as it swayed forward. Watching it move, Charles hastily followed. This peculiar object did not intimidate him. As they delved deeper, more entities began to converge from various passages. Among them were unidentifiable flesh masses and entirely inanimate objects, including a wallet and a shoe. Their movements mirrored that of the shell, and Charles couldn't shake the impression that they resembled pilgrims making their way to a sacred site. They paid him no mind. And Richard held the object, gazing at it with curiosity. The head of the short staff was slightly curved, staring intently at the human who grasped it. Charles's eyes scanned the table, maneuvering another arm to retrieve a quivering notebook. Experiment title, Activation, Dawn Experiment Subproject 13, date, 74th year, 7th month, 12th day. Purpose of experiment: to test the retention of rationality in Product 041-1 under the activating radiation of Project 074. Materials: Project 074, Project 041, D-Class Oversized Water Tank. Method: a portion of 074 was severed, instructing 041-1 to touch it with its forelimb for 10 minutes. Results: due to the erroneous operation of researcher folks, he inadvertently fell into the water tank. The experiment succeeded in an extraordinary manner, resulting in an unknown substance that perfectly absorbed Fuchs's cognitive perception and emotions. However, it regrettably also carried the activating radiation from Project 074, necessitating further optimization of the experiment. The product of this experiment is currently designated as 1002. Summary: the deletion of the theory proposed by the doctor was indeed correct. We are one step closer to success. Though this place is exceedingly bizarre, one day we shall dominate this wondrous sea, just as our ancestors, the Homo sapiens, conquered the surface. I have a foreboding that the knowledge within this marine expanse could elevate human advancement by an entire dimension, heralding the second technological explosion in human history. The proposal of using humans as experimental subjects has been submitted to the Washington Foundation headquarters by Dr. Deletion. The various entries in the notebook quickened Charles's heartbeat with inexplicable excitement. From this information, he suddenly grasped many previously elusive details. First, the organization known as the Foundation aims to analyze everything here through scientific means to aid the advancement of human civilization. Secondly, Their headquarters is on the surface, indicating they too emerged from beneath and maintained frequent contact with the surface, knowing the location of the exit to the outer world. Perhaps the entrance to this place was unearthed by them. Will you help me or not? A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire water tank to tremble, as 1002 within fluctuated between cohesion and disintegration. It's here. It's here. I believe I've discovered how to manipulate this object. Richard exclaimed, raising the short staff. A brilliant arc of electricity shot forth from the staff's tip, striking the water tank directly. Yet, as if in sync, Charles's body convulsed as if electrified, his dark hair standing on end under the jolt of high voltage. When Richard ceased his grasp on the new relic, enveloped in smoke, he felt an overwhelming numbness and pain. Goodness, the side effects of this relic are rather intense, ignoring the quips of his alternate persona. Charles caught a nauseating scent of charred flesh. Lifting his gaze, he observed the water in the tank boiling violently, the pale gray mass transforming into white, floating atop the surface. Does this mean the task is complete? For once, rather than being hunted, we are being requested to finish it. This little stick must be our reward. The surrounding creatures stood frozen, as if in a trance. Charles maneuvered his numb body inch by inch towards the door. Let us return to Coral Island, assemble a fleet, and clear this place. We'll occupy this island and explore it gradually. However, just as they had moved halfway, the white mass floating on the water again turned pale gray, coalescing into the massive head that had appeared before Charles. The laboratory echoed once more with its wails. Who are you? No matter your identity, please help me. In my suffering, I cannot endure this any longer. Its memories had been reshaped to before their arrival. Charles keenly sensed this. What should we do? Shock it again? This entity is quite resilient. If it doesn't perish from the electric shock, I might be taken away instead. Let us give it a shot. This time we unleash it and dash outside. Charles raised the trembling short staff once more. Just as he was about to release the arc of 487, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound beneath him. Looking down, he discovered one of Lily's mice convulsing on the ground. With two popping sounds, the mouse's eyes ejected from its sockets, merely the beginning, as other organs followed suit. In a short while, only a mouse carcass remained on the ground. Watching the lifeless body rise like a zombie, Charles felt a shiver run through him. Is this the activating radiation mentioned in the experiment records? Being near it causes continuous activation. As Charles pondered this, he suddenly felt a shift in his vision. His right eye was bulging outward. A chill swept down his spine. He had guessed correctly. He forcefully shut his right eye and sprinted past the carcasses and activated organs towards the exit. Where are you going? Come back. In my suffering, roared 1002 from behind. Charles dared not return. If he lingered even a second longer by it, all his organs might gain sentience to go retrieve him. My suffering must come to an end. Chapter 68. Elizabeth hearing the voice behind him, Charles quickened his pace. Whatever command 1002 was issuing, it could only spell trouble for him. The scenery around him shifted rapidly as he retraced his steps. Upon returning to the vast hall, a myriad of grotesque entities surged from the corridor, their vile organs writhing along with pulsating blood vessels, obstructing Charles's path. Just as he prepared to retreat, he noticed the creatures behind him were also advancing. Let us do this. I'll control my left hand to use 487. Charles's expression was grim. At this juncture, words were futile. With a swift motion, he drew the black blade in his right hand, as the mice on the ground bared their teeth in response. Just as he braced for a desperate fight, a door in the left wall swung open, and a pale hand grasped his clothing, pulling him inside. The owner of the hand was someone Charles never expected. A tall, alluring figure. Elizabeth, stop dawdling, run. The creatures know this secret passage and will be upon us shortly. Elizabeth urged, expertly navigating the labyrinthine corridor. How did you end up here? Charles inquired, panting as he followed the statuesque beauty. Now is not the time for questions. You must return to your ship immediately. Your time is limited. The longer you stay here, the more your body will be assimilated by them. Elizabeth replied, her tone urgent. Charles ceased his inquiries. At least this person was aiding him. He would seek clarity upon returning to the unicorn. Elizabeth appeared intimately familiar with this place. No matter where the activated entities emerged, she always found a way to evade them. As Charles raced towards the exit, he felt a tug at his collar that brushed his face before trailing downward. His pupils dilated slightly. His clothing had been activated as well. The garment, sensing Charles's inaction, flicked at his face again, gesturing below. Looking down, his heart sank. Lily's pocket, which should have held the white mouse, was expanding ominously. He swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he opened the pocket. The once contained white mouse had been replaced by writhing organs eager to escape. Lily's entire body had been utterly activated. With a bitter expression, Charles opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, his right ear detached from his body. The cochlea following suit, the pale hand reached out and caught his ear. Elizabeth returned it to him, explaining, "Charles, do not worry. As long as you leave the radiation range of that living relic, it will revert to its original state." "Any living creature?" he asked. "Yes, just ensure they don't stray too far." "Thank you." Charles felt a weight lift from his heart upon hearing this. He pressed down on the swelling pocket. If Elizabeth's words held true, then Lily still had a chance. With a thud, the mice trailing behind Charles also fell victim to the activation, their organs detaching. Charles, unfazed by their comprehension, shouted to the mice, "Bring those organs along. They will return to the ship on their own." The mice appeared to comprehend their situation, with the less active ones assisting their more vigorous counterparts in dragging the organs. Yet, despite their efforts, some of the mice's bodies collapsed in an instant, their organs disintegrating right where they stood. In that moment, Charles could not concern himself with anyone else. He felt a tickling sensation in his throat. As if something was trying to escape from within, he ceased speaking and hurriedly followed Elizabeth in their retreat. Upon emerging from a tunnel, the oppressive crimson light within the structure dissipated. Charles did not spot his crew and quickly scanned his surroundings. Realizing that this was not the tree hole he had entered, "Where is your ship? Let us return to the vessel," Elizabeth urgently inquired. "Wait, I need to find my crew first," after swiftly determining the direction with his compass. Charles pricked his fingertip with the blade's point and smeared the blood across the mirror. A colossal bat soared into the sky, and Charles, along with Elizabeth, ascended into the air alongside the mice. As they rapidly gained altitude, Charles felt his body cease to tremble. He knew he had escaped the activation radiation radius of 1002. The bat-like Charles opened his monstrous maw, unleashing inaudible subsonic waves that quickly spread and rebounded off the ground, allowing him to pinpoint the location of his crew. As he approached, he observed the dire state of his crew. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed, and various living creatures had emerged from the hole, charging towards them despite the onslaught of firepower. Charles swiftly descended, transforming back into human form just 2 or 3 meters from the ground. He pointed his 487 weapon at the creatures, and a brilliant arc of electricity illuminated the dim island, causing the organs struck by the lightning to convulse and darken. As Charles, still tingling from the electric shock, rose to his feet, he saw his crew rushing towards him with excitement, spotting Cook Fry at the forefront. With eyes ablaze, Charles rushed to embrace him, sinking his sharp teeth into Frey's neck and beginning to drain his blood. The crew was momentarily paralyzed by the sight, while Elizabeth urgently tugged at Charles. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go." Charles's eyes quickly regained clarity. He released his grip in a panic and glanced at Elizabeth's terrified expression. Without offering an explanation, he urgently instructed the nearby crew, "Back to the ship, quickly." Afterward, he supported the visibly weakened Fry and dashed towards the distant ruins. The other crew members exchanged glances before hastily following suit. "Captain, who is this lady?" the second mate curiously inquired, glancing at the frantically running Elizabeth. "Enough with the questions, let us move." Charles's stern tone silenced the second mate's curiosity. With a furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips, Charles pondered why he had bitten Fry. It felt like an instinctive reaction. "Buddy, you should use that mirror less from now on. If we completely turn into vampires, we won't be able to return to the surface." Charles silently nodded, glancing at the bewildered Fry, just as he was about to utter an apology. His body began to tremble again, and a realization struck him. 1002 did not necessarily have to remain in the tank. "Look, those things are coming back." Deep's voice prompted everyone to turn in unison. The writhing creatures surged forth from the tree hole like water released from a dam. Chapter 69. The unicorn whale faced with the seemingly endless array of bizarre creatures. The crew of the unicorn whale finally grasped the severity of their predicament and summoned all their strength to follow their captain in a frenzied dash. In the next moment, they all heard a chilling plea from behind, "Don't leave me. Kill me instead. I beg you. I am in agony every moment, feeling as if I am being cut to pieces. Why must I alone suffer this torment?" As the voice echoed, Charles's recently attached left ear began to stir once more. Seizing a moment to glance back, he noticed that 1002, which should have been in the tank, had emerged, coalescing into a spherical form that rolled toward them. any living being that came into contact with it was instantly devoured. With each consumption, the light gray orb grew larger, without a moment's hesitation. Charles grabbed a packet of explosives from Deep's backpack, ignited it, and hurled it behind him. However, the lit explosive rolled on the ground, extinguishing the fuse before staggering back to its feet. It too had been activated by 1002. This was merely the beginning. Every inanimate object on the crew began to tremble, gaining a semblance of consciousness. Charles realized they could not continue like this. If they did, none would escape. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm and sprinted toward 1002. Charles, come back. Captain, what are you doing? As the crew shouted in alarm, Charles found himself merely 10 meters from 1002, his features contorting as they began to resemble those of the grotesque form. Summoning every ounce of strength, Charles brandished his lightning short staff at 1002, unleashing an arc that illuminated the dim island once more, reducing 1002 to a charred mass that halted in place. Shaking uncontrollably, Charles collapsed to the ground after enduring 3 successive electric shocks. His body could no longer bear it. Several hands reached out to him, lifting him up. His crew had returned not to flee, but to aid their captain. Captain, you're incredible. With such powerful artifacts, why didn't you use them sooner? The second mate exclaimed with excitement. Let us move. This thing cannot be killed. It will awaken again soon. Charles strained to convey through gritted teeth. Hearing this, the second mate glanced fearfully at the darkened mass of 1002 and quickly assisted the dazed Charles in retreating. Fortunately, the ruins were not vast, and just before 1002 could revive, Charles and his crew made it back into the forest. They quickly followed the path they had created, racing towards the seaside. Throughout their escape, Charles and the others did not pause for even a moment, channeling every ounce of energy into their flight. To facilitate their swift getaway, they discarded anything they could afford to lose. With a crash, the exhausted doctor collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, blood seeping from the junction of his iron leg and flesh. Charles rushed over to help him up. But don't give up. We're almost there. The doctor cast a glance at the young man supporting him, retrieved a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, and forcefully pushed Charles away to quickly rejoin the main group. I am not old yet. The narrow forest path seemed endless as they exerted every ounce of strength, and just as they were about to exhaust their physical reserves, the melodious sound of crashing waves reached their ears. With faces alight with joy, the crew stumbled towards their ship, preparing to board and escape this cursed island. Charles, breathless from the intense exertion, found even his enhanced body struggling to cope. Who are you? No matter who you are, please kill me. I am in such pain. With a pale complexion, Charles turned his head to see a massive flying creature, composed of various flesh and blood, hurtling towards them through the treetops. It was 1002, yet not entirely so. Eyes, mouths, organs, various human features undulated upon its light gray body, evoking nausea at a mere glance. That moment, 1002 had expanded to nearly 5 times its size in the tank. Soaring through the air like a colossal aircraft, feeling his body tremble increasingly, even Charles felt a flicker of despair. The activation radiation radius of 1002 had grown larger. He sensed something rising in his throat, his body nearing activation, while the other crew members also writhed in pain on the ground. Just as despair loomed, a sudden explosion reverberated, shattering 1002's grotesque form as it fell into the forest. Its previously despairing tremors diminishing significantly. Quick, let us go. Seizing the opportunity, Charles and the others swiftly wielded their oars, steering their wooden vessel towards the ship, with cannon fire providing cover from above. Captain, did we leave anyone on the ship? Who fired the cannon? What accuracy? The excited second mate inquired. The steamship's whistle sounded, and the Unicorn Whale approached the shore. It was the deck cannon of the Unicorn Whale. Charles paused and slowly replied. There is no one on board. The second mate was taken aback. No one on board? Then who fired the cannon? As he gazed at the swiftly approaching Unicorn Whale, Charles felt a sense of relief. Patting the smooth hull of the ship, our ship fired its own cannon, and it is indeed one of our companions. If echoing Charles's words, the unicorn let out a low, mournful whistle. Activated by 1002. Standing on the deck, watching the wailing 1002 emerge once more from the thicket, the tension in Charles's heart slowly eased. At last, everything had come to an end. No, it cannot be. It is not over yet. Charles realized that his pocket had ceased to move. His hand reached out, then hesitated, fearful of uncovering a terrifying scene should he open it. The pocket stirred slightly, and a charming white mouse poked its head out. Appearing somewhat bewildered, Mr. Charles, how did we end up on the ship? What just happened? Relieved, Charles gently patted its head, reassuringly saying, "It's all right. Everything is behind us," just as he was about to comfort his little gunner. Elizabeth approached him, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Did we sleep together after our first meeting?" This question caught Charles off guard, prompting Lily to retreat back into the pocket. Avoiding Elizabeth's piercing gaze, Charles inquired, "Why ask this? You have yet to explain why you were alone on this island." Elizabeth remained silent, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Her expression was far from relaxed, appearing even more tense than when she had been on the island. "Is there something wrong that happened on the island?" Charles queried, perplexed. "Shouldn't we be elated to have escaped that place? Why the long faces? Answer me." Elizabeth pressed. "No." Charles's hand subtly brushed against his pistol. Disappointment flickered across Elizabeth's face as she mockingly murmured, "How useless. Why not act quickly instead of lingering? What on earth are you saying?" Before Charles could finish, Elizabeth suddenly lunged forward, and his gun instinctively pointed at her abdomen. Her next action halted his finger, which had already pressed against the trigger. The towering beauty before him unexpectedly tilted her head and kissed him on the lips. The other crew members on the deck, witnessing this scene, exchanged furtive glances before hastily retreating. As the warmth of her lips gradually withdrew, Charles's eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? He was aware of Elizabeth's feelings towards him, but was this truly the moment for such an act? Elizabeth's expression was calm yet resolute. "Charles, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I found you intriguing. I wondered if I could give it a try with you." Why is she suddenly saying this? Is this some sort of farewell? Richard sensed something amiss. Frowning, Charles pulled Lily from his pocket. "Lily, go fetch the doctor." Watching the white mouse scurry towards the cabin door, Charles turned to Elizabeth and asked, "If there's trouble, speak up. I will find a way to help you." Elizabeth shook her head, glancing at the swiftly departing island. Her gaze conveyed an indescribable mix of urgency and resignation, and her voice grew increasingly frantic. "There's no time for explanations. When you return, remember to return my belongings. Life is fleeting. Find me after you return, and see if we can spend time together. Life at sea is perilous. I don't know how long I have left. Farewell, Charles." Upon finishing her words, her towering figure began to fade into transparency and toppled towards the deck. Witnessing this, Charles instinctively opened his arms to catch her. In the midst of her vanishing, two small objects plummeted from the air towards the ground. Charles swiftly grasped them, one being an exquisite women's earring, and the other a small human eyeball, complete with tiny hands and feet. Gazing into the blue iris, he recalled the eye he had glimpsed in the crevice of the wall when he first arrived on the island. The words spoken by the masked Elizabeth flashed through his mind. One eye is missing. Indeed, the island was fraught with danger. To have salvaged a life was a stroke of luck amidst the terror. The luster of the eyeball swiftly diminished, and after a gentle caress from its diminutive white hand, it rapidly shriveled and withered. In no time, the eyeball lay lifeless in his palm. Charles stared blankly at the orb, seemingly grasping the significance of it all. "Captain, you called for me?" The doctor approached, after a moment of silence. Charles extended the eyeball towards him. "Can it be reinserted into its rightful socket?" The doctor examined the eyeball with his iron hand. "No, this eyeball has been inactive for far too long." Charles sighed despondently, carefully cupping his hands together. "It's nothing. Let us head back." Margaret opened her eyes, nestled within the soft, fluffy duvet, staring blankly at the ornate crystal chandelier above her. Although she had been back home for some time, an unreal sensation lingered. Had she truly returned? "Miss Margaret, your dress is here." A maid approached, holding a silk gown. Margaret squinted, stretching her limbs before gracefully leaping off the bed. The waiting maids respectfully approached, eager to assist her in shedding her nightgown. "It's fine. I can manage on my own." Margaret politely declined their assistance. The head maid gently waved her hand, signaling the somewhat flustered maids to step back. This occurrence had transpired several times since her return. Margaret's demeanor towards the household staff had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, while she had been kind-hearted, it was primarily towards small animals, often disregarding the servants entirely. Now, however, she displayed genuine concern for them, inquiring about their well-being. With her graceful figure, striking features, and just the right touch of subtle makeup, Margaret radiated an air of elegance, enhanced by the shimmering silk gown and intricately designed high heels. The Pearl of Haiphong Island had returned. Her exquisite visage rendered even the female maids momentarily entranced. Margaret gazed at her reflection in the mirror, playfully twirling around, a faint smile gracing her lips. If Mr. Charles saw me like this, his jaw would surely drop in astonishment. She chuckled. The maids exchanged knowing glances. Ever since her return, Margaret had frequently mentioned the name Charles. They wondered who was fortunate enough to capture the attention of their mistress. If the multitude of suitors from the island learned of this, envy would surely ensue. Gina, how did you injure your hand? You should take the day off. If the butler asks, tell him it was my suggestion, Margaret said, lifting her skirt and trotting toward the living room. Good morning, Mother. Margaret gently embraced a beautiful woman. Kalita affectionately stroked her daughter's silky hair. In just 3 months, you'll be 17. Why are you still sleeping in? No matter the age, I will always be your daughter. Margaret smiled sweetly, playfully pouting at her mother. Let us hurry and have breakfast. I made it myself. Kalita guided Margaret to sit beside her. After sharing a smile with her mother, Margaret elegantly lifted a silver spoon. Savoring a spoonful of milk, the milk, enriched with condensed milk, was exceptionally sweet and delightful, causing Margaret's eyes to narrow in enjoyment. After a few sips, she began to indulge in the other delectable dishes on the table. Baked beans and tomato sauce, sausage sandwiches, and lightly fried eggs, each morsel filled Margaret with immeasurable happiness. Observing her previously finicky daughter devouring the meal with such enthusiasm brought tears to Kalita's eyes. How much suffering had her poor daughter endured to find such joy in a simple breakfast? Noticing her mother's sadness, Margaret swallowed her food and gently grasped her hand. Mother, please don't be sad. See, I've returned safe and sound. Chapter 71. Margaret's morning. Yes, let us not dwell on unhappy matters. Come, continue eating. I'll keep you company. Margaret smiled sweetly and resumed enjoying her meal. After a few bites, she paused to ask, Mother, where is Father? He and your brother are dealing with some matters on the island. They will be here shortly. Must we attend to matters so early? Allow me to summon them. Margaret dabbed her mouth with a dining cloth and, disregarding her mother's counsel, dashed towards the office of the governor of Huffa Island. Traversing the corridor adorned with crystal chandeliers, Margaret arrived at her family's garden. With her father's workshop located on the far side, few flowers could thrive in the underground, yet here, a splendid array of exquisite blossoms vied for attention. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, Margaret's spirits lifted considerably. As she approached the garden's edge, she was captivated by the light beyond the fence. The governor's residence was perched atop the highest peak in the island's center, offering a panoramic view of the lights illuminating the homes of the islanders below. Huffa Island, the third largest in the region, sprawled across a vast expanse, nearly equivalent to half a continent. Margaret strained her eyes in the distance, barely making out the flickering flames of the port area. There is a port area on my father's island as well. Perhaps I could send a telegram to Mr. Charles to come here, thus affording me the opportunity to meet him. As Margaret recalled the young man with the dark eyes. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Their interactions had not been harmonious. He preferred to engage with a talking mouse on various naval artillery topics rather than acknowledge her presence. On the rare occasions he called upon her, it was merely to assist with his bandaging, and the memory of such moments filled her with indignation, as she was the governor's daughter yet felt treated like a mere maid. However, inexplicably, thoughts of him had persisted in her mind. Leaning against the railing, Margaret sighed, momentarily lost in contemplation, her expression shifting between joy and melancholy. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached her from behind, slightly bowing as he inquired, Miss, this area is somewhat perilous. Please exercise caution. Startled by the voice, Margaret turned hurriedly, only to discover it was the estate steward. Embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue. My apologies, Mr. York. I was momentarily distracted. I asked the young lady here to admire the flowers. Do not linger too long. You have etiquette lessons this morning. Suddenly recalling her purpose, Margaret's expression turned frantic as she lifted her skirt and hurried towards the garden's exit. Oh no, I came to summon Father for breakfast. Upon reaching the entrance of the governor's office, she found a row of guards standing at attention, weapons in hand. Taking a moment to calm her racing heart, she raised her hand to knock, when suddenly a loud commotion erupted from within. Incompetent, incompetent, incompetent. How could you handle matters so poorly? If you cannot manage this, then get out. Startled by her father's furious outburst, Margaret withdrew her hand, puzzled by the intensity of his anger. What could have happened? After a moment of hesitation, she pressed her ear to the door. The guards stationed outside remained motionless, as if oblivious to the chaos. You are the head of the police department for all of Huffa Island, and you dare tell me a living person has gone missing? I must remind you, he is the grandson of Finance Minister Peter. Not one of those insignificant port dwellers. Daniel's bellowing voice left Margaret's ears ringing. Governor, I have exhausted all avenues. I even sought the assistance of those lunatics from Fortan. Yet he appears to have vanished without a trace. I do not want explanations. My family resides on this island. I cannot allow them to be in danger. 3 days. 3 days to resolve this predicament. And if my daughter encounters any misfortune, I shall crush your skull. Now, get out. The heavy wooden door swung open, and a perspiring, balding man hurriedly exited. Upon seeing Margaret standing at the threshold, he bowed respectfully before hastily departing. Cautiously, Margaret entered and inquired of Daniel, seated behind a massive desk. Father, what has transpired? Upon seeing his daughter, Daniel's anger dissipated. It is nothing, merely a minor issue. What brings our jewel here? Mother mentioned she wanted you to join her for breakfast, Margaret replied, moving closer to the grand table. In the next moment, she noticed several photographs scattered across the disordered surface, one of which, a strikingly beautiful woman, caught her attention, particularly due to her eyes, identical to those of Mr. Charles. Father, who is this lady? She is so beautiful. She picked up the photograph. She is the new wife of that deceased fellow. What a pity, such a lovely bride, and he passed away shortly after their marriage. One wonders if they shared a night of passion. A young man resembling Daniel approached from behind and snatched the photograph from her hand. Daniel shot his son a disapproving glance. Is it appropriate to speak of such matters in front of your sister? The young man shrugged, unperturbed by his father's admonition. That scoundrel is dead. Half his fortune will now go to this widow. It is not so simple. Peter is a miser. He would not allow an outsider to seize his estate so easily. Father, the marriage law was personally signed by the founder of our family. That applies to commoners. Peter could easily make someone disappear without a trace. That hardly sounds like something a ruler of an island should say. Whether it should be said or not, the truth remains. Margaret gazed in confusion at her father and brother, struggling to comprehend their discourse. Noticing his daughter's bewilderment, Daniel gently ruffled her hair and said, "You may return now. I will converse with Jack for a moment." "Very well. Please be swift," Margaret replied obediently, nodding before turning towards the exit. As she departed, Daniel cast a grim look at his son. "So, have you found anything?" "Yes, a group of pirates operating near the abyssal whirlpool, known for raiding fishing vessels and cargo ships. Margaret was taken by them." "Excellent. Dispatch the Royal Titan to confront them. Leave none alive. We must make those who provoke Huffa pay dearly." Chapter 72. Return to the island's respite in the captain's quarters of the Narwhal. Charles was engrossed in the nautical charts spread before him, marking the locations of Project Experiment Interact Island and the third laboratory, alongside notes detailing their anomalies, seeking to uncover the connection between the two. "Do you suppose the people of the Abyss brought them down?" Charles shook his head. "Then why is there no trace of them in the Abyss's records, history books, or even in the revelations of the Sun God cult, which mention only the exalted Sun God? With no mention of a divine messenger? Who can say? Frankly, I suggest we disregard them. Let them be. They are all dead now, anyway. That does not hold water. The Foundation possesses not only advanced technology but also a vast array of relics. Their existence could not possibly be so silent. I have a nagging suspicion that our search for the surface entrance is intricately linked to them. If that is how you feel, why not think bigger? Perhaps a cataclysmic event is occurring on the surface, and they fled underground with the remnants of humanity to survive. I feel like I've read a plot like that in the Bible. Noah's Ark. Charles felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. The familiar whispers he hadn't heard in a while growing louder in his ears. The door creaked open, and Deep cautiously poked his head inside. Holding a platter, "Captain, the sailors and I salvaged a glowing giant crab, and I brought you the finest meat from its claws." The platter held long strips of tender, white flesh, glistening enticingly. "Set it on the table and remember to knock next time you enter." Charles replied, his gaze never leaving the charts. Deep gently placed the platter down and was about to leave when Charles called him back. Upon seeing Charles extend a mask towards him, the young man's breath quickened. "You wished for a relic, did you not? This is for you." Charles handed over the unmoving clown mask. Deep's face lit up with joy. He had witnessed the mask's power and was astonished that the captain was bestowing it upon him. Overwhelmed with excitement, Deep reached out to take it, but Charles withdrew it once more, his expression serious as he explained the rules of its use. He desired a capable aide, not someone whose mind was filled with chaotic personalities. Hearing Charles's words, Deep hesitated, yet ultimately accepted the mask, cradling it as he said, "Captain, I will be cautious. Now, go, and please summon the doctor." Charles rubbed his forehead with his hand. "Hey, Did you really just give that kid the goods? Richard controlled his body, grabbing the crab meat and stuffing it into his mouth. We won't be needing that anymore. Giving it to him will only enhance our overall strength. Charles swallowed the crab meat in his mouth and continued to gaze at the nautical chart. Before long, the doctor entered, limping with his iron leg. You called for me? I need more medicine. The auditory hallucinations have worsened again. Charles looked up at him. Worsened again? The doctor, somewhat perplexed, conducted a series of examinations on Charles. After a long while, he placed his iron hand on the table, contemplating for a moment before saying, You know, I can only suppress the curse of the deity, right? Of course, you mentioned that before. The doctor continued. I do have another medication that can eliminate your auditory hallucinations, but if you use it, your life will be significantly shortened. There's no other way. You can either return to the island and rest for a few months while I help you with other medicines, or you can find someone else to remove the curse of the deity. Without waiting for Charles to respond, the doctor added, I advise you to choose the former. After all these years at sea, I have never seen anyone able to cure the curse of a deity, and your current condition is a combination of the deity's curse and the mental pollution brought on by the sea. The simplest way to alleviate it is to recuperate on the island. Gazing at the islands depicted on the chart, a flicker of hesitation crossed Charles's face. The exit to the surface lay among these islands. And after 8 years of perseverance, the thought of stopping now felt more unbearable than death itself. The doctor seemed to sense Charles's thoughts, leaning in with his ghastly face and saying, I know you are not afraid of death. You would sacrifice your life for your goals, but can you not consider your crew? The chief engineer had approached me a few days ago seeking treatment. His auditory hallucinations have become quite severe. He was afraid of delaying your matters and has kept it from you. Charles's heart sank. Besides James, who else has auditory hallucinations? A few of the newcomers have some issues, but the rest are all affected to varying degrees. I can treat their hallucinations, but I cannot alleviate their heightened mental stress. Do you not think you have been a bit too hasty during this period? I have never seen a captain so diligently exploring. Charles rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, remaining silent. After a few seconds, he lifted his head. Understood. Upon returning this time, I will take a break from sailing. A grim smile spread across the doctor's face as he patted Charles on the shoulder. Remember, when I say rest, I mean a complete and utter relaxation. You are still so young. Do not push yourself so hard. With that, he raised his iron leg and limped out. The journey back to the island proceeded as usual. And a fortnight later, the light from the lighthouse on Coral Island swept over the Unicorn. They had finally returned home. As they beheld the brightly lit port, every crew member's face shone with excitement. Except for Charles. Upon arriving at the dock, Charles summoned everyone to the deck to announce the temporary cessation of sailing. Everyone, take this time to rest well. I will have Lily's rat notify you all when it's time to sail again. You are all dismissed. The crew's faces lit up with joy at the news. While they had earned ample money on the ship, their time on land had been far too scarce. Now, they could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. Once the crew had dispersed, Charles steered the Unicorn into the shipyard for maintenance. Just as people need rest, so too do ships. Watching as the shipwrights peeled away layers of barnacles from the hull, Charles waved goodbye to the suspended Unicorn and turned to leave. Exiting the shipyard, he made his way directly to the Explorers Association. There was still one matter he had yet to attend to. As soon as he stepped into the grand hall of the association, he found it bustling with activity. Various captains of exploration ships were gathered in groups, exchanging relics and information. Life at sea blurred the passage of time. And it dawned on him that today was Saturday. Charles navigated through the crowd, his eyes darting about until they landed on Elizabeth, who was happily conversing with several familiar captains while embracing a young woman. Ah, Charles, long time no see. Where have you been all this time? William, his expression somewhat disheveled, raised his glass in greeting. Charles glanced at the young woman beside Elizabeth, noting her unremarkable appearance. And who might this be? Charlie's daughter. Charlie has passed away, and she has taken over her father's ship as the new captain of an exploration vessel, the portly man enthusiastically replied. Charlie. Richard immediately recalled the middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a hawk-like nose. How did he die? Charles asked, his expression one of shock. After being an explorer for so long, he still found it difficult to adapt to the frequent news of death. William burped and chuckled. He died. That's all there is to it. Why bother with the details? A twinge of sadness crept into Charles's heart that it was Charlie who had facilitated his connection to Sodom and provided him with intelligence about the sun. He had intended to express his gratitude, yet he never anticipated that their last meeting would be the final farewell. Turning to the young woman, Charles carefully chose his words. I was a friend of your father's. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Since others had selflessly aided him in the past, it was only right for him to extend the same courtesy to his friend's offspring. The portly man nudged the young woman with a wink. Little girl, this guy Charles is quite remarkable. If you asked him for a living island, he might just be able to procure it for you. Charlie's daughter blushed slightly, offering Charles a shy smile. Thank you. My father spoke of you. Observing her innocent smile, Charles felt a pang of concern, wishing to dissuade her from venturing into such treacherous waters. Heaven knows what the accursed sea would do to her, but this was someone else's affair, and he could hardly intervene. Charles's gaze shifted to the voluptuous beauty lounging on the sofa. The real reason for his visit today. Could you step outside for a moment? Elizabeth smirked slightly before forcing her expression back to indifference. Not today. I'm rather busy. William and several familiar faces burst into laughter. Instantly recognizing the tension between the two, Charles brandished the feminine earrings, waving them slightly before heading for the door. Upon seeing the earrings, Elizabeth's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she released the young woman and quickly followed him. Watching the two depart, the other captains began to murmur among themselves. What do you think their relationship is? What else could it be? That kind of relationship. Wasn't he Elizabeth into women before? Why the sudden interest in men? I thought she was just playing around. Who knows? Maybe she just wanted to try something different. With such a big woman, Charles must be quite exhausted every night. Indeed, one can certainly do the work of two. At the entrance of the association, the two stood still. How did my illusionary earrings end up in your possession? Elizabeth's expression was grave. Charles remained silent, returning the earrings to her, and then reaching out to pull away her eye patch, revealing the identical black hole that matched the one on the island's shell. Impatiently, Elizabeth swatted his hand away. Answer my question, that I lost this relic on a perilous island. How did you come by it? Charles gazed distantly at the bustling port, remaining silent for a few seconds before calmly recounting everything that had transpired on the island. After a moment of silence, Charles slowly spoke. That it's not that I dislike you. To be honest, I'm quite flattered that a beauty holds such affection for me. However, I must apologize. I truly have important matters to attend to and cannot acquiesce. Elizabeth brushed a strand of white hair away from her face and let out a dry laugh. So that's how it is. I helped you, and you feel indebted to me? Her expression turned icy as she pivoted to re-enter the hall. There is no need for that. That was merely the intention of my other eye and does not represent my feelings. You may consider this matter as though it never occurred. Charles activated his ring to block her path, then produced a stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to her. Elizabeth, puzzled, began to read through them. As she comprehended the contents, her eyes widened in disbelief. There is fresh water on that island. Her voice pitched high with astonishment. I have explored most of the island. Other aspects should pose no major issues. The most dangerous part is that 1002. Its detailed information is written in there. It is perilous. You must find a way to resolve it. Elizabeth's hand trembled as she clutched the paper, utterly astonished that the youth before her would actually entrust such information to her. The value of this information was beyond imagination. Countless individuals had risked life and limb under the command of the ship's captain in pursuit of a living island. And yet Charles had so readily handed it over to her. If this is meant to be a reward for my assistance, then I cannot accept it. Elizabeth struggled to return the papers to him, but her hand would not budge. Take it. It holds little significance for me. Our objectives diverge, and besides, you were the first to set foot on that island, so it rightfully belongs to you. After speaking, Charles turned and made his way toward the bustling port area. Elizabeth stood there, gazing at Charles's retreating figure, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Indeed, we are men of our word. What is one living island to us? Handing it over without a second thought is nothing to blink at. Charles discerned the irony in Richard's words. Elizabeth had rescued us on that island, and I have no desire to owe anyone anything. For us, a single ship suffices for our explorations. If one wishes to repay a debt, then one could offer oneself, I suppose. Do you consider yourself a domineering tycoon to simply hand over an island? A living island, no less. 1002 is not easily subdued, and the endeavor of conquering a wild island can take months or even years. We cannot afford to squander time in such places. Let us not forget that our goal is to return to the surface, not to reign over this wretched locale. That would be utterly reckless. What do you propose? To retrieve it? Richard fell silent for a moment. Having already relinquished it, it would be rather undignified to ask for it back. Just then, Charles felt an unusual sensation in his body. He reached out with his left hand and tossed aside a shifty-eyed thief who had been lurking nearby, sending him sprawling into the mud. A translucent tendril emerged to seize the wallet from the thief's grasp, and then he yanked the thief's right arm upward, stomping down hard on his forearm. Crack! A chilling scream pierced the air as the thief's bone contorted into an L shape. Witnessing the thief's misfortune, bystanders recoiled in horror and hastily distanced themselves. Having dealt with the brazen thief, he aimlessly wandered the street. Fishermen burdened with nets, arrogant gang members, and clusters of sailors busied themselves with their own affairs. While Charles felt like a solitary rock amidst a torrent, utterly out of place, the doctor had advised him to rest, but he was uncertain what that truly entailed. Complete relaxation had long been a distant memory. This seemed to have become an endeavor even more arduous than exploring islands. Chapter 74. Milk Oysters. Why don't you let me take over for a while? You have nothing to do. While I have a multitude of tasks to attend to. Suddenly, Richard's voice echoed in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Charles willingly relinquished control of his body, eager to discover how the other version of himself would navigate this situation. The look of confusion on Charles's face was instantly replaced by exaggerated elation. He pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air, using the shoulder of a nearby laborer to propel himself directly onto the rooftop. Leaping across several streets, Richard burst into a bar aglow with neon lights, the largest establishment in the Port District, known as Carnival Night. He sauntered to the bar, producing a black blade and gently tapping it against a small metal bell atop the counter. Ding! Everyone in the bar turned their heads in curious unison toward the bar, as patrons recognized the significance of that sound. Ladies and gentlemen, today all drinks are on me. Let us get the party started. The jubilant cheers of the crew nearly threatened to lift the roof off. Richard laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around a scantily clad waitress and tilting his head back to down the drink from her tray. In stark contrast to the aloof Charles, the vivacious Richard proved to be exceptionally adept at forging friendships. Despite having just met, he quickly became familiar with nearly everyone in the bar. His jokes elicited hearty laughter from all in attendance, while his coin tricks left onlookers astounded. To flaunt, he casually passed around various trinkets for other patrons to admire, and the entire bar was animated by his presence, with everyone revolving around him. Charles, controlling his left eye, observed the reflection of his jovial self in the glass of his drink. In the mirror's reflection, that distorted smile appeared more akin to weeping, and in that moment, Charles experienced a rare connection with Richard. After all, we are all simply souls yearning to return home, albeit reacting in different ways. Suddenly struck by a joyful thought, Charles pounded his thigh and burst into uncontrollable laughter, to the point that tears streamed down his face. The distorted reflection of Charles in the glass was lifted and poured into the inky abyss of his mouth. One drink after another, Charles's consciousness began to fade under the influence of the alcohol. Time slipped away, and when Charles finally awoke, his head throbbed painfully, and the scene before him swayed slightly. He tapped the left side of his head, and his vision gradually returned to normal. It was then that he realized he was lying on a rope, with drunken patrons and precariously tilted chairs below him. Charles stretched his hands against the rope and stepped onto the ground, making his way out of the bar. He moistened his dry mouth and pondered. How is this working for you? Enough talk. I'm tired, and I need to rest well. It seemed that this fellow's method was not particularly effective, and a slight smile crept onto Charles's lips as he merged into the crowd, his thoughts wandering freely. How did I used to relax on the surface, playing on my phone, indulging in video games, bickering with my sister? Upon arriving in the maritime realm, I recall often visiting bars with other sailors to drink and chat. Back then, everything here was fresh and exciting. When did I begin to feel so restless? Charles raised his gaze to the dark expanse above him. Perhaps it was when I realized I was not the chosen one. When the awareness of my potential demise here set in, and when the hope of returning home grew increasingly elusive, that inner torment intensified my anxiety. But now, it's different. I have finally found the path home. Though I wonder if the outside world remains my own. Charles shook his head vigorously, casting aside these ponderings. He was here to unwind and wished to think of nothing else today. When Charles regained his focus, he discovered he had followed the throng out of the Port District and into the vibrant interior of the island. Noticing the bonfires lining the streets, it dawned on him that today marked Coral Island's Landing Festival, a significant celebration for every island commemorating the day they claimed their territory, and Coral Island was no exception. It was a joyous occasion. The islanders donned their finest attire to celebrate, and the atmosphere of merriment enveloped everyone, infusing each person with delight and a lightness in their step. Musicians on the roadside played violins, trumpets, and drums, while islanders gathered around them, dancing in exuberance or enthusiastically applauding those who did. Charles ambled along with the crowd, absorbing the jubilant festival atmosphere, inexplicably drawn into their revelry. This festival reminded him of the spring festival back home. Albeit missing the firecrackers and the color red dot, a rumble from his stomach jolted Charles from his reverie. After a night of excessive drinking, he found himself rather hungry. He approached a roadside stall, producing 4 coins to purchase a spider crab leg, and began to pry open the shell to eat. The grilled crab meat was remarkably chewy, and as he bit into the snow-white flesh, the sweet, briny flavor burst in his mouth. Though there was too much meat on a single leg, it whetted Charles's appetite, and his eyes began to scan the surroundings for his next target. Soon, the enticing aroma of milk caught his attention, leading him to a small stand where an elderly man with a white beard swiftly stirred fresh milk and oysters on a hot plate with 2 spatulas. Recognizing the familiar face, Charles called out, "I'll have a serving, please." "Certainly, just a moment," old John replied, his hands moving quickly. After a few seconds, he suddenly paused, a spark of recognition lighting up his face as he looked up with a broad smile. "Ah, Captain, long time no see." Gazing at his former first mate, Charles gestured toward the stall. "Didn't you retire on land?" "Ah, you know my character." Before I could even feel the warmth of that money in my hands, it was all sent off to the casino and the company of ladies. But don't underestimate my little stall. I've calculated, and I earn more here than I ever did at sea. Casting a glance at the patched-up pants, Charles feigned ignorance and nodded. "That's good. At least it poses no threat to your life." Old John, with his hands on his hips and a hearty chuckle, once again inquired, "I hear you've truly acquired an exploration vessel. Is there still a need for crew members?" "It's not that I lack the funds. I simply find the sea far more intriguing. Staying on this island is dreadfully dull. The moment the islanders learn of my maritime ventures, they look down on me. Damn it, I went to sea as a crew member, not to become a pirate." Charles paused for a moment, shaking his head slightly. "I'm afraid the ship is fully staffed." He wished to spare old John from further peril. Although life on the island was impoverished, at least it guaranteed survival into old age. Disappointment flickered across old John's face, but he quickly masked it, nonchalantly stating, "No matter, I was merely asking. Wait a moment, your milk oysters will be ready shortly." Chapter 75. Rest. The clinking of oyster shells against the iron plate heralded the arrival of a steaming cup of milk oysters before Charles. Just as he reached for his wallet, old John waved a hand to stop him, proclaiming, "This one's on me. Today's island festival has kept my business thriving. I can spare this little amount." Charles deftly plucked a banknote from his wallet, giving it a flick with his left hand, sending it directly into the cash box. "Next time. Then, I happen to have some change." Before he could say more, Charles grasped the milk oysters and vanished into the throng. "Ah, that lad has truly made it big. If only I hadn't disembarked back then," old John mused, rummaging through the cash box, only to be astonished to discover a half-piece of gold nestled among the notes. Savoring the creamy milk oysters, Charles gazed about, captivated by the street performances in a bid to garner applause. A nearby theater had set up a stage on the street, where actors clad in an array of costumes were energetically performing a new play. The narrative seemed to revolve around the romantic escapades of the governor of Coral Island. Having watched for a moment, the audience shook their heads in unison. The islanders knew all too well of Governor Nico's callousness, his fleeting affections for each new love, rendering the tale of undying devotion utterly implausible. As Charles meandered through the jubilant crowd, he gradually blended in with the elated islanders. "Daddy, look, that's the uncle who stabbed me with a knife." Upon hearing the child's voice, Charles swiftly turned, spotting Lily's family across the street, their faces a mix of horror and surprise as they stared at him. What a coincidence to encounter them here. In good spirits, Charles nodded in their direction. The Oliver couple appeared startled, swiftly scooping up their daughter and hurriedly fleeing towards the makeshift police station. Charles chuckled softly, continuing onward, only to be greeted by a circus, where a rare lion roared within its cage, sending the islanders into shrieks of excitement. Aerialists, clowns on unicycles, and lions jumping through hoops showcased a variety of performances, revealing the island's rich tapestry of entertainment. Although uncertain of its impact, participating in these festive celebrations uplifted Charles's spirits considerably. After wandering about all day, he made his way home, laden with an assortment of delicacies, from inexpensive roasted spider crab legs to costly roasted beef shanks. These were all for Lily, Though he himself was satiated, there was still a mouse at home that needed feeding. "Lily, I've brought you some." Charles's words faltered as he stepped through the door. Finding an unexpected visitor within his abode, the exquisitely dressed Elizabeth rushed towards him, brimming with excitement. Just as Charles opened his mouth to speak, his words were silenced by her fervent kiss, an enthusiasm that exceeded his expectations. "Wait for the mouse," he mumbled through her kisses. "I've already chased them away." With their faces close, Elizabeth's sweet fragrance wafted toward Charles, intoxicating him like fine wine, leaving him feeling lightheaded. Suddenly, the door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. After some time lying on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, Charles felt the soft warmth of Elizabeth beside him, yet a dull ache began to throb in his head. He had thought his entanglements with this woman were at an end. Yet here they were, intertwined once more. "Elizabeth," Charles began, but his words were halted by her gentle hand. Elizabeth gazed deeply into his eyes, her tone tender. "This doesn't signify anything. I have no intention of clinging to you. Attend to your affairs, and if ever you feel weary, you may return. The position of governor on this island will always have a place for you." In that moment, Elizabeth displayed a softness unlike her usual assertiveness. With such sentiments exchanged, Charles found it difficult to refuse further. Any additional rejection would lead him to scorn himself. After bestowing upon him a lingering kiss, she reluctantly departed, for she was the newly appointed governor of the living island, tasked with assembling an invasion fleet. Charles took a deep breath and rose from the bed, heading towards the washroom. Just as he emerged, feeling refreshed, he noticed Lily, the white mouse, pacing anxiously within the room. Her keen nose couldn't possibly have detected anything, could it? Swiftly, Charles approached the window and opened it. However, as he turned to speak, his gaze caught a glimpse of a torn crimson corset on the floor, causing him to flinch slightly. Yet, Lily seemed oblivious to it, rushing to him with urgency. "Mr. Charles, the big fellow has been taken by the police." Charles's expression turned grave. "James has been arrested? What on earth happened?" "That tall lady gave me a lot of echo coins to buy food, so I went to purchase roasted fish, but that big fat man refused to sell it to me and even hit me with a broom." "Then get to the point," Charles interjected, pulling on his coat and seizing Lily, jumping through the window. "I went to find the big fellow's wife, hoping to buy bread there, but when I arrived, I saw a lot of blood in the shop, and that lady was crying on the ground. It was then I learned that the big fellow was taken by the police. You know which district?" "Yes, it's in District 7. My friend has been inside the holding area and saw him. The big fellow is locked up there, and someone was beating him with a stick, riding in a steam car." Charles swiftly arrived at the precinct of District 7, marked by a conspicuous four-story building painted black, with uniformed officers bustling in and out. He entered and quickly made his way to the chief's office. Upon opening the door, he found an elderly man in uniform engrossed in writing. Charles pulled out a chair and sat directly in front of him. "You recently apprehended someone named James," the chief. Director Reno immediately altered his demeanor upon noticing the young man's attire and the unmistakable scent of the sea. He had an aversion to those from the ocean. Regardless of their status, they treated life with apathy, indifferent to the law, and would simply sail away to another island after committing murder. Reno waved a hand, and the armed officers at the door retreated. "May I ask who you are?" "Charles, the man you've arrested is my crew member." "What is the price for his release?" "Your crew member has committed murder. How could he possibly be released?" Reno exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Do you think this is my first time on Coral Island? How many times have your men apprehended members of the Sea Serpent Gang? What was the price? Of course, if you refuse, I have my own methods of resolution." Chapter 76. The Dagger Gang. "May I ask your identity?" Reno spoke cautiously. My ship is an exploration vessel. You have detained my engineer." Charles gently reassured Lily, who was visibly anxious. "An exploration vessel," Reno remarked, lowering his gun hand from beneath the table, his expression turning markedly pained. Those from the sea were already formidable adversaries, and those aboard exploration vessels even more so. Each possessed remarkable abilities, having ventured into perilous waters. He wondered why he, a mere overseer of civilian crime, had become embroiled in such complications. Typically, the governor's navy dealt with troublesome figures like these. After a moment's hesitation, Reno hurriedly closed the door, his face etched with concern. "If it were merely a matter of killing someone without connections, I could let it slide for your sake. However, your crew member has killed the brother of the Dagger Gang's leader. If I release him, we would be in serious trouble. Where is my crew member?" "I need to see him," Charles demanded. "He's in the detention room." "I'll take you there immediately." Reno stood and quickly made his way to the door, under the watchful eyes of armed guards. Charles entered the area where prisoners were held, Upon spotting Charles, the suspended James began to struggle wildly with excitement. Charles swiftly pulled the dirty cloth from James's mouth. What is going on? Captain, that man just stripped Mazika in front of me. I couldn't hold back any longer. James's eyes were bloodshot. Charles slashed the handcuffs in his hand with a black blade, and the towering figure before him collapsed immediately. Sir, you cannot. Reynolds behind him wore a panicked expression. If anyone troubles you, just mention my name. I reside on the 3rd floor of the Bat Hotel in the Harbor District. Having just escorted James outside, Charles keenly sensed the eyes watching them from behind. Clearly, this so-called dagger gang had sent people to keep tabs on them as well. Bring your wife along. To my place, Charles calmly instructed James. Captain, what should I do? I have killed someone. I do not wish to go to prison. Mazika needs me. The big man's face was filled with confusion. D.O. as I say. Do not panic. This matter will be resolved swiftly. Charles reassured him, patting his shoulder. James, forcing himself to be calm, nodded and dashed toward Mazika's bakery. Soon, Charles's room became somewhat cramped. Deep squatted on the floor, gnawing on a cold beef shank. Audric stood in the corner, shaking a glass filled with a red liquid. Captain, your place is rather small. Why not buy a proper house? Deep remarked after swallowing his mouthful of beef. Charles ignored the sailor's complaints and turned to Lily, asking, What do you need them here for? I fear there may be danger. Strength lies in numbers. I have called some of my friends as well. They should be on their way and no need for that. Send them all back. This is merely a trivial matter and will be resolved shortly. Holding his wife's hand, James deeply bowed to Charles, saying, Captain, I apologize. My actions were impulsive. You were not impulsive. If you cannot even protect your own woman, then I would truly look down upon you, Charles replied. Glancing at his wife, she was not a stunning beauty, but her features were pleasing, and her simple attire brought an inexplicable comfort to the eye. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the window. Deep stood up and pushed it open. Captain, some fellows are clearing the streets. Charles approached the window and saw a large group of fierce-looking men brandishing various firearms, driving the crowd off the streets. Each person bore the same dagger tattoo around their neck. Among the crowd, a burly man with tattoos stepped forward, opening his mouth to reveal a mouthful of rotten teeth. XXXX, damn it. Very well. You dared to touch my people and still have the audacity to come to the Harbor District to seek death. Today, I will have my brothers take your woman right before your eyes. Come out quietly. Observing the arrogance of these men, Charles found it hard to muster any interest. They were inferior even to the creatures of the sea. Raising his revolver, he fired a few shots, extinguishing the oil lamps and gas lamps in the street. Deep donned his mask and jumped out the window, resulting in a cacophony of screams below. Audric swiftly transformed into a bat and flew down. Inside, Mazika was terrified by the sounds outside. Her face pale, she tightly closed her eyes and clung to her husband. James gently comforted his wife. The tenderness in his eyes contrasting sharply with his rugged exterior. Standing nearby, Charles felt oddly out of place. He braced himself against the window and leaped down. Seeing his captain rush out, James felt an urgent desire to help. But his wife's grip prevented him from breaking free. What are you really doing? You claim to be just an ordinary sailor on a fishing boat, yet does your captain seem like a fisherman? Mazika gazed at her husband with tear-stained eyes. A bitter smile crossed James's face as he gently embraced his wife. My dear, I apologize. I deceived you. But if it weren't for the captain's help today, we would not have made it back. We should be grateful to him. With dark vision, Charles could see everything clearly. Under the combined assault of Deep and Audric, the so-called dagger gang quickly fell apart. Their once arrogant members now terrified as they fired blindly into the empty darkness. Deep calmly maneuvered through the hail of bullets, directly confronting their leader, his knife flashing as the man's gun hand fell to the ground. The dagger gang's leader clutched his wrist, retreating in agony. You trash from the islands. Do you not understand the situation? You dare provoke the crew of an exploration ship? The masked youth tilted his head, questioning him with an air of pride. Sensing danger, the man stammered. I didn't know. It's not my fault. That big guy never mentioned he worked on an exploration ship. If my brother knew he was on one, he would never have dared to provoke him. Before he could finish, a black blade flew through the air, piercing his neck, crimson blood splattering into the air, disbelief filling the man's eyes as he faced his demise. Captain, could we not wait for him to finish? Deep complained before executing a backflip away. Chapter 77. The people on the exploration ship just as Charles was about to extract the black blade from the corpse. An elderly voice interrupted. Can murder alleviate your symptoms? How intriguing. Charles turned to see the ship's doctor, who had appeared unbeknownst to him, recording something with a pen. "What brings you here?" "Your pet rat led me here in a hurry. I thought something grave had occurred, yet it turns out to be this." The doctor stepped into the crimson pool of blood with his iron leg. He sprinkled some powder over the corpse, and with a gurgling sound, the bodies began to decompose rapidly. Soon, the blood-soaked group returned to the room, with an exhilarated, deep toying with his mask in hand, as if the lives just taken held no value in his eyes. James stood up and bowed deeply to everyone, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for your assistance." Charles's transparent tendrils helped him rise, and with a hint of curiosity, he asked, "Were you unable to handle those people?" The abilities of the Purple Pyramid were more than sufficient to deal with the Dagger Gang and the police pursuing them. He was intrigued as to why his chief engineer had waited for them to make a move. James's face flushed crimson, struggling to find words. Charles understood the big man's character. To put it kindly, he was too kind-hearted, and to put it bluntly, he was a bit dense that he rarely engaged in drinking or chasing women like the other crew members. All his money was saved as per his deceased mother's instructions, intended for marriage and home buying. Working on the exploration ship was akin to being a 9-to-5 office worker for him. While we do not bully others, it does not mean we allow others to urinate on us from above. Remember, we are not the common folk of Coral Island, and the governor's laws do not bind us. Those who do not care for their own lives certainly do not care for the lives of others. Which is why the islanders harbor discrimination and fear towards those of the sea. Hearing the captain's profound words, James's expression grew complex. He had thought his work was no different from that of others on the island, merely exchanging labor for money. But it was now apparent that it was entirely different. "Captain, will killing so many people bring you trouble?" James hesitated to ask. "No worries. This is the harbor district, and the deceased were all worthless scum. This minor affair will not disturb the heart of the island. The matter is settled. Take your wife home," Charles said, patting him on the shoulder. James awkwardly bid farewell to his companions and walked out with his wife. "Wait." Upon hearing Charles's call, James immediately halted. "Find a blacksmith and have a set of armor and weapons made that you can use when you transform, as this will significantly enhance your combat and defensive capabilities." "Very well." James nodded with a forced smile. On the desolate street, Mazika and James walked in silence, both harboring their thoughts. The recent events had left a profound impact on them. Mazika glanced at her husband and softly asked, "Can you leave the ship? My bakery is sufficient for our livelihood." "You could." James hesitated, then shook his head vigorously. "The captain saved my life. Unless the captain ceases to sail, I cannot disembark." As she gazed at her usually obedient husband, who had rarely denied her request, Mazika felt a wave of grievance wash over her, lowering her head in disappointment. After spending so much time together, she understood that while her husband was gentle, he possessed a steadfast inner strength. Once he made a decision, it was not easily swayed. "Is your task dangerous?" Hearing the subtle shift in his wife's tone, James quickly reassured her. "Not at all. It's not dangerous in the slightest. I am merely a turbine operator. What danger could there be?" With that, he pulled her into his embrace, and Mazika offered no resistance, her arms gradually encircling his sturdy frame. "I don't care what you do. I only wish for your safe return each time. Our children cannot grow up without their father." Tears welled in the corners of Mazika's eyes. "I promise you," James replied, their faces drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a jostle from a passerby caused James to stumble. "Why kiss in public? Who are you showing affection to on the street?" The doctor, clutching a wine jug, scowled as he limped past them toward the island's entrance. The affairs of the Dagger Gang seemed but a minor interlude, leaving no ripples on Coral Island. Charles remained unconcerned. In truth, he felt indifferent to such matters. If worse came to worst, he could always find another island to settle on. However, he did sense a change. Every time he stepped out, he inexplicably felt the fearful gazes of those around him. As he walked through the streets, people instinctively kept their distance. With the storm having passed, Charles found himself once again troubled by the earlier dilemma of how to rest. After all, the island festival was not a daily occurrence. Ultimately, he relinquished control of his body to Richard, allowing him to indulge freely. Initially, Richard was ecstatic, exploring various entertainment venues, but after a week, he grew weary, tossing and turning on the bed, exclaiming how dreadfully boring it was. Ultimately, both men shared a high ambition. Despite their differing personalities, they harbored similar desires, yearning for home and reluctant to squander time in such a place. After much contemplation, Charles suddenly recalled a few acquaintances from the Explorers Association. He turned and headed toward the association, hoping to seek a remedy for the divine curse among them. "What did you say?" "They all went out to sea." Noticing Charles's astonished expression, an association staff member nodded. Captain Elizabeth of the Black Rose had discovered a living island and invited all the captains she knew to form a fleet and set sail. Frustrated, Charles exited the association building, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. "Hey, do you have any suggestions?" He mentally inquired of his other persona. "Let's go find the old man." He said rest is a cure for auditory hallucinations. Since he is a doctor, he should clarify the treatment process. Upon reflection, Charles realized the wisdom in this suggestion and promptly redirected his steps toward the island. The doctor had previously provided him with the address, leading Charles to a dilapidated inn. Upon his arrival, the doctor displayed evident impatience, irritatedly brandishing a few electrical wires. "What is it this time? Trying to charge the Black Mirror? It's none of your business. What do you want with me?" He tossed the wires behind him. "How much longer do I need to rest? I feel I've rested long enough." The doctor leaned in, scrutinizing Charles's eyes for a moment before producing a chunk of foul-smelling slime from his pocket. "Swallow this." Taking a deep breath, Charles tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. In an instant, the whispers around him surged like a cacophony, and the world before him began to twist and distort. This state persisted for a full 3 minutes before gradually returning to normal. The doctor shook his head at Charles, who was now breathing heavily. "No, it's not enough time. Keep going. In a week, I'll bring you the restorative potion." "Old man, what constitutes rest? I can't find a way to rest. I want to set sail." Richard, now in control, exclaimed in frustration, "An exploration, Captain. Can't you even have fun? Delightful fruits, alcohol, gambling, women, psychedelic mushrooms. Hell, you could paint like that blind man every day. Just don't bother me. I'm busy." With a slam, the doctor's door shut. Chapter 78. Painting. Charles sat at the dock, observing a cargo ship unloading in the distance, and began to put brush to canvas that he sketched outlines, applied blocks of color, pressed shadows, and added reflections, gradually bringing forth a uniquely styled watercolor landscape on the board before him. Never had Charles anticipated that the physical enhancements bestowed by 096 would also benefit his artistic endeavors. "How do you feel?" he inquired of his other persona. "It's decent, but isn't the ambient color a bit dark?" His hand moved almost involuntarily, adding details to the canvas. Initially, the doctor had merely suggested it in passing, but Charles carefully considered his options and ultimately chose painting as a means of stress relief. The overall enhancement to his physical capabilities manifested here as well. Skills that would typically take others days to grasp, he mastered in a single day. In his precise hands, there was no room for error. Initially, Charles had merely dabbled, but as he began to translate the scenes from his mind onto the canvas, he grew increasingly captivated. The likenesses of his family, the landscapes of the surface world, and various towering edifices, all were rendered into watercolor paintings, each evoking a sense of accomplishment as he created the visions within his heart. Regardless of circumstances, Charles had achieved his goal. With this newfound hobby, he no longer fixated on the urge to set sail, allowing himself the tranquility of remaining on the island, waiting for the island to cleanse the pollution brought by the sea. 3 months passed, and as Charles's painting skills flourished, the perpetual fatigue and weariness etched on his face began to fade. Just as the two were engrossed in discussing their works, a group of sailors sauntered over, jostling and laughing. Among them was a middle-aged man with a birthmark on his forehead, who noticed Charles engrossed in painting. He approached, astonished, and exclaimed, "Look, this gentleman is painting our ship. It looks just like it." A throng of sailors gathered around, eager to join in the excitement. Charles, not particularly fond of such attention, grabbed his easel to leave. But just as he stood, the birthmarked sailor, wearing a congenial smile, asked, "Sir, could you paint me a picture?" Charles's brow furrowed. "What should I paint? Are you familiar with the Spider Islands governed by the governor of Hifong? The cargo we're transporting is spider silk from there, and my son has always wanted to know what it looks like. I'd like to request a painting for him. He has never been to another island." Seeing the anticipation in the man's eyes, Charles pondered for a moment before sitting back down, skillfully applying color to the canvas. "All right, fantastic. Let me tell you about the islands. They're truly terrifying. Both the trees and rooftops are draped in white spider silk. And the spiders there are enormous, much larger than humans." "No need for an explanation," Charles interrupted, deftly applying strokes to the paper. As details began to emerge, a stark white island harbor took shape on the canvas. Behind the densely packed human structures lay a web of spider silk, with glimmers of red hidden within, the eyes of the spiders shining through. Upon closer inspection, One could discern outlines of spiders larger than houses. Wow, it's so lifelike, this painter. Have you visited that island before? The Spider Islands provided a wealth of clothing materials for humanity across the vast sea, and having been a cargo ship captain for several years, Charles had indeed traversed that route. Thank you. With this, my son will surely be thrilled. The sailor took the painting and hurried toward the dock's exit. Witnessing this, the other sailors eagerly approached. Painter, could you paint me a picture of Yifeng Island? I've never been there, but I've heard it's the most prosperous island in the Northern Sea. I want to know what it looks like. Artist, do you paint portraits? How about doing one for me? I fear dying at sea, and my daughter might forget what I look like. A low, mournful blast of a foghorn drowned out the sailors' quarrels, when Charles caught sight of a vessel in the distance. His indifferent demeanor instantly transformed into one of solemnity. The ship bore the emblem of a white triangle, a standard of the sun god cult. Without hesitation, Charles made his way through the throng of sailors towards the dock. His keen eyesight quickly identifying Keed standing at the bow. The previously amiable expression on Keed's face had vanished entirely, replaced by the frenzied look of a gambler caught in a losing streak. His eyes alight with a mix of excitement and despair. Before the ship had even anchored, Keed stumbled down the swaying wooden ladder, clutching a box the size of a watermelon. Here, give me the sea chart. Hurry. The box was roughly tossed over. Inside lay the head of a Sunny, wrapped in lime, its eyes wide open and staring. Even in death, Charles could perceive the malice and madness lingering within those orbs. You put in quite an effort to eliminate him, did you not? Charles grasped the Sunny's hair and lifted it out. Give me the sea chart. Keed's teeth were clenched, his face contorted with rage, as if he would swallow Charles whole if he did not comply. There's no need to rush, Charles replied, cradling the severed head as he turned to head towards his inn, the scowling Keed and his entourage trailing behind. There were no signs of disguise on Keed's face. Just a thin layer of skin, and a steel needle of the light god cult embedded in his mind, confirming the authenticity of this object. After verifying it, Charles discarded the head into a nearby fetid heap of refuse. Seeing the Sunny dead stirred little emotion within Charles. The man sought to kill him, and thus he would naturally retaliate. This was merely a means to remove an obstacle on his path home. Utilizing Keed's hand, the door to Charles's lodgings creaked open, and Lily, who had been resting on the table, hopped down from her perch. Mr. Charles, you're back from sketching so early today. Charles scooped her up, running his fingers through her smooth fur. Casting a sidelong glance at Keed, he instructed, gather the crew. Their break has lasted long enough. Understood. Lily glanced back at Keed before darting swiftly out of the room, the brown mice within hastening after her. With a snap, the page of the diary containing the sea chart was presented to Keed. The trembling hands of the sun god cultist reached out to grasp it, only to retract in fear. Hastily gesturing to a subordinate nearby, a fellow devotee of the sun god swiftly procured a metallic square box. As the man executed a series of operations, Charles realized it was an antiquated camera. After taking the photograph, Keed finally accepted the diary, leaning over it with rapt attention. After a lengthy pause, he raised his gaze to meet Charles. Have the coordinates been verified? I have already visited this island. Charles indicated towards the island marked as 1002. From its coordinates, we can easily deduce the locations of the other islands. Excellent. Splendid. This is marvelous. I am on the verge of discovering the land of light. Ha ha ha. Keed exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a child as he pounded the table. Chapter 79. Collaboration. Gradually, the elation on Keed's face morphed into a menacing scowl as he turned to fixate on Charles. Captain Charles, I truly appreciate your willingness to hand over the sea chart so readily. The expressionless devotee of the light god cult standing in the corridor stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on Charles. Unfazed by the looming threat, Charles regarded him with indifference. What? Are you planning to conquer the remaining 33 islands all by yourself? With the sea chart, I can collaborate with other captains. The land of light must be discovered by me first. Keed retorted, as the cultists around him revealed an array of firearms hidden beneath their robes. Charles's left hand instinctively moved towards the lightning baton concealed within his coat. Do not move. He is merely posturing. He suppressed the impulse of his other persona. Charles regarded Keed once more. Are you afraid that I might discover the land of light first and whisk away your precious deity? Do not be so narrow-minded. In this matter, our goals aligned. He extended his right hand, gazing calmly at the elder before him. Keed lunged forward, frantically grasping Charles by the collar, the veins on his neck bulging. Collaborate? Why on earth would I partner with you? To fulfill your mission, I have mobilized all the resources at my disposal. If the Archbishop learns of my actions, I will be dragged back to the Cathedral of Holy Light for judgment. Are you frightened? Keith's expression shifted instantly, revealing a hint of panic in his eyes. Charles smirked, abruptly changing the subject. Then at this moment, do you not require an experienced exploratory captain? Actually, we have no real conflict. Do we? You betray me once, and I betray you once. That would balance things out nicely. Keith's face twitched as he released his grip, redirecting his gaze back to the sea chart within the diary. I currently possess 3 exploratory ships. With your one, that makes 4. Each ship can explore an island every 2 months. We could find the way to the Land of Light within 2 years at the quickest. Noticing the weapons of the light god cultists lowering slightly, Charles moved to the other side of the table and took a seat. No, it is not as simple as you think. Exploring unknown islands is fraught with peril. Can you guarantee that your 3 exploratory ships will survive to the end? Moreover, the King of Sodom is also aware of that place. Failure is not an option. I am putting everything on the line. I must die in the Land of Light. Only by perishing there can I enter the realm of the light god. Upon hearing this, Charles felt an inexplicable pity for him. This man was nothing short of a religious fanatic. A zealot willing to forsake everything for the sake of an imaginary deity. Are there not others within your cult? Perhaps you could enlist their help, Charles suggested, hoping Keith might seek external aid. Did you not hear what I said? If they discover what I am doing, I am as good as dead. Besides, the stubborn elders of the cathedral do not believe your words. With a sigh, Charles leaned forward, tapping his finger on the sea chart. Regardless, we must start the exploration. Inform me of the objectives for your 3 ships. We cannot afford to collide later. He produced a feather quill from a nearby inkpot and circled 3 islands. We will regroup here in 2 months to exchange information. With that, he turned and strode towards the door. Haha, this fool with a hole in his head seems to be in for a rough time. Richard quipped in Charles's mind. Do not concern yourself with him. The more fervently these cultists believe, the easier they are to manipulate, Charles remarked, after marking an island with a circle on the chart as well. The next target would be here. With the assistance of Lily the Mouse, the crew quickly gathered, and the unicorn whale ship, which had been maintained for 3 months, set sail once more. The notable difference this time was that James's wife, Mazika, personally came to bid farewell to her husband. With his true identity revealed, James no longer had anything to hide. Observing the tender scene at the dock, the ship's single men felt a twinge of envy. The doctor limped over to Charles, producing a gel once more. Let me see how effective this has been. Frowning, Charles swallowed the gel with a tilt of his head. The ringing in his ears returned. Yet it was significantly improved. At least the doctor appeared somewhat human before him, no longer a grotesque aberration. 3 minutes later, the anomaly subsided again, and the doctor nodded with satisfaction, jotting down notes. Regardless of what you have been doing, continue with it. It is quite beneficial for alleviating your mental pollution. As long as you maintain this, even with the curse of a deity, I can guarantee you will live to see 30. Charles dismissed the old man's ominous guarantees with indifference. How is the repair of your black mirror coming along? It would be best not to use electricity directly. That device is rather delicate. Without looking up, the doctor replied, that device is now mine. I have my own methods and do not require your input. Should it be operational, do remember to inform me, Charles said, his curiosity piqued regarding the content within the tablet. The doctor offered no further response and exited. Life at sea continued as monotonously as ever, devoid of any unusual occurrences. With a sharp sound, Charles opened the door to the cockpit, where second mate Krona was at the helm. Captain, do not worry. We are still within safe waters. What could possibly go wrong? Do not grow complacent. Safe waters can sometimes lead to trouble, Charles cautioned. Charles gazed towards the distant, indistinct beacon, relieved that this time the marker appeared to be functioning normally. Steadily approaching as the unicorn moved closer. Captain, are you familiar with the volcanic islands in the South Sea? I was born there. Krona casually engaged his captain in conversation. Oh, Charles replied absently, distracted as he examined the nautical charts affixed to the wall. Dismissing the chatter of his second mate as somewhat excessive. You know the local specialties. Aside from iron and copper, the most renowned product from the volcanic islands is the oil of the Leviathan whale. It can be used for lubricants, fuels, candles, and soap, with the leftover residue even serving as fuel. Perhaps the very fuel we use in our turbine chamber originates from my homeland. Charles was somewhat knowledgeable about this. During the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, the oil from sperm whales in the Pacific was an essential industrial material before petroleum was discovered. So, how did you find your way to the Northern Sea? It must take half a year just to reach Coral Island by ship, he inquired. A hint of resignation crossed Crona's face. Actually, my father was the captain of a whaling vessel. He wished for me to inherit his ship. However, I have no desire to do so. The Leviathan whale is at least 100 meters long, and every year, vessels are overturned by these creatures, meeting a grim fate. So, you ventured out to escape the dangers? Charles remarked, to be honest, having you aboard is not the best choice. Crona shook his head. I am not afraid of danger, but I fear for my children undertaking such perilous work that I wish to change that. With a glimmer of hope in his voice, Crona continued, Captain, do you know that on my 10th birthday, my father took me to the heart of the island to celebrate? That experience profoundly altered my perspective. I discovered that there were individuals living there who were genuinely happy. Each possessed their own land, requiring nothing of themselves, as those who rented their land delivered provisions to them monthly. Their happiness stemmed solely from the fact that when they first arrived on the island, they served as sailors on the governor's ship. Rest assured, one day, you too shall possess your own land. When that time comes, I shall bring my entire family over, allowing them all to become island dwellers. A fleeting shadow of pain flickered in Crona's eyes as he seemed to recall something. Chapter 80. The Swamp. January 2 ND. Year 9. It had been over 20 days since they set sail, and this exploration had taken them to a rather distant island. The resources aboard the Unicorn were beginning to dwindle. If the island designated as 1002 could transform into a new land, it would significantly ease their supply issues. On the way, I had deliberately glanced at the vicinity of that island. Judging by the disarray on its surface, the conflict between Elizabeth and 1002 had not gone smoothly. It would likely take considerable time for this island to develop, yet it was understandable. The enigmatic force of 1002 was indeed not easily dealt with. I sincerely hope they succeed. The crew at Keat had also begun their operations, and all things considered, everything was progressing positively. I wondered where Anna might be now. Perhaps I could eliminate that thought. Charles awaited the drying of the ink before closing his journal and stepping onto the deck, commencing his daily inspection of the vessel. Just as he was about to push open the kitchen door, a thrilled deep dashed past him, rod in hand, with a jellyfish-like creature dangling from the hook. Freya, come quickly. I've caught a crystal jellyfish. Can you make soup with it? A furious shout erupted from the kitchen, filled with the ire of Chef Freya. Get out of here. All you do is fish up these ridiculous things. Cook them yourself. I refuse to do so. Charles entered the kitchen, circumventing the two, ensuring there were no unusual occurrences within. Chef, the hardtack is beginning to harbor insects. Please be cautious. His words interrupted their exchange. Freya hurried over, assuring that he would rectify the issue immediately, explaining that the infested provisions were solely for the sailors, and the captain's rations were perfectly fine. What do you mean, just for the sailors? Are they not human? Deep retorted, reigniting their quarrel. Charles did not intervene. Compared to the trepidation that had marked their initial foray into unknown waters, they now had the leisure to bicker. Indeed, humans adapt quickly. Upon exiting the kitchen, Charles proceeded towards the other quarters. Inspections entailed more than merely checking for any intruders from the sea. Various factors held equal importance, whether it concerned provisions, fuel, or the morale of the crew. Any misstep could transform a vessel into a coffin, endangering the lives of all aboard. Deck, cockpit, turbine chamber, crew lounge, kitchen, cargo hold, water tank. Charles meticulously scrutinized every area. While other captains may have different practices, Charles always conducted his own inspections aboard his ship. Attention to detail dictates success. It was this meticulousness that had allowed him to survive at sea for so long. Captain, an island. The news jolted Charles, who had been tallying fuel supplies. By all accounts, they should still have 3 days to reach their destination. He hurried to the deck, spotting a vague island illuminated by the searchlight in the distance. Unlike the previous islands, this one was notably high. It resembled a flat-topped mountain more than an island, with barren cliffs encircling it, devoid of any vegetation, and the platform above was obscured by its elevation. Gazing up at the imposing island, Charles signaled the crew to lower anchor, then instructed his vampire crew member, Audric, take flight and scout the area. The vampire nodded and transformed into a bat, soaring into the sky. As Charles awaited his return, a puzzled Deep approached him. Captain, the anchor cannot reach the bottom. How is that possible? We are right next to the island. Charles led him to the anchor mechanism, where they discovered that the chain had indeed been fully deployed. The anchor chain of the Unicorn was over 100 meters long. And if it could not reach the bottom, what sort of structure was this island? A straight, vertical pole. After pondering for a moment, Charles decided, then we shall not drop anchor. When we go ashore, Freya and the sailors will remain on the ship to keep watch. Audric soon returned, his expression somewhat peculiar. Captain, the surface above is a swamp. A swamp. Charles was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated such terrain on an island. Nevertheless, they must ascend to investigate. Perhaps this island served as a supply point for the king's forces. To reach that island, they first needed to locate the pirate supply island. Regardless of its nature, they had to explore it, with Audric's assistance in flight. A rope ladder was quickly secured to the cliff face, enabling Charles and the other crew members to ascend. Upon reaching the top, they found that Audric's description was indeed accurate. They had arrived at a swamp. This swamp differed from those in forests. It lacked trees, flowers, or any signs of life, consisting solely of wet mud, foul water, and dense fog. Yet, the swamp was not entirely devoid of features. Various rocks of differing sizes lay scattered within the mire. Tossing fish scraps into the mud yielded no signs of life. Cautiously, Charles approached the sludge, discovering that it was not particularly deep. The deepest spots merely reached his thighs. As he pressed his right foot into the muck, he found the ground surprisingly solid. Hey, buddy, don't you think this place resembles a hot pot? Look at those stones. They resemble the white tofu in a lamb hot pot. Charles dismissed the teasing voice in his head, cupping his hands to lift some muddy water to his nose, where the unique scent of seawater mingled with a putrid odor invaded his nostrils. All the water in this swamp was seawater. Devoid of any practical use, he waved his hand, signaling the others to follow in response to the harsh environment. Every crew member furrowed their brows. No one relished the filth, and traversing the swamp felt akin to stepping into a cesspit. Lily's rat, having entered the water, quickly transformed into a blackened mass of coal. The white mouse, Lily, hesitated to venture into the water, clinging tightly to Charles's neck, refusing to let go no matter what. Despite possessing the gift of dark vision, Charles found his sight obscured by the dense white fog that enveloped the area, rendering him unable to see anything. This environment reminded him of his initial exploration of the island, and he was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. Periodically, he would compare the number of crew members with the tally marked on his arm to ensure that no one had mysteriously appeared or vanished. The torches held by the crowd pushed back the fog. As they slowly made their way toward the island's center, the muddy waters of the swamp exuded a chilling sensation. After just half an hour, Charles could hardly feel his toes. He dared not be careless. Instructing all crew members to stand on the stones and wait until their feet regained sensation before proceeding. Seizing this opportunity, the crew hastily stuffed food into their mouths, eating even when not hungry. To sustain their energy. Chapter 81. Disappearance. Though the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, the crew's spirits remained stable. This environment was merely unsettling, not the worst they had encountered compared to previous islands. Sitting upon a stone, Charles engaged in conversation with Richard residing in his mind. The prospects for this island seemed bleak, lacking any semblance of sunlight. Indeed, the stench in this place was unbearable. Were I a constructor, I would refuse to make repairs here. Let us finish exploring first. Perhaps the king intentionally concealed the supply island in this manner, though. If they have indeed visited this island, does that imply the existence of relics here? Enough of this nonsense. Haven't we learned our lesson from last time? What nonsense have I spoken? Isn't this an opportunity to enhance our strength? Our survival thus far has relied on the powers of relics, has it not? The side effects of every relic are exceedingly potent. Merely possessing more relics will not render us stronger. At that moment, Deep's voice interrupted their discussion, causing them to turn simultaneously and witness their sailor retrieving a cylindrical object from his bag. I brought this along too. I thought I had forgotten it. Proudly displaying it to his companions, Deep boasted, "This is a new item from Britannia. Look." He pressed a red button on it, and a blinding white light shot into the mist. "This is a flashlight, a portable electric light. How about that? I bet you've never seen one before, Captain. Why are you laughing? And look, this device can even adjust the size of the light beam." As Deep rotated the flashlight, the emitted white light quickly converged, held in the boy's hand like a sword of light. The youth, playful by nature, waved the flashlight around, sweeping the light through the fog. Charles observed the illumination, his smile gradually fading. This tool might indeed prove invaluable, being not only more durable than torches, but also more efficient in storage, and possessing greater penetrative ability in such thick fog. He mentally earmarked this item for procurement during their next venture. Lily, standing just behind Charles, suddenly screamed in terror. "What is it?" Charles pulled her closer. "Over there, there's a face." When the light beam swept past, I saw a face, with a firm stance on the stone, Charles dashed towards the direction Lily pointed. Audric nodded, his cloak billowing as he transformed into a bat and soared into the night. The creature employed echolocation to navigate, rendering the dense fog ineffective in obstructing his search. Before long, the vampire returned, disappointment etched on his face as he shook his head at Charles, who realized that the disappearance of the bandage was undoubtedly tied to this island. Leaning against the wall, Charles furrowed his brow, contemplating strategies. Compared to the terrifying visage of a monster, he found himself loathing such predicaments even more. The former at least afforded a chance for retaliation, while the latter left one utterly bereft of any means to respond, no matter how formidable one might be. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the mist, startling everyone. With a swift kick, Charles sent one of his vampire crew members tumbling into the muck, and he promptly opened a mirror box, light piercing through the fog. Yet, where the sound had originated, there was naught to be seen. The oppressive haze soon began to thin, and Charles sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Under the watchful gaze of his companions, he spoke slowly. "We must leave this place at once." Fry, standing nearby, grew anxious. "Captain, but the first mate has yet to be found. Follow my orders. We must exit first." Charles commanded, leading the way. Though he felt remorse for abandoning the bandage, as captain, he was bound to prioritize the safety of the other crew members. This was his duty. If one could vanish, so too could another. Remaining here without understanding the cause of the bandage's disappearance was not a prudent choice. He could not risk the lives of all for the sake of one. Moreover, as a devotee of the deity Vidin, and possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, the bandage should not succumb easily to death. They could devise a plan to rescue him once they were outside. With the captain's order, everyone began to hastily follow the arrow signs along the maze's walls. The thick fog parted under the bright flames, with only the sound of squelching mud accompanying them. However, as the crowd lit a second torch, Charles's expression darkened. After running for what felt like an eternity, they should have reached the maze's exit by now. "Wait," he called, halting the crew as he scrutinized the wall for the arrow. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the hidden markings he had deliberately etched within the arrow were all intact. It was indeed his own drawing, not altered by anyone else. Yet the markings led nowhere, leaving Charles perplexed. What manner of maze was this? Could it possibly shift? Nevertheless, he had anticipated such a scenario prior to entering. With a swift slice of his fingertip using the black blade, he applied the dark essence to the bat mirror. Black fur sprouted across his face, and membranous wings began to grow rapidly beneath his arms. With a grotesquely transformed visage, Charles addressed his crew. "Remain still. Once I locate the entrance, I shall return to guide you out." The maze, no matter how confounding, was merely a flat expanse. As long as he could fly above with his crew, they would surely find the way out. Moments later, his transformation complete, the flapping of his wings stirred the air, sending waves crashing through the muddy waters as he propelled himself skyward. The enormous bat opened its fearsome maw, emitting ultrasonic waves inaudible to human ears, which reverberated off surrounding objects, allowing Charles to perceive everything clearly in his mind. Even having seen it once before, the colossal structure of the maze astounded him. Its myriad complex intersections dizzying to behold. Ignoring the convoluted pathways, he ascended directly upward. As he flapped his wings with increasing speed, he noticed something amiss. No matter how high he soared, the walls remained ever present, shadowing him closely. 3 minutes later, hovering in midair, he sent out sound waves, yet no echoes returned. He was now at least 1,000 meters above ground. This was illogical. Charles recalled the island's appearance, even through the fog. He could ascertain that it was not so lofty. Realizing further ascent yielded no results, he resolved to descend. "Captain, what is the situation?" Deep inquired anxiously, watching Charles sip from a blood pouch. "This is untenable. I've climbed over 1,000 meters, and the walls are rising with me." Upon hearing their captain's words, a grim pallor fell over each crew member's face, trapped with no means to escape following the arrows. And with over 1,000 meters above them, it felt as though they were all ensnared here. "Do not panic. We have alternative methods," Charles reassured, retrieving explosives from James's pack. Boom! Debris flew as the maze's walls were blasted open, revealing the mist beyond through the fiery light. If they could not navigate around, they would simply blast their way through. After all, a straight line was always the shortest path. The explosions echoed continuously as everyone swiftly maneuvered through the newly created openings. Charles had anticipated a swift return to the marshlands, but events did not unfold as he envisioned. As they emerged from yet another breach, the distant sound of water droplets hitting the surface reached his ears. Gradually, The dripping intensified, resonating like rain. Charles, ever vigilant, turned toward the source of the noise, and soon, he beheld a throng of peculiar creatures. The pool of crimson blood swiftly turned and fled into the distance. Regardless of its nature, Charles could not allow it to escape. He lifted his right foot from the muddy water, forcefully stamped it against the wall, and propelled his entire body into the air. His hand raised with the black blade aimed directly at the pool of blood below. With a splat, the black blade plunged violently into whatever lay beneath the water, causing the red blood to increase in volume. Charles exerted upward pressure on his wrist, suddenly yanking the blade, drawing the submerged entity into view. It was a man, an elderly blind man with milky white eyes, his naked form marred by wounds that rendered his expression excruciatingly pained. Yet, despite his suffering, he showed no inclination to vocalize his distress. Instead, his trembling hands grasped the hilt of Charles's blade, pushing outward with fervor. Recognizing him as one of his own kind, Charles refrained from further assault and turned to call out to his companions. "Doctor, come over and tend to him. Do not let him perish." The others gathered around, their curiosity piqued by the sight of the old man. No one had anticipated finding a living soul in such a desolate place. "Can you understand my words?" Charles inquired of the elderly man, who was being attended to by the doctor. The old man, seemingly startled, quickly placed a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shh, quiet. The tormentor will hear us." Charles scrutinized the peculiar visage of the old man. He was emaciated, so gaunt that he appeared as though a mere human skin were draped over a skeleton, his neck hunched as if perpetually ready to flee. Richard's voice echoed in his mind. "Dude, doesn't this guy look like Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, the one who bit off the protagonist's finger in the finale?" Silence at that moment. The doctor had finished treating the old man's external wounds, and he limped over to Charles. "I have just examined his body. He is indeed human. Judging by his teeth, he appears to be in his 40s. Suffering from severe malnutrition, and his skin bears signs of prolonged exposure to water. He must have resided in this harsh environment for quite some time. A thought sparked in Charles's mind. Could this imply that the island harbored indigenous inhabitants? "Do you know where the exit is?" he asked the old man, pressing on the most crucial question. Upon hearing this, the old man's filthy face brightened momentarily. "You must have just arrived, correct? Have you brought food from the outside?" Charles, unwilling to squander time, pressed the black blade against the old man's throat, threateningly declaring, "You will answer my questions." "Understood." Sensing the lethal intent in Charles's words, the old man stiffened and nodded vigorously. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "My name is Blake. I came because I heard the sounds of your battle with the Stygian. I intended to steal some food from the Stygian, but rest assured, all of it is yours." "I desire none." Charles cast a sidelong glance at the corpses of the nasal creatures nearby, realizing that the Stygian he mentioned was indeed the one in their mouths. "Where is the exit to this labyrinth?" "There is no exit. None who enter have ever escaped, and no one has ever gotten out?" "I don't know. I have been here for over 20 years and have never witnessed anyone leaving." "What do you mean by torment?" "A kind of monster. It's the most powerful creature here, and it can never be killed. If it captures us, it will burrow into our mouths and torment us within our bellies, feeding on our agonized screams." "How vast is this labyrinth?" "Enormous. No one has ever reached its boundaries. It is at least larger than the British Isles. This. Charles furrowed his brow. He had inspected this island prior and knew it to be smaller than Coral Island. How could this labyrinth possibly exceed the size of the British Isles, which was the largest island in the North Sea, home to nearly 7 million residents, coupled with the towering walls of over 1,000 meters? Charles increasingly sensed something amiss about this labyrinth. Gazing at the trembling blind old man before him, he found it hard to believe he would deceive him. "How many others like you are trapped here?" "Thousands. No, tens of thousands. I cannot be certain. The majority have been captured and tormented, while a small number have managed to escape. There are over 100 people in my dwelling. Have you seen a person wrapped in bandages around here?" Charles inquired about the whereabouts of his missing first mate, suspecting a connection with these inhabitants. "Bandages? I cannot see, so I don't know what you mean by bandages, but about half an hour ago, I thought I heard something moving towards my dwelling." Charles surveyed the desolate surroundings and turned Blake around, giving him a gentle push. "Lead me to your dwelling." Chapter 84. The Scarred Man under the guidance of this peculiar old man. Charles and his companions made their way toward the intricate maze ahead. Just as they departed, a figure wrapped in bandages began to slowly emerge on the wall, reaching out as if to obstruct something. Though Blake was blind, he seemed to navigate through the maze with an uncanny instinct, bending his neck and hunching his back as he moved swiftly. "Mr. Charles, this old man is so pitiful. Let us give him some biscuits." Lily whispered in Charles's ear. Charles shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Exposing food in the presence of someone whose intentions were unclear was not a prudent course of action. The mud splashed as they continued their silent march. After approximately half an hour, a human settlement emerged against the wall before Charles T.O. distanced themselves from the filthy mud. They had carved various holes into the rock face, where dozens of individuals sat, some resting, others conversing. Their appearances mirrored that of their guide, Blake, thin and gaunt, each pair of eyes clouded with a milky haze. However, upon observing the various skeletons hanging on the wall, a heaviness settled within Charles's heart. Among them were human bones, and in considerable quantity. Scanning the gathering swiftly, Charles found no trace of bandages. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Blake eagerly approached the throng. Upon touching the wall, he revealed a sinister grin directed at Charles. "Boss, look here. I've brought you some newcomers, and I just overheard a woman's voice saying they have biscuits." At this, a figure atop the highest ledge of the wall stood, carelessly leaping down into the muddy ground from the considerable height. His scarred face bore an expression of unrestrained excitement. "A woman. Finally, another woman has arrived. Ha ha. This time, I shall cherish her." Blake approached with a sycophantic grin. "Boss, you are finished this time? May I have a turn?" As the blind figures swiftly converged upon them, Charles raised his revolver and fired a shot into the air, warning them of his weapon. Following the gunfire, the scarred man initially appeared taken aback. But rather than panic, he erupted into laughter at "Ha ha ha. How amusing. It seems the newcomers come armed. I am so terrified." Listening to the malice woven into his words, Charles found himself disinclined to engage in conversation. He raised his revolver and fired a shot directly at the scarred leader. Upon witnessing the captain's assault, the crew members swiftly launched their own attacks. However, in that very instant when the gunfire erupted, all those before him plunged into the murky waters, disappearing without a trace. The bullet struck the water's surface, but aside from a few splashes of mud, no blood was shed. As the gunfire subsided and the surface of the water returned to tranquility, those individuals had vanished, for this was their domain. Before Charles could finish his warning, the water before him erupted, and sharp claws, mingled with foul mud, reached toward his neck. With a backward somersault, he narrowly evaded the attack. His right hand fired several shots from the revolver, each bullet blooming like crimson flowers upon his exposed chest. Suddenly, a new peril emerged from behind. The scarred man had inexplicably appeared at Charles' back. His face twisted into a sinister smile as he lunged forward with his sharp claws aimed at Charles' spine. In that moment of dire urgency, a massive hand swept in from the side, sending the scarred man flying. It was James. Regaining his footing, Charles propelled himself off James' knee and leaped onto his shoulder. From this elevated vantage point, he observed that those ruffians had already commenced their assault on his crew. The chaos swirling in the muddy water. Wasting no time, he fired his revolver, leaving those who surfaced from the depths to writhe on the water's surface. Initially, the surprise attack from the submerged assailants had instigated a brief moment of disarray among the crew. Yet they quickly regained their composure and began to retaliate. After all, they were merely human. None feared the other. James swatted at the adversaries with the speed of a fly swatter, while Lily's rats swiftly dove beneath the surface. Crimson blood bubbling up, deep daggers sliced through their throats with alarming efficiency. To Charles' astonishment, second officer Nor was clutching a blue candle, muttering incantations as two paper figures materialized on the water's surface to shield them. As the dark, muddy water turned crimson, the fray gradually quieted. Casting a glance over the number of bodies afloat, Charles realized this battle was far from over. Only a mere dozen corpses lay scattered. A stark contrast to the previous 70 or 80. His aim had been commendable, yet it was insufficient. The scarred man's voice suddenly pierced the air from his left. Charles swiftly redirected his gun and fired. But the bullet vanished beneath the water's surface. Almost immediately, the scarred man's voice echoed from the right. "Too bad. You likely won't even reach the second tier. You can't possibly contend with me. Hand over the women and food, and I might consider allowing you to join us." Seeing that his bullets were ineffective, Charles ceased firing and warily inquired, "Second tier? What is that?" "Ha, it seems you're not only new here, but also in the outside world, oblivious to the hierarchy of strength." Upon hearing this, fragments of memory from the library flashed in Charles' mind. He recalled that this individual was referring to the ranks among combatants aboard warships. The governors do not coexist peacefully. When they turn against each other, it is during those moments that these fighters are summoned. From this, Charles deduced that the scoundrel was likely a combatant from a warship in the outside world. "I am the captain of an exploration vessel. Your warship's hierarchy is of no concern to me," Charles retorted. Waving dismissively, he then retrieved a lightning-short staff from within his clothing. The crew of the Narwhal gasped in horror. Scurrying to James' side, memories of their previous encounter fresh in their minds. Exploration vessel? Only those unworthy of warships would foolishly sail their decrepit ships to the islands to meet their doom. Is that so? Then why is it that such a powerful being as yourself finds himself trapped in this place? Stop your bravado. If I catch you, I will make you suffer. Now, Charles thrust the short staff forward, and a brilliant arc of electricity surged toward the source of the taunts. Chapter 85. The location of the bandages. The lightning surged through the murky water, and bodies convulsing with electric shock began to rise to the surface. Charles, equally affected, trembled as he stowed the short staff away, but just then, he noticed an upward arrow and an exclamation mark appear on the wall before him. Instantly, a wave of murderous intent washed over him from above. He exerted every ounce of strength to shift left, but his numb body was beyond his control. Listening closely to the rapid breaths below, the scarred man's lips curled into a slight smirk. He had been baiting Charles to speak, ensuring he pinpointed his exact location, that he knew this newcomer was the leader of the group. If he could eliminate him, the rest would scatter like leaves in the wind, leaving all the women and provisions for himself. Just as the scarred man felt his claws pierce flesh, 3 massive tentacles suddenly coiled around him, yanking him away. Charles' ring had activated. Damn it! What is this thing? The scarred man flailed his claws, hacking at the short tentacles, but a second had already passed, ample time for Deep to charge forward with his dagger drawn. The two engaged in fierce combat. Yet the scarred man, having lost the element of surprise, was clearly no match for the crew. With a flash of cold steel, his forearms were severed, and with a scream, he plummeted into the muddy depths. Mast, Deep was poised to sever the scarred man's head, but was halted by Charles. "Wait, don't kill him. He may still be of use to us." Seeing his leader captured, Blake, submerged, turned in terror and swam away, astonished by the strength of his opponents. This time, he had encountered formidable foes. However, midway through his escape, he suddenly felt something furry crawling up his body. In a panic, he attempted to surface, but excruciating pain coursed throughout as Lily's rats savagely bit into his flesh. Charles, now fully in control of his body, pulled the scarred man from the water. Despite his severed hands, the scarred man displayed no signs of submission, a cold smile adorning his face as he regarded Charles with disdainful, milky white eyes. "Not bad. Combined with your relic, you might barely reach the 3rd tier, but that's as far as it goes. If you were to encounter me at my peak, you'd be doomed." Charles, uninterested in banter, seized a nearby rope and bound the scarred man securely before turning toward the wall. Had it not been for the sudden warning that appeared on the wall, he might have overlooked it. As Charles approached the wall, a figure, entirely bound in bandages, materialized in a crude doodle. Though hastily drawn, Charles recognized it as his first mate. Bandage. His first mate had been trapped within the wall all along. No wonder he had been so elusive. Dragging the scarred man closer, Charles pointed at the doodle. "You've been here long enough to know this place well. My crew member is sealed within the wall. Is there any way to release him?" The scarred man sneered, showing no inclination to respond. Charles, icy-eyed, plunged the black blade into his severed arm. "Speak." With a howl of agony, the scarred man spat curses. "Trash, if you have the guts. Kill me." At that moment, the bandaged figure on the wall shook its head, and a line of garbled words appeared beside it. "Hurry, there are monsters approaching from the left." The nonsensical text left Charles bewildered, but he quickly deduced that the bandage was issuing a warning. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, he chose to trust his first mate. "Turn around. Quickly. Something is coming." Everyone followed Charles as they sprinted, the bandage flickering in and out, guiding their way. The maze-like paths twisted and turned, yet the bandage seemed to know the route, leading them at a breakneck pace. After nearly 5 minutes of frantic running, even the scarred man, who had once feared nothing, displayed a look of terror. "What are you doing? Stop. We can't go that way." Charles cast a glance at the bandage on the wall and quickened his pace. He trusted his first mate more than the man who sought to kill him. Just as they rounded a sharp corner, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, heart-wrenching and soul-piercing. It froze everyone in their tracks. What lies ahead? Charles etched into the wall an exit. A simple response appeared on the wall. "Impossible. That way is not an exit. Do not trust his deceitful words. That direction leads to a realm of torment. If humans are caught, They will endure a fate worse than death. As he finished speaking, he struggled and ran backward. Charles raised his revolver, aiming at the back of his head. Stop, or I shall not hesitate to fire. However, the frantic scarred man tilted his head, violently crashing it against the wall. In an instant, the yellow wall was stained with red and white. He would rather die than venture to that place. Observing the silent, watchful crew, Charles, with a furrowed brow, found himself in a dilemma. Surely, danger lay ahead, yet the bandage claimed that way led to freedom. If he chose wrongly, the lives of all would be forfeited. After a brief pause, Charles inscribed a line upon the wall with a black blade. Which arm did Anna consume before you? The right leg. Upon seeing the words materialize on the wall, Charles immediately comprehended that this was indeed the message from his first mate. Then can you explain how you know that ahead lies the exit? Charles continued to carve into the wall. No time left. Gazing at the 3 exclamation marks, Charles felt increasingly perplexed. What do you mean, there is no time? The island is sinking. If you do not emerge soon, you will never escape. Upon reading that line on the wall, a resounding clarity struck Charles. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the limitless wall above. As if suddenly enlightened, it is. Everything is inverted. It is not the bandage trapped within the wall, but we who are ensnared. The spotlight of the narwhal illuminated the depths, revealing the labyrinth beneath and the graffiti resembling Charles and his crew on the maze's walls. Chef Fry anxiously observed as the bandage man intermittently dove and surfaced. First mate, has the captain not emerged yet? I just measured. The island is sinking at an increasingly rapid pace. The bandage shook his head. Inhaling deeply, and once more plunged into the labyrinth below, observing the actions of his companion's graffiti on the wall, the bandage held his breath and swiftly followed suit. Chapter 86. Torment within the damp labyrinth. A grim-faced Charles led his crew in a frantic dash. Mr. Charles, my friend cannot keep up. Lily, perched upon Charles's shoulder, exclaimed anxiously. Tell them to climb onto James. Hurry. The mice swiftly scrambled onto the diminishing giant's back. James resembling a figure draped in a black cloak. The harrowing cries ahead grew increasingly louder, yet these sounds could not hinder Charles's stride. If the bandage's words held truth, the island had already sunk below the surface. If everyone could not escape in a short time, they would follow the island into the abyss. Regardless of what lay beneath the deep sea, it was a realm not meant for human feet. The oppressive humidity filled the air, and every face bore a solemn expression. Yet witnessing Charles, the steadfast leader, sprinting ahead, none felt panic. The crew followed the bandage as they weaved through the maze, the screams drawing ever nearer. Suddenly, Charles made a swift turn, and the area ahead opened up. Remarkably, light illuminated the space before them. Yet what transpired within that light was utterly chilling. Before them lay a space the size of a football field. Filled with naked humans of all ages, both male and female, they clutched their necks, screaming in anguish, writhing in the muddy water, resembling the very graffiti they had previously seen on the wall. Surrounding them were countless small, black, grotesque creatures, akin to centipedes with spider-like legs. They floated upon the water's surface, encircling the wailing humans, their bodies rhythmically quivering in sync with the crescendo of the cries, seemingly relishing in the suffering of humanity. Upon witnessing this scene, Charles immediately understood. This was torment. The scarred man had been correct. This was indeed the lair of agony that Charles beheld them. Those very tormentors also took notice.